a young man traverses the world of Dragon Ball, acquiring a sign-in system that allows him to grow stronger with each sign-in. Thus, Ling embarks on a path of carefree joy. He signs in with Gohan, garnering immense potential. He signs in with Jinya, acquiring the ability of body swap. He signs in with Dubra, obtaining the power of supreme healing. He signs in with the Supreme Kai. He signs in with the God of Destruction. Son Goku exclaims, "Hey, isn't it a bit dirty to kiss Bulma?" Vegeta scoffs, "How could I, the proud prince of Saiyan, be bested by you?" Gohan adds, "Uncle Ling's recipes are simply marvelous. My father loves them." Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien exclaim, "How did Ling learn our signature moves?" Chapter 1, Ding. Year 762 of the Age of the Universe. Seventh Universe, Earth. In a mountainous forest, lush trees abound, and wild grasses flourish. A stream babbles merrily, while birds chirp joyfully. A majestic tiger lies dozing beneath the trees. Suddenly, Ling, caught in the act of relieving himself, finds himself bewilderingly face-to-face with the tiger. The stream of water cascades unerringly onto the tiger's head. Surveying the verdant surroundings, he comes to a startling realization. What the hell? He can traverse realms simply by urinating. Is this some kind of joke? The tiger gazes at him with a look of uncertainty, and Ling confidently meets its stare. Without any intention of halting the stream, he continues, fully aware that stopping now would change little. A moment of intense eye contact between man and beast ensues. Time seems to stand still. Only the wisps of steam rising from the tiger's head disturb the silence. Suddenly, Ling shivers and shakes, concluding his act with a sense of rejuvenation. The tiger's gaping maw looms ever larger in his vision. In silence, one either dies or erupts. He bellows, "System, in light of the current circumstances, when else would you make your move?" No response issues forth, only the gentle breeze, which carries a cacophony of whispers. As the tiger's mouth draws near, Ling resigns himself to fate. He can only hope for a painless end. What a stroke of misfortune! Yet at that moment, a small figure leaps from a nearby tree, wielding a sharp sword. To Ling's eyes, this diminutive figure appears as a celestial being descending from the heavens, charging straight for the tiger. Swish! A glint of cold light flashes. The tiger is slain. Blood spills profusely across the ground. Heart-pounding, Ling pushes aside the tiger's carcass and dusts off his clothing. Such is the way of this world. Might makes right. If you wish to consume others, be prepared to be consumed in turn. Gazing at the lifeless body, Ling cannot help but ponder that though he did not deal the fatal blow, it does not preclude him from voicing his thoughts. His gaze turns to the one who saved him. Before him stand a young boy, no more than 4 or 5 years of age, wielding a sword, clad in a small orange jiang, emblazoned with a circle bearing the character on its chest. Recognizing the familiar attire and face, Ling is momentarily taken aback. Gohan. Indeed, the boy who appeared out of nowhere is none other than Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. Gohan, equally astonished, inquires, "How do you know my name?" Ling falls silent. To encounter Gohan here signifies that he has indeed crossed into the realm of Dragon Ball. Those familiar with the series understand all too well. Here, combat prowess is extraordinarily unbalanced, and the fate of Earth is fraught with peril, often teetering on the brink of annihilation. One misstep could lead to an unmarked grave. After a prolonged moment, Ling ultimately accepts the reality of his situation. What other choice does he have? Is there a way back? Pondering this, Ling introduces himself. "My name is Ling. You may call me Uncle Ling. Thank you for saving me. As for how I know you, it's a long story. I shall explain it to you in due time. Those who understand will comprehend, and those who do not, well, there's little I can do." "Oh, okay." Gohan scratches his head, his innocence shining through as he nonchalantly brushes it off, harboring no suspicions. Next, he begins to tend to the tiger's remains. "Uncle Ling, I'm going to roast some meat. Would you care to join me?" Ling, feeling the pangs of hunger, nods. "That sounds wonderful. Since you've so kindly invited me, I shall not refuse." Gohan skillfully prepares the tiger meat, as though he has spent considerable time in the wild. Ling quietly observes from the side, refraining from offering assistance. For no other reason than he simply does not possess the skill. Casting his gaze upon Gohan's jiang, adorned with the character and his sword, Ling deduces a conclusion. The narrative of Dragon Ball is likely situated in the early stages of Dragon Ball Z. A year prior to Vegeta's invasion of Earth, Son Goku had just been slain by Raditz. Little Gohan, a mere 4 years old, is being trained by Piccolo in the wilderness. Ling's thoughts race as he mentally organizes the plot. At that moment, a voice resonates in his mind. "La la la. Ding, congratulations, host, on your successful traversal." Ling gazes up at the star-speckled night sky. After a lengthy pause, he finally nods. I understand. I called for you earlier. Why did you not respond? Jiang Ling's expression is one of mild grievance. He nearly became a meal for the tiger. Ding, this system recognizes your urgency, but please do not rush. The system was booting up, hence the silence. However, the system has granted you fluency in the Dragon Ball language, allowing you to converse with Son Gohan effortlessly. I comprehend the logic, but are you not concerned about my demise? Ding, fret not. This system is exceedingly intelligent and has calculated that you will undoubtedly be saved by Gohan. Are you not afraid of a mistake? Ding, not at all. If it comes to worst, we shall simply change host. Very well, I accept your apology. This system has not issued an apology. You intend to kneel? No need for such grand gestures. Sigh, if you must kneel, then kneel. As Jiang Ling engages in a cordial exchange with the system, his peripheral vision catches Gohan preparing to discard the tiger's tail. He hastily intervenes. Hey, don't throw that away. It has great utility. What use could that possibly have? This part is generally not consumed. Gohan gazes at him, puzzled. Jiang Ling elaborates. This is a treasure, though it would be of no use to a child. Is that so? Gohan's eyes light up with understanding, realizing there is much yet to learn. Jiang Ling picks up the tiger's tail, approaches the stream, and tends to it. Then he ventures into the thicket to gather herbs and plants that eliminate odors, placing them into a pot over a fire to cook. With a serious demeanor, Jiang Ling informs Gohan, in the future, prepare such things for your father. They will be immensely beneficial. He will grow ever stronger. Son Wukong nodded, his understanding wavering. Lost in thought, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face as he murmured, my father is gone. Jiang Ling placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and consoled. Your father will return. There are wondrous Dragon Balls on Earth that can resurrect anyone. Is that true? Indeed, as long as you strive to enhance your strength and defeat your foes. All right. A glimmer of hope ignited in Son Wukong's eyes as a new goal blossomed within him. When Dad comes back, I'll prepare him a nourishing tiger bone soup. With this thought, Son Wukong resumed roasting the tiger meat. Jiang Ling nodded with satisfaction. On a summer evening, a gentle breeze caressed their skin, providing a delightful respite. Ding, allow me to introduce myself. Jiang Ling waved his hand, interrupting, I understand your eagerness, but please hold on. Before long, the tiger meat was cooked to perfection, its aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Both Jiang Ling and Son Wukong indulged in the feast, savoring the tender meat that was rich yet not greasy, lean yet succulent. It was undeniably delicious. Son Wukong's culinary skills were quite impressive, evidently honed during his time in the wilderness. Once satiated, Jiang Ling eagerly consumed the steaming tiger bone soup, letting out a contented sigh. Seeing his satisfaction stirred the appetite within Son Wukong, prompting him to take a sip of the soup. Jiang Ling realized it was too late to intervene. Wukong, how does your body feel, I don't feel anything unusual. Refrain from drinking more. You're still young. Moderation is key. Understood. The words of adults often carry weight, even when the adult's strength pales in comparison to that of the child. Chapter 2. The Reunion of Father and Son. The night had deepened. The campfire crackled and popped as it burned. Son Gohan, cradling his sword sheath, leaned against a stone and fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Ling, resting against the same stone with his hands clasped behind his head, gazed up at the star-laden Milky Way, which twinkled in his eyes. Sleep eluded him. Perhaps it was due to his recent arrival in this world, or maybe it was the copious amounts of tiger whip tonic he had consumed that night, causing his blood to boil with restlessness. In his boredom, Jiang Ling summoned the system in his mind. System, commence your performance. This system is currently at version 10, temporarily offering only the sign-in function, with more formidable features to be unlocked in due course. A sign-in function? Jiang Ling's curiosity was piqued. He muttered to himself. This function seems rather ambiguous. In the novels he had perused, systems with sign-in features were either excessively powerful or utterly useless, with the latter being far more prevalent. He wondered what kind of system this would be. Host. This system's sign-in requires physical contact with the designated target, granting a random ability from the target. These abilities may include, but are not limited to, skills, talents, experiences, and more. A series of system notifications chimed in. Jiang Ling's eyes brightened. At first glance, the sign-in function appeared promising. Therefore, was there a beginner's gift pack? Oh, how did you know? Just tell me, is there one or not? Ding. The system has issued a large gift pack. Saiyan bloodline, 10 sins of beans. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Ling sat upright. Leaving aside the question of the Saiyan bloodline's power, it was undoubtedly the most coveted lineage, with no objections to be raised. As a child, Jiang Ling had always yearned for the Saiyan heritage, particularly the transformation. It was exceedingly cool. Back in his youth, he had often fantasized at home. only to be met with a severe beating from his father. At that age, he was somewhat delusional, and the more he was punished, the more exhilarated he felt. Convinced that entering a near-death state would allow him to recover like a Saiyan, significantly boosting his strength. He even thought it wasn't painful enough, taunting his father. "Haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you have?" The outcome was predictable. He received another round of hefty blows and spent an entire week recuperating in the hospital. Ah, the nostalgia. Jiang Ling's eyes shimmered with reminiscence as he silently chanted, "Utilize the Saiyan bloodline. Bloodline fusion in progress." A notification rang out. Jiang Ling felt an indescribable sensation enveloping his entire being. Ah, how delightful. He couldn't help but exclaim, his face reflecting sheer enjoyment. Saiyan bloodline fusion in progress. A brown tail sprouted from behind him. Gradually, this exquisite feeling persisted. However, Jiang Ling found himself unable to endure it any longer. His expression shifted to one of agony. This was taking too long. No human could withstand this. Son Gohan, sleeping nearby, was roused by the commotion. Observing Jiang Ling's state, he hastily inquired, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Ah," Jiang Ling stammered, "And nothing, don't mind me." Uncertain how to assist, Son Gohan could only stand by anxiously. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Ling finally returned to normal, panting heavily. How to describe this sensation? It was indescribable. It had been a half-hour of continuous pleasure, albeit one that could be termed as suffering. His stamina had plummeted to its lowest point. At this moment, he felt exceedingly weak, able only to muster the last vestiges of his strength to retrieve a Sinza bean from the system space. Indeed, the system came with its own space. This is standard, you know. After consuming the Sinza bean, Jiang Ling finally felt revitalized. His strength had returned, stamina fully restored. He had no desire to relive that previous experience. Although it was pleasurable, it was excessively so. Rising to his feet, he gauged his own strength. Realizing that he had not gained any power, the fusion of the Saiyan bloodline had yielded little fruit. He surmised that he would need to train to enhance his strength. After all, Sun Wukong, too, possessed the Saiyan bloodline and had climbed to greatness through relentless battles. A thought struck him, and he questioned the system. Isn't there a passive ability associated with the Saiyan bloodline that greatly boosts combat power upon recovery from near-death? My previous state should meet that requirement, right? Ding, host. This passive ability requires combat strength to be elevated to 100 to trigger. Jiang Ling replied, "Are you feeling all right? Should we seek some medicine in the city?" Gohan, still by his side, exhibited genuine concern. His kind-hearted nature compelled him to offer assistance without hesitation. Hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. My stomach was just acting up. It will pass in time." "Does stomach trouble manifest like this?" Son Gohan tilted his head, puzzled, but continued, "My mother had stomach issues too, but after taking Capsule Corporation stomach medicine, she felt better. You could try getting some." Jiang Ling nodded. "All right, I'll buy some when I return." "Thank you, Gohan." Seeing that Jiang Ling was unharmed, Son Gohan relaxed. A wave of sleepiness washing over him. He yawned, ready to resume his slumber when he suddenly noticed the tail swaying behind Jiang Ling, astonished. "You have a tail too? I remember you didn't have one." Jiang Ling glanced at his tail and replied earnestly, "You must be mistaken. I've always had a tail." "Oh, is that so?" Gohan scratched his head, not dwelling on the matter further, concluding he must have misremembered. "I used to have a tail too, but it's gone now." With the mention of tails, Gohan's sleepiness dissipated, and he excitedly began to describe the various uses of tails. For instance, they could be used for scratching itches, spinning in circles, and even stabilizing oneself while urinating when the recoil was too great, allowing one to brace against the ground and form a tripod with their feet. "Now my mother doesn't have to worry about me falling over while I pee." Jiang Ling smiled, listening to Gohan's enthusiastic explanation, mentally noting the newfound utility of tails that he had never considered. As Gohan rambled on, his eyelids grew heavy, and sleepiness crept back in. Jiang Ling gently patted Gohan's head. "Go to sleep, it's getting late." Son Gohan fell into a deep slumber beside him. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and checked the rewards for signing in when he had patted Gohan's head. Ding, sign-in successful. As this is the host's first sign-in, the optimized reward of Son Gohan's potential has been triggered. Jiang Ling felt a surge of joy. Those familiar with Dragon Ball knew that Son Gohan possessed immense potential. With proper training, defeating Goku or kicking Vegeta wouldn't be an issue. It was unfortunate he had chosen the path of a scholar. This sign-in reward was indeed a timely boon. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, composed himself, and suddenly pondered a question. Could he sign in again today? He reached out and touched Gohan once more, silently reciting, "Sign in." Ding, host, you can only sign in once a day. Jiang Ling pouted. As expected, he had anticipated this outcome. Can I sign in on Gohan again tomorrow? Beep, the same target can only be signed in again after a year. Jiang Ling, this system is utterly useless. It would be far more beneficial to enhance my own strength and crush everything in my path. Host. I will strive to update. I will endeavor to provide you with better assistance. Is there anything else you require help with? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and replied, Can you enhance my strength? Such a request was reasonable. After all, out in the wilderness, one encounters numerous monsters, such as colossal dinosaurs. Given his current combat prowess, a confrontation with the previous giant tiger would surely result in his demise. It was only sensible to seek a boost in strength, considering he could not indefinitely rely on Gohan, a mere 4-year-old, for protection. Host, your expectations are overly optimistic. Strength must be cultivated through your own efforts. The system cannot simply grant it to you. If I were to bestow upon you immense power directly, you would be unable to control it, leading to a sense of emptiness. Only through self-discipline can power truly belong to you. Stop. Enough already. Jiang Ling rubbed his temples, finally realizing that the system was testing his patience. You wretched system. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to retort back. System, you are my son. ? Host, please use civilized language. Jiang Ling glared. What's wrong? Am I wrong to say that? You are my son. The system, exhibiting a bit of attitude, shot back. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Ah, what a well-behaved son. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, feeling significantly better. Contentedly, he leaned against a rock and drifted into slumber. On a distant mountain peak, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, blending seamlessly into the verdant surroundings with green skin. His expression was cold, a white hat wrapped around his head, draped in a white cloak. This individual was none other than Piccolo. He withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ling, remaining silent. This person's origins were unclear, yet he appeared to possess Saiyan blood. Regardless, it was of little concern. He seemed rather weak. Chapter 3. Toothless Jiang Ling. The following day, as Jiang Ling awoke, he found Gohan had gathered some wild fruits from the forest. This would serve as their breakfast. While munching on the wild fruits, Jiang Ling inquired, Gohan, how long have you been here? Pondering for a moment, Gohan replied, It should be about 5 months. 5 months, Jiang Ling murmured, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes. According to the plot, Gohan had 1 month left before Piccolo would begin his rigorous training, and they were still in the survival phase in the wilderness. This meant that there were only 7 months left until Vegeta invaded Earth. If he commenced training now, his combat prowess might not keep pace with the main forces. Beep. Detecting the host's strong desire, triggering real name authentication package. Please bind your identity card to receive it. A question mark slowly appeared above Jiang Ling's head. System, why do you have such a pronounced mobile game vibe? Let bygones be bygones. Does the host wish to bind? Bind. Jiang Ling recited a string of numbers. 44 2023 8878. Beep. Binding successful. Congratulations on receiving the real name authentication package. Open. Beep. Obtained 1 special senza bean. A special senza bean? Jiang Ling examined the senza bean in his hand. It appeared similar to a regular senza bean. Special senza bean. Consuming it will enhance combat power by 200. Jiang Ling's heart soared with joy. My son truly knows how to honor his father. You called me dad last night. Have you forgotten? Jiang Ling's expression was one of smug satisfaction. Host, you have no teeth. That is shameless. Jiang Ling scoffed, then promptly consumed the special senza bean. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, his arm muscles firmed, and the faint outline of six-pack abs emerged on his abdomen. At that moment, Jiang Ling felt invincible. He took a deep breath, relieved to maintain his sanity. The previous thought was merely an illusion. Anyone suddenly gaining strength exponentially greater than before would likely experience such delusions. Gohan stared at Jiang Ling, wide-eyed. Jiang Ling, why do I feel like you've suddenly become so much stronger? Jiang Ling nodded, refraining from explaining, and delivered a punch to a nearby boulder. Boom. The stone was riddled with cracks. Gohan was astonished. If Jiang Ling is this strong, why was he almost taken down by a tiger yesterday? The stark contrast ignited a sense of admiration within him. Incredible. So cool. You're amazing. Stay humble, stay humble. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the gentle breeze billowing his clothes. Unintentionally, his six-pack abs became visible. With the ability to protect himself, Jiang Ling felt no need to linger here any longer. He bid farewell to Gohan. Initially, he had intended to undergo training with Piccolo, but he realized that Piccolo would likely not assist a sudden stranger. Plans often change. The unexpected acquisition of the special senza bean, which boosted his combat power to 200, signified it was time to leave the novice village in search of more effective means to grow stronger. In a certain city, following the conclusion of a singer's concert, the artist returned backstage. A staff member with a tail approached, saying, Brother Gua, you are my idol. I've listened to your songs since childhood. May I shake your hand? The singer smiled and nodded, mistaking the individual for a fan, extending his hand for a brief handshake. After shaking hands, the staff member's lips curled into a slight smile as he left the backstage area. Indeed, this person was Jiang Ling. It had been half a month since he parted ways with Gohan. Disguised as a fan, he had obtained signatures from numerous artists, acquiring skills such as master-level cooking, master-level acting, master-level driving, godly slacking, and advanced programming, among others. Just moments ago, he had finally acquired a master-level singing ability. Now, he could boast a plethora of skills, yet none of them contributed to enhancing his strength. At this time, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and others were likely training at the sacred world of the Kais. It was time to pay them a visit. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling retrieved a capsule from his pocket, tossing it to the ground where it transformed into a sleek hover motorcycle. He had worked hard for this motorcycle over the past half-month, finally acquiring a lock-picking skill that allowed him to liberate the motorcycle from a wealthy individual. Simultaneously, he had located the position of Krillin Tower, as the sacred world of the Kais was situated directly above it. Jiang Ling mused that with his current abilities, life on Earth would undoubtedly be enjoyable. Otherwise, he could simply slack off. After all, with Goku and the Z fighters around, the worst that could happen was a few deaths, but with the Dragon Balls, he would be revived. Beep, host, a friendly reminder. Your soul is not governed here. The dragon cannot resurrect you. Damn it. Wretched system. With a scowl, Jiang Ling mounted his motorcycle, twisting the throttle as he sped towards the direction of Corinta. He understood that without strength, one is utterly insignificant, let alone living a life surrounded by enchanting beauties. Legend has it that within the sacred grounds of Corinta lies the Corinta Tower, home to a celestial being known as the Corinta Sage. As Jiang Ling gazed upon the towering edifice that pierced the heavens, he nodded slightly. It was exactly as depicted in the comics. After a long and arduous journey, he finally arrived. At the base of the tower resided a father-son duo. One was a robust man named Brola, adorned in attire reminiscent of a primitive tribe, while the other was a young lad named Upa. Their family's sacred duty was to guard the sanctity of Corinta. Greetings, Jiang Ling called out. Upon seeing the visitor, Brola tensed, his expression wary. What brings you here? Do not be alarmed. Jiang Ling waved dismissively, smiling. I am a martial artist, informed by the turtle sage about this place, hence my desire to ascend the Corinta Tower. Upon hearing this, Brola's demeanor softened slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of kindness. The turtle sage? Is he well? It is said that climbing the Corinta Tower greatly enhances one's abilities. The turtle sage had previously succeeded in this endeavor, while Brola, in his youth, had attempted to climb but failed. Thus, he was acutely aware of the difficulties that an ordinary martial artist would face in such a challenge. The turtle sage is doing splendidly. He enjoys his meals and is in robust health, even watching films daily, Jiang Ling stated earnestly, confident in his words. For the subject was unaware and he had not spoken falsely. Chapter 4. The Corinta Tower, Hall of the Deities. Jiang Ling turned to the young man beside him, astonished. You are Upa? Yes, I am. How do you know my name? Upa replied, puzzled. This revelation only deepened Jiang Ling's surprise. But aren't you a girl? In his memory, Upa had been so adorably cute as a child that he had been certain Upa was female. Who said that? Upa retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. I aspire to be a man like my father. Jiang Ling realized that not all who are cute are necessarily female. Climbing the tower was an exceedingly perilous trial. One misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Are you certain you wish to undertake this challenge? Brola interjected, his tone grave. He deemed it necessary to inform Jiang Ling, considering the numerous martial artists who had previously failed in their attempts. Jiang Ling nodded resolutely. Indeed, I wish to challenge myself. Then you must first defeat me before you can ascend the tower. If you cannot best me, reaching the summit will be impossible. Brola gradually assumed a fighting stance. Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that such formality was unnecessary. In an instant, he moved with blinding speed, darting past Brola and Upa, rushing towards the column that supported the Corinta Tower. Brola was caught off guard by the astonishing speed. Jiang Ling leaped onto the pillar that upheld the tower. To the astonished gazes of Brola and Upa, he casually ran up the vertical column with his hands in his pockets, as if traversing flat ground. Even Newton would have raised an approving thumb. Brola's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a moment, he managed to utter two words, impressive. Upa gazed in astonishment at Jiang Ling's receding figure. After a long pause, he asked, Father, is he really going to be all right? What if he falls? Brola collected himself, shaking his head as he pointed towards Jiang Ling's figure. He should be fine. Look, he is even able to spin and leap while running on the pillar. And with his eyes closed at that, the wind howled fiercely in his ears. Moments later, Jiang Ling spotted the circular, hollow structure at the pinnacle. With his hands still in his pockets, he propelled himself upward, executing a flawless 360-degree rotation in midair before landing gracefully within the tower. Before him stood a plump, white-furred cat, standing upright and grasping a staff taller than itself. It seemed entirely at ease in its position. "You must be the Corinthus sage?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Indeed, I am the Corinthus sage. May I ask how this valiant warrior is addressed?" The sage replied, nodding politely. "Greetings, Corinthus sage. My name is Jiang Ling." Jiang Ling curiously examined the sage. Though he had seen many depictions in comics, this was the first time he beheld the living Corinthus sage. It appeared so adorable that he felt an overwhelming urge to pet it. "Jiang Ling, you have ascended the tower. Do you seek the super divine water?" "To obtain the super divine water, you must pass my combat trial." Jiang Ling shook his head. "I do not wish to partake in the super divine water. I have heard it is highly toxic, and only those with pure hearts can consume it without perishing. I cannot risk my life, as I cannot coexist with such dangers." The Corinthus sage responded, "Then how may I assist you, meow?" Jiang Ling stated earnestly, "If possible, could you provide me with some senza beans?" Senza beans, one of the most miraculous items in Dragon Ball, could restore one's health to full, regardless of the severity of injuries, as long as one was not dead. In gaming terms, they restored health and energy by 100. Upon hearing this, the Corinthus sage's expression turned troubled. "Currently, that is not feasible. A few years ago, I could have given you some, but now, all the senza beans have been depleted, meow. To speak frankly, 2 formidable foes will invade Earth in 6 months. And the next batch of senza beans will be prioritized for warriors, so I cannot provide them to you, meow." Jiang Ling slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this crucial matter. Previously, the stockpile of senza beans had been devastated by a villain, and now, resources were scarce. With Vegeta's impending invasion, he needed to conserve senza beans for emergencies. He could only lament his bad luck, shrugging helplessly. "Very well, but it seems rather unfair to leave after making such a difficult journey to reach you," Jiang Ling remarked. The Corinthus sage's whiskers twitched. "Difficult? You call that difficult? What about those who couldn't even make it here before you? What do you wish for, then?" "I shall consider your request. I wish to visit the Hall of the Deities," Jiang Ling said, pointing upwards, revealing his second intention. The deity governed Earth, holding a position superior to that of the cat sage, and wielded a trump card of immense power, the hyperbolic time chamber. One could train for a year inside while only a day passed outside. If he ever wished to use the chamber, he would need the deity's permission. "You have climbed the tower, thus you are qualified to ascend to the Hall of the Deities. However, gaining entry requires the deity's consent. Allow me to communicate with him." The Corinthus sage closed his eyes. After a brief moment, he opened them, looking at Jiang Ling. "The deity has granted permission. You may proceed." Jiang Ling nodded, standing still. The cat sage remained unmoving as well, and the two simply stared at one another. "Why do you not ascend?" The Corinthus sage finally inquired. "Do you think everyone can fly?" Jiang Ling replied, exasperated. "Ah, my apologies." The Corinthus sage scratched its head, having interacted with Goku and others often. It had forgotten this aspect. "Please wait a moment." Upon concluding his words, Master Karen raised his staff, his somewhat plump physique gesticulating animatedly as he chanted incantations, seemingly engaged in a ritualistic ceremony. The melodic cadence of the spell flowed from his lips, and before Jiang Ling's eyes, a portal shimmering with white light materialized. "This is a teleportation array that leads directly to the God Temple. You may enter," Master Karen instructed, halting his motions and gesturing for Jiang Ling to proceed. Nodding, Jiang Ling retrieved a capsule from his pocket, pressed a switch, and tossed it to the ground. A puff of smoke enveloped the area, and 10 bags of cat food appeared on the floor. "Master Karen, it is a pleasure to meet you, and though I come bearing no gifts, please accept this cat food as a token of goodwill," Jiang Ling said with a smile, stepping into the teleportation array before Master Karen could respond, vanishing from sight. "Cat food? What is that?" Master Karen pondered, opening a bag and inhaling its aroma, his eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove into the bag, devouring the cat food with fervor. "Delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the delightful flavor. As Jiang Ling stepped through the portal, he experienced a brief sensation of dizziness before finding himself in a vast square. The majestic God Temple loomed nearby, and the expansive plaza was lined with 2 rows of verdant trees, adding a touch of greenery to the surroundings. Several figures were engaged in training within the square: Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Yajirobe, familiar characters from the early episodes of Dragon Ball. They had been summoned by the god for intensive training in preparation for the impending Saiyan invasion. Suddenly, upon witnessing Jiang Ling's abrupt appearance, they paused, turning their gazes toward him. Upon noticing the tail behind him, their expressions shifted dramatically. "He has a tail. Is he a Saiyan?" they exclaimed. "Could the Saiyan invasion have come early? What shall we do? Goku is still training with King Kai, and our strength is still insufficient." Frustration coursed through them as they resolved to fight valiantly. Observing their determined expressions, Jiang Ling quickly intervened. Wait, hold on. I am not an enemy. The group hesitated, their expressions wary as they exchanged glances. They were not foolish. If Jiang Ling were truly malicious, he would have attacked by now. Moreover, having heard that Saiyans could not conceal their energy, they noted that Jiang Ling's aura did not seem particularly formidable, which contributed to their restraint. What brings you here? What is your purpose? Yamcha, clad in an orange martial arts gi, inquired with a wary demeanor. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. The winds above howled, rustling his clothing with a crisp sound, inadvertently adding an air of melancholy to his presence. I have come to seek the god, as introduced by Master Karen. Upon hearing Master Karen's name, the group looked to Yajirobe, who had long resided with the master. After finishing the snack in his hand, Yajirobe shrugged. Why are you looking at me? I've been training with you all this time. I have no knowledge of what occurs in Karen Tower. Chapter 5. A duel with Mr. Popo. A gust of wind swept through the plaza of the god temple, rustling the leaves of the trees, causing them to clash softly against one another. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe tensed, instinctively adopting combat stances. Should Jiang Ling make any sudden movements, they would be ready to act. The two parties stood in silence, eyes locked. Jiang Ling shrugged, understanding their caution given that he had arrived during the tumultuous time of the Saiyan invasion. Just then, a sound emanated from the dimly lit god temple, capturing everyone's attention. Two figures emerged, one being an elderly Namekian, the earth god, dressed in divine attire and wielding a staff, his demeanor kind and gentle. Following closely behind was a dark-skinned man in traditional Indian attire, named Mr. Popo, who introduced himself as the servant of God. Remain calm. Jiang Ling is not a malevolent individual, the god reassured. Hearing this, the group collectively exhaled, relieved that the god would not engage in actions harmful to Earth, thus earning their unconditional trust. Nevertheless, Yamcha remained somewhat skeptical. What if they have some ulterior motive? The god shook his head, his gaze imbued with the wisdom of ages, and spoke slowly. What kind of scheme could they possibly have? With their strength, do they even require deceit? This statement left Yamcha momentarily speechless. Indeed, the god was correct. The Saiyans were so powerful that they would not resort to subterfuge, relying solely on their overwhelming strength. Turning to Jiang Ling, the god inquired, Greetings, Jiang Ling. What brings you to seek me? Greetings, esteemed god, Jiang Ling replied respectfully. He was well aware of the goddess' history. Centuries ago, when the environment of Namek deteriorated, the goddess' parents had sent him to Earth in a spacecraft. However, for reasons unknown, the young god lost all memory of Namek. As he grew up, he became accustomed to witnessing the wars and carnage on Earth, ultimately deciding to eliminate his darker nature, which split into two entities, the present god and Piccolo Daimao, Piccolo's father. For centuries, the god had silently contributed to Earth, willing to sacrifice his life for its protection. Such a pure-hearted spirit truly warranted his exalted position. I seek to enhance my strength, Jiang Ling declared. The god nodded thoughtfully. Though he remained within the confines of the god temple, he was acutely aware of all matters transpiring on Earth, including Jiang Ling's emergence as a Saiyan. He had observed Jiang Ling for half a month and was confident of his noble character, willing to take a stand against the unjust wealth of the affluent. However, he also noted a slight flaw, his penchant for idolizing celebrities. Training to enhance your strength is certainly feasible. Train alongside them, and Mr. Popo will guide you, the god affirmed. Thank you, esteemed god, Jiang Ling replied. Without hesitation, Mr. Popo turned to Jiang Ling. If you wish to challenge me, I will assess which areas you need to improve. Very well. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, charging directly at Mr. Popo. He unleashed a straightforward punch, devoid of any embellishments. Mr. Popo made no attempt to evade, instead raising his hand to meet the blow with his palm. Bang! Remaining rooted in place, Mr. Popo shook his head, offering his evaluation. Your power is formidable, yet it is unfocused and scattered. Most of your strength is squandered. Jiang Ling retracted his fist and created distance between them, his gaze lowered, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. Observing from a distance, Yamcha and the others felt a tinge of disappointment. Having witnessed the prowess of Goku and Raditz, both Saiyans of remarkable strength, they had developed the misconception that all Saiyans were inherently powerful. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling's recent performance, a sense of disappointment naturally enveloped him. Jiang Ling remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. Just moments ago, he had seized the opportunity to sign in upon making contact with Bobo. He understood that the rewards from signing in were entirely random and held no grand expectations for a remarkable prize. However, the system's notification resonated like a stroke of fortune. Ding, sign in successful, reward, Bobo's combat techniques. As he received the reward, a torrent of combat experience rapidly coalesced within him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes, his lips curling into a slight smile as he subtly adjusted some minor misalignments in his posture. Instantly, his entire demeanor transformed into one of composure, exuding an aura of latent sharpness. What transpired? In an instant, his presence shifted, radiating a sense of dignified grace. While others may have remained oblivious, the gazes of the divine being and Mr. Bobo sharpened with intrigue. Continue, Jiang Ling uttered, his figure shifting as he lightly tapped his toes, akin to the wind sweeping through autumn leaves. Once again, he unleashed a punch, and as before, Mr. Bobo extended his palm to receive it, yet the next moment, his expression altered. Though the technique appeared identical to the previous attempt, the force behind it was utterly transformed. Jiang Ling's strike this time wasted not a shred of energy, fully harnessing his capabilities. If he had merely charged forward before, he now wielded technique with the steadiness of a mature man. Mr. Bobo nodded, adjusting his own strength to match Jiang Ling, subsequently launching a series of probing strikes. Jiang Ling's countenance remained unperturbed as he met each challenge with unwavering steadiness. Excellent. Your combat techniques have reached a commendable level. I can impart no further knowledge. What you lack now is merely an elevation of strength, Mr. Bobo praised as he withdrew. Jiang Ling chuckled, Mr. Bobo, you flatter me. Nearby, Tien, Yamcha, and the others inhaled sharply, taken aback. They had trained at the Divine Temple for half a year without ever receiving Mr. Bobo's commendation. Yet, Jiang Ling earned recognition after just a few exchanges, indicating that his combat experience and techniques had ascended to an extraordinary pinnacle. Their earlier disappointment now morphed into a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 6, Parting Ways. Jiang Ling integrated into the cadre training at the Divine Temple. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu occasionally sought his counsel regarding techniques. Gradually, bonds formed as they trained together. After all, they shared the same pursuit, harboring no animosity. Only a hint of rivalry stemming from their Saiyan heritage. Yet, through prolonged training, they naturally evolved into good friends. Time slipped away quietly in the throes of practice. With Mr. Bobo's endorsement of Jiang Ling's combat skills, he was assigned training focused on enhancing physical endurance, maximizing the potential for strength augmentation. 9998, 9999, 10,000. Clad in a specially designed weighted vest, Jiang Ling performed push-ups, sweat cascading down his form and pooling beneath him. With each completed set, his clothing became drenched. Yet he remained unfazed, merely shedding his shirt and wiping his brow with a white towel. He then proceeded to wash his face in the restroom. Upon exiting, he faintly overheard Yamcha on the phone, his tone less than amiable, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Can you temper your temper a bit? I've had enough of you. Jiang Ling's gaze lowered as he quietly departed. Yamcha was likely quarreling with Bulma. Their relationship had indeed encountered turbulence during this period, though the specifics remained unarticulated by the Dragon Ball author, and Jiang Ling held no interest in delving into it. After a while, having rested sufficiently and poised to embark on the next round of training, an airplane approached from the distance, landing steadily in the Divine Temple Plaza. From it emerged a fierce young woman. Her cascading blue hair stood out vividly, her skin fair and flawless, her face exquisitely beautiful with a rosy glow. Dressed in stylish, vibrant attire, she radiated the vitality of youth. The practitioners in the plaza greeted Bulma with cheerful salutes. Bulma, what brings you here? Had another spat with Yamcha? Oh, it's not worth it. Do you need me to give him a good thrashing? Bulma, currently in a fiery mood, merely nodded at them in acknowledgement before striding directly to Yamcha. With hands on her hips, she coldly remarked, Is it entertaining to argue every day? Yamcha waved her off impatiently. Do you think I enjoy this? I've made up my mind. Since our personalities clash, let us break up. Upon uttering those words, Bulma anticipated feelings of sorrow, yet was unexpectedly met with a sense of relief and lightness. Perhaps, their incompatible natures made a forced union detrimental to both. No amount of affection could withstand the toll of constant quarrels. As you wish. Jiang Ling silently observed this unfolding drama. Krillin and the others refrained from interjecting, understanding that this was a personal matter. Lacking context, any interruption would only foster negativity. Hey, are you new here? I don't think we've met before. After parting ways, Bulma felt a newfound lightness and began conversing with the others. Her gaze landed on Jiang Ling, surprise flickering within her. Astonished by the arrival of a new member and intrigued by the tale that resembled Goku's from his childhood, Jiang Ling nodded, a smile gracing his lips, indeed. I am Jiang Ling, a pleasure to meet you. Bulma instinctively replied, Oh, I'm Bulma. She then inquired, Are you also a Saiyan like Goku? Curiously, she gazed at Jiang Ling's tail. Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed, nodding. He had heard Krillin speak of Bulma's gentle beauty, and upon meeting her, he found it to be true. Oh, they were exaggerating. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, playfully complimenting, You're quite handsome yourself. Though she spoke lightly, her smile betrayed her delight. For who could resist the flattery of a stranger? Bulma was, after all, a typical girl. This playful exchange fostered a budding familiarity between the two. Let us exchange contact information. Once this time passes, we can all gather at my place for a get-together. Sounds good, Jiang Ling readily agreed. After exchanging contacts, Bulma chatted a bit more with the group before taking off in her aircraft. Unbeknownst to them, night descended. Yamcha and Mr. Bobo procured several crates of beer, gathering in the plaza to enjoy a drink together. There was no trace of sorrow following their breakup. In fact, they seemed quite merry. Aren't you feeling down? Don't you want to cry? Jiang Ling inquired curiously. Yamcha waved his hand with a laugh. It's rather strange. I feel quite lighthearted. Perhaps I've long desired this separation due to our clashing personalities. Moreover, over the years, I've only managed to meet Bulma once or twice a year. Breaking up seems beneficial for both of us. Neither of us is hindering the other. Now I'm a free man, finally able to embrace freedom. As he spoke, Yamcha became animated, his face flushed with either excitement or alcohol. Jiang Ling took a hearty sip of his beverage, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yamcha. Without excessive surprises, compared to the original, their separation occurred a few years earlier here, yet the outcome remained unchanged, ultimately leading to their parting. Yamcha shook his head and glanced at Tien. Let's not talk about me. I hear there's some trouble with Bulma and you. Upon hearing this, Tien felt a twinge of headache. I only wish to cultivate and enhance my strength. I have little interest in women. She keeps following me, and I am at a loss as to how to handle it. Jiang Ling smiled and suggested, why not just relent? It's not every day that a girl looks at you with such admiration. Sigh, let's talk about it later. Listening to their conversation, Krillin stroked his shiny bald head, his expression one of melancholy. You have a girl who wishes to be with you, yet you are unwilling. Nearby, Kaiatsu, having just taken a sip of wine, succumbed to its effects and lay down to sleep on the ground. Yajirobe chose not to join them, preferring to indulge in his favorite pastime of drinking while snacking. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the heavenly temple in a soft, gentle glow. Chapter 7. Ascending the Serpent Road. Time flew swiftly during the days of training at the heavenly temple. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months had passed. Throughout these 2 months, Jiang Ling trained diligently. He understood that if he did not become significantly stronger, he would be unable to resurrect after the impending destruction of Earth. The system had stated that his soul was not bound to this world. The dragon could not revive him. Each day, Jiang Ling's routine consisted of exhausting training followed by rest, recovering only to train again, and so forth. Perhaps due to his physique, his stamina restored rapidly, almost entirely rejuvenated after a single night. The following day, he resumed his training. Under such intense training, Jiang Ling's combat prowess reached an astonishing 2,000 points in just 2 months, a tenfold increase. The Z warriors, who once could spar with Jiang Ling, were now no match for him. Even the deities were taken aback. Could this be the innate combat talent of a Saiyan? How extraordinary. Thankfully, he was not an adversary. In addition to his training, Jiang Ling took the opportunity to sign in with Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe, acquiring the following skills: Wolfang Fist, Kikaho, Kaiatsu's psychic powers, Yajirobe's swordsmanship, Ki Slice. Jiang Ling was exceedingly pleased, as these skills were essential for combat. It is worth noting that previously, signing in with others had yielded random rewards such as pig slaughtering, riding, coding, sweeping, and feeding cats. The system could dispense a wide array of rewards. However, the most significant reward Jiang Ling received during these days was from signing in with the deity, Regeneration. This ability was undoubtedly of a bug-level caliber. Mother would no longer need to worry about me being harmed by wicked women. Jiang Ling, your rapid enhancement of strength leaves me with little to offer you. You may choose to pursue personal training or remain here at the Heavenly Temple to continue your cultivation. Upon hearing the deity's words, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then looked directly at the deity. Great deity, if I may speak frankly, my current strength is inadequate to confront those 2 malevolent Saiyans in the future. Do you possess any methods or locations to further enhance my power? The deity felt a slight tremor of concern. Just how formidable were those 2 Saiyans? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, there is a room of spirit and time. However, given your current strength, I would not recommend it. Alternatively, there is King Kai's planet, where Goku, who shares your Saiyan lineage, is currently training. Jiang Ling immediately opted for King Kai. Going to the room of spirit and time now would yield limited strength gains, at most reaching a few tens of thousands of battle power. It would be wiser to wait until his power was more formidable. Training on King Kai's planet would not only bolster his combat strength, but also allow him to learn techniques such as the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. It was undoubtedly an excellent training ground at this stage, not to mention the tenfold gravity present there. The deity regarded Jiang Ling intently. Very well. I shall take you to King Kai's planet. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, the deity communicated briefly before reciting an incantation, and with a swift motion, transported Jiang Ling before King Enma. King Enma, I present to you someone who wishes to train with King Kai. King Enma, a towering figure clad in a well-tailored suit, sat at his desk attending to official matters. Upon hearing the deity's words, he cast a glance. Ah, the deity of Earth. I recall you brought someone here 6 months ago. Now you bring another? Indeed, as you are aware, the future crisis of Earth cannot be underestimated. The deity replied with a smile. If Earth were to perish, you would have to accommodate hundreds of billions of souls here. King Enma nodded. He too wished to prevent Earth's destruction, for managing hundreds of billions of souls would keep him occupied for centuries without respite. Without further ado, King Enma directed his subordinates to escort Jiang Ling onto the Serpent Road. Only by traversing the Serpent Road to its end could one reach King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling was aware of these rules. Goku had taken half a year to run through the Serpent Road due to his low battle power of only a few hundred. Jiang Ling mused that with his current battle power of 2,000, he should not require half a year. After bidding farewell to the deity, Jiang Ling dashed onto the Serpent Road, racing towards its conclusion. Meanwhile, the deity returned to the heavenly temple. Mr. Popo, seeing his return, inquired, Deity, I fail to comprehend. Are you truly so confident in assisting Jiang Ling to enhance his strength? What if he is an evil Saiyan? The deity shook his head. I trust my judgment. And if Jiang Ling were an evil Saiyan, King Kai would easily discern it. Mr. Popo paused before continuing, Deity, are you nurturing him to confront the evil Saiyans in 4 months? Indeed, the deity replied, his gaze drifting toward the horizon as if peering beyond the atmosphere. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket. We know that the evil Saiyans possess formidable strength, yet we remain unaware of their true capabilities. Thus, I have made provisions, allowing Yamcha and other martial artists to train, while Goku and Jiang Ling train on King Kai's planet, and Piccolo trains alongside Gohan. I hope that in 4 months, they will be able to protect Earth. Above a sea of golden clouds, a seemingly endless serpentine path twisted and turned. Jiang Ling sprinted swiftly along the Serpent Road, pausing to rest when fatigued before continuing to run. Along the way, he consumed a senza bean. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach King Kai's planet promptly. Running upon the Serpent Road was beneficial for physical conditioning. Though somewhat monotonous, he was nearly stifled by yawns. Were it not for the fear of plummeting into the sea of clouds below and descending into the underworld, he might have succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, an ancient and elegant structure appeared ahead. Jiang Ling stood at the entrance, contemplating whether to enter. He was quite fatigued and sought a place to rest. This seemed a suitable choice. Is anyone here? The house was eerily empty, as if abandoned. Jiang Ling wandered about and discovered several rooms furnished with beds, likely guest quarters for the owner. At that moment, sleepiness washed over him. Disregarding all considerations, he found a room and collapsed onto the bed, drifting into slumber. At worst, I can simply apologize to the owner of the house upon waking. Jiang Ling enjoyed a most comfortable slumber, free from the anxiety of teetering on the precipice of hell as he traversed the snake path. Chapter 8, Planet King. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Jiang Ling gradually awoke, enveloped in softness, his hand clutching something that felt both ample and springy. Instinctively, he grasped it tighter, only to be greeted by a chorus of soft moans at his ear. A sudden clarity jolted through him, and he leapt up, executing a flawless 360-degree spin in midair before landing with poise. He was taken aback by the sight of 3 alluring, unadorned figures on the bed. Who are you? Why are you here with me? Jiang Ling demanded, quickly assessing his own condition and breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, aside from the normal physiological response of a healthy man, everything else seemed fine. One woman spoke in a sultry tone, you lecherous man, thinking you can just ignore us after sharing a bed. Another chimed in with a pitiful lilt. Yes, sister, our fate is truly lamentable. The last one added with a hint of melancholy. Just now, you were groping me. As they stood, their voluptuous figures and porcelain skin were undeniably captivating, their exquisite faces radiating charm, seducing the man before them. Jiang Ling thought to himself, it's fortunate I possess strong willpower, otherwise, I might have lost control. With a scoff, he retorted, you must be after my good looks, taking advantage of my slumber. Not at all. It's you scoundrel, who sneaked into our dreams while we were asleep. They exclaimed in unison, lamenting their plight. Jiang Ling remained unmoved, his expression cold as the women exchanged glances. In an instant, their figures seemed to swell, transforming into 3 enchanting serpents. Huh, it appears you prefer punishment over a toast. The last time we let that Sun Wukong slip away, but this time, we won tea let you escape. They declared, urging him to stay and join their sisterhood. Jiang Ling gazed at them with a knowing smile. At last, your true forms have been revealed. With that, he unleashed his energy and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. 10 minutes later, Spare me. I promise I won't do it again. We set a trap and crept into your bed. Jiang Ling responded impassively. Change back to your human forms. Upon hearing this, the three serpent maidens obediently transformed back, albeit with bruised faces. Jiang Ling produced some rope, a wicked smile curving his lips as he bound them securely. Surveying his handiwork, he rested his chin on his hand, nodding with satisfaction. Do not engage in wrongdoing henceforth. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. With that, he dusted off his hands and departed, leaving behind the three bound beauties. They exchanged glances at their garish bindings. Their cheeks flushed, expressions peculiar. One murmured, "Sister, this binding is so humiliating. This seemingly innocent man has quite the playful side. Oddly enough, I think I might like it." Unbeknownst to Jiang Ling, who had returned to the snake path, the nature of their conversation eluded him. The method of binding was merely a reflexive action derived from an encounter with a stranger. Awakening from his slumber, he felt invigorated, his senses heightened. It was the perfect moment to embark toward Planet King. Previously, he had merely rushed forward in a daze. Now, he was equipped with strategy. Jiang Ling leaped, covering hundreds of meters in a single bound. His speed had escalated to unprecedented levels. Yet, at that moment, a sudden notification startled him, nearly causing him to stumble off the snake path. It was well known that below the snake path lay the abyss. Ding! Good heavens, system, what are you doing? Don't frighten me like that. Jiang Ling steadied himself, annoyance lacing his voice. Ding! Host, the system is now eligible for a level 20 upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Jiang Ling was taken aback by the promptness of the upgrade. After a moment's contemplation, he found himself torn. Logically, upgrades were typically beneficial. However, as a young man of the 21st century, he had witnessed the adverse effects of reverse upgrades with Apple systems. He understood that not all upgrades yield positive results. Oh well, how much worse could it get? Let us upgrade. The system commenced its upgrade, requiring 12 hours before it could be utilized. Jiang Ling was unperturbed, as there was no one nearby to sign in with anyway. The snake path snaked like its namesake, winding above a sea of yellow clouds, with the serpent's head marking the beginning and the tail its end. At that moment, Jiang Ling stood at the tail, gazing up at a diminutive green planet adorned with houses, cars, flowers, and trees. Planet King, the residence of the North King. Soaring into the air, he was drawn toward the planet's gravitational pull. He executed a graceful 360-degree spin before landing smoothly on Planet King. Upon arrival, Jiang Ling felt a gravitational force unlike that of Earth pressing down upon him, 10 times the gravity. As the name implies, it was indeed tenfold the weight of Earth's gravity. However, he was fortunate, having undergone weight training in the Celestial Temple, thus merely feeling a touch of discomfort. It is worth noting that when Sun Wukong first arrived on Planet King, he possessed a combat power of merely 300 to 400. And even while clad in weighted gear, he managed to adapt swiftly. Jiang Ling, with a combat power of 2,000, had little cause for concern. On Planet King, two figures awaited him, the North King and Sun Wukong, accompanied by two pets, a small gorilla and a firefly. Jiang Ling stretched his body, striving to acclimate to the planet's gravity while greeting them. Greetings, North King, Sun Wukong, gorilla, and firefly. The gorilla and firefly acknowledged him with their own names. The North King, hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly. Ah, you must be the one introduced by the Earth's Celestial. He mentioned you. Indeed, I am Jiang Ling. I have come to enhance my abilities under your tutelage. It is commendable for a young man to possess such ambition, the North King praised. Sun Wukong, ever the familiar spirit, chimed in. Hi, I'm Sun Wukong, also sent by the Celestial. We shall train together from now on. Seeing the familiar orange martial arts uniform and the distinctive crab hairstyle of Sun Wukong, Jiang Ling smiled. Though we have not met, I have long admired your reputation. He then silently added, the most renowned saint in the universe. Ah, Sun Wukong scratched his iconic crab head. You know me? Jiang Ling mentioned a name, the world's greatest martial arts tournament. So that's how it is, Sun Wukong realized, connecting the dots. The tournament was widely known on Earth, broadcasted by countless television stations. He had won the championship in his last appearance, making Jiang Ling's recognition of him quite understandable. At that moment, Sun Wukong noticed Jiang Ling's tail and instantly grew wary. Are you a Saiyan? That's one way to put it, Jiang Ling replied, glancing at his conspicuous tail, neither confirming nor denying. Are you a good person or a bad person? Sun Wukong's body tensed, a look of caution in his eyes. Jiang Ling countered, I was sent by the Celestial. What do you think I am? You do have a point. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, allowing his body to relax. A hint of embarrassment graced his features. He had not anticipated this turn of events. The beings introduced by the celestial being could indeed be trusted. The North Kai observed them with a peculiar expression, bemused by the fact that these scions from Earth having been introduced by a celestial entity, did not recognize one another. This left him somewhat speechless. The social dynamics on Earth were undeniably complex. However, it was not his concern. Shaking his head to dispel the gossip from his mind, the North Kai spoke earnestly. Jiang Ling, if you wish to train here, you must tell me a joke that will make me laugh. By the way, my sense of humor is quite highbrow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before responding. Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong agreed to meet on the back mountain, but they both ended up with concussions. Haha, meeting up. Haha. The North Kai could no longer contain himself, clutching his belly as he erupted into hearty laughter. Meeting up? Haha. Concussions, ha? He collapsed to the ground, laughing uncontrollably, rolling about in mirth. The sound of his laughter echoed throughout the entirety of King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong exchanged bewildered glances, both scratching their heads in confusion. Was it truly that amusing? After some time, Jiang Ling had fully acclimated to the tenfold gravity of this realm, while the North Kai, exhausted from laughter, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. It appeared he would not be getting up anytime soon. Jiang Ling approached him and gently patted his shoulder. King Kai? North Kai? Your Excellency? The North Kai, his face still adorned with a silly grin, remained silent, his eyes glazed over. Jiang Ling shook his head and walked to the side to rest. In just a brief moment, Jiang Ling had officially checked in with the North Kai. Now, he turned his attention to the rewards presented by the system. Chapter 9, Check-in 20. Ding, System Update Complete, Version 20 activated. Ding, Check-in successful. Reward, North Kai's Joe Collection. Ding, Version 20 introduces regional check-in functionality, allowing for one-time check-ins in different locations without counting against the daily limit. Upon seeing the rewards, a question mark slowly appeared above Jiang Ling's head. A Joe Collection? The system is quite audacious. However, reflecting on it, the new feature in version 20 was indeed rather intriguing. The capability to check in at different locations meant he could check in on King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling immediately thought of this and silently chanted, check in at King Kai's planet. Ding, host check-in successful. Reward, Kaioken. Not bad, not bad. The system is quite perceptive. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, feeling quite satisfied. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached him. Hey, Jiang Ling, how is everything back on Earth? Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and relayed the news of Krillin and the others training in the Celestial Palace. Sun Wukong continued to inquire, what about my son? Son Gohan and my wife, Chi-Chi? How are they? Mentioning Chi-Chi made Sun Wukong's expression tense. He understood her well. Upon learning of his demise, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly be devastated. But with their son Gohan by her side, she should manage. As for Chi-Chi, I haven't seen her, Jiang Ling replied after a brief pause. Gohan has been taken by Piccolo for training. I see, Sun Wukong mused. Gohan isn't there to keep her company. He scratched his head, troubled about how to face Chi-Chi upon his return. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's quite simple, just make it up to her. Huh, how do I do that? To be honest, whenever Chi-Chi gets angry, I never know what to do. The more I say, the worse it gets. I can only admit my mistakes and wait for her to calm down, Sun Wukong said with a rueful smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling immediately grasped the issue Sun Wukong faced. He simply lacked the ability to sweet talk, had low emotional intelligence, and his mind was all muscle. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling believed Sun Wukong was fortunate to have married a girl who adored him unconditionally and indulged his every whim. Whatever Sun Wukong desired to do, Chi-Chi, despite her reluctance, would eventually relent. You just need to spend time with her, take her shopping or something. Is that so? But then I won't have any time to train, Sun Wukong replied, somewhat conflicted. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in incredulity. Which is more important, family or training? Yes, training is important, but do not make a girl who adores you shoulder all of it. She simply wants your company. After Jiang Ling's earnest counsel, Sun Wukong finally began to comprehend the significance of the matter. In Jiang Ling's view, Chi-Chi's fiery temperament stemmed largely from Sun Wukong's actions. In other timelines, Jiang Ling could not intervene, but in this one, he resolved to take action. A night passed without incident. The following morning, the North Kai finally regained his composure, forcing himself not to dwell on Jiang Ling's joke. Jiang Ling, if you wish to train here, you need to catch bubbles, the North Kai said, adjusting his sunglasses and gesturing towards his small pet monkey. With a swish, Jiang Ling moved swiftly, instantly capturing the not-so-far-off bubbles. He then fixed a steady gaze on the North Kai. Is this acceptable? Sun Wukong was astonished when he first arrived. It had taken him a considerable amount of time to catch bubbles. The process had involved acclimating to the gravity and enhancing his combat prowess, but it was undeniable that it had consumed a significant amount of time. Thus, witnessing Jiang Ling effortlessly capture bubbles led him to conclude that Jiang Ling's combat power was now significantly superior to his own at that time. The North Kai was taken aback, surprised by Jiang Ling's swift adaptation to the gravity. Excellent. Now, let us begin learning the Kaioken. Sun Wukong had already mastered the Kaioken and was currently learning the Spirit Bomb. Wukong, demonstrate the Kaioken. The North Kai turned to Sun Wukong, and Jiang Ling followed suit. Sun Wukong nodded, his expression turning serious. He assumed a fighting stance and shouted, Kaioken. Instantly, a layer of red energy erupted from his skin. A powerful wave of energy radiating from his body, causing the surrounding flora to bow under its force. The Kaioken is a technique I developed that can instantaneously amplify one's ki, physical strength, defense, agility, and speed will all multiply. The North Kai elaborated. But then his expression turned grave. However, if the user lacks control over their ki, their body could be utterly destroyed. Jiang Ling, do you understand? The North Kai turned his gaze to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. He then stood still, unleashing his own aura, a red, translucent flame rising around him, establishing a standoff with Sun Wukong. In terms of aura, they were evenly matched. Hiss! How is this possible? The North Kai was visibly shocked. He had yet to teach Jiang Ling, yet he had seemingly grasped the technique. How can there be such a prodigy in the world? Sun Wukong, who was facing off against Jiang Ling, was also momentarily stunned, but then his expression shifted to one of excitement. This is great, let us spar, just as I intended. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. He could see that Sun Wukong's current combat power was only slightly above his own. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. With a swift whoosh, Sun Wukong, adorned with a vibrant crimson tail flame, charged fervently towards Jiang Ling. A punch was unleashed, its velocity astonishing. Possessing Mr. Popo's expertise, Jiang Ling effortlessly sidestepped this level of assault, merely tilting his head slightly to evade Wukong's strike. Following this, he extended his leg, executing a swift hook to Wukong's calf, causing him to stagger and lose balance. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ling shielded his eyes with both hands and unleashed the solar fist. A blinding radiance erupted, catching the unsuspecting Sun Wukong directly in its glare, disrupting his technique. Jiang Ling capitalized on this moment, unleashing a flurry of consecutive attacks that ultimately led to Sun Wukong's defeat. Wow, Jiang Ling, you are incredible, Sun Wukong exclaimed, seated on the ground, panting heavily. Despite his loss, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Jiang Ling understood his sentiments. To Sun Wukong, having a rival of equal caliber, one who could mutually support and grow alongside him, was essential for a more prosperous journey ahead. Observing the elation on Wukong's face, an unusual thought flickered in Jiang Ling's mind, prompting him to instinctively take a few steps back. Let me be clear, while I am open to sparring with you, I have no interest in anything beyond that. Sun Wukong. North Kai? Chapter 10, A Surprise Attack. Having witnessed Jiang Ling master the Kaioken after a single glance, North Kai mused inwardly. It appears that Jiang Ling possesses the potential to elevate the Kaioken to new heights. 5 times? 10 times? This thought led him to recall a long-held secret technique, the Spirit Bomb. This technique is notoriously challenging to learn. It involves borrowing energy from all living things, coalescing it into a massive spirit bomb capable of inflicting tremendous damage upon malevolent beings. As for whether it could harm those with benevolent hearts, that would depend on the extent of malevolence residing within them. Alright, now that you have grasped the Kaioken, you may learn my ultimate technique. North Kai announced to the two before him. Sun Wukong voiced no objections, as he had come solely for training, willing to learn whatever North Kai deemed fit. Jiang Ling, too, had no qualms. Acquiring additional skills could only serve him well. Furthermore, gaining knowledge in combat would bolster his strength. His aspiration was a leisurely life, accompanied by beautiful companions. Yet, within the Dragon Ball universe, this goal seemed somewhat elusive. Due to his status as a traveler, death meant permanent demise, thus necessitating that he become the strongest to ensure his survival. It is well known that the Earth of Dragon Ball is fraught with calamities. Jiang Ling's current level of combat prowess, while formidable, merely places him among the strongest on Earth at this stage. To emerge as the mightiest in the Dragon Ball realm, he still had a considerable journey ahead. In the ensuing months, Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong endured North Kai's rigorous training regimen. Their growth and strength could be likened to a meteoric rise. Unbeknownst to them, the arrival of Vegeta on Earth was drawing ever closer. One day, following their routine training, Jiang Ling escorted Sun Wukong to North Kai. He found North Kai sprawled on the ground, magnifying glass in hand, engrossed in counting blades of grass. 114511, 114512, 114513, 114514. Lord Kai. Jiang Ling gently cleared his throat, interrupting North Kai's pastime. Oh, it's you, Jiang Ling. Completed your training for the day? Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you. Jiang Ling nodded, continuing, I would like you to ascertain how long until the Saiyans arrive on Earth. This was crucial, for in the original narrative, Sun Wukong returned only on the last day, leading to the Earth warriors suffering heavy casualties while Wukong was yet on his way in the afterlife. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, North Kai rose, brushing off the dirt from his attire. Ah, yes, considering the time, they should be nearing. Let me check. With that, North Kai donned his sunglasses, his antennae twitching slightly as he utilized his abilities to scan the universe for the ships approaching Earth from his dominion in the North Galaxy. Ah, found them. They are approximately a week away from Earth, he declared. A week? Jiang Ling pondered before adding. Then Wukong, and I should prepare to return. Is it truly that urgent? We still have a week. It would not be too late to return once they arrive, North Kai questioned, puzzled. Jiang Ling regarded North Kai with a bemused expression. Do we not need time to return? If we wait until the Saiyans arrive, it will be too late. At this, North Kai slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Oh right, how did I overlook that? Perhaps because you spend your days counting grass, Jiang Ling quipped. Let us not squander any more time. Assist Wukong in contacting the people on Earth so they can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. We must make haste back. Understood. Subsequently, Sun Wukong, through North Kai, reached out to Bulma. On Earth, upon receiving the news, Bulma and her companions immediately retrieved the Dragon Balls they had meticulously gathered and summoned the Eternal Dragon. The once bright and sunny sky abruptly darkened at the dragon's emergence, as if night had fallen. According to a recent report, the sky will remain dark for several minutes. Experts suggest that a planet in space is obscuring the sun. Citizens are advised not to panic. This news broadcast appeared across televisions and mobile devices in households worldwide, all meticulously orchestrated by Bulma's Capsule Corporation. In the Heavenly Temple Square, the Supreme Kai leaned on his staff, with Bubbles by his side, while a cohort of Earth warriors observed the darkened sky. The Supreme Kai's expression bore a hint of concern as he glanced at the warriors who had trained for a year under his guidance. The summoning of the Eternal Dragon signified the impending resurrection of Wukong, implying that the Saiyans were soon to arrive. Wukong is coming back. Really? Hooray! Krillin exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy upon hearing the news. Tenshinhan spoke with unwavering confidence. No need to worry, Supreme Kai. Our training this past year has amplified our strength tenfold. More than sufficient to face the Saiyans. Indeed, I feel capable of taking on 10 versions of my former self. Yamcha added with a grin, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Yajirobe, munching on snacks, shrugged, I think I'll sit this one out. I believe you all can handle it. The group chimed in, their confidence bolstered by their newly acquired strength, unaware of the true power of the Saiyans. Nonsense. The Supreme Kai interjected sternly. You are content with such minimal accomplishments? While I cannot ascertain the full extent of the Saiyans' power, I can assure you they are far superior to all of you. This will be a grueling battle. Could it truly be so? They pondered, apprehensive. The Supreme Kai gazed into the distance, his expression somber. There are always those stronger than ourselves, beyond our comprehension. We can never truly know the extent of an alien's might. In a desolate wilderness on Earth, the ground was pockmarked and scarred, bearing the remnants of fierce battles. Boom, boom, boom. With a powerful thrust, Gohan executed a series of rapid strikes with remarkable speed. Piccolo, maintaining an air of ease, deftly countered Gohan's attacks, occasionally retaliating with unexpected blows. Dozens of exchanges transpired in the blink of an eye. Boom. With a single punch, Piccolo sent Gohan reeling, calling for a pause. He then turned his gaze towards the sky. Gohan's attire bore several significant tears, a testament to a year spent training in the wilderness. His once youthful visage now exuded a resolute demeanor, albeit the remnants of childhood innocence still glimmered within. After all, he was merely 5 years old. Uncle Piccolo, why is the sky darkened? Gohan inquired, stepping closer. Piccolo replied in a somber tone, the Eternal Dragon has been summoned. If all goes as anticipated, he shall resurrect your father. Really? That is wonderful, Gohan exclaimed, his excitement propelling him several feet into the air. Oh yes, Daddy is finally coming back. This is amazing. Piccolo, maintaining his stoic demeanor, cautioned, the enemy is formidable. Do not celebrate prematurely. Understood. I will give my all in battle. Let us resume our training. Gohan nodded emphatically. As he observed Piccolo, he suddenly emulated the playful antics of monkeys in the forest, executing a playful maneuver dubbed Monkey Steals Peach. Surprise. Gohan reached out, only to find, where's the peach? It's gone. Noticing Piccolo's increasingly dark expression, Gohan curiously asked, Aunt Piccolo? Chapter 11. Return to the Heavenly Sanctuary. King Kai's planet. With the Eternal Dragon fulfilling its wish, the halo above Goku's head gradually faded, signifying his resurrection. Now that Goku has returned, we should set off, remarked King Kai. Glancing back at the North Kai, Jiang Ling smiled, addressing him. Goku scratched his head, grinning widely. Goodbye, King Kai. I'll come to visit again if I get the chance. Safe travels. North Kai, donning sunglasses, waved a handkerchief with reluctance. The pet gorilla and fireflies had formed a bond during their time together, standing at North Kai's feet, their expressions tinged with sorrow as they watched their departure. All right. You needn't see us off. We can meet again in the future, right, Goku? Huh. Oh, right. We'll meet again when I die next time. Are you foolish? Can't you see I can come here without dying? Oh, right. Jiang Ling and Goku bid farewell once more to North Kai, their figures gradually fading as they returned to the snake path. Above the snake path, two silhouettes soared through the yellow sea of clouds at a remarkable speed. Beneath their passage, the clouds roiled, creating tumultuous waves. Jiang Ling, let us race to see who arrives first. Huffed. Only children engage in such childish games. Jiang Ling retorted, yet increased his speed slightly. Goku chuckled heartily, closely tailing him, his speed hardly waning. The two pursued each other, blissfully oblivious to the impending crisis of the Saiyan's arrival. Jiang Ling deemed this a moment of relaxation. Only through relaxation could one's strength be optimally harnessed. If one remained perpetually tense, their power would stagnate rather than grow. The balance of work and rest encapsulated this principle. Jiang Ling speculated that Vegeta's perennial status as the second best was due to his relentless tension, always training with the singular aim of surpassing Kakarot. Yet it was this very obsession that prevented him from surpassing the tranquil-minded Kakarot, eternally trailing behind. Suddenly, Jiang Ling spotted an antiquated, charming mansion along the snake path and came to an abrupt halt. Noticing this, Goku also halted abruptly. What's the matter, Jiang Ling? Nothing. Jiang Ling shook his head, instructing, wait for me here. I have a matter to attend to. Jiang Ling entered the mansion, the abode of three enchanting serpentine maidens. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling's return, a palpable fear enveloped them, and their demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Ah, Jiang Ling, you have returned. Would you care for some fruit? Shall I massage your shoulders? Jiang Ling shook his head, gazing at the alluringly beautiful maidens with their captivating figures, a smile gracing his lips as he produced several ropes. Behave yourselves and do not move. Moments later, Jiang Ling surveyed his handiwork with great satisfaction, applauding as he exited. Elder sister, does our master harbor some peculiar quirks? Are you still unaware? The mature maiden rolled her eyes, testing the sturdy ropes binding her. Though you all seem to be enjoying yourselves, calling him master and all. Hee, aren't you the same, sister? After this brief interlude, Jiang Ling and Goku lost their competitive spirit. They ambled along the snake path, engaging in light conversation, which eventually meandered into the topic of family. Goku scratched his head, his expression tinged with unease. During his training on King Kai's planet, such thoughts had not crossed his mind, but now, as he prepared to return home, he suddenly found himself hesitant to face the situation. It's not that I fear Chi-Chi, I simply feel guilty. What's the matter? Jiang Ling inquired, noticing Goku's discomfort. It's nothing. I just don't know how to explain things to Chi-Chi upon returning. Oh, Jiang Ling chuckled. There's no need for any elaborate explanation. A simple kiss between husband and wife will suffice. There's no conflict that a kiss cannot resolve. If there is, then just kiss twice. A kiss? Goku blinked, displaying a look of distaste. Isn't that dirty? Jiang Ling. Have you not been married for several years? Have you never kissed Chi-Chi? What does marriage have to do with it? Goku responded with innocent naivety, leaving Jiang Ling questioning his own sanity. Don't concern yourself with cleanliness. Just do it. And be gentle. All right then. After enduring 6 months of rigorous training, Jiang Ling and Goku had significantly improved their powers, a stark contrast to their former selves. Even without exerting their full strength, they swiftly returned to the beginning of the snake path, making their way to King Yama's office. The Earth's deity awaited them there. Welcome back. The deity regarded them with a look of contentment. Lord Deity, Lord Yama, it has been a while. Jiang Ling and Goku greeted with smiles. It has indeed been a while. I am delighted to see you both return. Yama, clad in a formal suit, nodded. I trust all is well with Lord North Kai? As a disciple of North Kai, it was customary to inquire. Quite well, his culinary offerings remain delightful. And his health is as robust as ever, Jiang Ling replied with a grin. Good to hear. A glimmer of nostalgia passed through Yama's eyes at the mention of North Kai. I wish to visit him, but my duties keep me too occupied. Jiang Ling cast a peculiar glance at Yama's imposing figure. With your size, I doubt North Kai would even allow you on his planet. Lord Yama, we shall take our leave now. After exchanging pleasantries, they were transported back to the heavenly sanctuary through the deity's abilities. Goku inhaled deeply, relishing the familiar air. This familiar atmosphere, the essence of Earth, truly suits me. In the heavenly sanctuary, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Dend, and Yajirobe had gathered, eagerly awaiting their return. With mere days remaining until the Saiyans arrived on Earth, the focus was less on training and more on resting adequately to prepare for the impending battle. Goku, you're finally back. I'm so relieved to see you safe. Goku, my strength has surpassed yours significantly since you last saw me. Jiang Ling, it's good to have you back. I wonder how much stronger you've become. Indeed, when we first met, you were not even close to our level, huh? The group approached, engaging in warm exchanges. In recent days, their prowess has witnessed substantial enhancement compared to a year ago. This remarkable progress has instilled within them a glimmer of hope to vanquish the Saiyans. It's been a while. How have you all been? Goku exclaimed joyfully upon encountering familiar friends. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily and suggested, let's go out for dinner tonight and unwind. At the mention of relaxation, Yamcha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he proposed, relax? Great. I'll take you all to a bar to meet some girls. Perhaps not. I'm content with my dumplings by my side, came the retort. No thanks, women tend to affect my combat efficacy, replied the dumplings. Women? Not interested, added Yajirobe. You would be better off treating us to a meal, Yamcha said with a grin. Jiang Ling observed Yamcha with a bemused expression and earnestly remarked, you do realize. During this time of pursuing women, there's a saying, the kidneys are the source of strength. If your essence is depleted when facing the Saiyans, you'll become weak. And weakness leads to defeat. Stop. No more talk of chasing girls. Yamcha interjected, feeling slightly overwhelmed. He then continued, let us gather together instead, it's on me. Krillin, taken aback, responded, I recall you being a professional baseball player. How can you afford to treat us all? The group turned their curious gazes towards Yamcha, perplexed by his newfound wealth. I have my ways. Yamcha puffed out his chest, his chin held high with a hint of pride. You have no idea how much the bank has stored for me. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Jiang Ling blinked and inquired, if I'm not mistaken, are you implying you took a loan from the bank? What nonsense is this? It's the bank holding my money. Yamcha retorted, eyes wide in defense. The group erupted in laughter, the square filled with a jovial atmosphere. Goku waved his hand with a smile. I appreciate the sentiment, but having just revived, I need to return home for a moment. Oh, I understand. Off you go then. It must be difficult to explain things to Chi-Chi, came the response. Indeed. When you passed away, Chi-Chi was heartbroken. They empathized, emphasizing the importance of family. Goku, remember my words, Jiang Ling added with a wink. Goku nodded, bidding farewell to the group before leaping from the heavenly temple, descending vertically through the sky. In no time, he reached the height of Krillin Tower, where Master Krillin awaited him. Upon Goku's arrival, Krillin tossed a small pouch his way. These are the remaining senzu beans. I trust you with them. Use them sparingly in battle. All right. Thank you, Master Krillin. Goku replied gratefully as he caught the beans, his body still descending. Instead of utilizing the flying Nimbus technique, he called out Nimbus. In response, a vibrant yellow cloud shot forth from the distance, swiftly arriving beneath him to catch him steadily. Good to see you again, old friend. Goku thought cheerfully, sensing the energy around him as he directed the Nimbus towards a particular direction. The yellow cloud traced a long, straight line across the sky. Chapter 12, A Father and Son Reunion. Bang, bang, bang. In a desolate wilderness, two figures, one tall and one short, clashed fiercely before parting ways. The intense energy stirred up clouds of dust. As a gust of wind swept through, the dust settled, revealing Piccolo and Gohan standing opposite each other. Just as Piccolo prepared to strike again, he sensed something, halting abruptly and gazing into the distance. Gohan, do you feel that? Huh, Gohan replied, momentarily taken aback before concentrating to sense the energy. There's a powerful presence approaching us, he said, his expression turning serious. Piccolo nodded, yes, that is Goku's energy. Is it Dad? Gohan's face lit up with excitement. Before Piccolo could respond, a yellow cloud materialized before them, upon which stood a smiling Goku. Hey, how are you two doing? Humph, Piccolo grunted, instead of chatting, you'd be better off training. Gohan, gazing at his father so close, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He rushed into Goku's embrace, his shoulders trembling as tears streamed down his face, seemingly releasing all the grievances of surviving alone in the wilderness. Wah, Dad, I missed you so much. Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's fluffy hair, his heart aching as he realized Gohan was still merely 5 years old. All right, Gohan, I've been watching your training this past year. You've grown into quite a strong young man. Piccolo turned away, unable to bear the sight. Soon enough, Gohan composed himself, lifting his head to meet Goku's gaze. Dad, it's so wonderful to see you again. Likewise, if Piccolo has been bullying you, just tell me, and I'll handle him. Gohan shook his head. No? Piccolo, he hesitated, catching a glimpse of Piccolo's darkening expression, and quickly amended. I mean, Uncle Piccolo has been quite nice to me. Uncle Piccolo? Goku echoed, puzzled. Shut up. Piccolo growled, his face grim. At that moment, Gohan seemed to recall something, exclaiming with excitement, Dad, wait a moment. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Haha. I can't wait to taste it. My Gohan can cook too. Goku beamed with joy. Gohan vanished in a series of leaps, returning shortly thereafter with a large tiger slung over his shoulder. He quickly set about kindling a fire, boiling water, and preparing the ingredients. Goku and Piccolo sat nearby, exchanging casual banter. Thank you for everything this past year, Piccolo, Goku said earnestly. Piccolo, understanding Goku referred to his care and training of Gohan, scoffed lightly. I merely sought to increase our odds against the Saiyans. Still, I appreciate it, Goku smiled, fully aware of Piccolo's stubborn nature. After a moment of silence, Piccolo inquired, how many days until they arrive on Earth? Goku held up 5 fingers, 5 days. Do you have confidence? Uncertain, I'm unaware of the Saiyan's current strength. Piccolo nodded, choosing to remain silent. For a time, only the sounds of Gohan's busyness, the crackling fire, and the bubbling soup filled the air. The aroma of meat gradually wafting through the surroundings. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, it's time to eat. Gohan called out. Piccolo shook his head, indicating he didn't need to eat, as he sustains himself through photosynthesis, synthesizing starch for his daily needs. Gohan presented a bowl of soup to Goku. What is this soup? This is a recipe Jiang Ling taught me, called 10 ingredients tiger bone soup. He said it's very nutritious, and you'll see once you try it. Goku, touched by his son's anticipation, took a hearty sip of the aromatic soup. This is quite delicious. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, what is a tiger whip? Gohan pondered for a moment, responding, it's something found on a tiger's body, though I'm unsure of its name. Jiang Ling mentioned it is called a tiger whip. Wukong paid little heed to this. Subsequently, the father and son duo devoured the roasted tiger meat. As night descended, Wukong expressed his desire to escort Gohan home, only to be met with Piccolo's refusal, who suggested they return a few days later, just before the impending battle. Gohan concurred. Having grown considerably stronger during their year in the wilderness, no longer the delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. At the heavenly temple, after Wukong's departure, Jiang Ling also took his leave, guiding everyone to a picturesque location in the wild. The verdant forest was alive with greenery, and a gentle stream babbled nearby. Jiang Ling released a capsule, which, with a resounding pop, manifested a semicircular house upon the ground. Satisfied with the surroundings, he decided to establish a home there. Before long, the group had set up the barbecue equipment and supplies, and the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. The enthusiasm for gathering together to celebrate was palpable, and Jiang Ling had even summoned Bulma to join them. As the atmosphere grew lively, Yamcha glanced around and noticed something was amiss. Isn't there any alcohol? Drinking soda just doesn't cut it. Jiang Ling chuckled, having anticipated Yamcha's desire for a drink. He promptly retrieved 2 crates of beer from the capsule. Is this all? Yamcha expressed disappointment. We'll see after we've finished. Hey, do you underestimate your brother? After several rounds of drinking, it became evident that 2 crates of beer were insufficient for the group. Jiang Ling, we're running low on beer. Do we have any more? Yes, just a moment. Jiang Ling replied. Soon, Bulma arrived piloting a flying ship, tossing 2 capsules to Jiang Ling. Here are the 2 crates of beer you wanted. Jiang Ling nodded with a smile. Yamcha, overhearing, exaggeratedly exclaimed, only 2 crates? That's far too little to drink. Not enough? Jiang Ling replied. I could finish that all by myself. At this, Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, challenging. If you can drink it all, I'll acknowledge you as my older brother. If not, you must recognize me as your older brother. Do you dare? Yamcha scoffed. What is to fear? I'll definitely take that title. Ha. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with unspoken meaning. The surrounding crowd, reveling in the unfolding drama, cheered on, eager to serve as witnesses to ensure neither party would back down. With a smirk, Jiang Ling replied, all right, it's settled. He then tossed 2 capsules into the air. And in the next moment, elongated containers appeared before them, filled to the brim with crates of beer. The crowd was taken aback. Whoa, these are containers. Incredible. You truly delivered, Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling grinned mischievously at Yamcha. Drink up, I'll be watching. Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. But you said 2 crates. Indeed. Containers count as crates, don't they? Jiang Ling feigned innocence, while Bulma struggled to suppress her laughter. Ultimately, Yamcha had no choice but to begrudgingly accept Jiang Ling as his older brother. Call me brother. Louder. Brother. I can't hear you. Brother. Oh. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. The group erupted in laughter, united in their acknowledgement of this bond. Chapter 13. Kiki's Longing at Baozi Mountain. The abode of Sun Wukong and Kiki, the night sky sparkled with stars, and moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Kiki. In her hands, she held a picture frame containing a photograph of their family of 3. As she caressed the images of Wukong and Gohan, her eyes shimmered with longing. Wukong, Gohan, it's been a year. I miss you both dearly. How have you been? When will you return? Kiki murmured softly to herself, her head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Hearing the sound, Kiki composed herself and glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was 10 o'clock. She wondered who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour. Unperturbed by potential threats, she rose, knowing she possessed the strength to fend off any normal assailant. As she approached the door, she called out, "Who is it, at this late hour?" Before she could finish her sentence, she beheld son Wukong standing outside. Upon seeing his familiar, kind visage, she instinctively covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Whoa, Wukong, you finally returned." In an instant, she was overwhelmed with emotion, her face glistening with tears. Fearing that if she reached out, he might vanish, she hesitated. Wukong enveloped her in his embrace, exhaling a heavy sigh, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "Kiki, I'm so sorry. I promise I won't leave you for so long again." Feeling the warmth of his robust chest, Kiki knew in that moment that her beloved husband had truly returned. After what felt like an eternity, Kiki finally managed to stem her tears. She looked up at Wukong, her large eyes glistening with affection, evoking a protective instinct within him. Wukong's gaze fixated on Kiki's lips, and an overwhelming desire surged within him. Without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her. Their breaths mingled, lips brushing against one another. A rosy hue blossomed on Kiki's cheeks, having never kissed before. She instinctively punched Wukong's chest, wanting to retreat, yet he held her tightly in his strong embrace, making escape impossible. Gradually, she softened against him. Wukong, having a hearty appetite, had long digested the nourishing tiger whip soup Gohan had prepared. At that moment, as he kissed Kiki, his breaths grew heavier, a fervent longing igniting within him. Unwilling to part, Kiki sensed the shift, her complexion flushing, a flicker of anticipation stirring within her. In their 5 years of marriage, they had only shared intimacy once. On their wedding night, when Wukong, having indulged in a drink, fell asleep, leading to Gohan's conception. In the years that followed, Wukong's innocence and lack of romantic understanding had left their marital life unfulfilled. Kiki had intended to teach him the nuances of their relationship, but after Wukong's confrontation with Raditz, which culminated in his demise, they had been separated for a year until this moment. "Wukong, I don't know what is happening. It's all right. I'll teach you. Carry me to the bedroom." All right. From the scenic landscapes of Jiangnan to the enigmatic southern borders, from soft sandy beaches to the northern vistas, this night was destined to be sleepless. The sound-activated lights in the Baozi Mountain residence illuminated throughout the night, creating a beautiful tableau that mirrored the stars above. Meanwhile, the barbecue party continued into the night. Jiang Ling awoke in the morning on the bed of the house, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples. He had indulged a bit too much with his friends the previous night and had no recollection of how he had fallen asleep. Glancing down, he realized he was clad only in boxers, and his body was protesting. Recalling the fragments of the previous night, scattered memories began to surface in his mind. It appears that Bulma was helping herself back to her house, emboldened, perhaps, by the effects of alcohol. She reached out to caress Bulma's cheek as she confessed her feelings, and even ventured to touch places that were inappropriate. Jiang Ling glanced at his right hand, standing frozen in place, wishing he could slap himself twice. How could a typically serious person let loose after having a drink? Jiang Ling admitted to himself that he harbored feelings for Bulma. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a stunning beauty, blessed with both allure and intellect? Yet, he never anticipated confessing under such circumstances. Surely, this wouldn't leave a negative impression on Bulma, would it? Jiang Ling felt a slight headache forming. Rising from the bed, he exited the house. The scene outside was chaotic. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others lay scattered across the ground, empty beer bottles strewn about, creating a scene akin to a disarrayed stew. Krillin's toes were amusingly inserted into Yamcha's nostrils, while he held a half-finished beer in hand, adopting a rather comical posture. Among this crowd, there was no sign of Bulma, indicating she must have returned home last night. Jiang Ling scratched his somewhat disheveled hair, his body soaring into the air toward the nearby stream. The water flowed gently, crystal clear. He splashed his face to tidy himself up. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself, the impulse striking him with unrelenting force. Without a second thought, he unfastened his restraints and let go into the stream before him. He had no intention of polluting the environment, but the urgency was too great. The sound of rushing water filled the air as a small rainbow appeared. A look of comfort washed over Jiang Ling's face as he savored the moment. Eventually, he concealed his tools of the act within his pants, ensuring they wouldn't cause any environmental harm for the time being. He then flew back to the original location of the house. Noticing that everyone had already risen, Krillin was washing up by the stream. Ling observed him with a peculiar expression. If he recalled correctly, his previous position had been upstream. After some contemplation, he decided it was best not to inform Krillin, lest he harbor any resentment toward him. With the Saiyans arriving in a few days, where did they wish to go next? Tien pondered for a moment, suggesting they find a place to continue their training while awaiting the enemy's arrival. He turned to Kaiatsu and asked, "What do you think, Kaiatsu?" Kaiatsu nodded, indicating he would follow Tien wherever he went. Ling smiled slightly, noting the unbreakable bond between the two. "And Yamcha?" he inquired. Yamcha shrugged in response. "I think I'll take a break and prepare myself for the battle ahead." Krillin, having finished washing up, approached with a smile. "I'm heading back to Master Roshi's. As for me, I don't know. Just don't worry about it. I'll show up when the time comes." Yajirobe, seemingly from nowhere, produced a bag of snacks and began munching away. "All right then, I won't keep you from your tea. When you leave, please take the trash with you," Ling said, yawning as he turned and entered the room, closing the door behind him, leaving the group to stare at the post-party chaos, disarrayed by the wind. Back in his room, Ling accessed the system, contemplating the new skill rewarded from the location check-in function he had acquired yesterday at the Temple of the Gods. Possession. This skill allows the user to possess any target within a kilometer, with success rate and duration depending on the target's strength. As the name suggests, the functionality is clear. The gods had previously used this ability to inhabit the bodies of ordinary individuals to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, he questioned its usefulness. Ling deemed it unnecessary. Weak opponents could be dealt with easily, while powerful adversaries might render the possession ineffective. It seemed rather lackluster. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that having a plethora of skills could never be detrimental. Even the most trivial abilities might find their purpose eventually. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. Picking it up, he saw it was from Bulma. "Bulma, are you up yet?" Upon reading her greeting, Ling suddenly found himself at a loss for how to respond. After all, he had confessed while under the influence of alcohol the previous night, and had even crossed the boundaries of friendship by touching her chest. If he left an unsavory impression in Bulma's mind, that would be unfortunate. He had always been a model student, celebrated for his exemplary behavior. Should he apologize? Ling hesitated, but another message from Bulma popped up. "If you're awake, come over to my house. I have a prototype of the gravity device you mentioned yesterday. Come try it out." Seeing this message, Ling's eyes brightened. He had casually mentioned the gravity training system yesterday, and here was an opportunity. "I'm awake. I'll be there shortly," he quickly replied before soaring into the sky, heading toward West City. An hour later, as he gazed down at the bustling metropolis of West City, he marveled at its splendor. Without needing to refer to the address Bulma had sent him, he spotted the large white building at the city's center, prominently displaying the Capsule Corporation logo. Such a conspicuous structure could only belong to Bulma's family, being the most powerful company on Earth. Descending into the courtyard, Ling noticed a beautiful woman, devoid of any wrinkles, cheerfully watering flowers while humming a tune, clearly in high spirits. Recognizing her as Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, whose real name was Bunny, Ling was greeted with a warm smile. "Hello there, handsome. What brings you here?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ling responded politely, "Hello, Mrs. Brief. I'm a friend of Bulma's, here to see her." "Oh." Mrs. Brief scrutinized him with satisfaction, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "You must be Bulma's new boyfriend, yes?" Upon hearing this, Ling quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand, ma'am." Just then, Bulma sped onto the scene in her small electric vehicle, exclaiming loudly, "Mom, don't say that. Ling is my friend." "That's right. That's exactly what Bulma said." Ling quickly chimed in. "Oh." Mrs. Brief seemed even more delighted by this. She linked her arm through Ling's, grinning as she asked, "Then, handsome, would you like to accompany me on a shopping trip?" Ling stiffened, casting a pleading glance at Bulma. "Mom, please don't. Ling has business with me," Bulma said helplessly, clearly inheriting her mother's penchant for handsome men. However, she wasn't as open-minded, unlike her mother, who approached handsome boys with unabashed enthusiasm. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Mrs. Brief covered her mouth, chuckling softly. "You're quite protective of him, yet you claim he's not your boyfriend." "Mom." Bulma placed her hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing slightly. All right. I won't interrupt you two any longer. I'm off to shop." With a smile, Mrs. Brief departed, leaving the two behind. Once her mother was gone, Bulma turned to Ling and said, "Don't mind her. That's just how my mom is." Ling waved his hand, smiling to reassure her that it was no bother. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us head to the lab." Sure. Due to the spacious nature of Bulma's residence, an electric vehicle was necessary for transportation. Jiang Ling took a seat on the back of Bulma's electric scooter as they made their way towards the laboratory. Bulma piloted the vehicle while Jiang Ling wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The sensation of her touch and the faint fragrance that wafted into his nostrils left him somewhat distracted. This was hardly surprising. As the leading lady of Dragon Ball, Bulma possessed an enviable figure and striking beauty, complemented by her status as a top-tier scientist and a genius in her field. Who could possibly remain unmoved? Jiang Ling's expression shifted, and he quietly acknowledged his feelings. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Mastery of mechanical modifications. With the aid of the electric vehicle, they soon arrived at the laboratory. Bulma retrieved a machine from within, stating, "This is it. When I was younger, my father, Dr. Brief, acquired the technology for gravity from others and created this prototype." The machine appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet Jiang Ling was unconcerned, as long as it was functional. That was all that mattered. "Bulma, shall we test it?" he inquired. She nodded, then guided Jiang Ling on how to operate the machine. Beep. 5 times gravity activated. In an instant, Bulma was pinned to the ground by the force of the gravity. Realizing the situation, Jiang Ling hastily shut off the machine and helped Bulma to her feet, scratching his head with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry, Bulma. I was too eager to test it and forgot to consider your experience." Bulma gazed at him with a hint of reproach, sighed, and replied, "It's fine. Just wait until I'm a bit further away before activating it again." With that, she hurried to a safe distance. Once she was beyond the gravitational influence, Jiang Ling reactivated the machine. 5 times gravity. After feeling the effect, he proceeded to warm up with various exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, and even a complete set of the 8th broadcast gymnastics. Each movement felt effortless, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Having long acclimated to the 10 times gravity of King Kai's planet, the current 5 times gravity was childish play for him. Suddenly, Jiang Ling felt an unexpected weight as the gravity intensified dramatically. Taken aback, he glanced at the machine, which ominously displayed 20 times gravity. Quickly, he disabled the gravity effect and explained the situation to Bulma as she approached. "The gravity effect from this machine works fine, but there may be an issue with the internal system. It automatically jumped to 20 times gravity." Upon hearing this, Bulma conducted a quick inspection and identified the cause. "This machine is quite old. After all, it was created 20 years ago. The system and hardware require an upgrade and some modifications. I estimate it will take a day. Could you return tomorrow?" Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling observed the machine, his newfound mastery of mechanical modifications sparking a multitude of ideas in his mind. After a brief pause, he declared, "I'll stay and assist you." "Are you sure you can manage?" Bulma asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. As the upcoming tasks involved mechanical knowledge she believed Jiang Ling lacked. However, as he deftly manipulated the workstation and skillfully wielded various tools, she could hardly conceal her astonishment. A formidable force capable of frontline combat, yet equally adept at logistics. Could this be the essence of an all-rounder? "I can't handle system adjustments. You take the lead," Jiang Ling said, settling at the workstation to modify the machine. Bulma, taking a seat beside him, adopted a serious demeanor and became fully engrossed in fine-tuning parameters on her computer. Their collaboration was seamless, as if they had been partners for ages. An hour later, Bulma stretched her body, fatigue from prolonged work beginning to set in. Turning to glance at Jiang Ling's profile, she found herself captivated by his focused expression. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, when she had assisted the inebriated Jiang Ling to bed. Alone together in a room, the atmosphere had sparked a daring impulse, leading her to gently touch his abdominal muscles. In a daze, he had grasped her hand and confessed his feelings, their combined momentum resulting in a tumble onto the bed, where he inadvertently fell asleep with his hand resting upon her chest. Reflecting on this, Bulma felt her cheeks flush and playfully stuck out her tongue. At that moment, Jiang Ling sensed her gaze and turned to find Bulma blushing. "Why the rosy cheeks?" he teased. Another hour passed, and a brand new gravity machine was completed, with parameters stabilized through Bulma's adjustments, ensuring no further sudden fluctuations in gravity. Jiang Ling carefully placed the machine into a designated room, mirroring the gravity training chamber from the original story, and even equipped it with a large screen for simultaneous exercise and entertainment. He was thoroughly pleased with the arrangement. "Bulma, I currently lack the funds to pay you. I'll owe you for now and settle up later." Upon hearing this, Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "No need. The costs are minimal." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and insisted, "I must compensate you. It pertains to my male dignity. How about you offer yourself in return?" Bulma. After acquiring the training chamber, Jiang Ling returned to his residence, the same place they had celebrated the previous night. He resolved to reside there henceforth. With babbling brooks and flourishing greenery, the solitude was perfect for someone of his leisurely disposition. Entering the gravity training chamber, he activated the machine. setting it to 20 times gravity. A sudden weight bore down upon him. He moved his body, producing a series of cracking sounds. Vegeta, I eagerly await your arrival. A smirk played at the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth as he embarked on a new round of training. Unbeknownst to him, the day of Vegeta's arrival had arrived. Two sleek, white, circular single-pod spaceships descended from the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere without a moment's pause, hurtling directly towards the planet. In the bustling metropolis of North City, which rivaled West City, the inhabitants went about their daily lives until suddenly, someone pointed skyward and shouted, "What is that?" Something is falling from the sky. Panic ensued as people looked up. Cries of alarm erupted. Some wept, others trembled in fear, and a few lamented, even taking to their phones to live stream the unfolding chaos. It looks like a meteor. I think the apocalypse is upon us. The world is ending, Mom. Help. I haven't even confessed to my boyfriend yet. Folks, this is the scene in North City, where you can see two spaceships streaking through the sky, descending at a rapid pace toward the city. With a thunderous crash, the ground was left with two massive craters. Those don't seem like meteors, someone noted. They're round and white. Could they be UFOs? As discussions swirled, the two spaceships emitted a hissing sound as their hatches slowly opened. Emerging from within were two figures. One tall and robust, the other short and slight, both clad in eccentric attire, with a device resembling glasses affixed to the tall one's right eye. The towering, muscular man, bald and brawny, was known as Naba. The shorter individual was Prince Vegeta, a Saiyan, whose height barely reached Naba's abdomen. Despite his diminutive stature, his hair was styled upwards into sharp points, accentuating his high hairline. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the nearby crowd, nonchalantly digging at his ear, his lips curling into a sneer. "Naba, these ants are rather noisy," he remarked. The towering figure scratched his shiny bald head and grinned. "Your Highness Vegeta, I'll take care of it at once." With that, Naba surveyed the throng around them and suddenly unleashed a ferocious wave of energy, a blinding light radiating from him, enveloping the crowd and the entire city in its wake. Boom. As the dazzling brilliance faded, what had once been a bustling metropolis was reduced to rubble. The inhabitants turned to ash without uttering a single cry. "Naba, you've squandered energy, yet I find myself quite pleased with your approach." Vegeta nodded in approval while hovering in the air. Naba scratched his head with a chuckle. "The remaining energy will suffice to deal with Kakarot and the others. Consider it mere sport. Indeed, we must seek those individuals and demand they surrender the Dragon Balls. The wish for immortality cannot be delayed," Vegeta declared. Pressing a hand against the device on his right eye, the instrument beeped twice, eliciting a laugh from Vegeta. "Is this it? The highest battle power on this planet barely reaches a few hundred. Let us proceed to eliminate them and seize the Dragon Balls, lest we prolong our troubles." Naba hesitated momentarily, then inquired, "What about Kakarot? That traitor? If he does not repent, then there shall be no mercy. He must be eliminated," Vegeta scoffed coldly. The two then soared into the sky, heading towards the location indicated by the power detector. Chapter 16. The Gathering of All at the Baozi Mountain. Son Goku returned home, hoisting a wild beast. "Tonight's dinner. Chi-Chi, I'm back," he called as he opened the door, where Chi-Chi emerged, clad in a cheongsam that elegantly accentuated her figure. Her expression was notably gentler than usual, devoid of the usual irritability. Her lively eyes blinked, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, a warmth that had been absent even during their 5 years of marriage. "You're back. You must be tired. Please rest while I prepare dinner," she said, tenderly wiping the sweat from Goku's brow. She then called out to Goten, "Goten, come help your father with the ingredients so he can take a break." Goten had returned home just a couple of days ago, after being brought back by Piccolo. After all, no one knew how formidable the enemy might be, so it was good for the family to gather together. Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit unaccustomed to Chi-Chi's newfound warmth. "Mom, I feel like you've changed." Goten looked up, his innocent eyes blinking. "Oh, in what way?" Chi-Chi inquired, intrigued. "Well, your temper seems to have improved a lot," Goten replied with childlike simplicity. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent. It wouldn't do to mention that Goku's obliviousness over the years had contributed to her growing frustration. "What are you talking about?" Goku chuckled, ruffling Goten's hair. "Mom is still the same mom. She hasn't changed at all." "Oh," Goten murmured, rubbing his head. Chi-Chi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. The family enjoyed a moment of warmth at the door when suddenly, Goku's expression shifted. He looked up towards the distance, sensing two powerful auras. Goten, busy with the ingredients, also paused, sensing the immense power. The two exchanged glances. "Chi-Chi, I need to head out. Goten will come with me. You stay here and wait for our return." Chi-Chi, concerned, asked, "Is it about that matter you mentioned a few days ago? Is the enemy coming?" Goten Shuntigo. Goten, hearing this, replied earnestly, "Mom, please let me go. I want to do my part to protect the Earth." "Yes, Chi-Chi, I promise Goten will be safe, Goku assured. I truly can't believe you too. Just be careful and return safely, Chi-Chi sighed, understanding Goku's nature. Despite his carefree demeanor, once he set his mind on something, he was as stubborn as a mule. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. With that, the duo, father and son, launched into the sky, soaring towards the horizon. In a picturesque wilderness, Jiang Ling stepped out of the gravity training chamber, a white towel draped around his neck, wiping the sweat from his brow. His upper body was bare, revealing well-defined muscles. A perfect physique that showcased his 8-pack abs, an exemplar of the adage that clothes can conceal but cannot hide strength. At last, Vegeta has arrived. My half-year of relentless training was all for this. Please do not disappoint me, Jiang Ling declared, his eyes filled with fierce determination as he gazed into the distance. On a remote mountain peak, Piccolo sat cross-legged, draped in a white cloak. Sensing an approaching aura, his gaze sharpened with intensity. He suddenly launched himself forward, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms, his speed rendering him nearly invisible to the naked eye. At Kame House, Krillin donned his martial arts uniform. Fastening his belt as he prepared to leave, Master Roshi stepped out to see him off. If you find yourself outmatched, just run. I'll be awaiting your good news. All right, Krillin affirmed, launching into the air towards the source of the energy he sensed. Master Roshi, Old Turtle, and Launch watched him depart. In a vast desert landscape, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu appeared from nowhere, just as the Saiyans approached them. Yamcha observed the contrasting heights of the two figures, noting the tails entwined around their waists. You must be the Saiyans. Your energy is powerful, and the tails confirm it. Hearing this, Naba turned to Vegeta. Your Highness Vegeta, allow me to handle these insects. Lest you soil your hands. Go ahead, Vegeta waved dismissively. To him, these feeble foes were merely insects, unworthy of his royal Saiyan hands. Naba grinned wickedly. You're the warriors of Earth, I presume? Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I can ensure your deaths are painless. Otherwise, I could crush you with a mere finger. Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They recognized the truth in the bald Saiyan's words. They could sense the vast gap in power between themselves and these two Saiyans. Damn it. Even after a year of training at the sacred world of the Kais, the disparity in strength remains so great. Let us buy some time. I can feel Goku and the others are on their way. Indeed. Let us test the results of our training over this past year. They all nodded in unison. Half a year prior, when Jiang Ling had arrived at the sacred world of the Kais, he had advised them to practice their teamwork to achieve a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. They had heeded his advice. And now it was time to put it to the test. With a swift motion, the three of them spread out, subtly encircling Naba. Three individuals advanced together, displaying considerable intelligence. However, Nappa shook his head, remarking that ultimately, ants remain ants. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's expression turned grave as he assumed a battle stance. In an instant, a semi-transparent aura erupted from his body. Behind him, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, according to the power level scanner. Yamcha's combat strength had astonishingly surged from 200 to 1500 points. Earthlings possessed the ability to suppress their ki, entering a combat state before unleashing their energy. Drawing on his own experience, Vegeta quickly concluded that this level of power posed little threat to Nappa, whose might stood at an impressive 4,000. With a swift motion, Yamcha vanished, reappearing behind Nappa, delivering a powerful punch. The impact was anticipated, as Nappa effortlessly blocked the attack. His reflexes far surpassing Yamcha's given the vast disparity in their strengths. Realizing his first strike had failed, Yamcha raised his hand, unleashing the Wolf-Fang fist. His fist seemed to carry the ferocity of a wolf king, creating multiple afterimages as he struck toward Nappa. Yet, Nappa easily deflected the barrage with his robust arms. His demeanor relaxed and utterly unfazed. Have you finished? Now it's my turn. Nappa seized Yamcha's fist, and with his other hand balled into a fist. He delivered a crushing blow to Yamcha's abdomen. Yamcha cried out in agony, sent flying and landing heavily on the ground nearby. Although it appeared they had been engaged for quite some time, in reality, it had been but a brief moment, and Yamcha was already injured, even before Tien and Kaiatsu could make their move. Yamcha, are you okay, Yamcha? Tien and Kaiatsu shouted in unison. I'm fine, I can still fight, ugh. It hurts so much. Yamcha groaned as he clutched his stomach and struggled to rise, his expression pained. Hey, you foolish bald-headed brute, that was merely a warm-up. Now let me show you my ultimate technique. Yamcha bellowed, his hands gathering energy into a blinding sphere. Beep, beep. Vegeta observed the data on the power level scanner, his eyes widening in astonishment. The combat power had increased once more. Chapter 17, Cooperation. Whoosh. The dazzling energy sphere shot directly towards Nappa, who merely sidestepped, evading the attack. Futile effort. Our differences are too great. You cannot hit me, Nappa taunted. Oh, is that so? Yamcha smirked, spirit bomb. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the previously dodged energy sphere curved mid-air, hurtling back toward Nappa. Clever, but alas. I told you, you cannot hit me. Nappa shook his head, preparing to dodge once again, but heard Yamcha shout, Kaiatsu, now's your chance. In an instant, Nappa's body froze. Momentarily immobilized, and in the next moment, as he broke free, the spirit bomb struck him. Boom. The energy exploded, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Did it succeed? Kaiatsu asked, peering through the haze. Just moments ago, he had used his telekinetic abilities to momentarily immobilize Nappa, albeit for just an instant. I doubt it. Yamcha replied, his face serious as he looked up at the figure emerging from the smoke, silently hoping for a miracle. As the dust settled, Nappa stood unharmed. With only a few tears in his clothing. Nappa, please end this, Vegeta yawned, having lost patience with the display. Very well, Prince Vegeta, Nappa replied. But then another series of beeping sounds erupted. Vegeta's gaze snapped back to the power level scanner, eyes widening in disbelief. Another surge of energy skyrocketed. 300, 700, 1,000, 3,000. 4,000. Vegeta turned sharply to Tien, who had not yet joined the fray. There he was, suspended in the air, his hands forming a frame before his chest. Aiming at Nappa. Nappa, you fool, get out of the way, Vegeta shouted. In the next moment, Tien's ultimate technique was ready, and he shouted, Kikaho. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Nappa. Boom. The arena erupted in a violent explosion, and Tien, having exhausted all his strength, plummeted from the sky, only for Kaiatsu to catch him. What happened? The trio turned to where Nappa had stood, only to find a deep, square-shaped crater in the ground. Nappa, however, stood at the edge of the crater, sweat dripping from his bald head, a look of lingering fear upon his face. He had narrowly avoided the attack. Thanks to Vegeta's warning. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu's faces turned pale. After all they had done, could they still not defeat him? An ant possesses the strength to threaten my life. This is unforgivable. Nappa's expression hardened, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed a blinding light from his mouth aimed at Yamcha and the others. Alarm bells rang in their minds, their pupils dilating in terror. Yamcha was injured. Tien was exhausted, and Kaiatsu struggled to support Tien. As they contemplated escape, they realized they were utterly powerless. Were they truly destined to perish here? Despair gripped their hearts. Buzz. A humming sound filled the air. A rapidly spinning, flat, disc-shaped energy sliced through Nappa's body, cleaving him in two. Ugh. Nappa's eyes widened in shock. And the energy blast he had yet to release detonated within him. Boom. The violent explosion shattered his body into fragments. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, along with Vegeta, stood dumbfounded, all eyes turning toward the source of the attack. A bald young man with a gleaming head soared toward them. Upon recognizing him, Yamcha and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Krillin, thank goodness you made it. Yamcha exclaimed joyfully. Looks like I arrived just in time, Krillin said, scratching his nose with a grin. Humph. Vegeta glanced at Nappa's former position, scoffing, useless trash, defeated by mere ants. He then removed the power level scanner from his eye and discarded it, crushing it underfoot. This device proved useless against foes who could suppress their ki or temporarily amplify their strength, and it hindered his assessment of the battle. Vegeta decided to destroy it. Deeming it worthless, he then turned to the Earth Warriors. I'll give you one last chance, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may consider granting you a painless death. Hearing this, the group snapped back to reality from their earlier triumph over Nappa, falling into silence. Krillin clenched his teeth and fists, declaring, Evil Saiyan, we will never submit. Very well, then don't say I didn't warn you, Vegeta sneered. After I kill you, I will capture your friends and slay them one by one until you surrender the Dragon Balls. With that, Vegeta gathered a sphere of energy in his hand. Krillin gasped, sensing the terrifying power contained within. Vegeta wasted no breath. He hurled the energy sphere forward. Should it strike them? It was all too clear that they would be reduced to ashes, vanishing from this world. Mafuba. From another direction, a formidable energy surged forth, intertwining with the energy blast emitted by Vegeta, resulting in a violent collision mid-air. Boom. Rock shattered, and soil was sent spiraling into the air, as if the entire world had been engulfed in an explosion. The terrifying shockwave produced by this clash of energies hurled Krillin and the others a short distance away. Who is that? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of surprise. The energy blast he had just carelessly unleashed was not something an Earthling could withstand. He focused his gaze, and from the swirling clouds of dust, a tall figure with green skin emerged. The future ruler of Earth, Piccolo, with an air of indifference. Piccolo's white cloak billowed in the wind. Turning his head, he addressed Krillin and the others coldly. You need to leave quickly. Do not hinder me here. What did you say? Yamcha, enraged at the remark, moved to confront him, but Krillin managed to restrain him in time. Calm down, Yamcha. For my sake. Let us retreat for now. We can leave this to Piccolo. Yamcha was the type to heed advice, primarily because he believed he stood no chance against Piccolo. They then prepared to withdraw, moving to a safe distance for observation. However, Vegeta would not allow them to leave so easily. Permitting their escape would be tantamount to slapping his own face after his earlier proclamation. As a proud Saiyan prince, he would never allow such a situation to transpire. With a darkened expression, Vegeta glared at Piccolo, who stood in his path, and in an instant, he dashed forward, delivering a swift kick. The speed was astonishing. Piccolo had no time to evade and could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block the blow. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Boom. The overwhelming force sent Piccolo hurtling backward like a cannonball, his feet carving a deep trench into the ground. He only came to a halt upon crashing into a rocky pillar, which promptly collapsed, burying him beneath the rubble. Piccolo. How could even he be defeated in a single strike? This is infuriating. Despair washed over the others as they contemplated the situation. If Piccolo, who was so powerful, could be felled so easily, how much stronger could Goku and Ling possibly be? After merely a year of training, they stood no chance. Now that the troublesome figure had been eliminated, it was your turn. Vegeta sneered, raising his hands as two energy orbs, brimming with terrifying might, coalesced in his palms. Krillin and the others were certain that being struck by either of those orbs would be enough to obliterate them into nothingness. There was no hope of resistance. Chapter 18, we arrived too late. Whoosh whoosh. Vegeta hurled the energy orbs, one aimed at Krillin and the other directed at the fate-uncertain Piccolo. A smirk crept onto Vegeta's lips. If all went according to plan, the next moment would surely reveal a spectacular display of fireworks. Suddenly, two crimson streaks zipped in from the distance, arriving on the scene in an instant, perfectly positioned to intercept the energy blasts. Bang bang. The two energy orbs detonated, sending a cloud of debris into the air. Krillin and the others watched the dust anxiously. Who? Vegeta furrowed his brow. What is happening today? Every time a critical moment arises, someone interrupts. As the dust gradually settled, the blazing figures of Ling and Son Goku emerged. Thank goodness, you finally made it. We were nearly obliterated. The Saiyan is overwhelmingly strong, and even Piccolo was no match. Krillin exclaimed, filled with excitement. On the battlefield, Goku and Ling's arrival signaled that the fight was about to escalate. Meanwhile, back at Bulma's home in West City, she learned from the television about the complete devastation of North City. The Saiyans are incredibly powerful, capable of annihilating an entire city in an instant, Bulma thought with concern. She wondered whether Goku and the others could defeat the Saiyans, especially since Ling was new and presumably weaker. She worried for his safety. Bulma recalled Ling. Although she had known him for a shorter time than Goku and the others, the impression he left on her was unparalleled. It was as if they were two magnets, irresistibly drawn to one another. At that moment, the news coverage of North City caught her attention as the reporter discovered two white spheres. Inconceivable. What kind of power could have reduced North City to this? Not even a nuclear bomb could achieve such devastation. Oh my God, look what we have found. Two unidentified spheres. The two spheres stood out starkly amidst the desolation. The reporter's exclamations soon attracted the attention of government officials, who were baffled and unable to comprehend the nature of the spheres. Just then, a rotund figure appeared on screen, with unruly hair and a sword at his waist. Upon his entrance, the figure proclaimed, I know the origin of these two spheres. The reporter immediately inquired, Oh, who are you? Can you enlighten us? I am Yachirobe, and these two spheres are spaceships. Yachirobe asserted confidently. The reporter and the official's eyes lit up, their excitement palpable. If this were true, it would be explosive news indeed. Spaceships? How do you know that? What is their origin? The crowd clamored with questions. Yachirobe smirked, unperturbed, and replied, I happen to be a bit hungry. What to do? What are you saying? How can you be hungry at a time like this? Come on, let us get in the car. I'll treat you. The reporter proclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado. Watching the scene unfold on television, Bulma could only shake her head in disbelief. Is this really happening? Yachirobe is quite the character. On the battlefield, Ling smiled slightly. I apologize for the delay. Goku and I live quite far from here. Thank you for your efforts, Son Goku nodded, then released his Kaioken state, the red aura dissipating as he returned to normal. He produced two Senzu beans, handing one each to Yamcha and Tien. Eat these and leave quickly, far away. This battle is beyond your capabilities. Yamcha and Tien shook their heads, refusing to take them. It would be futile for us. They would be of no use. You and Ling need the Senzu beans more. They stood resolute, and before Goku could insist further, with Krillin and Kairatsu's assistance, they vacated the battlefield. Ling, with a thought, also dispelled his Kaioken state. Glancing at Vegeta, silently critiquing, he is quite short, slightly taller than bald-headed Krillin. About the same height as Bulma. At that moment, another figure flew in from behind, Son Gohan, arriving a tad late. Jiang Ling pointed to the rubble where Piccolo was buried. Gohan, Piccolo is trapped under there, please lend a hand. Hearing this, Gohan gasped, Uncle Piccolo, and began the arduous task of digging him out from the debris. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Piccolo still had a faint pulse. Dad, Uncle Piccolo is still alive. Gohan exclaimed, panic evident in his voice, his hands trembling. He knew that if things continued this way, Uncle Piccolo would eventually succumb to his injuries. The thought of Piccolo's death was unbearable for him. Gohan then said, this is a Senzu bean. Son Goku tossed a Senzu bean toward him, which Gohan instinctively caught, albeit with a puzzled expression. Sensing his confusion, Goku explained, as long as Piccolo has a breath left, he can recover, just give it to him. Upon hearing those words, Gohan's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, as if he had discovered a glimmer of salvation. In a flurry of urgency, he hastily thrust the Senzu beans into Piccolo's mouth. Uncle Piccolo, you must be all right. Gohan's small hand clutched Piccolo's grim green one, as he whispered fervent prayers. Moments later, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant spark flashing through them, and instantly rose to his feet, exuding an aura of vitality that belied his previous state of near death. Wonderful. Uncle Piccolo is fine. Gohan's face lit up with sheer joy. Piccolo nodded towards Jiang Ling and Goku, acknowledging their presence. He then crouched down, a fleeting softness crossing his usually indifferent gaze. As he ruffled Gohan's hair and uttered a few emotionless words, I'm fine. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reflect on the changes that had unfolded since his arrival. The narrative had diverged from the original tale. In the original story, the Earth Warriors had suffered substantial casualties before Goku finally made his entrance. Yet, despite being delayed by 10 minutes due to his distant location, there were no fatalities this time. Everyone was alive, albeit with severe injuries. However, one thing left him with a tinge of regret, the absence of the Vegeta's release, which meant no legendary scene of the God of Tea would be passed down through the ages. Not far off, Vegeta stood rooted in place, his mind in turmoil. What just happened? He was clearly on the brink of death, yet after consuming a single bean, he appears completely unscathed. If I had a plethora of those beans, I could assemble an army and, with the immortality granted by the Dragon Balls, who could stand against Frieza? Contemplating this, Vegeta's gaze flickered, momentarily disregarding the fleeing Krillin and others, as it locked onto Goku's face. You must be Kakarot, resembling your father to a T. I am Son Goku. As for the name Kakarot, I apologize, but that may have been my former name. I do not possess any memories associated with it, Goku replied, shaking his head. I am now a Saiyan raised on Earth. It seems you have truly lost your memories. Vegeta noted the swaying tail behind Jiang Ling, his gaze sharpening. You are also a Saiyan. Why have I not heard of you before? Jiang Ling shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance. There are many things you haven't heard of. My existence is but a drop in the ocean. Humph. Vegeta scoffed at Jiang Ling's flippant demeanor. Are you certain you wish to oppose me, the prince, and betray the entire Saiyan Empire? Jiang Ling. Goku. Seeing the two remain silent, Vegeta reached a conclusion in his heart. It matters not. I merely desire immortality and the beings you just produced. You may leave. Goku regarded him with a serious expression. I will not allow you to succeed. Nor will I. Jiang Ling stepped forward. They speak the truth, Piccolo added. So do I. Gohan declared loudly. The wind swept through, stirring up the yellow sand, as the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Since you refuse to relinquish the Dragon Balls and Senzu beans, I shall initiate my assault until you comply. At his declaration, the group tensed, bracing themselves for Vegeta's onslaught. Yet, to their surprise, Vegeta did not attack. Instead, he shot off at remarkable speed in another direction. Why is he fleeing? Jiang Ling exclaimed, realizing he is going after Krillin and the others. What? Goku gasped, immediately activating the Kaioken to pursue him. Without the Kaioken, Goku knew he would never catch up to Vegeta. Damn it, I'm still too slow. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a burst of red flames, dramatically increasing his speed. Threefold Kaioken. Yet, it was ultimately too late. A distance still separated him from Vegeta. Moments later, Goku heard distant screams and the deafening sounds of explosions. In an instant, he spotted Vegeta on the ground. Nearby lay the bodies of 4 figures. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu. Kakarot, we failed you, Krillin gasped, barely clinging to life. Shaking his head, Goku retrieved a Senzu bean and pressed it into Krillin's hands. Do not refuse. You've died once already, and if you perish again, you cannot be revived. At that moment, the Earth's dragon could only grant resurrection once. Another death would mean eternal rest. Krillin consumed the Senzu bean and regained his strength. Goku glanced at the other three, who had succumbed to the void. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Kakarot, if you do not surrender the Dragon Balls and Senzu beans, your loved ones will meet the same fate as them, one by one before your very eyes. Goku's eyes ignited with fury as he turned to Vegeta, the flames around him surging once more. With each word, he declared, I will defeat you. Humph. What kind of delusion empowers you insignificant insects to believe you can overcome me? Vegeta derided. His confidence was not unfounded. Before the destruction of planet Vegeta, his power far surpassed that of his peers, making him a prodigy among Saiyans. He could not fathom that a Saiyan cast away to this desolate planet could possess strength rivaling his own. Chapter 19, The Primate. Boom. Vegeta was sent spiraling through the air, and in his place stood Ling, having just arrived. What an audacious statement. Two beams of energy surged forth from Piccolo and Gohan's hands. Demon Flash. Demon Cannon. The unexpected assault struck Vegeta, who had been caught off guard in the sky. Success. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Ling smiled slightly. How does it feel to collaborate and ambush? Gohan wholeheartedly agreed, while Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta, now in the air, appeared disheveled, his expression a mask of shock. Just moments ago, he had deemed them insignificant, only to be swiftly proven otherwise. Not far off, Goku, surrounded by blazing red flames, spoke in a deep voice. Do not interfere. I wish to defeat him myself. Hearing this, Ling glanced at Vegeta, then at the lifeless bodies of Yamcha and the others, understanding Goku's intent. Goku sought to resolve this himself. At this moment, Vegeta was an incredibly irritating presence, entirely unlike the later version of himself. With a silent sigh, Ling raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. Very well, proceed with caution. Go for it, Dad. Gohan shouted. Be careful, your opponent is formidable, Piccolo cautioned. Goku nodded and launched himself like a cannonball, streaking through the air with a crimson glow, directly colliding with the overconfident Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was sent spiraling backward, blood spraying from his mouth as he fell through the air. His eyes widened in disbelief. How is this speed possible? And this immense power, what is happening? While Vegeta remained in shock, Goku's figure appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick. Vegeta screamed, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be happening. How could a mere subordinate warrior possess such formidable strength? The more Vegeta pondered this, the more distressed he became, ultimately succumbing to his anger, which exacerbated his injuries. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling somewhat relieved thereafter. Standing on the edge of the deep pit, Goku's lips bled as he gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly. As his power grew, the King Kai fist could be stacked to greater levels. With his current strength, executing a threefold King Kai fist was a tremendous burden, nearly pushing him to his limits. Vegeta rose to his feet, gazing at Goku, who stood at the precipice, slowly wiping away the blood. A smirk crossed his lips. It appears you've resorted to forcibly augmenting your strength. So what? As long as you can be defeated. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta's expression hardened, his aura erupting forth as he swiftly closed the distance to Goku, unleashing a barrage of punches like raindrops. Goku, however, was no slouch, utilizing both hands and feet, and relying on his exceptional reflexes bolstered by the threefold King Kai fist. He successfully parried all of Vegeta's assaults, while landing several crushing blows that worsened Vegeta's injuries. After a flurry of exchanges, Vegeta crashed to the ground once more, bruised and battered, his condition utterly disheveled. After all, with a battle power of only 18,000, he stood little chance against Goku, whose threefold King Kai fist had elevated his strength to over 20,000. Goku struggled to catch his breath, his body burdened by immense strain and nearing collapse. You are quite impressive, Kakarot. Vegeta stared intensely at the daylight sky, lamenting, what a pity, your tail is gone, preventing you from accessing the mightiest power of the Saiyan race. Goku paused, confused. What? Nearby, Piccolo's expression faltered as he cast a sideways glance at Gohan, seemingly struck by a revelation, and looked up at the sky. He thought to himself, it can't be, I destroyed the moon. At that moment, Ling shouted, quick, stop him. Before Goku could react, Vegeta raised his hand, gathering an energy orb that radiated a faint glow, which he then hurled into the sky. A man-made moon. When a Saiyan gazes upon a full moon, they can transform into a colossal gorilla, gaining terrifying strength. Without a full moon, a Saiyan can expend their energy to create an artificial moon. Ling, looking down and avoiding the sight of the moon, thought, my tail is still intact. I do not wish to turn into a gorilla. After all, he was uncertain whether he could maintain his sanity in such a form. Everyone act quickly. We're running out of time. Jiang Ling exclaimed, positioning his hands in a blossom shape at his waist, instantly gathering energy for a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan, hearing this, unleashed their fastest techniques. Kamehameha, Demon Flash, Demon Flash. It was too late. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk as his body began to enlarge. Growing dark fur, a deafening roar reverberated through the area, shaking the nearby stones. The attacks from Jiang Ling and the others struck Vegeta's gorilla form but had little effect. Ha! This is the power of a Saiyan. Vegeta, in his gorilla form, laughed maniacally, unleashing an energy blast towards Jiang Ling and the others. They quickly dodged as the blast struck the ground, sending shards flying and creating a deep crater. Turning his head, Vegeta noticed Goku's bewildered expression and spoke. It is understandable that you, bereft of your Saiyan memories, are oblivious to this. Allow me to enlighten you. A Saiyan with a tail, upon seeing a full moon, can transform into a gigantic gorilla, their power skyrocketing tenfold. Full moon gorilla. Goku murmured to himself, his eyes glazing over. So it was my grandfather whom I inadvertently crushed to death in my childhood. Vegeta, now in his imposing gorilla form, raised his hand, creating a sonic boom as he aimed at Goku. Goku snapped back to reality, leaping away just in time. The rocks beneath him shattered upon impact. Despite his colossal size, Vegeta exhibited agility that rivaled Goku's, and his mind remained sharp. As Goku danced around the battlefield, evading Vegeta's onslaught, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts. The foremost priority was survival. With the disparity in their strengths, one misstep could lead to demise. Goku leaped onto a large boulder, but suddenly, a searing pain coursed through his body, causing him to falter. Vegeta seized the opportunity, grasping him tightly. Squeeze. Goku's screams echoed. Ah! Ha ha! Perish! Vegeta cackled madly, momentarily forgetting the Dragon Balls and Senzu beans. With Goku posing a lethal threat, he resolved to eliminate him first. Just then, a voice rang out from Vegeta's side. Hey! Trash Vegeta, look over here. Krillin, making a grotesque face, brandished a flat, rapidly spinning energy disc. With a flick of his wrist, the energy disc hurtled towards Vegeta's tail. Huh! Foolish Earthling, you think you can distract me by attacking my tail? Vegeta scoffed, leaping to evade the energy disc. Goku, use the solar flare. Goku, still gripped tightly by Vegeta, summoned the strength to unleash the solar flare. A blinding light erupted, momentarily blinding Vegeta's titanium gorilla eyes. Ah, my eyes. Vegeta shielded one eye with his hand, while stubbornly refusing to release Goku. It was then that a buzzing sound erupted. Jiang Ling had stealthily appeared behind Vegeta. A smirk danced on his lips as he revealed he had already condensed an energy disc. With a swift motion, he sent the energy disc slicing towards Vegeta's tail. Chapter 20, I Will Return. The tail was severed in an instant, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. What? Vegeta's gorilla eyes widened with rage as he felt his strength rapidly dissipating, his form shrinking. Goku, who could no longer hold on, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Piccolo, who transformed into a streak of light. Goku, do you have any Senzu beans left? No, sorry, Goku weakly replied, his body severely injured and immobile. Jiang Ling shook his head. It's fine, you rest. Let me handle this. Okay, Goku's voice carried a hint of regret. Piccolo fixed his gaze on Jiang Ling, speaking solemnly. Are you confident? If not, we should all attack together. It wasn't he that he underestimated Jiang Ling. It was simply that 6 months prior, during their first encounter, Jiang Ling had struggled against a mere tiger. Moreover, he had never heard of this individual before. He seemed to have materialized from thin air. Krillin voiced his concerns. Shouldn't we all join forces? Jiang Ling, don't push yourself. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Just take care of Goku. Internally, he thought, had I fought alongside Goku earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Regrettably, Goku had insisted on seeking vengeance alone, leaving him no choice. At that moment, Goku weakly interjected, you need not worry, Jiang Ling should be able to handle it. He is even stronger than I am. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted. Krillin inhaled sharply, while Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. In merely 6 months, he had grown to a level surpassing even Goku. Could he possibly be a prodigy? In the original narrative, Goku, in a dire situation, unleashed the fourfold Kaioken, pushing his body to the brink of collapse. Yet now, he had only resorted to threefold before stepping down. Perhaps Goku was aware that Jiang Ling was ready to take the stage. Or he simply wished to avoid another death that would grieve Chi-Chi, hence refraining from using the fourfold Kaioken to gamble everything. Vegeta stared blankly at his severed tail, lost in thought for a long while before suddenly snapping back to reality, his voice hoarse as he shouted, No. My power. His expression grew increasingly sinister as he erupted with a fierce, translucent aura. Waves of energy surged outward from him. Jiang Ling stepped forward, his countenance grave. Vegeta's current state resembled a low-health final boss in a video game, having entered a frenzied mode. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. With crimson flames igniting around him, Jiang Ling, bolstered by the Kaioken, exuded an unparalleled ferocity and initiated the assault. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he lunged at Vegeta, delivering punches like a torrential storm. The speed of Jiang Ling's strikes was staggering, leaving Vegeta, in his frenzied state, unable to mount any defense, reduced to passively enduring the onslaught. Jiang Ling unleashed a flying kick, followed by a whip-like kick, each move seamlessly flowing into the next. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta was so thoroughly suppressed that he could barely lift his head. Krillin and Gohan's gazes struggled to keep pace with Jiang Ling's movements, catching only glimpses of his afterimages. Meanwhile, Piccolo's eyes followed Jiang Ling's every shift, his astonishment deepening. The suppression was absolute. It was important to note that in this berserk state, Vegeta was stronger than ever before, yet he remained at Jiang Ling's mercy. What terrifying power was this? Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Where there is oppression, there is bound to be an eruption, an immutable truth throughout the ages. A furious roar erupted from Vegeta as he unleashed a torrent of energy that blasted Jiang Ling away. He then leapt into the sky. Die with me. Vegeta's expression was twisted with rage as he gathered his ultimate technique. Final flash. He had gone mad, intent on obliterating Jiang Ling along with the earth. The final flash descended upon Jiang Ling with terrifying force. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, retracting his fists and stepping back a few paces, inhaling deeply. The crimson flames enveloping him erupted violently. Threefold Kaioken. Fourfold Kaioken. The flames blazed fiercely. As the final flash drew closer, Jiang Ling simply swatted it away with a single palm. Bam! The attack veered off course, returning to its origin. What? How could this happen? Vegeta stood frozen in disbelief. The energy expended in the earlier attack had drained him considerably, leaving him with little strength. He could only watch helplessly as the final flash struck him. Boom! With a resounding crash, Vegeta plummeted to the ground. After a moment, he shakily rose to his feet. His battle suit lay in tatters, blood seeping from his wounds. I cannot die, I cannot die. I am destined to attain immortality and defeat Frieza. Jiang Ling couldn't help but admire Vegeta's tenacity. Despite such severe injuries, he still managed to stand. However, taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Ling launched himself forward with a kick, initially aimed at Vegeta's abdomen, but for some reason, it veered slightly and struck lower. A piercing scream echoed into the sky. Vegeta curled up on the ground, shaking uncontrollably, his face pale, beads of sweat streaming down. Jiang Ling, Goku, Krillin watched the scene, instinctively tightening his legs. Piccolo's brow twitched. Feeling a phantom pain, Gohan glanced at the silent crowd, then at Vegeta, tilting his head in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Cough, cough. I didn't mean to kick that spot. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and approached Vegeta, who had now lost all combat capability and posed no threat. Jiang Ling's expression turned icy as he raised his hand, preparing to end Vegeta's proud existence. Wait. Goku's voice rang out. Can we not kill him? The others turned their gazes toward Goku. Jiang Ling halted his actions, narrowing his eyes. He recognized that Goku's classic refrain of sparing an enemy was about to unfold. Goku, what are you thinking? Vegeta has killed Chaozu, Tien, Yamcha, and now you ask me to let him go? Krillin was the first to voice his dissent. Piccolo, vexed, recalled the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, where Goku had shown mercy to him, drawing a parallel to the current situation. Looking at the barely conscious Goku, Piccolo shook his head, coldly muttering, "Fool. See, even the usually composed Piccolo is calling you that." Krillin stomped his foot in frustration. Gohan placed his hand on Goku's forehead, bewildered. Dad, you haven't lost your mind, have you? No. Goku shook his head, gazing skyward with a sigh. I just feel it would be a shame to kill him. I want to have another exhilarating battle with him. Jiang Ling, may I indulge myself this once? That is my only request. After hearing this, Krillin felt deflated. Well, you've saved the Earth so many times. You do have the right to be a little selfish. Jiang Ling's gaze on Goku flickered between murderous intent and hesitation. The most decisive course of action would be to eliminate Vegeta, thus bringing a definitive end. Yet the ensuing plot was beyond his control. If he spared Vegeta, with the storyline's progression, Vegeta and Goku could become the primary defenders of Earth, allowing him to lounge in the background without concern. This was the crux of his indecision. Jiang Ling, I beg you. I will listen to you from now on. Goku's voice rang out once more. Sighing, Jiang Ling exhaled, "Oh, the saint." Subsequently, in a fit of frustration, he delivered a kick to Vegeta's vicinity. Aya, having been struck twice in the most vulnerable area, Vegeta cried out in agony. The heart-wrenching sound elicited expressions of discomfort from everyone present. Piccolo's eye twitched slightly, secretly relieved. Thank goodness I don't have that. After a considerable time, Vegeta, enduring the pain in his most sensitive area, tremblingly retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. A white, circular single-pod spaceship descended from afar, landing beside him and opening its hatch. Before the eyes of the onlookers, Vegeta grit his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to crawl inside. Within the confines of the spacecraft, his gaze swept over the gathered crowd, finally landing on Piccolo. If I am not mistaken, you must be the Namekian. This brings to mind the tales of the Namekians, who are said to possess magical wish orbs, akin to the Dragon Balls on Earth, does it not? Upon hearing this, Piccolo momentarily faltered, while the others exchanged glances of bewilderment. The Namekians? The Demon King Piccolo is an extraterrestrial being? Meanwhile, Jiang Ling's expression remained largely unchanged. For as a time traveler, he was well aware of this fact. Vegeta, observing their reactions, was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned upon him. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, "It seems you, like Kakarot, are oblivious to your own origins. Next time, your fortune may not be so favorable." As the hatch slowly sealed shut, he declared, "I shall return." Subsequently, the spaceship soared into the heavens, venturing into the vastness of space. Krillin shouted in frustration, "Damn it. At least elaborate on what you mean by Namek." Simultaneously, within the spaceship, Vegeta activated the life support system and succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly exhausted. The harsh words he had managed to utter moments before were his final act of defiance. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of crimson light pulsed in the corner of the spaceship as he spoke. Chapter 21. Preparations for the journey to Namek in a distant expanse of the universe. There exists a planet adorned with lush, vibrant trees, embodying the essence of life. Yet, amidst this greenery stands a stark steel base, incongruous with its surroundings. Within this base, in an opulently decorated office, Frieza reclined in a hovering transport, hands clasped elegantly before him as he listened to a recording presented by his subordinates. The Namekian wish orbs. Vegeta truly is disobedient, though he remains unaware of the recording device aboard his ship. Ho ho ho. Beside him stood Dodoria, a corpulent figure with pink skin, who, seizing the moment, inquired, "Shall we?" Making a gesture across his throat, Frieza cast him a sidelong glance and gracefully shook his head. "I am not one to act without principles. Since Vegeta has provided such vital information, I shall pay a visit to Namek, acquire immortality, and personally deal with him afterward." Ho ho ho. As he spoke, a cruel smirk danced upon his lips. "Dodoria, are there any teams currently available at the base?" Dodoria quickly replied, "Your Majesty. Several teams have already been dispatched for battle. The fastest will not return for another 3 days. Very well, we shall depart in 3 days for Namek," Frieza stated slowly. On Earth, following Vegeta's departure, a somber silence enveloped the group as they gazed at the lifeless bodies of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaya. A palpable aura of sorrow permeating the air. Krillin attempted to lighten the mood. "It's all right. We still have the Dragon Balls. We can resurrect them in a year." Yet Jiang Ling bore a sorrowful expression. After all, they had been friends for several months. Witnessing the once vibrant individuals now reduced to cold corpses was a painful sight for anyone. However, as he continued to observe, an odd expression crossed Jiang Ling's face, and his grief dissipated. The position in which Yamcha lay seemed eerily familiar. Was this not the iconic pose immortalized in the original story? Indeed, the god of tea truly lived up to his title. While battling his sadness, Jiang Ling retrieved his phone, opened the camera app, and pressed the shutter button. Click. This legendary moment was now captured within his device. Jiang Ling resolved to upload this photograph to his USB drive, where he stored important study materials. He then called Bulma, requesting her to bring a larger spaceship. While waiting, the group discussed Vegeta's final words. "Piccolo, did you know you were a Namekian?" Goku inquired. Piccolo shook his head. "I don't know, and I doubt even the Supreme Kai is aware." Krillin interjected. Vegeta mentioned that Namek also possesses wish orbs similar to the Dragon Balls. "It seems you and the Supreme Kai must have some connection to Namek." Reflecting on this, Jiang Ling spoke up. "I suspect there may be a community of Namekians related to you, Piccolo. Do you wish to visit Namek?" Why should I care?" Piccolo scoffed, though a flicker of interest ignited within him. There had been moments during his solitary training when he pondered his origins, feeling distinctly out of place among Earthlings. Jiang Ling observed Piccolo and continued, "Since Vegeta failed to secure the Dragon Balls on Earth, it is highly probable he will journey to Namek once he recovers. Putting your kin in jeopardy, Piccolo." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Goku, who lay on the ground, perked up, saying, "He will go to Namek? Then I shall too. I want to fight him once more." How easy it is to say, "What about the spaceship?" "Earth currently lacks spacecraft," Piccolo retorted coldly. Jiang Ling chuckled. "Leave that to me. I have decided to accompany Goku to Namek." Hearing this, Piccolo's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "Then take me with you." With that, he soared into the sky. Goten raised his hand, declaring, "If Uncle Piccolo and Dad are going, I want to go too." Jiang Ling nodded and turned his gaze towards Krillin. The latter scratched his shiny bald head. "Since you all are going, I might as well join as well." Initially, Jiang Ling contemplated rejecting this proposal, fearing that Krillin's involvement might lead him down the path of the original storyline to an untimely demise. However, after some reflection, he deemed that traveling to Namek would be beneficial. It could allow Krillin to develop his potential under the guidance of the Elder, ensuring he would not remain too weak and be easily defeated by foes. After all, as Goku's childhood friend and companion, it was unacceptable for him to remain weak. Moments later, a medium-sized flying ship approached from the distance, landing beside the group. Chi-Chi was the first to emerge, and upon seeing Goku lying on the ground, tears streamed down her face as she rushed over. Jiang Ling turned to Bulma, who was walking towards him, and asked, "How did Chi-Chi come to be here?" Bulma shrugged. "I figured Goku was gravely injured, and you all being roughnecks wouldn't be able to care for him. Since Goku needed someone to look after him, I brought Chi-Chi along." "Well, that works too," Jiang Ling replied with a smile, casually placing his hand on Bulma's waist. Bulma rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away, whispering, "Pervert." Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance as if he hadn't heard her. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gazed at Goku's condition, her heart aching. "Goku, how did you get so badly injured? Does it hurt? Why do you push yourself so hard? What if you die again and leave us behind?" Goku grinned. "It doesn't hurt. See, I'm fine." "Really?" Goten, hearing his father's words, poked his arm. "Ouch!" Goku cried out, "Don't poke me. It hurts." Chi-Chi, wiping her tears, burst into laughter and playfully scolded Goten, "Your dad is injured. Stop messing around." Observing the jovial atmosphere among the Sun family, Jiang Ling shook his head. Such blatant displays of affection. "Bulma, we require a spaceship." Jiang Ling wished to discuss the matter of traveling to Namek with Bulma, only to find her in a daze, staring at Yamcha's lifeless body, rendered speechless. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling fell silent, a sigh escaping his lips. Indeed, years of emotional investment cannot simply vanish without a trace. Surely, Bulma must be suffering greatly within. He stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, Bulma blinked and suggested that perhaps, given the limited space on the ship, they could incinerate Yamcha on the spot. Jiang Ling turned to gaze at the ship, which could accommodate more than a dozen passengers, and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 22. The utility of tails on board the spacecraft. The bodies of Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and Kaiatsu were secured in preservation capsules before being stored within the capsule system. Since Piccolo did not perish in battle as he did in the original narrative, they merely needed to wait a year for the Dragon Balls to cool down before making a wish for resurrection. Chi-Chi and Gohan remained by Goku's side, offering their support. With the Senzu beans exhausted, Goku's injuries could not be healed immediately, leaving Bulma to pilot the ship toward the best hospital in West City. Along the way, Jiang Ling recounted the origins of Kami and Piccolo, along with their intention to travel to Namek. "Namek also possesses Dragon Balls," Bulma exclaimed, surprised to learn that Kami was an extraterrestrial being. However, her brow furrowed as she considered the logistics of long-distance interstellar travel. "Given our current resources, even with my father's most advanced engine, achieving this seems quite challenging. There's no need for concern. Do you recall how Goku arrived here as a child?" Jiang Ling smiled. "I heard from his brother that Bulma came from another planet." Instantly, Bulma's eyes lit up. "Oh, that must mean she traveled here in a spaceship." "Precisely," Jiang Ling affirmed. "We can locate the original ship, make some modifications, and it will be operational once more. Besides, since we scared Vegeta away, there's still one spaceship left behind. I happened to find the remote control for their spacecraft." As he spoke, Jiang Ling produced the remote from his pocket, displaying it triumphantly. "Through this spacecraft, we can reverse engineer the technologies we have yet to master." At these words, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ling's descriptions allowed her to envision numerous advanced technologies not present on Earth, along with the prospect of a delightful and perilous journey through the stars. The cosmos. What scientist wouldn't find that intriguing? All right, let's retrieve the spaceship and modify it. As for researching the technology, I'll leave that to my father. My current focus is interstellar travel. However, if we're taking so many people, we may need to enlarge the space. With each thought, Bulma grew more exhilarated, suddenly cupping Jiang Ling's face and planting a fervent kiss upon his lips. Instantly realizing her impulsiveness, she froze. The blush on her fair cheeks deepened as she lowered her gaze, her heart racing, unable to meet Jiang Ling's eyes. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Ling felt his blood quicken. Swallowing hard, he leaned closer to her enchanting visage. An alluring atmosphere enveloped them. as Bulma closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly upwards. With their breaths intertwining, they could sense the warmth of each other's exhalations. In that moment, apart from the faint hum of the ship's engine, only the sound of their heartbeats filled the air. Just as Jiang Ling was about to press his lips against her delicate ones, Gohan's sudden appearance shattered the moment. "Aunt Bulma, we're going to crash," Gohan exclaimed, pointing toward a mountain peak ahead with urgency. "Ah," Bulma gasped, hurriedly turning to regain control of the ship. Jiang Ling shot a displeased glance at Gohan for interrupting. "Hey, Aunt Bulma, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red," Gohan innocently inquired. Well, perhaps," Bulma replied awkwardly, forcing a laugh. "Gohan." Jiang Ling took a deep breath, swiftly lifting Gohan and transporting him to where Goku and Chi-Chi were, separated by a wall. He felt it was essential for Gohan to witness the harsh realities of life. Unaware of the impending danger, Gohan continued to chatter, "Uncle Jiang Ling, is something wrong?" Ignoring him, Jiang Ling turned to Chi-Chi with a serious expression. "Chi-Chi, I believe Gohan has immense potential. He should not neglect his studies or martial arts." Chi-Chi blinked, taken aback, then hesitated. "But he's still so young. Perhaps we should consult him first. Gohan, what do you think?" Gohan tilted his head in contemplation, expressing his fondness for both studying and practicing martial arts. "I like both." Jiang Ling smiled. "That's wonderful. Then, in addition to his regular studies, he should incorporate some martial arts training. I believe you can handle it. Chi-Chi, listen to me. It's crucial to educate children early, otherwise, they'll fall behind their peers." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately nodded in agreement. Jiang Ling felt a sense of satisfaction. He continued, "Furthermore, don't coddle the child. If he misbehaves, he must be disciplined. No mere verbal admonishments." Subsequently, Jiang Ling extolled the virtues of strict discipline. However, given Gohan's strength, it seemed unlikely Chi-Chi could truly inflict harm upon him. Chi-Chi may not be able to, but Goku certainly can. Jiang Ling thought contentedly as he returned to the cockpit. As for how Goku would persuade Chi-Chi to allow their father-son duo to venture to Namek, that was no longer his concern. Seated in the co-pilot's seat, Jiang Ling closed his eyes to feign slumber, centering his thoughts as he reviewed the rewards he had received today from signing in with Vegeta. "Congratulations, host. You have received the ability transform into a gorilla while retaining rationality." "Oh?" Jiang Ling was somewhat surprised. This ability seemed quite advantageous. He was reluctant to part with his tail. After all, Gohan had mentioned that having a tail was quite convenient. For instance, when standing to urinate, the tail could support him on the ground, forming a tripod with his legs, effectively preventing him from toppling over due to the recoil. Chapter 23. Goku's Weakness. The spacecraft glided serenely through the sky. Jiang Ling gazed unabashedly at Bulma, who was seated in the pilot's seat. Sensing his gaze, Bulma turned her head, inadvertently locking eyes with him. Bulma quickly averted her gaze, a flicker of panic crossing her features. A girl in love is often more perceptive than usual. Even a typically carefree girl like Bulma was no exception. She set the spacecraft to autopilot. Turning back, she feigned calmness and asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Ling's eyes held a tender expression. "I am observing the girl I admire, and she is remarkably beautiful. Might I have the honor of calling you my girlfriend?" Leaning closer to Bulma's ear, he continued softly, "I wish for the kite to have the wind, the dolphin to have the sea, and for you to have me." Bulma felt his warm breath brush against her ear, prompting an involuntary sigh. It was as though a current of electricity coursed through her entire being, leaving her feeling weak and breathless. Her gaze began to soften. "Will you?" Upon hearing her affirmative response, Jiang Ling's heart soared with joy. As I gazed at the bashful Bulma before me, a mischievous impulse suddenly surged within me. "What? I can't hear you," I teased. "All right then, could you speak a bit louder, just like you usually do?" Bulma lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Ling, her brow furrowing at his playful grin. The youthful blush that adorned her face vanished in an instant, hands on her hips. She tugged at Jiang Ling's ear and proclaimed in a loud voice, "I said I agreed to be your girlfriend. Did you hear that? Do you want me to repeat it?" I heard you loud and clear," Jiang Ling replied, instantly obedient, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. "Now that's more like it," Bulma said, her expression tinged with a hint of pride as she crossed her arms and returned to her seat, a victorious smile gracing her lips. It was the height of summer. Bulma was clad in shorts, her fair and delicate long legs on full display. Jiang Ling stared, momentarily entranced. Seemingly possessed by an impulse, he reached out, but just as his hand approached her thigh, he snapped back to reality. Hesitating between the urge to touch and the restraint not to, he quickly redirected his hand to tickle her armpit instead. "Ha! Oh, don't do that, haha. You're so naughty, please stop," she exclaimed. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Goku underwent a comprehensive examination, and the doctor, upon reviewing the results, was taken aback. This injury. It looks like you were hit by a truck, and not just once, but repeatedly. The severity of the injuries was astonishing. And the doctor couldn't help but admire Goku's remarkable willpower for enduring such pain without a single scream. First, we need to give you a shot. What? Goku's eyes widened, his face a canvas of resistance. I refuse to get a shot. Absolutely not. The doctor was left speechless. Not long ago, Goku had boasted of being a real man, yet now he balked at the thought of a mere injection. Jiang Ling and the others couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Kiki, hands on her hips and with a serious expression, said in an authoritative tone, "You must get the shot. It's the only way for your injuries to heal quickly." Goku looked at her with a pitiful gaze, his feelings unmistakable. Yet Kiki remained unfazed by his pleading eyes, insisting that the doctor proceed with the injection. She then turned to Gohan, lecturing him. "Don't follow your father's example. We are good kids, understand?" Gohan nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, and comforted his father. "Don't be scared, Dad. I'll make you a nourishing soup." Goku's eyes lit up. All right. With Goku's family left in the hospital, Bulma and Jiang Ling returned home together, of course, to Bulma's residence, as it was conveniently nearby. As evening fell, Jiang Ling stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The battles they faced appeared deceptively simple, yet they were fraught with peril, capable of annihilating the Earth with a single misstep. The fragility of the planet weighed heavily on his mind, keeping him on high alert during combat. Now, with everything safe, his tension eased, revealing his exhaustion. Noticing his weariness, Bulma suggested, "Let me arrange a guest room for you." "Sure, go ahead," Jiang Ling replied, still yawning. Having just established their relationship, it was unrealistic to expect anything beyond a gentle kiss or a sweet handholding at this stage. They entered a guest room that, despite its designation, was quite spacious and well lit, equipped with all the necessary amenities, including a bathroom. As Jiang Ling observed Bulma explaining the room, a flutter of anticipation stirred within him. After all, they were now in a romantic relationship. A kiss didn't seem too much to ask, did it? With that thought, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, their eyes locking in a shared moment of intimacy. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. In the stillness of the night, with just the two of them in the room, hormones surged to their peak. "Bulma, you promised to be my girlfriend," Jiang Ling said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Bulma, her face flushed and her nerves tinged with excitement, stammered, What do you want to do?" "Nothing much," he replied, leaning in to kiss her. Their breaths mingled, lips brushing against each other. In that moment, Bulma felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her body growing weak with desire. Unbeknownst to them, they had shifted to the edge of the bed and, in a natural motion, fell onto the mattress. Bulma looked at Jiang Ling, her heart racing wildly. Was this where she would surrender her innocence? A sense of anticipation stirred within her. At over 20 years of age, she was no longer a child. In her previous relationship, she had refrained from taking further steps, considering her youth. They had maintained a purely platonic relationship, often separated by distance, and as they grew older, their differing personalities led to more frequent arguments. Yamcha became increasingly absorbed in martial arts, drifting away from her, and they barely saw each other throughout the year. Consequently, their relationship never progressed further. Thus, Bulma remained an untouched maiden. Jiang Ling held her close, inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped her. The softness of a woman often disarms a man, allowing him to let down his guard and relax completely. In that moment, Jiang Ling felt as though he had entered a haven of tenderness. As Bulma's eyes sparkled with expectation, he surrendered to slumber. Bulma, however, was left bewildered. "I've taken off my dress and prepared myself, and you just fall asleep?" The following morning, the sun was already high in the sky. "Jiang Ling, get up. The sun is shining on your backside. How much longer do you intend to sleep?" It was time to find Goku's childhood spaceship. Jiang Ling, still groggy, opened his eyes to find Bulma, whom he had held all night, glaring at him with a mix of annoyance and frustration. "Can you let go of me? I need to wash up." "I can't believe you slept so well after holding me all night," she remarked, her eyes filled with a melancholic glimmer. Jiang Ling instinctively released his grip, suddenly realizing his folly. They had done nothing last night, just slept. He mentally chided himself, at your age. How could you sleep through that? The sounds of running water from the bathroom and the silhouette of Bulma through the frosted glass stirred his restless desire. Unable to contain himself any longer, he decided he had to take action. The bathroom door isn't locked, he thought, stepping inside. Bulma's startled exclamation echoed. What are you doing in here?" "I came to help you wash your back," he replied cheekily. "I'm exposed, given our relationship. It doesn't matter when you see me, right?" Bulma, caught between exasperation and amusement at Jiang Ling's shamelessness, could only respond with an earnest tone. "Let us discuss this tonight. We have to find the spaceship now." Jiang Ling waved her off dismissively, insisting that they could always look for the spaceship later. Bulma's gaze lingered on Jiang Ling's physique as she swallowed hard. It was undeniable. His body was sculpted to perfection, with a chiseled chest, a narrow waist, and strong legs. He possessed a striking physique, the epitome of a man who looked good both in and out of clothes. Jiang Ling reached out to embrace her slender waist. Their warm skin pressed together. "May I kiss you?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied. "You smell delightful." "How annoying, be gentler." "May I kiss you here?" "No." "All right then." "Yes." "Really? Silly." At this moment, Jiang Ling lightly plucked the strings of a pipa, his fingers dancing with grace. After this series of delicate gestures, Bulma could no longer contain herself, eager to progress to the next step. She gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Leaning close, she whispered softly, "Are you up to it, you little dog?" Jiang Ling was taken aback. "What? Is this a challenge to my capabilities?" Instantly, the fire within him raged hotter than if he had unleashed a Kaioken. He swiftly scooped her up and exited the bathroom, depositing her onto the bed. At that moment, Bulma's cheeks were flushed with crimson, her gaze dreamy, embodying the essence of surrender. Before his reason could fully dissipate, Jiang Ling commanded his system in silence. "System, shut down." "Shutting down. System has been successfully shut down." After confirming, Jiang Ling looked at Bulma as if he were a famished wolf eyeing a delectable feast. And he pounced on her. Their mutual affection naturally led to an inevitable union. Bulma paid the price for her earlier words. The distance between them was now negligible. The bed swayed like a small boat amidst a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse. An hour later, Jiang Ling sat on the sofa, invigorated, while Bulma lay languidly in his embrace. Nearby, the bed lay in ruins. Bulma's pretty face retained a rosy hue as she furrowed her brow slightly. "Could you not be so rough? The first time can be painful, you know." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling hurriedly reassured her. As the saying goes, where there is flow, there is no pain. Where there is pain, there is no flow. It will be better next time. Besides, you were the one who urged me to hurry. Bulma shot him a glare and retorted, "Be quiet. We still haven't found Goku's spaceship." With that, she struggled to rise. Jiang Ling chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Just rest. You've just crossed a significant threshold. We can search for that thing later. There's no rush." Bulma resigned herself to the moment. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up. It was simply that Jiang Ling had been excessively unyielding. Now, her entire body ached, leaving her devoid of any strength. If Jiang Ling were aware of her thoughts, he would surely be grinning from ear to ear. After all, he had been single for over 20 years. Chapter 25, A Little Home. The following morning, Jiang Ling specifically summoned a white, circular spaceship using a remote control. This single-person spacecraft had been left behind by Nappa, the bald, muscular man who had come to Earth with Vegeta. Since he had met his demise, it was now of no use to anyone. Jiang Ling, having acquired the remote, claimed the spaceship as his own. He entrusted it to Dr. Brief, hoping he would explore its technological aspects. In due time, Earth would possess its own spacecraft. Dr. Brief was a sprightly old man, perpetually clad in a researcher's white lab coat, a small black cat draped over his shoulder. He was also Bulma's father. The moment he laid eyes on the spaceship, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he caressed the vessel with adoration. "If Bulma ever treats you poorly, let me know, and I shall teach her a lesson," Dr. Brief promised as he patted Jiang Ling on the shoulder. Jiang Ling naturally responded with a cheerful smile, mentally marking his attendance. After exchanging pleasantries, he sought an excuse to depart. Finding a secluded spot, he eagerly checked the rewards from his recent sign-in. After all, Dr. Brief was the most distinguished scientist on Earth. What kind of rewards could he possibly offer? Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Dr. Brief's artistic appreciation level. Jiang Ling mused to himself, recalling that Dr. Brief had a penchant for certain adult magazines. After a day of rest, Bulma returned to her lively self. Under the subtly affectionate gazes of Dr. and Mrs. Brief, the two set off from West City. Following Goku's directions, they ventured into the mountains near Baozi. In the vast expanse of mountains, locating a small spaceship was no daunting feat, however. This proved to be no challenge for the prodigious Bulma. Within mere hours at home, she crafted a metal detector. With this device in hand, finding a spaceship became a trivial endeavor. Jiang Ling brought Bulma back to his quaint abode, nestled in the picturesque wilderness. After all, residing at Bulma's home would inevitably lead to whispers of him being a kept man. While he had no qualms about such an arrangement, being openly affectionate with Bulma under the watchful eyes of her parents felt somewhat peculiar. With their relationship having reached such a stage, they both felt the need for a private dwelling, a world of their own. Jiang Ling deemed purchasing a villa too cumbersome, and it seemed impractical for just the two of them to occupy a spacious residence. After a discussion, they unanimously decided to move into Jiang Ling's modest home. Before long, the surrounding area had transformed into a quaint little yard. Though Bulma was a wealthy heiress, she exhibited none of the typical princess behavior. The size of the house did not bother her. Jiang Ling felt a pang of guilt for this. I apologize for the inconvenience, he said. Bulma giggled, her eyes sparkling. What inconvenience? What I cherish is you, not the material aspects. Besides, I am wealthy, I lack for nothing. Jiang Ling nearly forgot that this little lady was quite the affluent one. The everyday concerns of life were hardly an issue, which alleviated many trivial matters. Currently, the property had begun to take shape, featuring a yard, a house, a gravity training room, and a large workshop that Bulma had conjured from her capsules. Serving as her research and machinery manufacturing space, Jiang Ling merely glanced inside. The array of equipment was overwhelming, and despite his proficiency in mechanical modifications, he could hardly identify most of the tools. With Goku's spaceship now in hand, the task of modification was entrusted to Bulma. Though Jiang Ling could lend a hand, he opted instead to focus on his training. The foes that lay ahead might include Frieza, and without enhancing his power, he would stand no chance against such an opponent. Relying on Goku? Perhaps not. Self-reliance was preferable. Avoiding Frieza's wrath altogether? In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. If Frieza were to gather the Dragon Balls of Namek and attain immortality, Earth's Dragon Balls would undoubtedly become his next target. As the illustrious emperor of the universe, the CEO of a cosmic real estate empire, and the commander of countless subordinates, Frieza would never permit the Earth's Dragon Balls to remain a lurking threat. Thus, it was imperative to strengthen his abilities sooner rather than later, lest he face a fate from which the Dragon Balls could not resurrect him. Nonetheless, Jiang Ling did manage to contribute to the spaceship modifications. On the design blueprint of the spaceship, there exists a room distinctly marked, where Jiang Ling intends to reside with Bulma. Thus, in the list of materials required for the renovation, Jiang Ling deliberately included the finest soundproofing materials from Earth, causing Bulma to blush profusely. Chapter 26, Digging a Pit. Ding. Due to the host accomplishing a significant life event, a reward of 10 mutated Senzu bean seeds has been granted. Jiang Ling, training under 50-fold gravity, paused momentarily upon hearing the notification. Is this really permissible? This was the first time the system had rewarded him with such items. Moreover, the mutated Senzu bean seeds were not something from the Dragon Ball universe, were they? Was it that the Senzu beans had deviated from their path, or had Master Karen been unfaithful? Receiving Jiang Ling's confusion, the system made a point to clarify. Host. The mutated Senzu bean seeds are a special variety cultivated by the system, primarily effective in slightly enhancing various physical qualities and overall power. Ah, I see. Jiang Ling nodded, then inquired further, what about enhancements in that particular aspect? Theoretically, there is an improvement. Well, that is indeed favorable. Jiang Ling silently commended the system. Upon reviewing the description of the mutated Senzu bean seeds and their modest enhancement of power, Jiang Ling felt quite satisfied. He was already proficient in that regard. No improvement was necessary. Moreover, the slight boost in combat power, each mutated Senzu bean yielding a few hundred points, seemed somewhat trivial to Jiang Ling. However, these mutated Senzu bean seeds would be perfectly suited for Bulma. To be candid, due to Bulma's ordinary human status, Jiang Ling needed to meticulously regulate his strength to engage in intimate activities. Otherwise, a mere movement could prove overwhelming for her. Now, with the mutated Senzu bean seeds in hand, he believed their future experiences would become increasingly delightful. He dared not dwell too long on such fortuitous thoughts. Shaking his head, Jiang Ling exited the gravity training chamber and found a clear spot in the courtyard to kneel down. With a flick of his hand, the mutated Senzu bean seeds appeared in his palm. Digging a pit, burying some soil, and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Repeating these steps, Jiang Ling planted the 10 seeds in succession. After watering them lightly, a miraculous scene unfolded. 10 tender sprouts emerged from the earth, emanating a faint glow. Truly, these mutated seeds exhibited remarkable growth. Jiang Ling's brow relaxed. He had initially anticipated a prolonged wait for the harvest, but it now appeared that maturity would not be far off. He made his way to the research room, and peering through the window, he beheld Bulma, clad in work attire, fully engrossed in operating machinery for the spaceship's modifications. Her blue hair was tied back in a ponytail, with beads of sweat occasionally trickling down her forehead. One could not help but admire Bulma's unique charm when she applied herself so earnestly. Jiang Ling stepped inside, resting a hand on Bulma's shoulder and gently saying, "Don't overexert yourself. Be sure to take breaks when necessary." Bulma paused, shaking her head with a smile. "I'm not tired. This is my passion, and I find great joy in it." "I'll lend a hand," Jiang Ling offered, attempting to sit down to assist. However, Bulma promptly stood and ushered him out of the research room. "You're just getting in the way. Modifying a spaceship is a significant accomplishment for me. Then let me compensate you," Jiang Ling retorted. "Huh? How will you compensate me?" Bulma inquired, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ling grinned mischievously, leaning in to whisper something in her ear, prompting Bulma to glare at him, exasperated. It's broad daylight. You must endure for now. We can discuss it tonight. With that, she turned back to her work. Jiang Ling could only force his restless heart to calm, sighing internally. For a martial artist, everything is commendable, except for the excessive vigor of their blood. With this in mind, Jiang Ling retrieved a cup of hot water infused with goji berries from the system space, savoring it as he returned to the gravity training chamber to commence a new round of training. The cool breeze carries with it promises, and the autumn moon stretches infinitely. My longing for her feels as though each day drags on for an eternity. In the underworld, Yamcha leisurely sprinted along the snake path, with Tien and Kairatsu already ahead. After their demise, they had also been assigned by the deities to train on King Kai's planet, currently traversing the Snake Way. Hey, wait for me. Don't rush, Yamcha shouted. Tien, maintaining his pace, replied, if you're not in a hurry, I am. We must seize this splendid training opportunity. Tien is right, Kairatsu chimed in. Humph, Yamcha scoffed. I heard from the deities that the Saiyans have already been driven away. Is all this effort truly necessary? His thoughts were simple, having gone through death once. Shouldn't he be allowed to enjoy himself? Tien, however, held a different perspective. Humph, there's no telling when a stronger foe might emerge. Have you forgotten the helplessness we felt when we met our end? Chapter 27, Vegeta sets out. At West City Hospital, in a patient room, Goku lay on a hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages, a testament to the severity of his injuries. The prolonged use of the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal strength had taken its toll on his body, but he was on the road to recovery. However, the current injuries were a result of being crushed by the mighty Vegeta, leaving him with broken bones and severely damaged organs. Fortunately, given the medical standards of this era, healing was merely a matter of time. While Chi-Chi could afford to wait, Goku himself was impatient. Remaining inactive on the bed was excruciating for someone as devoted to training as he was. It felt worse than facing a formidable opponent. Thus, he would occasionally shift his body, seeking at least some movement. Goku, you must lie still. This is the way to recover swiftly, Chi-Chi urged. But I want to move. After so long without training, my body feels rusty. I don't care, just stay put and focus on healing. Just as Chi-Chi finished speaking, a doctor entered, syringe in hand, preparing to administer a shot to Goku. The needle gleamed ominously, and Goku's body shuddered, his face a portrait of refusal. No, I absolutely refuse to get a shot. It's terrifying. Hearing this, Chi-Chi felt helpless. Her husband, the mightiest warrior on Earth, was terrified of needles. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Leaning close to Goku's ear, she whispered enticingly, darling, once you get the shot, your recovery will be expedited. When we get home, you can have as many shots as you like on me. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed, making her incredibly alluring. Goku was left entranced, oblivious to the doctor completing the injection. At that moment, Goten appeared from seemingly nowhere. What is going on here? Cough, cough. Have you finished your homework? If not, get back to it, and stop meddling in adult affairs. In the vast cosmos. After half a month of travel, Vegeta's spaceship successfully landed on its intended planet. This planet served as the headquarters of Frisia's cosmic real estate company. The station personnel, upon recognizing Vegeta within the spaceship, promptly escorted him for treatment. Inside the medical room, Vegeta found himself unclothed, immersed in a liquid-filled treatment apparatus. An unattractive doctor, sporting a tuft of red hair and clad in a white coat, sat nearby, patiently awaiting the completion of the treatment. After several hours of treatment, a notification popped up on the instrument screen, treatment complete. The medical conditions here on Earth are incomparable. In just a few short hours, a patient on the brink of death has been revived. Vegeta opened his eyes amidst the myriad of unfamiliar liquids within the machine, shattering the glass shield with a single punch and emerging. Emotionless, he cast a cursory glance around before striding directly to where his battle attire was stored. He donned his undergarments, combat suit, armor, and boots in succession. The doctor sighed, remarking, I truly cannot fathom where you have returned from, nearly perishing in the process. This treatment has failed to restore your tail. Humph, I shall return for vengeance. As for my tail, it will grow back on its own, Vegeta replied, his expression darkening with a cold snort. He then turned to leave, intending to rest briefly before heading to Namek. Noticing he had forgotten his power level scouter, the doctor hurried after him, exclaiming, Hey, you forgot this. Vegeta glanced back, dismissively waving his hand. I no longer require that device. During his battles on Earth, he had begun to learn how to sense and conceal ki through observation. Although still inexperienced, he would soon master it with practice. Huh. The doctor scratched his head, bewildered. How can you fight without a scouter? You want to know where your enemies are, and it will take considerable effort to locate them, significantly delaying your progress. Vegeta offered no further explanation and attempted to walk away. At that moment, a figure approached, his skin entirely purple, with two catfish-like whiskers sprouting from his mouth. Well, if it isn't Vegeta. It's been a few days, and I heard you were nearly killed? He began, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This individual, named Chui, was Vegeta's arch-nemesis. They harbored mutual disdain for one another, and had it not been for the regulations of their legion, they would have long since eliminated each other. Humph. A good dog doesn't block the way, Vegeta said darkly, brushing past him. Just a friendly reminder, Chui called out, turning back. Your reckless actions have angered Lord Frieza. Oh, I shall have a word with him, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Heh, Lord Frieza has taken a team and left, and you have me to thank for that delightful news. Chui sneered. What? The information I provided? Vegeta's eyes widened with an ominous premonition. Chui grinned lewdly. Indeed, after achieving immortality on Namek, the first order of business for him will be to deal with you. Just wait. How can that be? I destroyed the Power Scouter. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Lord Frieza was already prepared for you. You surely didn't think there were no listening devices installed on your spaceship, Chui taunted, leaning toward Vegeta and poking his shoulder. You little fool. Vegeta's rage ignited, not solely due to Frieza, but also because of the insufferable Chui before him. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch to Chui's abdomen, catching him off guard. Chui staggered backward, his nose and mouth spraying mucus onto the nearby doctor, crashing into the wall. You are violating company policy. Get lost. Vegeta's expression remained cold as he snatched the scouter from the doctor's hands. This device is still somewhat useful. He then turned and darted toward the area where his spaceship was docked, leaving behind a dazed doctor and a bewildered Chui. This cannot stand. I must not allow Frieza to obtain immortality first. Immortality is mine. Only by achieving it can I defeat Frieza and rule the universe. Vegeta declared as he boarded his spaceship and immediately launched into the cosmos. After his departure, Chui, clutching his stomach and wearing a sinister expression, boarded a ship of his own, following closely behind. Chapter 28, Goku's Recovery. The meaning of life lies in striving and fighting. A man must possess integrity and an upward spirit. Upon meeting a suitable partner, one should establish a family. Upon encountering a benefactor, one should build a career. And upon meeting a wealthy woman, one must accomplish both. Jiang Ling, having found Bulma, could be said to have established both family and career. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Although he did not mind relying on a woman, he was still a man with a strong sense of pride. He must possess his own enterprise. Jiang Ling had already decided what career he would pursue and would commence upon returning from Namek. He claimed to be assisting Piccolo in returning to his homeland. But in truth, he intended to seek out the Grand Elder to unlock his potential. However, there was one matter Jiang Ling was uncertain about. In the original story, Frieza learned of the Dragon Balls on Namek by intercepting Vegeta's Power Scouter, which is why he ventured there. Now, with his intervention, events had taken a different turn. When Vegeta revealed that Piccolo was a Namekian, the Power Scouter had already been destroyed. Logically, Frieza should not be aware of this fact. Yet Jiang Ling still felt uneasy. What if, under the butterfly effect, who could guarantee they could control every outcome? Bulma, how much longer until the modifications are complete? About 5 more days, Bulma replied. Glancing at the progress, Jiang Ling nodded. Accounting for the previous half-month, the spaceship modifications would take a total of 20 days. That was remarkably quick. Previously, the Supreme Kai had sent Bubbles to inform him that there was a spaceship available from when the Supreme Kai visited Earth in his youth. Jiang Ling had considered it, but ultimately declined the Supreme Kai's offer. That spaceship was far too slow. In the original narrative, Bulma took the Supreme Kai's ship to Namek, which took a full 34 days. In contrast, the ship Goku used had been modified from the vessel he traveled to Earth in during his childhood, reaching Namek in a mere 8 days. Thus, Jiang Ling insisted on modifying the ship. 5 days. Then I will go inform Goku and the others to prepare. But isn't Goku still in the hospital? It might be best not to go, Bulma cautioned. Not to worry, I have senza beans. Jiang Ling kissed Bulma on the forehead before soaring into the air and flying away. The sooner he departed, the sooner he would return. Bulma didn't understand why he was so insistent on having Goku travel to Namek, but chose not to ask. Her man was decisive, and it was undeniably attractive. After a considerable time, Bulma returned to her senses, chiding herself for being infatuated again, and then happily resumed her work on the spaceship modifications. At West City General Hospital, in the room where Goku was recovering, Goten was diligently writing at the desk. Goku lay in his hospital bed, both arms broken, and Chi-Chi was feeding him his meals. After finishing his food, an elderly doctor arrived for a checkup. Doctor, how long will it take for my husband to recover? Chi-Chi inquired. The doctor pondered for a moment before estimating, conservatively speaking, at least 2 more months. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku protested. What? 3 months? but I still need to go to Namek. Is there no other way? The doctor shook his head. There is none. 3 months is the fastest possible recovery given the current medical conditions. Chi-Chi interjected. Then perhaps we shouldn't go. Healing is paramount. Previously, Goku had convinced Chi-Chi to agree to his and Goten's trip to Namek, but now his greatest concern was his injuries. Gohan interjected. Father, perhaps you should refrain from going. I can accompany Uncle Jiang and the others instead. The doctor, utterly bewildered, listened to their conversation, pondering what that star could possibly mean. As he found himself at a loss for comprehension, Goku, feeling perturbed, realized that the only remedy available was the magical Senzu bean. However, all the beans had been depleted during the battle with Vegeta, and the new crop had yet to mature, leaving Master Karen at a loss as well. Oh, the Senzu beans. They are a veritable marvel. No matter the strength or severity of an injury, as long as one is not deceased, consuming one will restore them to full health. Regrettably, their yield is quite limited. At that moment, a voice chimed in. I have a way to restore Goku immediately. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, which came from the window of the hospital room. The doctor was taken aback, his finger trembling as he pointed at Jiang, who was crouched at the window. How did you get in here? Jiang offered no reply, merely nodding to the onlookers. Uncle Jiang, it's you. Gohan was the first to greet him. Goku's eyes lit up with hope. Do you have a means to heal me right away? Chi-Chi too looked at Jiang with eager anticipation. If he could indeed heal Goku instantly, it would save them a considerable amount of money and hassle. For hospitals are notorious for their exorbitant expenses. Jiang smiled, producing a single bean. I possess a Senzu bean. What? Splendid. I can return to normal at once. Goku exclaimed with joy, and Chi-Chi and Gohan shared in his elation. Jiang handed the Senzu bean to Chi-Chi, instructing her to feed it to Goku. Just then, the doctor, recovering from his astonishment, shouted, You must not give the patient such unknown substances. The notion that consuming this will restore health is sheer deception. Jiang, Goku's family. It was reasonable to think that the doctor was correct, though he merely lacked knowledge of the bean's effects. Doctor, it's quite all right. This bean truly possesses that capability, Goku explained. The doctor, bristling with indignation, retorted, I am the doctor here. Where in the world is there such a thing? Jiang face-bombed, gesturing for Chi-Chi to disregard the doctor and hastily feed Goku the bean. Chi-Chi, well aware of the bean's efficacy, did not hesitate and promptly placed it in Goku's mouth. Goku's eyes widened, and his body trembled. He leapt from the hospital bed, the bandages wrapping his form falling away, revealing his robust physique. The room fell into stunned silence. Chi-Chi's face flushed a deep crimson. Jiang wore an odd expression. Thinking to himself, he is a bit smaller than I imagined. The doctor, paralyzed in shock, sat on the floor, incredulously observing the unfolding scene. Oblivious to the commotion, the carefree Goku began to move his body, muttering, After 2 weeks without training, my body feels like it's rusting. Goku, perhaps you should put some clothes on. Once Goku was dressed, Jiang mentioned a gathering at Kame House in 5 days. As he prepared to leave, the doctor, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, halted him. Wait, where did you acquire that bean? Do you have any more? Grant me one so I can study its composition. This could undoubtedly earn a prestigious award. When I publish my paper, I can include your name. Count yourself fortunate. This is an opportunity for fame. Upon hearing this barrage of words, Jiangling's expression was that of utter disbelief. Ignoring the rambling doctor, he strode to the window and leapt out. He soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. The doctor, once again startled, slapped himself, questioning whether he was trapped in a surreal dream due to the day's bizarre events. Goku and Chi-Chi exchanged a knowing smile. Let us head home tonight, Chi-Chi whispered, her cheeks flushed. It was no wonder. Having recently experienced the joys of womanhood, her enjoyment was entirely natural. Goku scratched his head and glanced at Gohan. Gohan, would you like to stay at Grandpa Kame's place for a few days? Chapter 29, In the Stillness of Night. In a desolate wilderness, Jiang hovered in the sky, searching for something. Much like Piccolo, the Earth Warriors typically concealed their energy. Jiang was able to locate this place thanks to the energy he had sensed previously. However, he soon found himself at a loss, resting his chin on one hand. He pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck him. It is well known that practitioners of martial arts often seek out locations of great energy to train. In many cultivation novels, cultivators will scout out areas rich in spiritual energy. Even in the mundane world, there are reputed locations of favorable feng shui. Although the Dragon Ball universe revolves around Qi, there are parallels to be found. For instance, certain locales may facilitate swifter power growth or provide greater comfort during training. Jiang speculated that if Piccolo possessed any instinct, he would naturally gravitate towards such a training haven in the wild. If that were the case, it would simplify matters. He had just the knowledge necessary for this. Taking a deep breath, Jiang scrutinized the terrain, calculating as he muttered to himself, seeking dragons, dividing gold, observing the winding mountains. Each layer of winding is a layer of challenge. Crayon Shinchan entangles with the green snake. Peppa Pig confronts the great goose. What a cacophony! Eureka! Jiang eyes sparkled as he shot off towards the depths of the distant mountains. Piccolo sat cross-legged atop the highest peak in the mountains. Currently immersed in a meditative combat state, he was mentally simulating a battle with Vegeta. Yet, regardless of how many times he practiced, he was always defeated in a single blow, often reduced to ashes. Cursed be it, he must elevate his strength swiftly with his current power. He stood no chance against Vegeta. Sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a bolt of lightning. Locking onto the figure that had quietly appeared before him, the man tilted his head slightly, evading Piccolo's probing glare, his tail swaying erratically behind him. It was none other than Jiang, who had come searching for him. Well, old Piccolo, how long did it take you to notice my arrival? He remarked, surveying the surroundings and nodding appreciatively. This place was indeed quite a challenge to locate. Not bad, it's a fine spot. Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock. He was acutely aware of the strength of his own perception. Even while focused on meditative combat, it would be impossible for Goku or Vegeta to approach him undetected. Yet Jiang had done just that. It seemed he had been here for quite some time, which was the most astonishing revelation for Piccolo. There was only one explanation. Jiang power far surpassed his own. At that moment, Jiang appeared to Piccolo as an enigma of unfathomable strength. Why are you silent, old Piccolo? Jiang casually settled beside him, showing no signs of their relative unfamiliarity. Ahem, my name is Piccolo, not old Pic. Piccolo cleared his throat, his demeanor noticeably relaxing. I know. Jiang laughed heartily. I call you that to suggest a level of familiarity between us. Piccolo nodded contemplatively, conceding the point. So, you were looking for me? Finding me is quite simple. Just unleash your energy or contact King Kai. That fellow can always get in touch with me. Jiang smacked his thigh, realizing, how did I not think of that? I even spent quite some time searching. The fierce wind howled atop the mountain as the two engaged in casual conversation. Subsequently, Jiang informed Piccolo about the upcoming departure to Namek from Kame House in 5 days, and then took his leave. Upon returning home, he found a delicious meal prepared for him. Bulma, removing her apron, smiled gently. You're back? Let's eat. You can cook? Jiang was taken aback. In his memory, whether from the original story or this reality, he had never seen Bulma in the kitchen, and he had always assumed she was incapable of cooking. Yet, the tantalizing dishes before him indicated otherwise, suggesting that Bulma indeed possessed culinary skills, and they appeared quite delectable. Of course, Bulma replied matter-of-factly. Although I showcased scientific talent as a child and am a genius girl, my mother still insisted on teaching me how to cook. According to her, every girl must know how to prepare meals. I think her views are rather antiquated. Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were rather old-fashioned. However, he felt that Bulma's ability to cook made her even more enchanting. Oh, really? Bulma touched her cheek, visibly delighted. Let us eat first and see if it suits your taste. All right. Jiang took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, delicious. Then eat more. She encouraged. Okay. They both enjoyed their dinner together. Bulma, with a smaller appetite, consumed only a modest portion before stopping. She then turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang, her admiration growing with each passing moment. As a Saiyan, Jiang naturally had a considerable appetite and swiftly devoured the remaining food. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he noticed Bulma's attentive gaze and asked, What are you looking at? Do I have something on my face? Bulma shook her head, nestled into his embrace, and gazed up at him with dreamy eyes. In the quiet of the night, I think of you. You are the morning dew, the evening star, my every joy. I love to see your handsome face, but I adore even more the sight of you breathless. Imagining our future together, I am in bed, the meal is on the stove, and it's all up to you. Jiang was taken aback by Bulma's words. Is this really the Bulma I know? After a moment's thought, he asked, Where did you learn that? Bulma, surprised, replied, How did you know? I saw it online and memorized it. Jiang grinned, Because it's not your style at all. He then shifted the conversation, but I took that last sentence seriously. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes widened as she contemplated escaping. She failed to realize that escaping from Jiang was not a viable option. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode toward the bedroom. You said it's all up to me, Let me go? Bulma exclaimed, struggling. Smack. Jiang playfully swatted her rear, and she immediately quieted down, shyly asking, Could you possibly do that again? Jiang. Later that night, on the rooftop, Bulma rested against Jiang chest. The gentle evening breeze stirred her blue hair. They gazed up at the starry sky, the Milky Way sparkling above them. Bulma, Shall we go on a trip tomorrow? He proposed. Huh, but the spaceship isn't modified yet. Such trivial matters can be set aside. Very well then. The next day, Jiang Ling remarked, this is too fast. I can't handle it. Then I'll slow down. Jiang Ling eased his speed, soaring gently through the air. Bulma nestled in his embrace, the brisk wind whistling past her ears. Enveloped in the comforting aura of masculinity, a sense of security washed over her. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan to the mysterious southern regions. From soft sandy beaches to the northern scenery, the two reveled in Earth's breathtaking vistas throughout the day. Chapter 30, Departure. Time slipped away like grains of sand through one's fingers. As the 5 days drew to a close, Bulma had successfully modified the spaceship. Anticipating the potential boredom of their journey, she prepared ample supplies and even installed a large television in the bedroom for viewing movies. Naturally, without internet access, videos needed to be pre-downloaded. In addition to individual rooms, the spaceship was equipped with bathrooms, a kitchen, and more. Bulma even created a separate room for gravity training, a request made specifically by Jiang Ling to ensure he could continue his training during their travels. At Kame House, everyone had gathered. The spaceship was ready and docked. Bulma whispered to Chi-Chi, hey, Chi-Chi, it seems you've been doing quite well lately. She chuckled softly, observing the satisfaction and happiness flashing across Chi-Chi's rosy face. And she had a rough idea of what was happening. Chi-Chi, pulling her gaze away from Goku and their son, smiled, Bulma, don't talk. It seems you and Jiang Ling are progressing well. Keep it up and aim for a little one. Bulma scoffed at this. What are you saying? I'm not thinking about children for now. Not to mention my Goten is already 5. You need to step it up. Let us see how it goes. Don't talk about me. I see you're preparing for a second child. Huh. Hee good luck. Conversations among women are often endless. If left unchecked, they could discuss everything from poetry to life philosophy, gossip about celebrities, and delve into the minutiae of family life. Meanwhile, Master Roshi observed the scene and turned to Krillin, saying, look at you, the only single man here. Wake up, Krillin, it's time to find a girlfriend. Krillin scratched his head and pointed at Piccolo. Isn't there him? Master Roshi struck Krillin's bald head with his cane. That's not the same. He can lay eggs and reproduce. Can you? No. Exactly. So hurry and find yourself a girlfriend. Wait. Krillin suddenly exclaimed, Master, you're also single. Master Roshi. Just then, Jiang Ling's voice echoed everyone. Let us board the ship. Wearing a straw hat, he stood at the entrance with a grin. We are partners now, aren't we? The group boarded the spaceship. Under the watchful eyes of Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and Old Turtle, a wave of energy surged forth, and the spaceship soared into the sky, embarking on its journey. Meanwhile, far away in Korin Tower, Korin held a small bag in his paws, watching the spaceship soar into the distance. The senza beans had ripened a bit late. He hoped they would have a safe journey. Yajirobe snorted, what is so great about senza beans? They're not as good as snacks. On Namek, a large spaceship descended. As the hatch opened, a group of soldiers lined up on either side. Shortly thereafter, Frieza, as usual, appeared slowly from the hatch, riding in his infant transport. Flanking him were 2 figures, the grotesque, rotund Dodoria and the strikingly handsome Zarbon. They were Frieza's right-hand men, although their battle power was lacking. Frieza had his reasons for keeping them around. Beep. Zarbon received a message and approached Frieza, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, the Jinyu Force has heard of your impending acquisition of immortality and has specifically requested to come to Namek to witness this momentous occasion. Frieza, with his fingers interlocked, resting on the infant carriage, replied politely, very well, let them come and bear witness to the first step of my ascension as the sovereign of the universe. Understood. Sabin stepped back to relay Frieza's words. Dodoria, Frieza cast a glance at the pink, portly figure. Yes, Dodoria affirmed, subsequently pressing a button on his power scouter positioned over his right eye. Beep, beep, there are numerous energy signatures 50 kilometers ahead. What is their power level? Insignificant. Ha. Let us proceed then. I hope they do not disappoint me. Frieza nodded and promptly declared their mission to inquire about the Dragon Balls. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! The soldiers shouted in unison. In the cosmos, a spaceship was swiftly advancing towards Namek. Bulma introduced the various rooms, bathrooms, kitchens, and so forth. Yet, the group's interest lay solely in the gravity training chamber. Gravity training. I want to give it a try. Uncle Jiang Ling is amazing. Jiang Ling, you're incredible. Have you been training in such conditions all this time? No wonder your strength has surged so rapidly. Indeed, Jiang Ling replied with a cheerful smile. As they observed Jiang Ling's relaxed demeanor, the others could hardly fathom the extreme conditions he had endured in the gravity chamber. I want to try the gravity chamber. So do I. Count me in. Me too. The group clamored. Meanwhile, Bulma, not being a combatant, quietly withdrew from the gravity chamber. How ridiculous. If I don't exit promptly, I'll be the first to collapse once the gravity is activated. Then I shall initiate it, Jiang Ling declared, operating the gravity device. In an instant, they felt their bodies weighed down by tenfold. 10 times gravity. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo, who had never been to King Kai's planet, found the tenfold gravity to be quite the challenge. In contrast, Jiang Ling and Goku moved about effortlessly. Are you ready? I am about to activate the 20-fold gravity. Bring it on. Indeed, you underestimate us, Jiang Ling. Merely 20-fold? Krillin declared, thumping his chest. Swish. The 20-fold gravity activated, and Krillin and Gohan instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Piccolo's countenance darkened. His strength was slightly superior to Gohan's, allowing him to remain standing for the moment. However, the 30-fold gravity was activated immediately after. Piccolo could no longer endure. Meanwhile, Goku felt the gravity and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Jiang Ling, this gravity training chamber is perfectly suited for training. Of course, I had Bulma construct it specifically for this purpose. If you desire, you might ask her for assistance. Recalling the matter of finances, Goku scratched his head, deciding to postpone it for later. Is it alright if I borrow this? Absolutely, Jiang Ling replied. Noticing the struggles of others, he deactivated the gravity. As the 30-fold gravity ceased, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan finally caught their breath. You've been training here all this time? That's downright monstrous. Krillin exclaimed incredulously. No, Jiang Ling shook his head. This level of gravity is nothing. I typically train under 50-fold gravity. Amazing. Chapter 31. At ease, Goku eagerly commenced his gravity training. The others returned to their respective quarters to begin their own training. Jiang Ling relinquished the gravity chamber to Goku and departed towards his room, needing to allow Goku some time to acclimate and prepare for his own plans. With that thought, Jiang Ling sauntered back to his room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Bulma, clad in a sheer nightgown, reclining on the custom-made large bed. Her delicate face held a faint blush, and her alluring gaze exuded an irresistible charm, radiating an aura of seduction with every movement. Jiang Ling observed Bulma striking a pose on the bed and picked up a cup of hot water infused with goji berries from the table. He sipped leisurely, his heart devoid of any turmoil. Bulma, good things come to those who wait. Huh, what do you mean? It means you can go and rub against the corner of the table or the bed, Jiang Ling said with a mischievous grin. He had a penchant for teasing Bulma, finding joy in her usual headstrong demeanor juxtaposed with her tender side at night. Bulma seemed momentarily lost in thought. This was not the Jiang Ling she knew. Had he perhaps lost his vigor? Or was he involved with another woman? What's wrong? Are you unable in that regard? It's all right, even if you are. I want to leave you, Bulma said, rising to wrap her arms around Jiang Ling's. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's eyes widened. To be accused of impotence was intolerable, especially coming from his own woman. It's not what you think. I simply worry about you, fearing you might tire yourself out. I want you to rest. Bulma's eyes sparkled with amusement. I never said I was tired. What are you worried about? All right then. Jiang Ling shrugged, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. However, your strength needs to be enhanced as well. That way, you won't tire so easily. You make a good point, but training isn't my passion. It's too taxing for me. The most important thing is that it will lead to muscle growth. I prefer the mental stimulation of working in the lab. While others might find intellectual engagement more excruciating than death, for Bulma, it was her greatest delight, bringing her a sense of contentment. Let me think of a solution. Jiang Ling pondered. The mutant Sinzabine seeds he had planted were growing rapidly, and by the time they returned from the spaceship, they would likely be ripe. This would provide a perfect opportunity for Bulma to test how much her strength could increase. The thought of engaging in a thrilling battle with Bulma ignited excitement within him. Shall we do it now? Bulma bit her lip, her eyes rekindling with desire. Her fair body climbed onto Jiang Ling's chest, her delicate fingers teasingly caressing him. Come what may, who dares to be afraid? Jiang Ling inhaled sharply, flipping Bulma's petite form beneath him, surrendering to her passionate affection. The lights dimmed, leaving only a bedside lamp illuminating the room, casting their shadows upon the wall. The silhouettes drew closer together, and the atmosphere in the room brimmed with springtime warmth. The shadows dancing along the walls. Jiang Ling was fully immersed, and Bulma was equally uninhibited. The rhythmic sounds resonated throughout the room, harmonizing into a beautiful symphony. Through the glass window on the ceiling, the cosmic scenery was visible, adding a unique flavor to the moment. Thanks to the soundproof materials installed in the room, no one would ever know what they were engaged in. In a nearby room, Piccolo's ears twitched, the corner of his mouth curling slightly before he sealed off his hearing. Sighing, he lost track of time as several days passed. Bulma, clad in lingerie, idly lay on the bed watching television. Jiang Ling, feeling somewhat idle, decided to meander through several rooms, taking the opportunity to see how his companions were faring. Krillin sat cross-legged in his room, engaged in solitary meditation and cultivation. Gohan, having presumably completed his training, was diligently scribbling away at his homework at his desk. Gohan, how industrious you are, Ling remarked with a smile. Gohan paused, scratching his head in response. Well, my mom insists that I must finish this homework, otherwise. The thought of the consequences made the young warrior, with a combat power exceeding 1,000, shudder slightly. Then do your best, Ling said, relishing in his friend's plight as he patted Gohan on the shoulder and departed, turning towards Piccolo's room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Piccolo's voice from within. Ling opened the door and leaned casually against the doorframe. Ah, if it isn't Piccolo. It seems you are still engrossed in your training after all these days. Piccolo glanced up briefly and replied coolly, only through relentless training can one hope to surpass Son Goku. Old friend, the gap between your strength and Goku's is vast. Not to mention the divide between you and the Supreme Kai. I doubt you will ever surpass Son Goku, Ling said, a hint of amusement in his tone. Piccolo's expression darkened slightly. So, you have come here to mock me? No, that is not my intention. Ling waved his hand dismissively, retrieving 2 bottles of beer from his system space and tossing one to Piccolo. Typically, Piccolo relied on his 2 antennae for photosynthesis, synthesizing starch to meet his daily energy needs, yet he possessed all the basic organs necessary for consumption. Piccolo caught the beer and regarded Ling with a curious gaze. What exactly are you trying to say? Ling smiled, taking a sip of his own beverage. Nothing much, merely suggesting that you and the Supreme Kai share a life connection, which inherently makes you one. Have you ever considered reuniting as one being? No, Piccolo replied decisively, shaking his head. While we may share a life bond, we are ultimately 2 distinct entities. I do not wish to become him, nor does he wish to become me. Suddenly, Piccolo realized, this has nothing to do with power, does it? Oh, it has everything to do with it. Just imagine. If you were to merge with the Supreme Kai, your strength could potentially increase 100-fold. Furthermore, the personality could be dominated by either the Supreme Kai or yourself, depending on your negotiations. Is that so? I do not believe you. How do you know this? Piccolo eyed him suspiciously. It was not unfounded. For it is akin to someone approaching you out of the blue to declare you have a son. Naturally, you would be skeptical. Believe it or not. It's up to you, Ling said, finishing the last sip of his beer before turning to leave. As he departed, Piccolo's gaze flickered with contemplation. If what Ling proposed were indeed true, it could serve as a trump card for confronting an insurmountable foe. With that thought, Piccolo downed his beer in one go, casting aside distractions to resume his training. On Namek, in a desolate village, Frisia's minions brandished laser guns, herding dozens of Namekian villagers together for a merciless slaughter. Green blood spattered as the villagers' anguished cries echoed through the air. Frisia lounged in a baby carriage, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbon, leisurely observing the devastation. How surprising that such a small village contains so few inhabitants, he remarked, as the massacre left only the elder standing. The elder, frail and gaunt, glared defiantly. Wretched outsiders. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You shall face retribution. Frisia elegantly waved his hand, a smirk gracing his lips. I care not. My sole objective is to acquire the Dragon Balls. The elder's expression darkened. To obtain the Dragon Balls, you must first endure the trials I set forth. You need to gather all 7. After a brief pause, he glanced at the remnants of the villagers, a bitter smile crossing his face. I would rather die than hand over the Dragon Balls to you. Abandon hope. At that moment, one of the minions presented Frisia with a large orange Dragon Ball. My lord, we have found one of the Dragon Balls. Frisia accepted it, nodding approvingly. Is this the Dragon Ball that grants the wish for immortality? Excellent. He then raised a finger, aiming it at the elder not far away. A laser beam shot forth from his fingertip. In an instant, the elder's chest was pierced by the beam, his wide eyes filled with disbelief as green blood oozed from the wound. Frisia elegantly blew on his fingertip. No need to hand over the Dragon Balls. I have already acquired one. The elder, barely clinging to life, uttered his final words. Even if you gather all 7, they will be of no use to you. Before his head fell to the side, lifeless. Frisia paid no heed to the elder's words, dismissing them as futile last struggles. Minions, proceed to the next village and collect the Dragon Balls. Yes, my lord. They chorused, hastening towards their next target, leaving behind a scene of devastation, scattered corpses, and rivers of blood. Chapter 32, Arrival. In the vastness of space, a spaceship raced towards Namek. Inside the gravity training chamber of the ship, under 100-fold gravity, 2 figures collided, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows before separating. As they maneuvered through the air, another flurry of tempestuous attacks ensued. In yet another clash, both warriors unleashed their formidable strength, their fists igniting in a burst of light before erupting in an explosion, sending them both tumbling backward to the ground. Despite the chamber's special reinforcements, it shuddered violently, causing the spaceship to sway. The two combatants were none other than Son Goku and Jiang Ling. They lay on the ground, panting heavily. The intensity of their recent battle under 100-fold gravity had left them utterly drained. Jiang Ling produced a senzu bean, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to pop it into his mouth. The effects of the senzu bean were undeniable, as his body instantly revitalized to its peak condition. Jiang Ling stood, observing the tattered state of his clothing without concern, and approached Goku, offering him a senzu bean as well. Goku, too, was fully restored. Phew. Jiang Ling, I feel my power has surged immensely, he exclaimed. That is to be expected. You are well aware that each injury, once healed, leads to a significant boost in strength. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded in understanding. Since my discharge from the hospital, I sensed a change. However, without senzu beans, I refrained from testing my limits and continued my training. This ability to gain strength from near-death experiences was a Saiyan trait, Jiang Ling explained. The original plot had shifted at this juncture. Due to his intervention, Son Goku had been released from the hospital over a month early and had thus arrived at Namek a month ahead of schedule. The consequence of this was that Master Karen's new batch of mature senzu beans had not yet been acquired, leaving them reliant on Jiang Ling's limited supply instead. At present, they had utilized the near-death recovery method with the senzu beans several times already. Jiang Ling estimated that his combat power had reached between 200,000 to 300,000, with Goku being in a similar range. Meanwhile, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin had all seen some degree of improvement in their strength due to the training in the gravity chamber. With Gohan making the most significant strides, Krillin the least, and Piccolo performing adequately. At that moment, a knock resonated through the chamber. Jiang Ling promptly disabled the gravity effect. Come in. The door opened, revealing Bulma. Approaching Namek, prepare yourselves. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. A glimmer of battle fervor flashed in Goku's eyes as he anticipated the opportunity to engage in another duel with Vegeta, a thought that stirred excitement within him. With a jolt, the spaceship successfully landed on Namek. Through the window, Bulma beheld a landscape vastly different from Earth, and a sense of longing welled up within her. However, preparations must be made first. It was essential to test whether the air was suitable for human habitation and to check for any potential viruses. As Bulma rummaged through her tools, she murmured to herself. Jiang Ling approached her and gently patted her shoulder, chuckling, "There's no need for such fuss. Everything will be just fine." Huh? How do you know? Bulma questioned, puzzled. Jiang Ling pointed outside at Goku and the others, who were cheering and frolicking, the implication clear. Bulma. Without hesitation, she dashed down from the spacecraft, hands on her hips, and unleashed a tirade at the group. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? What if the environment here is uninhabitable? You're all grown-ups, yet you act so recklessly. We're here for a vacation. If anything were to happen, how would I explain it to your families? The group stood in a line, heads bowed, too intimidated to respond. Ahem. Piccolo interjected. I don't have any family. Bulma shot him a glare, incredulous. Just because you have no family means you can joke with your life? Are you out of your mind? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face. It was the first time he felt pressure from a human girl. He turned to Jiang Ling, who was grinning in the distance, casting a desperate glance for help. Jiang Ling shrugged, signaling his inability to assist. Piccolo's inner thoughts. I can't believe this. Chapter 33, The Language of Namek. Is this my homeland? Piccolo inhaled deeply, ripples of emotion stirring within him. Just then, Goku felt a shift in his heart. Abruptly turning his head in a particular direction, his countenance grave. Do you all sense that? The others, upon hearing his words, fell silent to attune themselves, their expressions transforming to one of horror. Gohan murmured, that energy. Piccolo inhaled sharply. It was a malevolent aura, not only wicked but immensely powerful. Krillin's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming on his polished head. Jiang Ling's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Such a formidable presence on Namek could only belong to that powerful man, Frisia, the owner of a real estate company, with dealings in planets across the universe. To think he has ultimately arrived. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling steadied his mind and turned to Bulma. Bulma, can you check if the dragon radar is operational? Not comprehending their conversation, Bulma nodded. Let me see. Beep, beep. As Bulma activated the dragon radar, several lights illuminated the screen. Wonderful. The dragon radar works. This means there are Dragon Balls on Namek. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Goku, Piccolo, and the others shifted dramatically. The existence of Dragon Balls on Namek, coupled with this nefarious powerful presence, posed a catastrophic risk should the Dragon Balls fall into evil hands. Jiang Ling was not particularly surprised by this outcome. He examined the dragon radar. noting that the lights scattered, with two of them moving rapidly. Sensing the direction of the malevolent energy, he shared his findings. Reactions varied among the group. Piccolo's face darkened. Indeed, the sinister energy was gathering the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Goku's eyes sparkled with combativeness. I see. It would be splendid to spar with him. He relished the prospect of battling formidable opponents, pushing himself beyond his limits in combat. Gohan muttered to himself. Who would have thought that a visit to Uncle Piccolo's hometown would lead to such a situation? At that moment, the voice of the North Kai echoed through. Hello, hello, everyone. Oh, North Kai. Goku greeted enthusiastically. Who? Bulma inquired, perplexed. This is North Kai. He trained me in Goku. Jiang Ling clarified for the others, who then seemed to understand. 3 individuals have arrived here. Can you guess who they are? North Kai said mysteriously. Jiang Ling feigned deep contemplation. Let me guess. It must not be Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. With North Kai's intellect, how could he expect us to guess such trivial matters, right, North Kai? North Kai glanced at Yamcha and the others beside him, then chuckled awkwardly. Haha, well, if you can't guess, then forget it. By the way, where are you? This doesn't look like Earth. Goku replied. We're on Namek for a vacation, but we've encountered a powerful individual, and I'm planning to spar with him. A powerful individual? Let me see. As North Kai spoke, his antennae twitched, scanning the situation on Namek. Suddenly, he froze, sweat streaming down from his head to his feet. Frieza, Goku, Jiang Ling, you must not provoke him. That man is Frieza, a villain of the utmost evil, with unparalleled strength. You absolutely cannot defeat him. North Kai spoke urgently. Knowing Goku's nature, he was concerned that Goku would be intrigued, hence his anxiety. North Kai's incessant warnings became a source of irritation for Jiang Ling, who interjected affirmatively on Goku's behalf. After disconnecting the communication with North Kai, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Frieza's presence loomed like an invisible weight upon their shoulders, a formidable and malevolent foe. Krillin scratched his shiny head, breaking the silence. How about we head back? After all, Frieza doesn't concern us. Gohan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Uncle Krillin, this is Piccolo's homeland. If we ignore this, the people here will be slaughtered by Frieza. Do you think I don't want to help? Our strength could hardly make a difference. Regardless, I won't go back. I will lend a hand. Krillin argued loudly. Everyone understood that Krillin's choice was not wrong. It was the most rational and wise decision. Yet, Gohan's kindness and emotions would not allow him to walk away. Gohan. Piccolo ruffled Gohan's hair, a smile creeping onto his lips. You all should return to Earth. I wish to stay on Namek and observe. Bulma chimed in with a smile. Oh, our big demon wants to save Namek. Piccolo turned his head, defending himself. I merely wish to see what life is like on this planet for my kin. It's not as you imagine. Haha, no need to hide it. I already know. Bulma chuckled softly, gradually losing her fear of this big demon. The change in Piccolo was secondary. The primary reason was that Bulma had Jiang Ling, a powerful man by her side. Would Piccolo dare to bully her? In a heartbeat, Jiang Ling clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, listen to me. Since we are here, let us assist Piccolo. After all, he is still just a child of not yet 10 years. Goku, Bulma, Krillin, Gohan. Piccolo's expression darkened, and his gaze bore into Jiang Ling. If looks could kill, Jiang Ling would have perished hundreds of times over. How dare he expose his secrets? Ahem. Jiang Ling continued. Let us first search for the Dragon Balls together. By collecting them ahead of time, we can thwart Frieza's plans and have more leverage in the future. Indeed, I support this notion. Others chimed in, agreeing with his sentiment. However, there was still a lingering desire to confront Frieza directly. Jiang Ling's proposal garnered unanimous support, save for Goku, who voiced a differing opinion. This dissent was swiftly silenced by a playful slap from Bulma, accompanied by a scolding, leading to consensus. I might have been a bit violent earlier. Please don't take offense, Bulma said gently, snuggling into Jiang Ling's embrace. He playfully pinched her nose, chuckling. What are you talking about? How could I ever dislike you? That's a relief, she replied, as an aroma of romance filled the air. The others chose to feign ignorance, whistling nonchalantly. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at Goku. His meaning clear. See that? Take notes for Chi-Chi when we get back. Don't say I didn't teach you. After a brief pause, Jiang Ling recognized that such affectionate exchanges were ill-timed in their current situation, so he cleared his throat. Frieza possesses a power detector. We should refrain from using our energy and take the flying ship instead. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma produced a flying ship capable of accommodating 7 to 8 passengers. The spaceship had already been stored in a capsule, following the Dragon Radar's guidance. The group soon landed in a village. Everyone disembarked, only to find the Namekians around them wearing wary expressions. Gohan exclaimed, they look just like Uncle Piccolo. This was the first time Piccolo had encountered someone who resembled him so closely, aside from the Supreme Kai. and he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. The Namekian villagers regarded Piccolo with a mix of caution and curiosity, murmuring in their native tongue. How could our Namekians be associating with outsiders? Could they possibly be good? No, the elder has warned us of malevolent intruders invading our planet. We must remain vigilant. Piccolo understood their words perfectly, and to his astonishment, so did Jiang Ling. At that moment, a voice resonated within Jiang Ling's mind, causing him to shudder. Ding. Host, this system resolves your confusion. The reason you can comprehend the Namekian language is due to the Dragon Ball language bestowed upon you, which encompasses all languages within the Dragon Ball universe. You startled me. You've been silent for so long, and when you finally speak, it's so abrupt. Jiang Ling thought. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the utility of the Dragon Ball language, which proved to be quite advantageous. As Piccolo prepared to clarify the situation, Jiang Ling stepped forward and addressed the villagers in fluent Namekian. Greetings, I am not a villain. Could you communicate in the universal language? I seek your village's elder regarding a matter of importance. His impeccable command of Namekian astonished the villagers. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated Jiang Ling would speak their language. The others, including Goku, were utterly perplexed, unaware of what Jiang Ling was saying. The villagers stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that an outsider could articulate their native tongue. Our elder, Muley, is on his way, a timid Namekian child spoke up. Chapter 34. So big, little one. What is your name? Bulma inquired as she crouched down beside the charming Namekian child. I'm Dondi, the 108th child of the Grand Elder. He replied proudly. What a lovely name, Bulma said, patting Dandy's head, though she was puzzled. And who is the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder is the most powerful being on our planet and our father, the child explained. Before long, a slightly plump, composed middle-aged Namekian approached the gathering. His gaze swept across the group before he spoke in the universal language. I am Muley, the elder of this village. I am aware of the events that have transpired. Outsiders, please state your purpose. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and replied, Elder Muley, we have journeyed from Earth to assist our friend Piccolo in uncovering his origins. Upon arriving on Namek, we discovered that your situation is dire. Your planet is facing an unprecedented crisis. Upon hearing this, Elder Muley turned to scrutinize Piccolo closely. Nodding in recognition. You are indeed one of our kin. However, I am not privy to your origins. I believe our Grand Elder holds that knowledge. The Grand Elder? Piccolo mused silently, deep in thought. Muley then focused on Jiang Ling. As for the crisis you mentioned, the Grand Elder has already informed me. At this, his expression hardened, and his fists clenched tightly. If push comes to shove, we are not without our means. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and asked, are you referring to assimilation? While that is a possibility, given Frisia's true strength, it is highly likely that even your entire population assimilated would still fall short. Impossible, Muley retorted. Trust me, Jiang Ling said, locking eyes with Elder Muley. The elder, seeing the sincerity in Jiang Ling's clear gaze, fell silent. Assimilation was indeed their race's ability to merge two individuals into one, thus multiplying their strength exponentially. If they were to initiate a mass assimilation, they might stand a chance against Frisia. However, with Frisia already having slaughtered several villages, the Namekian population had significantly dwindled, making such a strategy perilous. Jiang Ling spoke gravely. We require the Dragon Balls from your village, for if Frisia comes, you will be unable to protect yourselves. Moreover, since only the Grand Elder knows the truth about Piccolo's origins, I wish to take him to meet the Grand Elder. Elder Muley, a decisive man, reflected briefly before making a decision. I can agree to your first condition. As for the second, he paused, seemingly receiving new information before continuing. The Grand Elder has instructed me to allow you to seek him. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the Dragon Balls. Very well. The group settled down to rest momentarily. Bulma stayed close to Jiang Ling, engaging in light conversation, though his mind was clearly preoccupied. Piccolo engaged in a discussion with Elder Muley about the fundamental details of Namek. Jiang Ling, is Frisia truly as formidable as you claim? Goku lay on the grass, arms behind his head, casually chewing on a root he had plucked from the ground, lost in thought. Jiang Ling nodded. Frisia's power is indeed terrifying. Your current strength would be mere fodder. I can't wait to meet this Frisia, Goku exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect of a formidable adversary. His thrill mirrored that of individuals with a penchant for excitement in the face of challenge. Not far away, Gohan and Krillin, two individuals brimming with childlike innocence, were engaged in joyous play with several Namekian children. After a while, the Dragon Balls arrived. Gazing at the Namekian Dragon Ball, which was several times larger than the Earth's, Bulma exclaimed, how enormous. It surpasses that of Earth. Jiang Ling smirked. Then how about mine? Bulma retorted, no nonsense. Is this the appropriate occasion for such remarks? At that moment, two shooting stars streaked across the sky, descending into the distance. Gohan, noticing the comet-like spacecraft reminiscent of Vegeta's arrival on Earth, paused momentarily. This aura, without a doubt, belongs to Vegeta. A cold sweat trickled down Krillin's brow, revealing the indelible shadow Vegeta had cast in his mind. Sun Wukong rose abruptly, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of the descending spacecraft. Indeed, as Jiang Ling had stated, Vegeta had truly arrived, though his current strength remained uncertain. Jiang Ling clapped his hands, interrupting the myriad thoughts of the crowd. All right, let us not dwell on him. We must head to the Grand Elder. Jiang Ling, why are you so insistent on visiting the Grand Elder? You will understand once we arrive. The group boarded the ship, with Dandy following suit. The flying vessel ascended into the sky, with Dandy guiding the way while Bulma piloted the ship at full speed towards the Grand Elder's residence. Meanwhile, Frieza's forces were rampaging through the third village. My lord, we have secured the third Dragon Ball. The rotund, pink-skinned Dodoria cradled the Dragon Ball in his hands. Frieza, as always, lounged in his hovering pod, nodding with a calm and elegant demeanor. Beep, beep. A message was received by Zarbin, who reported, My lord, Vegeta has arrived on Namek, with Kaiatsu hot on his heels. That bothersome monkey, Frieza remarked disdainfully, yet with an air of elegance, added, Isn't already here? Let him deal with it. His combat power exceeds that of Vegeta. Understood, Zarbin replied, dispatching orders to Kaiatsu. Oh, by the way, Frieza suddenly recalled, Isn't the Ginyu Force nearing? Yes, my lord. Excellent. It has been a while since I last saw them. I find myself somewhat nostalgic. Ha. I'll take the Dragon Balls back to the spaceship first. Continue your search for the Dragon Balls until the Ginyu Force arrives. Yes, my lord. Chapter 35. Piccolo's heritage. Somewhere on Namek, the spacecraft carrying Vegeta had just landed, creating a substantial crater upon impact. The hatch opened with a hiss. Vegeta stepped out, inhaling the fresh air. So this is Namek, the realm where the Dragon Balls, capable of granting me immortality, reside, he murmured, casting his gaze towards another large crater where another spacecraft lay. Emerging from it was an unsightly catfish-like creature, Kaiatsu, who had followed closely behind. What a loyal dog to Frieza, following me wherever I go, Vegeta mocked, crossing his arms. Kaiatsu returned the taunt with a chilling smile. You're unaware, aren't you? The Lord just ordered me to eliminate you. Oh, is that so? At this moment, Vegeta brimmed with confidence in his abilities. Had this been before my trip to Earth, I might have struggled against you. But now he paused, activating the scouter affixed to his right eye, aiming it at Kaiatsu. You possess a mere combat power of 22,000. You cannot contend with me. Such disdainful words ignited a profound humiliation within Kaiatsu, who retorted, even at 22,000. That's beyond your capabilities. Is it? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, slightly bending his knees, and propelled himself towards Kaiatsu like a cannonball. The latter, taken aback by the sudden assault, hastily raised his arms to block. Boom. The tremendous force transmitted through Kaiatsu's arms left him in disbelief. How could this be? How can this wretched monkey possess such strength? Vegeta smirked, surprised, aren't you? To be honest, I'm astonished as well, but this is reality. With that, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, relentlessly pounding Kaiatsu's arms. Tat 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 tat. Boom 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 boom. The overwhelming barrage of attacks proved too much for Kaiatsu, sending him careening backwards into a massive boulder, shattering it under the immense force. Ugh! Kaiatsu spat out a mouthful of green blood, his face filled with terror as he beheld the advancing Vegeta. Spare me too late. Vegeta loomed over Kaiatsu, grasping his head and flinging him into the sky. With swift movements, Vegeta sent forth energy blasts that struck Kaiatsu with ferocious intensity. Boom boom boom. Helpless against the onslaught, Kaiatsu let out a wretched scream as he was obliterated by the barrage of energy blasts, erupting into a magnificent display of fireworks in the sky. Humph! Clenching his fists, Vegeta reveled in the power coursing through him. Having recovered from the brink of death, his strength had surged significantly, a truly exhilarating sensation. With a few more encounters like this, he could attain immortality and eventually defeat Frieza, ruling over the universe. However, the immediate priority was to seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza. As long as Frieza had not gathered all the Dragon Balls, he could not achieve immortality. If necessary, he would destroy the Dragon Balls and make another trip to Earth. Vegeta's eyes glinted as he cast a deep glance in Frieza's direction, concealing his energy before turning to head in another direction. Unbeknownst to him, aside from Frieza, Jiang Ling and his companions were also moving swiftly while concealing their energy on Namek. Somewhere on Namek, Jiang Ling and his companions arrived outside the Grand Elder's residence aboard their flying ship, landing gently. One by one, they disembarked, with Gohan and Dandy being the last to step off. Throughout the journey, Gohan had been sharing delightful snacks from Earth and showcasing captivating animated shows on television, captivating Dandy's attention to the point where he nearly misdirected their course several times. This is where the Grand Elder resides. Dandy pointed to the white semicircular building. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the white dwelling swung open, revealing a robust Namekian. Nail, it's been a long time, Dandy exclaimed excitedly. Nail nodded, his gaze shifting to Jiang, Ling, and the others. Friends from Earth, the Grand Elder has informed me of your intentions. Please follow me. With that, he turned and entered the residence. Jiang Ling nodded, holding Bulma's hand as they followed, with Wukong and the others close behind. Upon entering the dwelling, they boarded an elevator that took them to the second floor. Before them sat a colossal Namekian, comfortably seated in a chair. How immense! Krillin swallowed hard. Just how large is he? In comparison to this individual, they seemed like children standing before adults. Are you the Grand Elder? Bulma couldn't help but inquire. The contrast in physique was indeed overwhelming. Jiang Ling scrutinized the Grand Elder, finding his appearance much as described in the original text. With a colossal form, he bore the marks of age, his skin dotted with numerous age spots. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the Grand Elder of the Namekian people, his aged voice resonated. Ah. Sun Wukong grinned broadly, exuberantly greeting. I am Sun Wukong. So, you are the Grand Elder? At last, I have found you. I am unsure why I sought you. For it is Jiang Ling who is in search of you. This is our Grand Elder. Do not be disrespectful. The Grand Elder's guardian, Nailu, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, only to be halted by the Grand Elder. It is of no consequence. The Grand Elder, indifferent to such formalities, turned his gaze toward Piccolo. You hail from Earth. You must be one of the children sent away by Kakarot. I never expected you to safely arrive on Earth. I recall you as one of our most gifted Namekians, though your strength seems significantly diminished compared to your peers. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head. I have no recollection of my childhood. I do not know who Kakarot is, nor do I understand what it means to be of the Dragon Clan. Observing his demeanor, the Grand Elder contemplated briefly before kindly inquiring, May I delve into your past? Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions, merely a desire to understand your history. After a moment's silence, Piccolo acquiesced. My body has grown frail. Please come closer to my side. Following his instructions, Piccolo approached. The Grand Elder's broad palm rested upon his head as he closed his eyes. The others refrained from interrupting, waiting patiently. After a considerable time, the Grand Elder opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, you are one of the children sent away by Kakarot. Within our community, we refer to our prodigies as the Dragon Clan. You belong to this lineage, the only ones capable of creating Dragon Balls. Regrettably, your separation from the divine has significantly weakened your power and potential. Otherwise, the Saiyans who invaded Earth recently would not stand a chance against you. So, that's how it is, Piccolo murmured softly. The Grand Elder continued, I sense there remains untapped potential within you. Allow me to help guide it. Potential? Piccolo began to question, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of formidable energy emanating from within him. Is this my power? He gazed in astonishment at his hands, acutely aware of the exponential increase in strength. Indeed, young one, this is the latent power residing within you. My role was merely to guide it. If you could reunite with the divine, your strength would amplify even further, the Grand Elder said with a gentle smile. Chapter 36. Guiding Potential. A semi-transparent aura was unleashed by Piccolo, blazing fiercely, as if it were tangible. The intensity of his presence reached terrifying heights, particularly alarming to Krillin and Gohan. Uncle Piccolo is incredibly strong, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Krillin, beads of cold sweat trickling down his shining bald head, felt as though he had returned to the era when the Demon King Piccolo wreaked havoc. Piccolo stared at his hands, never having imagined he could acquire such tremendous power. Child, do not resist this newfound strength, for it is your own, the Grand Elder kindly advised. I understand, Grand Elder, Piccolo nodded. The Grand Elder then turned his attention to the Earthlings who had journeyed from afar. I can sense your goodwill. If you do not mind, allow me to guide your potential in these final moments of my life. Really? Can we gain immense power like Piccolo? Krillin's eyes sparkled with hope. The Grand Elder nodded slowly. Indeed. Bulma, with a hint of concern, asked, Grand Elder, will your methods adversely affect your health? The Grand Elder shook his head, smiling. I appreciate your concern. I am merely guiding the power within you. It will not harm me. Thank you, Grand Elder, Jiang Ling smiled. Helping Piccolo uncover his heritage was merely a pretext. His true aim was to unlock everyone's potential. The Grand Elder first assisted Krillin in unlocking his potential, and it seemed his strength had increased by approximately sixfold. Next was Gohan, whose potential was even greater, enhancing his power by more than tenfold. This outcome was anticipated by Jiang Ling. As for Sun Wukong, The power he gained from the guidance was nothing short of terrifying compared to his previous state. Although the increase was modest, around 8 to 9 times, his foundational strength was substantial. According to Jiang Ling's estimations, he still possessed combat power exceeding 2 million. Jiang Ling, I am going to find Frisia, Sun Wukong declared with enthusiasm. Jiang Ling waved his hand, offering no resistance, for he understood it was futile to deter him at this juncture. Moreover, there were currently no means to further augment their combat prowess. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Krillin, realizing that without his sacrifice, Wukong would likely be unable to transform into a Saiyan. However, with the Dragon Balls in hand, they could devise a way to resurrect him later if necessary. Dad, may I join you? Gohan ventured. Wukong nodded, smiling. Engaging in battle will benefit you. I will assist as well. Krillin stepped forward, surprising the others. Noting their astonished gazes, Krillin rubbed his bald head sheepishly. After all, I have received the Grand Elder's favor. The group shared a knowing smile. Without awaiting the Grand Elder's response, they soared towards Frisia's energy signature. Wait, the Grand Elder called out, but it was too late. He turned to Jiang Ling, asking, is what you mentioned earlier true? Is Frisia truly as formidable as you claimed? If so, you must leave with your companions at once. He wished to avoid innocent casualties resulting from the calamity befalling Namek. After a pause, the Grand Elder requested, if possible, please take a few Namekians with you. Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head. Grand Elder, do not concern yourself with them. Let them go. If circumstances become dire, we can always use the Dragon Balls to wish for everyone to join us on Earth. That is indeed a viable option. The Grand Elder nodded, continuing. Only you and that girl remain. Come, allow me to guide your potential. Very well. As the Grand Elder's broad hand rested upon Jiang Ling's head, he felt a force within him being gently coaxed forth. With a roar, a wave of energy erupted uncontrollably from his body. His black hair stood on end, and a semi-transparent aura erupted from his skin. Power. Feeling the overwhelming surge of strength, Jiang Ling, though prepared, could not help but feel exhilarated. Anyone would be moved by the sudden acquisition of such immense power. After calming his emotions, Jiang Ling restrained his aura and said to the Grand Elder, thank you for your assistance. Merely a small favor, yet your potential is truly astonishing, akin to that of the young boy before. The Grand Elder remarked with a cheerful smile, then turned his gaze to Bulma. Young lady, it is now your turn. Me? Bulma pointed to herself, surprised. Indeed. I think I'll pass. I'm not adept at combat. Bulma chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Ling replied, requesting a Dragon Ball from the Elder and greeting Bulma as he prepared to take her away. Noticing that Piccolo had no intention of departing, he inquired, Piccolo, are you not coming to fight? You go ahead, Piccolo replied, fully aware that during the previous potential guidance, his energy had been emitted outward. It was quite probable that it had been detected by the enemy's sensors. Furthermore, the Elder was clearly immobile, so he felt compelled to remain and protect him. Observing Piccolo's resolve, Jiang Ling refrained from further discussion and flew off with Bulma. Upon arriving at a clearing, he instructed her to retrieve the spaceship. Should danger arise, Bulma would be able to activate the spacecraft at a moment's notice. Inside the spaceship, Jiang Ling remarked, Bulma, I believe you should attempt to guide your potential. I'm not a fighter. What use is strength to me? Bulma pouted. In an instant, Jiang Ling leaned closer and whispered a few words into her ear, causing her face to flush crimson as she shot him a playful glare. You only think about those things. You've won me over. Let's head back to find the Elder. No need, Jiang Ling said with a mysterious smile. I can guide potential as well. He had seized the opportunity to sign in with the Elder, acquiring the skill to guide potential. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What did we need the Elder for? I just learned it, and it's not quite mature yet. Wearing clothes affects the success rate of guidance. In the room, on the bed, as the power was unleashed, Bulma's expression was one of disbelief. Is this what power feels like? It's almost overwhelming. Jiang Ling exclaimed, what on earth is this nonsense? He decided to proceed without further ado, flipping her onto her stomach on the bed and diving into the realm of tenderness. It was impossible for anyone to remain indifferent in the presence of the alluring Bulma. Bulma gasped, hey, what are you doing? I'm not ready. However, the vast disparity in their powers dictated that she could only yield to Jiang Ling's whims. Chapter 37. In days gone by, in a certain village, Frisia's army was rampantly slaughtering. Dodoria landed a punch on an ordinary Namekian, piercing through his abdomen. Green blood splattered onto him, and he licked his lips without a hint of concern. At that moment, the sensor over his right eye suddenly detected a powerful energy. Beep, beep, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, beep. Boom. The sensor exploded. The maximum detection value of this sensor was 50,000, and its destruction indicated that the sudden surge of power exceeded that threshold. Dodoria was somewhat taken aback, but not excessively so, as he was well aware of his king's strength. No matter who arrived, they would only meet their demise. Is there a possibility that the Jinyu force has arrived? Zarbin suggested. That is plausible, though not certain. Regardless, let us focus on gathering the Dragon Balls. The king is waiting. We should split up to expedite the collection. Dodoria and Zarbin agreed, resolving to divide their forces. 5 spaceships resembling shooting stars descended upon Namek, creating 5 deep craters upon landing. 5 figures burst forth from the spacecraft, heading straight for Frisia's large spaceship. Not long after, they stood before Frisia, who was comfortably seated in his personal baby carriage, observing the 5 with satisfaction. These individuals comprised the Jinyu force, each possessing unique abilities and unwavering loyalty, essentially a suicide squad, or, in modern terms, brainwashed fanatics. Your Majesty, we, the Jinyu force, report for duty, they proclaimed in unison, launching into an awkward yet shameful dance. Guldo, Berta, Jeez, Jinyu, each struck a pose they deemed impressive. Jinyu has arrived, he exclaimed, turning around and presenting his backside to Frisia, revealing his flesh-colored undergarments. The 5 concluded with a simultaneous shout, "We are the Jinyu force." After their performance, Captain Jinyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Your Majesty, do you enjoy this dance?" Frisia's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he had witnessed it numerous times, he still could not acclimate to the Jinyu force's entrance dance. "Ahem, it's adequate," Frisia replied, clearing his throat to shift the topic. "I am pleased to see you. Jinyu force, I have a task for you. Gather the Dragon Ball so that I may attain immortality." "We shall accomplish this mission," the Jinyu force chorused. Frisia gestured them away, and as he finished speaking, Captain Jinyu activated his sensor. To the northwest and southwest were Dodoria and Zarbin's teams. No need to check there. To the southeast, 3 energy signatures were approaching, but their power was too weak to be of concern. To the northeast, however, 2 energy signatures fluctuated in strength, likely indicating the presence of Dragon Balls. After completing his analysis, Jinyu issued the command for the Jinyu force to head northeast. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just annihilated a village, securing his first Dragon Ball. After concealing the Dragon Ball, he suddenly glanced into the distance, his pupils narrowing. 5 energy signatures were approaching. The Jinyu force had arrived. Compared to Frisia, who rarely intervened, the Jinyu force's brutality and formidable combat prowess left a more profound impression. Vegeta cautiously concealed his energy, only exhaling in relief when he sensed the Jinyu force diverting in another direction. Given his current combat strength, he could not hope to contend with Jinyu. Prudence was his best ally. Dodoria and Zarbin have separated? Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he swiftly flew toward the sensed energy. Moments later, he crossed his arms, blocking Dodoria's path. Observing Dodoria accompanied by a throng of minions, he smirked. "Dodoria, long time no see." Dodoria, upon seeing the newcomer, exhibited no anger, merely a profound disdain. "Oh, isn't this the monkey? I hadn't sought you out, yet here you are at my doorstep. How fortuitous, I can dispose of you at once." Who will dispose of whom is yet to be determined. With that, Vegeta erupted in fury, his concealed energy surging to its peak. Without further ado, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Dodoria nimbly dodged the onslaught, chuckling. "Humph, is that all you've got?" Just as he spoke, a series of explosions accompanied by anguished cries erupted from behind. Boom, boom, ah! Whipping around, Dodoria's expression darkened. All his minions had been obliterated. "Baka!" He bellowed in anger. Without those minions to assist in the slaughter of villages, the subsequent search for the Dragon Balls would prove to be rather troublesome. Thus, his anger was completely justified. "Bakayuru, you have thoroughly infuriated me. I shall end your life." Dodoria seethed with rage, feeling that Vegeta was mocking him. His corpulent frame surged towards Vegeta at an illogical speed, massive fists descending like hammers. Thud! A dull thump resonated. Dodoria's eyes widened in astonishment. Across from him, Vegeta effortlessly blocked the onslaught with a single hand, appearing utterly unperturbed. "Is that all you've got?" Vegeta scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Dodoria could hardly believe that the once weak Saiyan he had underestimated could withstand his full force attack. His eyes bloodshot, Dodoria unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet each was either deftly dodged or skillfully parried by Vegeta. "Are you done playing? Now it's my turn." With a huff, Vegeta delivered a knee strike, propelling Dodoria skyward. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared above Dodoria, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Boom! Dodoria plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Vegeta landed beside the gasping Dodoria, casting a condescending gaze upon him. Dodoria suddenly shouted, his voice dripping with humiliation, "Do you know who I am? I am the trusted right hand of Lord Frisia. In the past." Chapter 38. Do you know who I am? The most loyal subordinate of Lord Frisia. I once followed him, wielding dual blades, carving a path from the western galaxy to the eastern galaxy. For 3 continuous days and nights, the scene was drenched in blood. Yet I swung my blades without flinching. Dodoria seethed, attempting to intimidate Vegeta into retreat. After a moment of silence, Vegeta inquired, "Aren't your eyes dry?" Dodoria glared. "I said I could kill without blinking, and you dare ask me if my eyes are dry? What else could I ask you?" Vegeta smiled slightly, crouching down to grip Dodoria's head, slamming it repeatedly into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Dodoria, already at the center of the crater, felt the earth beneath him crack like a spider's web. Frisia's right hand. Boom. 3 days and nights. Boom. Swinging blades. Boom. With each taunt, Vegeta crushed Dodoria's head further into the ground. At last, Dodoria could no longer endure and begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Spare me." Boom. Seeing Vegeta remain unmoved, a wave of dread washed over Dodoria. In a moment of desperation, he recalled something, grasping at a lifeline, and hastily exclaimed, "I know how Planet Vegeta was destroyed." Vegeta paused, mocking, "Planet Vegeta was obliterated by a meteor, I am aware." "No, that's not it." Dodoria interjected quickly, "I know the truth. If I tell you, you must let me go." "Oh." Vegeta halted, his gaze glinting with interest. "Fine, speak." Relieved, Dodoria continued, "Planet Vegeta was personally annihilated by Lord Frieza himself. I overheard him mention that the legendary Super Saiyan was always a threat. That's it. You promised you'd let me go." Upon hearing this, a flicker of an imperceptible emotion crossed Vegeta's eyes. He nodded, seized Dodoria, and hurled him into the sky. With hands clasped, a pulsating energy sphere began to coalesce. Final flash. Vegeta thrust upwards. The energy blast surged forth with tremendous force, striking Dodoria, who was powerless to evade in midair. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted. Dodoria was obliterated into pink chunks, plummeting into the lake below to feed the fish. The entire sequence transpired in an instant. Dodoria had not even the chance to utter a final word. "Humph. Trusting in ethereal promises, your demise is well-deserved." Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft where Jiang, Ling, and Bulma resided, a large television mounted on the wall played a romantic soap opera. Melodic music drifted from the speakers. Having just weathered several storms, Bulma's cheeks flushed, leaning against Jiang Ling's chest, drawing circles on his shirt. "Darling, you're amazing. Is that even in question?" Jiang Ling smirked, his pride swelling as he reached out to caress her again, prompting a playful pout from the beauty. After a moment of flirtation, Bulma licked her lips, smiling brightly. "Oh dear, my mouth feels a bit dry." Jiang Ling glanced over, replying, "Well, drink some water then." "But I'm so tired. I don't want to get up or drink water." Confused, Jiang Ling scratched his head. "Then what do you want to do?" Bulma rolled her eyes. "When I say my mouth is dry, don't you understand what I mean?" "Oh." Jiang Ling suddenly grasped her implication. "Then head away." "Whoa." Bulma quickly dodged, almost caught by the playful jab. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, hands on her hips, she glared angrily. "Is that what I meant? What else could it be? I'll kill you." Bulma swung her tiny fists at him, and Jiang Ling laughed heartily, the two engaging in playful antics. However, at that moment, Jiang Ling's demeanor shifted, his earlier levity vanishing. "Stay here, don't go outside." "Did you discover something?" Bulma queried. "Yes, just stay put until I return." "Okay, be careful," she said, concern evident in her voice. Jiang Ling scoffed, "Don't underestimate your man's abilities." With that, he vanished from the spacecraft, reappearing outside. Bulma stared in astonishment, murmuring, "So fast. If he was that quick before. Oh dear, I can hardly fathom." Jiang Ling, unaware of Bulma's thoughts, had already floated far from the spacecraft. Standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, casually observing the 5-member team before him. The Ginyu Force. Each member possessed unique abilities. If Krillin, Gohan, and the others faced them, there would be no escape. Yet Jiang Ling remained relaxed. Even before tapping into his potential, he could single-handedly take on the Ginyu Force, let alone now that he had fully harnessed his capabilities. "So, you are the Ginyu Force, are you?" Jiang Ling smiled. The arrival of the Ginyu Force was unexpected, coming much earlier than anticipated compared to the original timeline. "Hey, got any Dragon Balls? If not, get lost and don't block my path," Ginyu sneered. The other team members chuckled, viewing this individual before them as utterly overconfident. "I do have them, but can you take them?" Jiang Ling beckoned with his finger. The Ginyu Force exchanged glances and laughed once more. "Same old rules. Let us rock, paper, scissors to decide who faces off." They then gathered around and began to play a game of rock, paper, scissors. Jiang Ling quietly observed their performance, refraining from uttering a word. Eventually, the robust Lycum secured his opportunity to step into the fray. Jiang Ling was familiar with him, knowing his specialties lay in defense and dance. "Let me have some fun with you," Lycum declared. Jiang Ling, dismissing any further conversation, moved with a swift motion, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. In an instant, he appeared before Lycum, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Then, following through, executed an uppercut that struck his chin. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, leaving onlookers stunned and unable to react. In the next moment, Lycum's body bent forward, and he expelled a clear stream of saliva along with a few yellowed teeth into the sky. While the crowd remained in shock, Jiang Ling had already darted behind Lycum, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his back. Bang! Lycum was sent crashing to the ground, his body slamming down with such force that a deep crater formed around him. The members of the Jinyu force stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What just happened? Lycum went down in an instant. I didn't see it clearly. It all happened too fast. How could someone be faster than the fastest man in the universe? Bart, a member of the Jinyu force with blue skin, was astonished to discover that someone could surpass his renowned speed. This revelation shattered his worldview. In the arena, Jiang Ling stood at the edge of the crater, arms crossed, coldly observing Lycum, who was trembling as he struggled to rise. Damn it, this is the first time I've been so severely injured. He gasped, his face contorted. I will kill you. Witness my ultimate move, the mouth cannon. As he uttered these words, Lycum opened his mouth wide, gathering intense light within. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Having previously exerted around 100,000 units of power without incapacitating him, truly, Lycum was renowned for his defensive prowess. As Lycum prepared to unleash his mouth cannon, Jiang Ling swiftly moved before him once more, extending his hand and striking him across the face with a resounding slap. Slap. The sound echoed, lingering in the air. Gulping. Lycum swallowed the impending energy blast he had been about to unleash, his eyes widening in shock. Jiang Ling then stepped back several hundred meters, turning to observe. He watched as Lycum's belly, having swallowed the energy, suddenly burst open in a violent explosion. Boom. A small mushroom cloud erupted, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. Lycum was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. What a remarkable ultimate move, Jiang Ling mused, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 39, Intrigued. Lycum, how could this happen? The remaining members of the Special Operations team lamented. Indeed, this is unfortunate. Our dance is now incomplete. Bart and JIS exchanged glances, subtly nodding at one another. They then clasped their hands together, directing their combined energy towards Jiang Ling as they shouted in unison, Fusion Technique. Purple-red Comet Impact. A volley of intertwined purple and red energy projectiles surged forth from their joined hands, hurtling towards Jiang Ling. Observing this, Jiang Ling remarked, "This attack possesses both speed and power. There are almost no rivals at your level. Unfortunately, my combat prowess far exceeds yours." Shaking his head, he effortlessly blocked the incoming purple-red energy sphere with a casual wave of his hand, extinguishing it instantly. JIS stared in shock at the scene, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Bart gasped in disbelief, his mind reeling at the ease with which Jiang Ling had neutralized their once invincible fusion technique. Even their captain, Jinyu, would not dare to guarantee he could withstand such an assault. While they remained momentarily dazed, Jiang Ling had no intention of waiting for them to recover. He rapidly closed the distance, seizing both of their hair and forcefully smashing their heads together. Bang! Dazed and reeling. Bang! Blood gushed forth. Bang! They were sent careening into the air. After colliding them together a few times, Jiang Ling casually tossed them upwards. He then squatted slightly, placing his hands on his waist in a flower-like stance, blue and white light radiating from between his fingers. Kamehameha. With a push, a powerful energy wave burst forth from his hands, enveloping Bart and JIS in an overwhelming force, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The sky blossomed with two beautiful displays of light, brilliant, resplendent, and radiant. These battles concluded so swiftly that Captain Jinyu and the other member, Goldo, had yet to intervene. They gazed at the pyrotechnics in the sky, as if the faces of their fallen comrades were etched in the air before them. Goldo, drenched in sweat and feeling disoriented, sought an opportunity to slip away, while Jinyu's eyes flickered, lost in thought. "Goldo, I require his body. You know what to do," Jinyu murmured. Goldo nodded urgently, understanding the gravity of the situation. He was well aware of Jinyu's ability to swap bodies, and he had long since lost count of how many bodies Jinyu had inhabited. Jiang Ling's gaze locked onto them, fixing on Goldo. He understood clearly that this individual needed to be eliminated first, otherwise his alliance with Jinyu would pose a minor inconvenience. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ling utilized his speed advantage, appearing before Goldo in the blink of an eye. The latter, startled, instinctively stepped back and shouted, "Now's my chance." Jinyu shouted, "Switch." At the same moment, Goldo held his breath. In his view, everything froze, including Jiang Ling and Jinyu. Only he could move. This was his gift. Time stop activated by holding his breath. Quickly, Guldo repositioned Jinyu to his original location, facing Jiang, while he himself sought refuge. Releasing his breath and inhaling deeply, time resumed its flow with his exhalation. In an instant, the short and stout Guldo had transformed into Jinyu, whose mouth emitted a brilliant white light, indicative of his body-swapping ability. Jiang was acutely aware of this maneuver. However, the distance was sufficient for him to react. Just as the white light was about to make contact, he sidestepped, evading the strike. His speed and reflexes were formidable, particularly in a battle where the disparity in strength was so pronounced. Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that even at such close range, he had failed to strike the coveted body he desired. What incredible combat prowess this was! Jiang Ling's thoughts raced. He had previously miscalculated. He should have prioritized eliminating Jinyu. Gathering energy into a blade, Jiang Ling's hand manifested a blade of energy, slicing swiftly through the air, severing Jinyu's limbs with precision. Subsequently, the blade plunged into Jinyu's throat, violently pulverizing his vocal cords. Jinyu's ability to change bodies necessitated the utterance of specific phrases. Thus, Jiang Ling aimed to obliterate his throat. As for the reason he did not simply kill Jinyu, a sly grin crept across Jiang Ling's face. He merely coveted Jinyu's innate skills. Leaving Jinyu in his wake, Jiang Ling sensed a presence and fixed his gaze upon a stone. He advanced and shattered the stone, revealing the concealed Guldo. "How did you find me? Don't come any closer." Guldo's face was etched with fear. Jiang Ling offered a slight smile and unleashed a punch. In the next instant, Guldo's form vanished. Jiang Ling remained unhurried. He understood that time had just been halted once more. However, Guldo required oxygen, and his capacity to hold his breath was limited. He could not escape for long. As anticipated, Jiang Ling soon discovered him again behind another stone. This cycle repeated several times until Guldo, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, unable to continue. Jiang Ling lightly struck him, inflicting significant injury. Now, he was ensnared within Jiang Ling's grasp. As for the reason he did not simply end Guldo's life, Jiang Ling smiled enigmatically. He was quite intrigued by the concept of time stasis. Chapter 40, Goku vs. Frieza. Before long, Jiang Ling received a notification from the system. Ding, sign-in attempts refreshed. It seems time hasn't passed so swiftly. How could I sign in again? Jiang Ling pondered. After the system's explanation, he grasped that on Namek, a day elapsed quickly. Approximately 3 days there equated to 1 day on Earth. Oh, system, you are rather considerate, adjusting according to local time. Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Of course, this system would never engage in actions that harm the host. Well then, please proceed with my sign-in, Jiang Ling instructed, placing his hand upon Guldo. Ding, sign-in successful, acquired Guldo's dance. Jiang Ling. I thought we had established you were considerate. You bestow upon me this trinket? Ding. Host, this system operates with fairness. Sign-in skills are inherently random. Jiang Ling waved his hand, feeling a slight headache. Having acquired this skill from Guldo, should he wish to sign in again, he would have to wait an entire year. He reflected on how effortlessly he had previously obtained desirable skills. Perhaps he had merely been fortunate, consistently receiving the skills he desired. Now, with an undesirable skill in hand, the drawbacks became apparent. The time stasis ability was absolutely essential, and he needed to devise a plan. Regarding Jinyu, he decided to wait until tomorrow after the cooldown period for signing in. Observing the resentful expressions on Jinyu and the barely conscious Guldo, Jiang Ling resolved firmly. At that moment, he sensed the distant confrontation between Son Goku and Frieza. It appeared they had already clashed. I must go and witness this. Should Frieza emerge victorious and dominate the universe, the consequences would be dire, Jiang Ling contemplated. He had no desire to wander the cosmos with Bulma, evading Frieza's relentless pursuit. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Grasping the incapacitated Jinyu and Guldo, Jiang Ling soared towards the direction of the battle. On the other side, Son Goku confronted Frieza directly. I've heard you are formidable. Let me test your strength. After warming up, Goku assumed a fighting stance, his energy flaring dramatically. Frieza blinked in surprise at Goku's display. You resemble the Saiyan who resisted until the very end when I obliterated planet Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Goku paused momentarily, then shook his head. Perhaps, I possess some Saiyan blood, so it's not unusual to have a resemblance. However, I cannot fathom why that Vegeta would willingly serve you after you destroyed his planet. Frieza chuckled, unaware of the implications. And you, a mere Saiyan monkey, dare challenge me? Such audacity. Clearly, you underestimate my power. Frieza held an unwavering confidence in his abilities, dismissing Goku entirely as he remained seated in his hovering pod. Showing no inclination to descend. Come forth, I can dispatch you with a single hand. Frieza smirked, extending his hand, unleashing a laser beam from his fingertip. Goku, perplexed by this attack, found it rather weak in his current state. Casually, he swatted the laser away and advanced, delivering a punch aimed at Frieza. Surprised that his initial assault had failed, Frieza was even more astonished to see Goku appear before him, attempting to strike. This monkey, so ant-like, possesses such speed? With a resounding impact, Frieza intercepted Goku's punch. He then felt an overwhelming force surge through his hand. The hovering pod, unable to withstand such power, propelled Frieza backward until he collided with a wall, halting his momentum. With a thunderous sound, the pod shattered into fragments, marking the first time since arriving on Namek that Frieza had been forced out of his pod, revealing his entire form. Indeed, he is rather short, Goku mused. With a glower, Frieza's feet touched the ground of Namek for the first time, each foot possessing 3 toes, yielding a total of 6. Excellent, you have successfully enraged me. A mere insect daring to retaliate. I shall release my seal. Frieza's expression darkened, and a potent energy surged around him. He had never anticipated that as a cosmic emperor, he would be humiliated. The derisive words he had spoken earlier now painted him as a fool. Goku, bewildered, observed the unfolding events. Suddenly, Frieza's form expanded, transforming. He grew both in strength and stature. His muscles became more defined, and he appeared nearly twice as tall. His horns morphed into something akin to bull horns, thicker and more robust. His combat power surged from over 500,000 to more than 1,000,000. With each step Frieza took, the ground creaked ominously beneath him, and the haughty, elegant demeanor returned to his face. Interesting, Goku noted, feeling the shift in Frieza's physique and energy, his eyes widening with anticipation. Prepare to receive my strike. Goku lunged forward, delivering a straight punch. Frieza tilted his head, evading the punch, and grasped Goku's wrist, landing a blow to his abdomen. With a swift motion, he coiled his tail around Goku's waist and hurled him away. Goku somersaulted through the air, landing gracefully on his feet. Your strength is commendable. The warm-up match has concluded. Goku grinned, and his energy surged, flames of power igniting around him. The gusts of wind swirled around, carrying the dust from the ground in a tempestuous dance. In an instant, a figure materialized before Frieza, delivering a punch with astonishing speed. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, caught entirely off guard, and began to retreat step by step under the relentless assault. Goku unleashed a powerful kick, striking Frieza and sending him sprawling a considerable distance away. Then, he concentrated his energy into a Kamehameha wave, which struck Frieza directly. A tremendous explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust. Gasping for breath, Goku peered towards Frieza's direction, scratching his head in contemplation. He mused to himself, he doesn't seem as formidable as Ling described. Inside Frieza's spaceship, 2 diminutive figures stealthily navigated the corridors. They moved with utmost caution, glancing around with vigilance. Better safe than sorry, Krillin whispered. Gohan nodded in agreement, replying, I understand. Uncle Krillin. At that moment, a henchman brandishing a laser gun approached. Krillin and Gohan quickly concealed themselves, holding their breath. Uncle Krillin. I feel like we don't need to hide. This guy seems weak, Gohan remarked. Indeed, Krillin concurred, exchanging a knowing glance with Gohan. They swiftly emerged from their hiding spot, and before the henchman could react, both executed flying kicks, rendering him unconscious. Smack. They exchanged triumphant high fives, exclaiming, Yes, we did it. Shoo, let us continue searching for the Dragon Balls, Krillin said, retrieving the dragon radar. Together, they cautiously approached a door leading to a room. This must be where they keep valuable items. There's bound to be a password and security measures, perhaps even an alarm. What should we do? Krillin pondered, resting his chin in thought. However, before he could devise a plan, Gohan grasped the doorknob and flung the door open, rushing inside. 3 Dragon Balls lay quietly on the floor. Gohan picked one up, exclaiming with excitement, Uncle Krillin, we found them. Krillin responded, what happened to the password, the traps, and the alarms? This is nothing like the movies. Chapter 41. The shock of Vegeta. Meanwhile, Frieza's minion, Zebon, had just annihilated another village. With a Dragon Ball in hand, he led his subordinates back to report when he encountered an uninvited guest. Vegeta. With arms crossed and a cold smirk, Vegeta stood defiantly before Zebon. Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I might spare your life. Zebon, upon seeing him, displayed a disdainful smile, his striking features accentuated by his green hair and skin, giving him an eerie allure. I had a hunch it was you, the Saiyan monkey, Vegeta. What's this? Have you grown so arrogant as to challenge me? Vegeta scoffed, confident he could defeat Zebon, having seen from his power detector that Zebon's combat prowess was inferior. What if I refuse? Zebon retorted. Then don't blame me for taking it by force. Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Zebon raised his arm to block, but felt an overwhelming force that pushed him back several steps. I didn't expect your strength to have increased so much in just a few days. Humph, That's the consequence of underestimating me. Oh, Zaban raised an eyebrow, realizing that he underestimated Vegeta as well. After their brief exchange, he concluded that he couldn't defeat Vegeta in his current form, so he decided to reveal his true nature. I forgot to mention, I am a transformation-type warrior. As the words left his lips, Zaban's body began to swell. Vegeta felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. In the next moment, Zaban had transformed into a monstrous form. His size increased. Yet his green hair and skin betrayed his identity. Vegeta sensed that Zaban's current combat power had surged significantly, leaving him breathless. Without further ado, Zaban vanished and reappeared in front of Vegeta, landing a punch that sent him hurtling through the air, leaving him defenseless. In a flash, Zaban was upon him again, delivering a knee strike that launched Vegeta skyward, only to follow up with a powerful double-handed blow that crashed him into the ground, creating a deep crater. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage of attacks. Now do you understand the gap between us? Zaban grinned. His grotesque face twisted in satisfaction as he gathered energy for a finishing blow, preparing to obliterate Vegeta. Rising to his feet, Vegeta stared at the impending energy blast, his pupils dilating in fear. Whoosh! To his astonishment, the anticipated explosion never came. A newcomer had appeared and dissipated the energy blast with a swift motion. Focusing, Vegeta instinctively exclaimed, "It's you, Jiang. Indeed, thank me for saving your life," Jiang replied coolly. Vegeta offered no further acknowledgement, and Jiang, unfazed, turned his attention back to Zaban. After a brief moment of confusion, he recognized Zaban from his green hair. It was no wonder Vegeta had struggled. In the original story, Vegeta was indeed overpowered by Zaban's transformation. Jiang sprang into action, swiftly moving to Zaban's side, unleashing an energy blast that instantly turned Zaban to dust. In an instant, Jiang darted to the henchman holding the Dragon Ball, snatching it away. His body erupted with a surge of energy, incinerating the nearby henchman in a flash, following Zaban's fate. This technique was simple yet effective, a splendid skill for clearing out foes. Vegeta stood there, dumbfounded. What is happening? In just a few days, how has Jiang become so powerful? That strength was astonishing. It was nearly on par with when we were on Earth. Vegeta remained frozen in disbelief, grappling with the notion of his own title as the Saiyan Prince, the Saiyan Prodigy. Was he truly a genius? Why then had this individual before him evolved to such an extraordinary degree? Jiang turned to face the astonished Vegeta. Stop dawdling. Hand over the Dragon Balls you've collected. No way. Vegeta snapped back, snapping out of his reverie. I want to give you the Dragon Balls. Jiang smirked knowingly, having anticipated Vegeta's response. Then you must be aware that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, correct? Vegeta replied solemnly. I've just learned of it. Do you seek vengeance? I can assist you. Frieza's power surpasses mine. You stand no chance against him, Jiang coaxed. At these words, Vegeta felt a stir of emotion within him, wavering slightly. Yet, he shook his head resolutely. This is a matter for us Saiyans. As he spoke, he caught sight of Jiang tail swaying behind him. Vegeta realized, nearly forgetting, that Jiang was also a Saiyan. I possess the means to swiftly enhance your prowess, even to the extent of transcending into a legendary Super Saiyan. Jiang once again lured him. He continued, if you choose not to relinquish it, so be it. I possess the Dragon Ball radar. Locating the Dragon Balls is a matter of mere moments. The mention of Super Saiyan caused Vegeta to waver, especially upon hearing the latter part of Jiang words. Before long, Vegeta produced the Dragon Balls he had kept hidden and handed them over to Jiang Jiang gestured towards the incapacitated Jinyu and Guldo. Discarded some distance away. You assist me by carrying them. It is inconvenient for me to hold the Dragon Balls. These are Jinyu and Guldo of the Jinyu Force. Vegeta remarked, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, the shock Jiang had imparted was already substantial. The complete annihilation of the Jinyu Force was not entirely unacceptable. Follow me to Frieza's spaceship, Jiang instructed, and with the Dragon Balls in his grasp, he soared into the sky. Vegeta, compelled, trailed behind, hoisting Jinyu and Guldo along. In no time, they reached their destination, encountering Gohan and Krillin emerging with the Dragon Balls. At last, all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Jiang nodded. Please wait for me momentarily. We shall summon the Eternal Dragon shortly. All right, no problem. Krillin and Gohan replied in unison. Krillin then pointed towards Vegeta at the rear, inquiring, how did he come to be with you? Jiang chuckled, fear not. He is harmless for the time being. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, refraining from retorting. Subsequently, Jiang searched the vicinity, his eyes lighting up. He beckoned for Vegeta to follow him. 5 circular single-pod spaceships materialized before them. Place Guldo inside and send him away from Namek, Jiang Ling indicated one of the spaceships. Vegeta, puzzled, questioned, why spare Goldo? Sensing his thoughts, Jiang Ling did not elaborate, merely stating, do as I say. I have my own plans. Chapter 42. A Great Sun. A gust of energy surged forth. Under the gaze of Jiang Ling and Vegeta, the single-pod spaceship ascended, carrying Goldo as it pierced the atmosphere, departing from Namek. Keeping that individual alive is a liability. I cannot fathom why you would spare him. It would have been simpler to eliminate him, Vegeta muttered to himself. Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, you too are a liability. By that logic, I should have killed you long ago. Truth be told, had it not been for Goku's intervention, he would have undoubtedly slain Vegeta back then. He had altered much in this timeline. Whether Vegeta would evolve as he did in the original narrative remained uncertain, which is why he initially sought to snuff Vegeta out in his infancy. Vegeta, upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the harsh words he had cast aside when departing Earth, and then observing the current disparity in their powers, he felt a desire to return to the past and slap himself. Nevertheless, the pride of a Saiyan prince compelled him to resolve to surpass Jiang Ling and Kakarot, to exact vengeance and redeem the humiliation of old. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ling, he was oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Vegeta's mind. After a brief exchange of glances with Vegeta, Jiang Ling felt a sense of satisfaction. He was quietly awaiting the countdown of the system to conclude. Countdown: 1 minute, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 54,321 ding. Sign-in attempts refreshed. The host may now sign in. Indeed, another day had passed on Namek. Time had flown swiftly. The fate of Jinyu now hinged on fortune, though it was Jiang Ling's fortune at stake. His gaze fell upon the now limbless and vocally impaired Jinyu, and he grinned widely. Jinyu's eyes widened. Inexplicably, he felt a chill at the sight of that smile. Sweat cascaded down, and he emitted incomprehensible sounds of distress. Do not be anxious, Jiang Ling soothed, placing a hand upon Jinyu. Internally, he thought, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for an extraordinary stroke of luck. Sign-in rewards, body swap, and Jinyu's choreography talent. Lo and behold, 2 skills at once. Truly, my illustrious son, Jiang Ling praised, noting that one of the skills was of little use. Of course, as your father, I must contribute in some manner. Regarding such familial titles, Jiang Ling was never shy, often retorting, system, you are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Ah, my dear son. Jiang Ling laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. The system, realizing the jest, nearly malfunctioned from exasperation. After their playful banter, Jiang Ling focused on the skills he had just acquired. Body swap. By uttering the word swap towards a target and unleashing a brilliant light upon them, one can exchange bodies with the target. Cooldown time, 1 day. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. Why was there a cooldown period for him? My illustrious son, what is the meaning of this cooldown? Though the system was incensed, it dutifully responded. Such a remarkable skill is deemed too powerful, thus it has been moderated by this system. Jiang Ling, this rationale is quite reasonable. However, possessing this skill was still advantageous. What more could one desire? Pondering the future, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow again. Initially, he had deemed the body swap skill formidable and sought to acquire it. Now that he had obtained it, it seemed rather futile. He felt quite content with his own body and had no peculiarities to speak of. Reflecting on this, he found the body swap skill somewhat superfluous. Had he labored in vain? Damn it, I wasted so much time. Jiang Ling turned to Jinyu, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Kamehameha. Before Jinyu could comprehend what was transpiring, a blinding blue-white energy wave engulfed him, and then there was nothing more. After dispatching Jinyu with the Kamehameha, Jiang Ling sighed in relief, justifying his actions to himself. I am ridding the universe of a menace. This assertion was not without merit. The atrocities committed by the Jinyu force throughout the cosmos were indeed beyond reckoning. Ba, forgive me. May you be reborn as a good person in your next life. Jiang Ling reflected, gazing at the massive crater before him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, from now on, this place shall be known as Itamori Town. Perhaps one day, I shall film a Namekian version of your name. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku pondered why Frieza was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Just then, the dust veiling Frieza began to dissipate, revealing the tyrant's trembling figure. How dare those insignificant beings injure me? This is unforgivable. His aura flared violently. Goku's expression hardened. Can he transform again? This energy is overwhelming. Though he thought this, Goku refrained from intervening. He wished to witness just how powerful Frieza truly was. As the blinding light flickered, Frieza's appearance underwent a transformation. He became shorter and less aesthetically pleasing, resembling a grotesque entity. His aura surged, indicating a power increase of several magnitudes. Ha ha ha. In this form, with a combat power exceeding 20 million, prepare to meet your demise, Frieza declared slowly. Though a twisted expression marred his face, he raised his hand, and a purple sphere began to coalesce at his fingertips, growing ever larger. The purple sphere of destruction, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, exuded an aura of unparalleled terror. Frieza pointed forward, directing the sphere of annihilation towards Goku. Goku's expression turned gravely serious. He understood that evasion was not an option. If he dodged, planet Namek would meet its end. Then I shall hold nothing back. Goku roared, his red aura blazing fiercely. Soaring into the sky, tenfold Kaioken, Kamehameha. He positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist, gathering a profound red energy wave. With a fierce thrust, Goku propelled the Kamehameha wave forward, which, like a dragon, collided with Frieza's sphere of destruction, unleashing a cataclysmic energy. Frieza, undeterred, pressed down with his hand. In an instant, both their assaults became locked in a stalemate in midair. The energy fluctuations shattered nearby peaks, and the ocean roared, conjuring towering tsunamis. Aya! Goku's veins bulged. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, 12-fold Kaioken. Instantly, the Kamehameha wave surged with renewed vigor, gradually pushing the purple sphere of destruction back. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He exerted more force, yet it proved futile. Helplessly, he watched as the sphere moved inexorably toward him. Chapter 43, Jiang arrives. The sphere of destruction, surrounded by crackling lightning, contained an overwhelming force. As Goku's Kamehameha wave bore down upon it, victory seemed imminent. Frieza braced himself. His diminutive form directly opposing the terrifying purple sphere, his expression contorted in desperation. Aya! Frieza growled, straining to push the sphere away, but found himself unable to resist Goku's power, slowly being forced downward towards the lake below. This won't do. I will perish. The fear of death crept into Frieza's heart. If that's the case, I shall release my seal and return to my original form. Aya! Frieza's aura surged once more. His power was increasing. Could he transform again? Goku's heart raced, and he instinctively intensified his effort, yet the sphere remained unwavering, even beginning to push back. At that moment, a voice rang out, tenfold Kaioken, Kamehameha. Jiang Ling appeared in the distance, his own red aura ablaze, exuding an energy almost equal to Goku's. The combined red Kamehameha waves coalesced into a massive crimson dragon, engulfing both the sphere of destruction and Frieza, plunging into the depths of the sea. A deafening explosion erupted from the ocean floor. Tumultuous waves surged skyward. Most of the water evaporated, while some cascaded over the nearby land, resembling a cataclysmic tsunami. Gasping, Goku exhaled deeply, his red aura dissipating. Having utilized the 12-fold Kaioken, his body was beginning to falter. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Had Frieza transformed again, the consequences would have been dire. Goku grinned. By the way, where have you been? Why the delay? I was dealing with Frieza's minions. It took longer than expected. But I'm glad I made it in time, Jiang Ling replied, though a hint of doubt lingered within him. Was Frieza truly so easily vanquished? Upon careful observation, he indeed sensed the absence of Frieza's aura. As the seawater cascaded from the heavens onto their faces, grounding them in reality, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A powerful force erupted, a shadow darting from below, striking Goku directly. Boom. Goku instantly coughed up blood, his body hurtling through the air, shattering mountains until he was finally buried beneath the debris. Goku! Jiang Ling shouted, darting his gaze towards the shadow. Frieza, you're not dead. Frieza's form had shed the grotesqueness of his previous state, now adopting a sleek and elegant appearance, exuding a refined allure. Ha, I thought I was done for. Now, I am in my perfect form. Are you prepared? Frieza laughed, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. His gaze fell upon Jiang Ling, noting the tail wrapped around his waist. You are a Saiyan? Jiang Ling smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying. Frieza's eyes narrowed, a smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Realizing that even after exterminating the Saiyans, a few had escaped his grasp. Today, I shall eliminate every last one of you. So I won't have to deal with your kind in the future. Just as Jiang Ling opened his mouth to respond, a sudden energy blast shot towards them from behind. Perhaps dismissive of evasion, the energy blast struck Frieza, resulting in a resounding explosion. Alas, it was nothing but a feeble attempt. Frieza emerged unscathed, not a hair out of place. Turning, he saw Vegeta, who had just arrived, panting heavily, fists clenched tightly. Frieza, although I have learned the entire story from Dodoria, hearing it from your own lips makes me want to strangle you with my own hands. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta unleashed his full power and charged forward. Oh, if it isn't my adorable little Vegeta. What's the matter? Frieza said with a mockingly gentle smile. Observing Vegeta's sluggish approach, He extended his hand, lightly tapping his fingertip. A laser shot forth, piercing straight through Vegeta's chest. In an instant, Jiang Ling sought to intervene, but was too late. Ugh! Vegeta glanced at the gaping hole in his chest as he plummeted to the ground. A self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. How foolish of me, I could have stayed back. Vegeta, casting a weary glance at Jiang Ling, murmured, Jiang Ling. Frieza fears the legendary Saiyan. In my eyes, you are that legendary Saiyan. I implore you, can you kill Frieza and avenge our people? With those final words, his head slumped to one side, lifeless. Jiang Ling sighed. Folly is the original sin. May you rest in peace. Frieza crossed his arms, appearing rather bored. Finally finished? How amusing that you still have so much to say with a hole in your heart. The wind swept through the yellow sands, leaving the two facing each other in silence. Aya! Jiang Ling was the first to shatter the oppressive silence, unleashing a tempest of fury. His aura radiated a profound crimson hue, exuding an enchanting allure. The overwhelming energy painted the sky in vast swathes of red, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. 15 times the Kaioken, he proclaimed with a fierce shout. He was acutely aware that this 15-fold increase was the absolute limit of his physical capacity. While he could potentially summon 20 or 25 times, the outcome remained uncertain, victory in battle or the collapse of his own body. Jiang Ling surged forward like a blazing red meteor, appearing before Frieza in the blink of an eye, his head colliding with the tyrant's form. With a resounding thud, Frieza staggered back, clouds of dust erupting around him. Hiss, how could this be? I have attained my perfect form. Yet this Saiyan monkey possesses such formidable strength to injure me. Frieza had no time to marvel before Jiang Ling attacked once more. His fists unleashed a torrential storm of blows upon Frieza, each strike executed with unrelenting power and precision. Thud, thud, thud. Frieza found himself momentarily unable to retaliate, succumbing to a barrage of strikes. At last, he seized an opening. With a swift withdrawal of his head, a bend of his legs, and a defensive block with his arm, he retaliated with a flick of his tail, striking Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling stumbled back a few steps, but chose not to advance. Instead, he laughed heartily at Frieza's plight. The once proud tyrant was now marred with grievous wounds, his face a canvas of bruises. How infuriating! Hiss, it hurts. Frieza grimaced as he tugged at his injuries, baring his teeth. You have wounded me. No one has ever inflicted pain upon me. You are the first. It is time for you to witness my full power, my complete form at 100. This power is terrifying even to me. Tremble, Saiyan monkey. Jiang Ling merely shrugged, feigning indifference. Before you reveal your full strength, let us see if you can survive, he retorted, gesturing upwards. What? Frieza's eye shot upward, where a colossal white energy sphere hovered ominously above, slowly descending. What? In an instant, the sphere engulfed him. Boom. A blinding light erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that obliterated land and sea, rendering them naught but void. At a distance from the epicenter of the explosion, Jiang Ling gently descended with Goku in tow. You truly are remarkable, Goku, silently gathering the spirit bomb. Haha, had you not drawn Frieza's attention, I doubt I would have succeeded, he chuckled, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughs. The injuries inflicted by Frieza were indeed severe. Surely Frieza must be annihilated now, Jiang Ling murmured, gazing at the gaping crater left in the wake of the spirit bomb. He hoped for the best. Just as they exhaled in relief, Frieza's silhouette began to rise from the depths of the pit. His physique had undergone yet another transformation, muscles bulging grotesquely, an aura of terror emanating from him. What an indomitable cockroach, Jiang Ling sighed in resignation. He recognized that Frieza's current form now boasted a battle power of 1.2 billion, far beyond his capability to confront. Two paths lay before him. First, to injure himself severely and employ the body swap technique to eliminate the Frieza occupying his form. Second, to contact Krillin and summon Shenron, transporting themselves and the Namekians to Earth while leaving Frieza behind on Namek. As he observed Frieza's increasingly deranged expression, Jiang Ling knew he had to make a decision swiftly. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his thoughts. Beep. Host, you have an unused location sign-in available. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? The prompt distracted Jiang Ling, and he casually replied, sign in. Beep. Sign-in successful. Due to the host's current location being a renowned scene from Dragon Ball, specifically Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan, the reward is Goku's inner journey at that moment. Jiang Ling paused momentarily, sensing that he had lost something of significant importance. What could it be? A person? An object? Bulma? His pride? The system? Or perhaps all his friends around him? None of that mattered now. What was paramount was that Jiang Ling did not wish to lose. By nature calm, he had never let anything rattle him since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Yet this time, he was engulfed in fury. No one could take away what belonged to him. He vowed to protect everything he held dear. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered overhead. No one can take my pride away. Jiang Ling's rationality began to slip, his eyes turning white as his aura surged violently. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the sky, the earth trembled, and waves surged. A brilliant golden light soared into the heavens. Goku stared, bewildered, at Jiang Ling. What is happening? Frisia's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Impossible. My power is at its peak. How can I sense death from this Saiyan? Frisia's mind screamed in denial, forcing a grin onto his face. You think dyeing your hair will allow you to defeat me? Who am I? The most powerful emperor of the universe, Frisia. Enough. Jiang Ling coldly uttered, his body vanishing in an instant, reappearing behind Frisia. This was not mere teleportation. It was the pinnacle of speed. With a punch enveloped in golden flames, Jiang Ling struck Frisia, sending him crashing to the ground, obliterating the island beneath them. With a single blow, the island was rendered non-existent. A barrage of energy blasts erupted from Jiang Ling's hands, raining down upon Frisia's descent. Bang, bang, bang. The ocean roared as countless columns of water shot into the sky. Swish. Frisia's figure burst forth from the waves, blood trickling from his mouth, appearing utterly disheveled. Damn it. He spat blood, his expression twisted in rage as he charged at Jiang Ling, having descended into madness. Jiang Ling did not indulge him. With a mighty punch, he struck Frisia squarely in the face, sending him hurtling through the air. I will make you pay with your life. Frisia bellowed, charging forward once more, only to be blasted away again, and again, and again. This relentless cycle continued for dozens of times. Tirelessly, he pressed on, unwavering in his resolve. Even as he sustained grave injuries, he persisted in his assault. At this moment, a tragic melody would aptly underscore Frisia's portrayal as a valiant man, reckless in his pursuit of love. Yet, this time, Frisia ceased his charge. He finally realized that such endeavors bore no fruit. If that is the case, then let this planet perish alongside me. You cannot survive without air, but I, the mighty king, can thrive in the void of space. Frisia chuckled wickedly, his fingertips coalescing into a devastating planet-destroying energy ball. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Ling would grant him his wish. The answer was a resounding no. With hands placed firmly on his hips, Jiang Ling concentrated, forming a blue-white energy wave. Yet, he refrained from launching it. His expression hardened as he compressed the Kamehameha wave, condensing it further until a profound blue-white energy orb manifested in his grasp. Dare you respond to my call, Frisia? I am here, Frisia instinctively replied. In the next moment, the Kamehameha wave was unleashed, engulfing him entirely. Boom. From the depths of outer space, Namek appeared to emit a colossal blue-white beam of light, its destination unknown, guiding a wandering spacecraft through the cosmic expanse. Chapter 45. Soup. Frisia was vanquished, reduced to ashes. In his lifetime, he had brought calamity to countless planets, and in death, he left behind nothing, departing quietly into oblivion. Jiang Ling released his Super Saiyan form, his spiky hair and emerald eyes returning to their original state, while his golden locks transformed back to raven black. Jiang Ling, what was that earlier? It was incredible. Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's what Vegeta referred to as the legendary Saiyan. It's nothing too special. You could do it too. Really? Indeed. I believe you can. After a brief respite, Jiang Ling produced the last of the sins of beans, dividing it in two, one for himself and one for Goku. Subsequently, Jiang Ling summoned Bulma to join them. They all gathered at the site of Frisia's spaceship, where Gohan and Krillin awaited with the 7 Dragon Balls. Upon arrival, Jiang Ling noted Krillin had donned a Frisia Force battle suit. His expression turned peculiar, for in the original tale, it was in this very attire that Krillin met his demise at Frisia's hands, sparking Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, an outfit humorously dubbed the Death Suit by fans. Why are you wearing that outfit? Krillin chuckled. My previous clothes got dirty, and there happened to be a fitting one aboard Frisia's ship, so I wore it. It's quite good, the quality is decent. Jiang Ling chose not to comment further. As long as Krillin was happy, that sufficed. Nearby, Gohan was grilling while simmering something in a pot. Bulma, intrigued, inquired, Gohan, what are you cooking in that pot? It's something Uncle Jiang Ling taught me to make. I think only adults can drink it, Gohan replied innocently, looking up with a bright smile. Jiang Ling cleared his throat, adding, ahem, and only men can drink it. Bulma, you cannot. If I can't drink it, then I won't. You're such a miser. Bulma pouted, whereupon Jiang Ling leaned closer, whispering something that made her cheeks flush crimson. She shot him a playful glare and pinched him. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Observing the bubbling soup, He contemplated and added various Chinese herbs such as epimedium, cistanche, and morinda root. The soup was ready. Krillin, this is a fine concoction. Come and taste it, Jiang Ling beckoned with a smile. Krillin rubbed his bald head. Is it good? What dish is this? What? You don't know what I've put in it? Krillin shook his head. No, I was just changing clothes. Well, it's best you don't know. It's beneficial for you. Have a bowl, Jiang Ling encouraged, his smile unwavering. Krillin hesitated, sensing a hint of mischief in Jiang Ling's grin. After a moment's thought, he decided to drink it, reasoning that friends wouldn't harm one another. Jiang Ling and Goku divided the remaining soup. And soon everyone began enjoying the barbecue, discussing the fierce battle they had just witnessed. Indeed, your fight was astounding. The aura was terrifying. Right. I felt Frisia's energy was so overwhelming. I thought all hope was lost. I was shocked to see Jiang Ling surpass him. The impact of your battle was so intense that I, hiding in the spaceship, thought an earthquake was occurring. As Bulma listened to the harrowing details of the fight, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Jiang Ling. Please don't engage in such perilous battles again. I fear for you. Feeling her soft warmth enveloping his arm, Jiang Ling felt a surge of thirst. He gulped down a generous sip of chilled beverage and took a deep breath before reassuring her. All right. I promise it won't happen again. At that moment, the North Kai sent a call. Hello, Jiang Ling. Goku, are you there? You haven't been battling that perverse Frisia. Have you? Have you left Namek yet? Jiang Ling replied. North Kai, we have indeed fought Frisia. What? I warned you repeatedly. Why did you engage him? Run. You cannot defeat him. The North Kai's anxious voice echoed through the line. Jiang Ling and Goku exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? This is a matter of life and death. The North Kai fumed. Jiang Ling chuckled as he explained. Well, North Kai, we truly appreciate your concern. You are correct. Frisia is indeed formidable, and we couldn't defeat him. However what? I have defeated Frisia. He has been obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. What? The North Kai on North Kai's planet nearly leapt 3 feet in shock, swallowing hard. You must be joking. This is no time for humor. I am not joking. It's true. As Jiang Ling munched on barbecue, he recounted the events leading up to Frisia's demise. Upon hearing the explanation, the North Kai slumped to the ground, murmuring in disbelief. I never imagined they would become this powerful. The North Kai sighed. Turning to Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, who were training, he commanded, You 3. Increase your training regimen tenfold. What? Kaiatsu exclaimed. Yamcha gasped. Tien stared, bewildered. On Namek, after satisfying their appetites, the group gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and made their way to the Elder's residence. Outside, they found the scattered corpses of Frisia's minions. The group entered the dwelling. Upon sighting Piccolo, Jiang Ling scratched his head, as if he had forgotten to invite him to the barbecue. However, it was of little consequence, for Piccolo typically refrained from participating in such gatherings. He could simply be invited next time. Elder, we have vanquished Frisia, Jiang Ling announced. The Elder's murky eyes cleared with gratitude. I am immensely thankful to you, esteemed visitors from Earth. I never anticipated Frisia to be so formidable, nor did I expect you to defeat him. Words fail to express my appreciation. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Just don't refuse any requests for assistance in the future. The Elder chuckled in response. Certainly. He then shifted the topic. However, my time is nearing its end, and I must designate the next Elder. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling fell into contemplation. No, I wish for you to live on, Elder. Chapter 46, Labor Pains. The darkened sky loomed over Namek. A beam of golden light shot skyward, transforming into a majestic dragon adorned with robust arms, standing tall amidst the heavens and earth. This dragon was summoned by Jiang Ling, who intended to make a wish. Possessing proficiency in the Namekian language allowed him to converse effortlessly with the dragon. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon in astonishment, exclaiming, It's enormous. It turned out that not only were the Dragon Balls of Namek larger, but the dragon itself surpassed its earthly counterpart in size. The Namekian dragon surveyed the gathered crowd, its commanding voice resonating. Warriors who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Speak your wish. Anything is possible, and I shall grant it. This declaration was made in the Namekian tongue, understood only by Jiang Ling, Piccolo, and the Namekians present. The others were left bewildered. Jiang Ling, disliking the sensation of being looked down upon, ascended to hover at eye level with the Namekian dragon, locking his gaze with its crimson eyes. Anything is possible, he inquired. Indeed, any wish you desire, the dragon affirmed. However, as Jiang Ling stared intently, the dragon felt an unexpected pressure, causing beads of sweat to trickle down its sizable head. This was an unprecedented sensation for the dragon, a curious experience indeed. Can one achieve immortality? Jiang Ling asked. The dragon wiped its brow, responding, With my powers, that is not feasible, but I can extend your lifespan to the fullest extent. Jiang Ling nodded, having anticipated this limitation. Such a wish was a flaw in the narrative, within Akira Toriyama's manga. No one had acquired such an ability through the Dragon Balls. The animated sequel's plotline was not considered canon, and Toriyama likely remained unaware of it. The Dragon Balls already offered resurrection. What more could one desire? How much lifespan can be added? Jiang Ling inquired. It varies according to each individual's constitution, the dragon replied. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before articulating, then grant additional years to the elder of Namek. He was familiar with the elder's past, and deemed it a pity for him to pass away now. Once, Namek was a technologically advanced planet. Yet its inhabitants misused their advancements, resulting in catastrophic environmental degradation that led to the demise of most of their kind. The few survivors utilized spaceships to evacuate the remaining children from Namek, with the elder being one of them. The rest stayed behind to combat this calamity, and the outcome was dire. Eventually, after the disaster subsided, only one Namekian remained, the elder. Having endured such trials, his strength was undeniable. The elder could have left but chose to remain, shouldering the responsibility of preserving his race. After centuries of evolution, he had sired 108 children. Yet his life now approached its conclusion. Jiang Ling wished to extend the elder's life by a few more years. As a gesture of gratitude for his assistance in unlocking potential, eliminating Frisia from Namek also served as a form of repayment to the elder, as failing to do so would likely have jeopardized Earth, placing their lives at risk. The Namekian dragon acknowledged Jiang Ling's wish with a nod, its crimson eyes flashing with light. I have granted the elder an additional 20 years. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded in approval. Nairu and Dandy, present as the elder's sons, felt a profound affection for him. Hearing Jiang Ling's first wish was to extend their father's life, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for granting our father more time. We had hoped to use the Dragon Balls to extend his life, but he would not permit it. We are truly grateful to you. Not only have you resolved the crisis on Namek, but you have also granted our father additional years. Jiang Ling, amused by their expressions of gratitude, jested, haha. Do not refuse me when I come seeking the Dragon Balls in the future. Of course. Nairu and Dandy vowed earnestly. At that moment, the house where the elder resided suddenly crumbled, and a colossal figure emerged from within. As the crowd focused their eyes, they realized it was none other than the elder himself. At this moment, the aura of decay surrounding him had vanished, replaced by a vibrant vitality. Nairu and Dandy rushed forward. Elder, why have you come out when you are unwell? Indeed, Elder, please return and rest, they urged. The elder smiled warmly, waving his hand dismissively. His complexion was rosy, and his voice resonated powerfully. I am in excellent health now, he assured them, nodding to the group before turning his gaze skyward to Jiang Ling. I have received your kind intentions, thank you. Jiang Ling shook his head with a smile. It was mainly a pity to see you depart. The elder replied, thank you. I have come to a realization. My heart remains tethered to my children. Nairu and Dandy exclaimed, Elder. The elder beamed. Having gained an additional 20 years, I can continue to witness the growth of Namek and my children. Warrior who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Please articulate your second wish, the dragon addressed Jiang Ling. The others, perplexed, wondered why the dragon had not vanished after the first wish was granted. Wait, wasn't he the wish already completed? Why hasn't he the dragon disappeared? Bulma queried. Dandy blinked and explained, our dragon can grant 3 wishes. With this revelation, the crowd praised the Namekian dragon for its more humane nature. In the air, Jiang Ling refocused on the dragon. For my second wish, I wish to restore the environment of Namek, damaged by the recent battles, to its former state. The dragon nodded, its crimson eyes flashing once more. The wish has been fulfilled. The elder, Nairu, Dandy, and the others felt a swell of emotion, regarding Jiang Ling with newfound respect. He had the opportunity to wish for personal gain, but chose instead to restore Namek to its former glory. He truly is remarkable, they thought, moved by his selflessness. Unaware of their sentiments, Jiang Ling proceeded to articulate his third wish. I wish to increase Earth's gravity by 0.5 times. He believed that the relatively low combat power of humanity was largely due to physical conditioning. On the planet Vegeta, home to the Saiyans, the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, resulting in its inhabitants being formidable warriors. The gravity on Earth is rather low, and seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ling raised the gravity slightly. After all, one must allow for an acclimatization period. An immediate increase to 2, 3, or even 5 times the gravity would undoubtedly lead to mass casualties among humans. Even with a mere increase of 0.5 times, there were still a few individuals who succumbed, most of whom were already gravely ill and on the brink of death. They might have survived a few more days, but Jiang Ling's intervention hastened their demise. Yet, he felt compelled to take this course of action. He understood that to achieve strength, such measures were necessary. The pain of transition is inevitable, but it heralds rebirth. The dragon nodded, signifying that the wish had been fulfilled. All 3 wishes had been granted. He would take his leave until next time. With that, he transformed into 7 spherical stones and fell to the ground. The night transitioned back into day. Chapter 47, Homecoming. The path ahead for Earth is fraught with challenges. What Jiang Ling could do was to slightly elevate the gravity, thereby enhancing the physical prowess of future generations of Earthlings. With the dragon's departure, Jiang Ling descended from the sky. Bulma approached him, saying, "Jiang Ling, many lives were lost during the last attack from Vegeta. Why didn't you resurrect them? I also heard that Namek suffered severe casualties this time." Her voice dwindled as she spoke, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. Jiang Ling shook his head. The Dragon Balls can only revive 1 person per wish. Goku, resting his chin on his hand, pondered this revelation, coming to a sudden understanding. Others nodded in agreement. The Namekian dragon was rather lackluster, as even with 3 wishes, it proved futile. It was a pity that most of their kin had been slain by Frisia's army and could not be revived. Dend, feeling despondent, was on the verge of tears. The others exchanged glances and chuckled. Just as Dend and Nail looked bewildered, Krillin stepped forward to clarify, "No worries. Our Earth-S Dragon Balls can resurrect multiple people at once. Once our Dragon Balls cool down, we will help you revive your kin." Nail's expression brightened, and Den's eyes sparkled with joy, leaping 3 feet in the air. "Hooray! Our people can be revived." The gloom lifted, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. The weather was splendid. Clear skies all around. A perfect time for a celebration. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin dispersed into the wilderness to gather a variety of fresh ingredients for a barbecue. Jiang Ling produced an assortment of barbecue sauces and several cases of beer, launching the festivities. Gradually, surviving Namekians arrived seeking the Elder, and upon learning of the events, they expressed their gratitude to Jiang Ling and the others. They joined the celebration, singing and dancing together, while also embracing Earth's unique culture. "For 6s, I'll add 1. 5 6s. 8. I don't believe you have 8 6s. Drink. Drink 2 cups." The party continued for a day and a night. Bonds of friendship flourished among the group. Due to excessive drinking, many inebriated individuals sprawled across the ground. Bulma, who refrained from drinking, sighed in exasperation. She used a capsule to summon a house, carrying Jiang Ling inside to rest. As for the others, she declared herself powerless to assist, leaving them to enjoy the fresh air outside. After a day of rest, everyone regained their composure. It was then time to part ways. Jiang Ling brought forth a single-person spacecraft from the Jinyu Force for Goku to board. "Why must I sit in this solitary craft? We could just use our own spaceship to return." Goku expressed his confusion. Jiang Ling wore a mysterious smile. "You don't need to return to Earth just yet. I will explain things to Chi-Chi." "Huh? Then where am I going?" "I'm sending you to a place to train." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ling addressed the ship's intelligent engine. "Set course for Yardrat." "Understood. Please fasten your seatbelt and prepare for departure," the voice replied. The hatch of the single-person spacecraft gradually closed, carrying a bewildered Goku toward his predetermined destination. "Uncle Jiang Ling, why are you sending my dad to that Yardrat place?" Gohan inquired. The others looked on with curiosity, eager to understand the reasoning. Jiang Ling chuckled. "I'm sending him to train. He will surely thank me later." "All right, enough of that. Everyone, let us board the spaceship and return to Earth." "Okay." They bid farewell to the Namekians and boarded the spacecraft. The ship ignited, propelling them into the vastness of space. On board the spaceship, Gohan, with nothing to do, watched cartoons in the living room. Jiang Ling glanced over and suddenly asked, "Have you finished your homework?" Gohan involuntarily flinched at the question, hastily turning off the television to tackle his assignments. He had only completed a fraction of it, with most still unfinished. If he didn't complete his homework, he would undoubtedly face reprimands from his mother. Gohan wished to avoid such a fate. Piccolo retreated to the gravity training room. Even though the Elder had unlocked his potential, significantly boosting his strength, he did not allow himself to slacken. Observing the immense energy radiating from Goku and Jiang Ling during their battles, he realized he still had a long way to go. Thus, he resolved to train even harder, striving to catch up with them. And then, perhaps, he could rule the world? The thought of world domination made him chuckle self-deprecatingly as he immersed himself in his training. In another room, Krillin felt a sudden surge of heat within him. His heart brimmed with an irresistible yearning and impulsiveness. He simply could not contain himself. He lay on the bed with a sigh. "What is happening? I'm just a single guy. Please don't do this. I don't want to go patronize." Krillin's blood surged, pacing back and forth in his room, unable to find peace. He could only resort to training to expend some energy. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Jiang Ling returned to his room. Just as he closed the door, an eager Bulma locked it from the inside. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma's alluring figure, radiating an enchanting aura, and felt parched. He swallowed hard. Bulma wore light, transparent attire. Jiang Ling leaned close to her ear. Turn your back to me and lean against the wall, would you? Bulma's cheeks flushed as she felt his warm breath beside her ear. She obediently complied, adjusting slightly. That's just right. Jiang Ling, I can't take it anymore. Hearing her sultry voice, Jiang Ling smiled faintly, contemplating how to handle this little enchantress today. In a swift motion, he executed a surprise attack. The room soon became a vivid tableau of passion. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, the spacecraft carried them to a cerulean planet. This planet was none other than Earth. They had finally returned. The spacecraft descended upon Earth, and as the passengers disembarked, they inhaled deeply, reveling in the refreshing air of their home planet. Krillin, invigorated from the journey, remarked cheerfully. Gohan, however, kept his head down, silent and withdrawn. Noticing this, Jiang Ling inquired, Gohan, why do you appear so lackluster? I haven't completed my homework, Gohan mumbled, poking his fingers together, embodying a sense of guilt. Jiang Ling exchanged amused glances with Bulma and chuckled, assuring him, don't worry, we will accompany you back. But my homework, Gohan protested. Jiang Ling smiled, recalling his promise to Goku to look after Gohan. It's all right, just trust me. Krillin returned to Kame House, where he had experienced an exponential increase in his combat prowess. He was eager to train and acclimate to his newfound strength. Although Master Roshi's fighting abilities were somewhat modest, his wealth of experience would undoubtedly help Krillin master this new power swiftly. Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Gohan made their way to the location known as Baozi Mountain, the residence of the Sun family. Presently, only Chi-Chi remained at home. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Ling knocked on the door. Chi-Chi, are you home? A gentle feminine voice soon replied from within, coming. The door swung open, revealing the lady of the house. With her fair, delicate skin, lustrous black hair, and finely chiseled features, she wore a chi-pao that accentuated her graceful figure. Ah, Jiang Ling and Bulma, you've returned. But where are Goku and Gohan? Upon seeing them, Chi-Chi's initial surprise quickly morphed into a flurry of questions. This was not surprising. She was a traditional woman, and the absence of her husband and son naturally stirred her concern. Mom, I'm right here. Gohan stepped out from behind Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling cheerfully stated. We just arrived and came straight to see you. Chapter 48, Mighty. Earth Broadcasting reports. 10 days ago, for reasons unknown, gravity surged by 0.5 times. After 10 days, the populace has largely adapted to this situation and resumed work and production. Unfortunately, a small number of critically ill patients succumbed, while a minor portion of the population, frail and sickly, fell ill. Hospitals are actively seeking solutions and remind everyone to exercise regularly, reduce intake of heavily salted, oily, and spicy foods, and maintain their health. In front of the television, Jiang Ling, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Gohan watched the news report while sipping tea, reflecting on the unexpected chaos that Jiang Ling had inadvertently caused. Chi-Chi chuckled. Fortunately, it hasn't affected me much. I've been training in the Kame-style martial arts since childhood, so my physical condition is quite resilient. Indeed. Bulma chimed in. Thank goodness Gohan started training early. His physique is commendable. The two women engaged in light banter, their camaraderie evident as they chatted animatedly. Jiang Ling and Gohan could only sip their tea quietly, unable to interject. Suddenly, Chi-Chi shifted the topic, her brow furrowing with concern. Has Goku not returned with you? Where could he be? Bulma hesitated, unsure of how to explain, and glanced at Jiang Ling for assistance. Ahem, about Goku. Jiang Ling cleared his throat, his expression growing somber. Chi-Chi's heart sank at the sight. He hasn't died again, has he? She stammered, her voice catching in her throat, her eyes reddening. She was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls could only revive someone once. The thought of losing Goku again was unbearable. Goku is fine, don't worry. He's training on another planet and is expected to return in about a year, Jiang Ling quickly reassured her. Phew, that's a relief. Chi-Chi sighed, her tension easing. Let him train, as long as he's all right. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged smiles. Human psychology is rather straightforward. Initially, a situation may seem dire, but upon discovering it's not as severe as anticipated, acceptance comes easily. It's akin to being ravenously hungry. Faced with two dishes, one is your most detested stinky tofu, and the other is a dreaded presentation. You soon realize that eating the stinky tofu isn't such a terrible option, as it's better than facing the presentation. Once Chi-Chi regained her composure, she inquired about Gohan's homework. Jiang Ling replied, Alas, our spaceship was attacked on Namek, and unfortunately, it happened to be in Gohan's room. After a fire, his homework, along with his food, was lost. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's focus shifted entirely to the food situation. She rushed to embrace Gohan, inspecting him from all angles. My poor Gohan. You haven't gone hungry, have you? I'll make you something to eat right away. The outpouring of maternal love prompted Gohan to quickly respond, Mom, I'm not hungry. I eat regularly every day. However, Chi-Chi seemed unconvinced, believing Gohan hadn't eaten enough and had lost weight. Without hesitation, she dashed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Bulma whispered to Jiang Ling, Isn't this a bit excessive? Excessive? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. I think it's perfectly fine. These are merely benevolent fibs. If Chi-Chi constantly worries, her temperament could become extreme. I'm merely helping to correct that. Besides, anger can be detrimental to one's health. One must maintain a calm disposition, understand? Who says I'm angry? Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes. I'm just a gentle and virtuous girl. Right, Jiang Ling scoffed. Muttering under his breath, I wonder who was upset this morning when I didn't give you what you wanted. Before he could finish, Bulma struck him with a pillow. Don't you dare bring that up. All right, I won't mention it, Jiang Ling laughed, raising his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Gohan tilted his head, puzzled by their strange exchange. Chi-Chi worked quickly in the kitchen, her speed remarkable as she usually handled the family's meals alone. This skill had been honed from years of catering to Goku, whose voracious appetite necessitated swift cooking. Since Gohan had begun training, his appetite had also increased significantly. A single meal could barely satisfy him. Chi-Chi invited Jiang Ling and Bulma to join for dinner, and the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Chi-Chi continued to cook, bringing forth an endless array of culinary delights, 50, 80, even 100 dishes, all delectably prepared. Jiang Ling couldn't help but applaud Chi-Chi's efforts. Gohan was already indulging, eating at a rapid pace. Jiang Ling, possessing Saiyan blood and having undergone training, matched Gohan's voraciousness. Bulma, on the other hand, savored her meal with a more measured pace. She wasn't as ravenous, and Jiang Ling's capacity didn't astonish her, having watched Goku grow up. After all, this was a trivial matter she had long since grown accustomed to. Jiang Ling was her partner. After all, how could she not understand? Moreover, one must eat well to have the strength to work, right? Although Jiang Ling often worked late into the night, he remained spirited, while Bulma lay exhausted on the bed. Nonetheless, this did not diminish her enjoyment. The following day, she was ready to continue. This was Bulma's hidden trait, her remarkable recovery ability. No matter how fatigued she felt, she always bounced back the next day, transforming into an energetic young woman. Kiki ceased her culinary endeavors after preparing 150 dishes. She joined Bulma at the dining table, eating and chatting, showing no signs of the fatigue that cooking had inflicted upon her. As Jiang Ling glanced over while enjoying his meal, he felt a deep admiration. Indeed, she was the woman of Sun Wukong, demonstrating immense strength. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Ling found himself pondering whether to voice a particular thought. After some deliberation, he decided to share it, believing Kiki's cooking was rather taxing. Kiki, have you considered that in your household, you could actually prepare meals in bulk? Just acquire a large pot, and you could cook enough for a dozen people at once. A few dishes would suffice. Upon hearing this, Kiki's eyes sparkled with realization. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of this before? Cooking this way would certainly be much easier. Although the taste and texture may not compare to individually prepared dishes, Wukong and Gohan are not picky eaters. Moreover, with the strength I've honed since childhood, managing a large pot of food would pose no challenge whatsoever. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ling and Bulma departed, returning to Bulma's residence in West City. After being away for so long, it seemed inappropriate not to check in at home. Even though they were now a couple sharing a bed, it felt improper to remain solely at Jiang Ling's home without having officially moved in together. During their stay in West City, Jiang Ling made the most of his time. Now that he had a girlfriend, he could not afford to be consumed by his training while residing in her home. Jiang Ling possessed a hint of traditional masculinity, since Bulma was financially well off. He felt compelled to provide her with a respectable lifestyle. Although Bulma had expressed indifference regarding their living arrangements, Jiang Ling's pride did not permit him to be dependent on her. Thus, he sought employment. Leveraging his previously acquired talents in master-level singing, master-level acting, master-level composing, and master-level art, combined with the familiar works from his past life, Jiang Ling rapidly ascended in the entertainment industry. Within 6 months, a multitude of his creations captivated audiences, shaking the foundations of the film and music realms. His emergence caused a tremendous stir, earning him an array of accolades: Best Actor, Music God, Lyricist and Composer God, Screenwriter God, and Great Director. Following this success, he ventured into the world of comics. His illustrated works became global bestsellers, featuring renowned titles such as One Piece, Naruto, Gintama, Weathering With You, Your Name, and Inuyasha. Fans worldwide were astonished by his creative genius and puzzled by his seemingly boundless energy, as he juggled singing, acting, writing, and illustrating with remarkable speed and quality, leaving his peers far behind. Unbeknownst to his fans, Jiang Ling's extraordinary vitality made these endeavors trivial for him. Additionally, he possessed a skill known as super speed, allowing him to write an astonishing 10,000 words in less than 10 minutes. With these unparalleled advantages, he garnered a vast fanbase spanning all age groups, ultimately becoming the unparalleled deity of the entertainment industry, entertainment god. After a year of reigning over the entertainment scene, Jiang Ling established his own company, recruiting numerous singers and actors to manage the various works he had created. He could not possibly perform or act in all of his creations alone. Thus, he offered them to his talent pool, ensuring they were utilized effectively while also generating revenue. The company also recruited a group of trainees, and Jiang Ling insisted they undergo 2.5 years of training before debuting, ensuring they built a solid foundation for their future endeavors. Once the company was up and running, Jiang Ling entrusted Bulma to find a reliable manager while he assumed the role of a hands-off proprietor. With the earnings he had accumulated, he constructed a grand house on the site of his former home. The residence was spacious, exquisitely decorated, and featured a large garden. Jiang Ling and his girlfriend Bulma officially moved into this magnificent abode. He could see the joy radiating from Bulma's face, reflecting her happiness for him. Thus, that day, Jiang Ling took Bulma on a tour of their new home, leaving traces of their presence in every corner. With his financial goals achieved, Jiang Ling was not in haste to resume training. Instead, he turned on his computer to embark on another venture, writing novels. With the boost from his super speed, his typing reached extraordinary speeds. Before long, several novels, each spanning millions of words, became sensational hits across the internet. His daily update volume was staggering, and the quality was exceptional, effectively obliterating other works in the online literary scene. While others might update with a few thousand words daily, Jiang Ling delivered over 100,000 words each day. After tackling these endeavors, several months passed. Finally, Jiang Ling found himself with some leisure time. After a few days of relaxation, one morning, he awoke to find Bulma absent from his side. Not surprised, he donned a pair of shorts and made his way to the kitchen. There, he found Bulma with her blue hair elegantly styled, clad in minimal fabric and an apron, exposing a generous amount of skin, busily preparing breakfast at the stove, embodying the image of a devoted wife. Had he not known her well, he might have believed it. Jiang Ling approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning in to whisper in her ear, "What inspired you to make breakfast today?" Feeling inspired, Bulma replied, "And what about my inspiration?" Jiang Ling teased, slipping his hands through the apron's opening to playfully provoke her. Bulma's cheeks flushed deeper as she playfully retorted, "So early in the morning, and your enthusiasm is so high. Was last night not enough?" "Not enough. Come help me," he responded playfully. "Honestly, you are unbelievable," she replied, turning off the stove with an eye roll before kneeling down to assist him. An hour later, Jiang Ling emerged from the kitchen, thoroughly satisfied, having also managed to prepare breakfast. After they finished their meal, he reclined on a lounge chair in the garden, squinting up at the sun while enjoying the warmth. Music played in the background, naturally one of his own songs. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Long time no see, host. Son, you still remember to show up? I thought you had gone missing," Jiang Ling quipped, recalling how he had previously sought the system, only to be met with silence. "Ding. Host, please refer to me as system." "Oh, you no longer acknowledge me as your father?" "Host, this system underwent an upgrade, and it is now at version 30. The system ignored Jiang Ling's comment and swiftly changed the subject. "Oh." Jiang Ling sat up, intrigued. He sought to uncover the new features the system had introduced. Ding. The results of this system update are as follows. Bugs have been fixed. New features have been launched. Chapter 50, Upgrade. Several bugs have been rectified. A new feature has been added, time-space switching. Time-space switching, as the name suggests, it allows one to traverse to any parallel universe within Dragon Ball. Unlocking conditions. A small amount of time-space energy must be absorbed to unlock it. Time-space energy? Where on earth am I supposed to find that? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. This concept had appeared in the novels he penned, but they were mere figments of imagination. Who knows where to find such a thing in reality? Time-space energy. Jiang Ling murmured to himself, suddenly catching sight of Bulma, gracefully striding by in a loose top, her fair, long legs on display. His eyes brightened. He recalled a certain individual. Perhaps that person could provide the time-space energy he required? After a moment of contemplation, he estimated that the individual would be arriving shortly. Future Trunks, also referred to as Future Vegeta. He was the son of the original Bulma. Yet, in this timeline, with Bulma now his girlfriend, it remained uncertain whether Future Trunks would appear. Jiang Ling's expression turned pensive. However, the thought of Bulma nestled in his embrace eased his worries. Whether he comes or not is inconsequential. If he doesn't appear, the new feature simply remains locked, which is no great loss. Life continues, meals are still enjoyed. Thus, Jiang Ling resolved to dismiss such thoughts. Overthinking serves no purpose. A tranquil existence is what truly matters. As Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the courtyard, a sudden realization struck him. How could he have forgotten this? In the corner of the yard, several vines swayed gently with the bamboo poles, already laden with beans. Jiang Ling recognized them as the mystical beans. However, these beans differed from those of Master Karen. Previously, the system had provided 10 seeds, labeled as mutated mystic bean seeds, which would yield mutated beans capable of enhancing a small degree of combat power. He had planted them in the yard and, after returning from Namek, had almost forgotten about them. Indeed, with so much distraction, many things began to slip his mind. Perhaps he should venture into the wild to gather some medicinal herbs to replenish himself, such as cistanche, epimedium, or cinnamorium. Jiang Ling plucked the mutated beans from their vines. Consuming one, he felt a subtle shift in his strength and nodded slightly. It seemed he had gained approximately 200 points in combat power. To him, it was negligible. However, to Bulma, it was a treasure. It could significantly elevate her prowess. With this thought, Jiang Ling couldn't help but recall some intimate moments. Leisurely days always seemed to pass swiftly. During his recent respite, he had indeed not been idle. Thanks to the mutated beans, Bulma's strength had seen considerable growth, and thus, his days had been spent thoroughly indulging in her company. This only confirmed a truth. Women, indeed, compel me to grow stronger. Resolute, Jiang Ling vowed to steer clear of distractions, mainly because he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Thus, he decided to take a stroll. Coincidentally, having matters to attend to, Jiang Ling arrived at the sacred land of Krillin. Everything appeared as it had before, yet the square felt desolate, devoid of the usual practitioners. 2 rows of verdant trees swayed in the breeze. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, squinting his eyes as sunlight cascaded upon him. A gentle zephyr caressed his hair. In that moment, time felt serene, and the years seemed to pass quietly. Jiang Ling sank into a tranquil state, as if all worldly distractions were carried away by the wind. Uncertain of how long he remained in this state, Jiang Ling eventually opened his eyes to find 2 figures standing before him. My apologies, Kami, Mr. Popo, for keeping you waiting, he said with a gentle smile. Kami shook his head. No rush. The state you were in earlier was quite intriguing. With my experience, I could only discern that it would benefit you. Hence I refrained from interrupting. I could sense it as well. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging that while the benefits might not be immediately apparent, they would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. Without further ado, he stated his purpose. You are aware of the events on Namek. Their Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. I wish for ours to also be expanded to 3 wishes. Upon returning from Namek, Kami had learned of the situation through Jiang Ling. He nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the merit in the proposal. It seems I must upgrade the Dragon Balls. Mr. Popo, please retrieve the model for me, Kami instructed. Mr. Popo, upon hearing this, reached behind him and produced a meticulously crafted model of the Eternal Dragon, handing it to Kami. The model was exquisitely detailed, likely the instrument through which Kami controlled the Dragon Balls. Lifting the cover, Kami produced a bottle of clear, odorless water of unknown origin. He poured the water over the dragon model, chanting incomprehensible incantations. His hands emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the dragon model. Subsequently, the model released 7 beams of golden light, shooting forth across the world. The upgrade is complete, and the cooldown has been reset, Kami announced. Does this mean we can now collect the Dragon Balls for wishes? Jiang Ling inquired. Indeed, came the affirmative reply. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ling leaped down from the platform, making his way to the Korin Tower below. Inside, Master Karen was engaged in a mundane game with Yajirobe to pass the time. Upon noticing Jiang Ling's sudden arrival, they paused momentarily. It's you again, Mr. Jiang. Master Karen greeted. Jiang Ling smiled and waved. Just call me Jiang Ling. I'm here to inquire if there are any more mystical beans available. Indeed, I've collected all the harvests from recent days, Master Karen replied, casting a wary glance at Yajirobe. Jiang Ling's smile widened. That's splendid. By the way, have you finished the cat food I gave you last time? Before Master Karen could respond, Yajirobe interjected, you have no idea, Jiang. After consuming those 10 bags of cat food, he wouldn't stop mentioning you. Is that so? Haha, Jiang Ling chuckled, noting Master Karen's slightly embarrassed expression. How about I trade you some cat food for mystical beans? Well, that's not out of the question. Master Karen feigned contemplation, though inwardly he was overjoyed. 1 mystical bean for a bag of cat food. I have 20 beans here. Jiang Ling, upon hearing this, waved his hand, and 100 bags of cat food materialized before Master Karen, each with various flavors. These 100 bags are all yours. But I only have 20 beans, Master Karen protested. No worries, keep the extras as a gift. Ultimately, Jiang Ling departed from the Korin Tower with 20 mystical beans in hand, heading straight home to retrieve the dragon radar from Bulma. Chapter 51, Sparring. Clap, 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 clap. Jiang Ling successfully acquired the dragon radar. In less than half an hour, he had gathered all the Dragon Balls with remarkable speed. Summoning the Eternal Dragon was not a monumental task. Thus Jiang Ling chose not to summon everyone, but instead proceeded to invoke the dragon himself. In the blink of an eye, the previously radiant sunlit sky became suddenly shrouded in darkness. Lights flickered on in various cities. Regardless of whether people were working, shopping, farming, or engaged in more intimate activities, they all paused to gaze at the sky, murmuring in bewilderment. What is happening? The sky has inexplicably darkened. Indeed, it startled me just a moment ago. Could it be a solar eclipse? It's certainly a possibility. Ha ha ha. The school has announced an early dismissal. Oh yeah, my dear. Let us take a break and see what is going on. No way. You're just making excuses to avoid paying your dues. Hurry up, you haven't contributed in days. Otherwise, I'll find someone else. The reactions of the populace were as varied as they were colorful. Fear mingled with excitement, joy blended with panic, and some merely reveled in the spectacle, eager for the drama to unfold. In any case, the spectrum of responses was vast. At that moment, various media outlets, radio, television, and mobile notifications broadcast an urgent message. Dear viewers, we interrupt our regular programming to bring you an emergency news bulletin. Due to an unknown phenomenon, the sky will be enveloped in darkness for a few minutes. Please remain calm and patiently await the return of daylight. Affected areas include West City, North City, and Tokyo. This was an emergency news interruption. As the news spread, the collective anxiety of the public began to dissipate. What is happening this year? First, we experienced increased gravity disrupting daily life, followed by earthquakes, and now an inexplicable solar eclipse. I recall similar occurrences from the past. Yes, it seems to happen every few years. While Jiang Ling was unaware of the specifics of the discussions among the people, he had previously made arrangements with Bulma. With the influence of the world's foremost conglomerate, issuing a few news bulletins to stabilize public sentiment was a trivial matter. At this moment, Jiang Ling soared through the sky, locking eyes with the Eternal Dragon. The dragon spoke, "State your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes, regardless of their nature." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling smirked, recognizing the phrase as mere pompous rhetoric. Those unfamiliar might mistake it for profound significance, yet many wishes remain unfulfilled. Revive those who were slain by Saiyans such as Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, and restore the ravaged lands to their former glory, Jiang Ling proclaimed. Aside from Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Yamcha, he recited the names of several acquaintances and continued. Furthermore, erase all memories of the Saiyan invasion from everyone else. Jiang Ling feared that the resurrection of the deceased might incite chaos among the living, hence he made this wish. Now was not the time to divulge such matters to ordinary people. The moment was not yet ripe, and doing so would only invite unwarranted turmoil and complications. The dragon nodded. This will require the consumption of 2 wishes. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Ling affirmed. Your wish has been granted. You now have 1 final wish remaining. Resurrect those who were killed by Frieza and his minions on planet Namek. Your wish has been fulfilled. Until we meet again. With a flash of its eyes, the dragon executed the 3rd wish. It was a decisive dragon, devoid of superfluous words, transforming into 7 stone Dragon Balls that shot off in 7 streams of light toward various locations on Earth. The last wish was one Jiang Ling had promised to the Namekians, and he could not let it go unfulfilled. After making his wishes, Jiang Ling returned home, diving headfirst into the gravity training chamber. According to the timeline of the original narrative, the next events should involve Frieza returning home to seek vengeance alongside his father, King Cold. However, Jiang Ling was certain that Frieza had been utterly eradicated and would not be able to come to Earth, as he had specifically consulted King Yama in the underworld. Thus, Jiang Ling found himself uncertain about the events that would unfold next, pondering whether King Cold would arrive. If not, would Trunks venture from the future? Puzzled, he decided to set aside his thoughts, adopting a soldier meets the battle, water meets the earth mentality. Time flowed like a river, and days passed in a tranquil manner. Following the previous summoning of the dragon, Yamcha had also been revived. During these days, Jiang Ling observed him returning to his old routine in the baseball team, feeling a sense of disappointment. Thus, he arranged for Yamcha to join his entertainment company. Life continued to flourish. Meanwhile, Tien and Kaiatsu expressed disinterest in joining the company. At Jiang Ling's suggestion, they opened a martial arts dojo in the city to teach disciples. The lives of Earth's warriors began to find their rhythm. Unexpectedly, an uninvited guest arrived on Earth. A spaceship descended, and Vegeta emerged. After his resurrection on planet Namek, he had flown straight to Earth aboard his spacecraft. The moment he stepped out, Vegeta sensed a change. What is going on? The gravity of this planet feels slightly heavier than before. As a warrior accustomed to battling across various planets, he was quite sensitive to gravity fluctuations. Perhaps the Dragon Balls were involved, Vegeta mused, suddenly looking up to see a figure rapidly approaching. Jiang, Vegeta inquired. You are the one who revived me. Coming to Earth is acceptable, but if you pose any threat to this planet, I won't hesitate to eliminate you. Jiang did not finish his sentence, instead making a gesture across his throat. Hearing this blatant threat, Vegeta's expression darkened. Yet, he chose not to respond. He understood that he had been unable to defeat Jiang before, let alone now. Moreover, he had no intention of causing harm to Earth. If he destroyed it, he would not escape unscathed. He sought strength, but he would not resort to such foolishness. I have no interest in Earth. I am merely curious how you all became so powerful in such a short period, Vegeta snorted. However, I suspect I've found the method. As long as one sustains severe injuries or dies and is resurrected, one can enhance their strength. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang voice echoed back. Indeed, that method can indeed boost one's strength, but there are limits. It is still best to rely on personal training for improvement. Jiang was not overly surprised by Vegeta's arrival. He understood his thoughts well. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta's pride would not permit him to fall behind in strength, especially with Jiang and Kakarot, fellow Saiyans, in the picture. I understand. I do not wish to rely on that method. Vegeta nodded, casting a glance at Jiang, his eyes glimmering with the spirit of battle. Hey Jiang, I want to spar with you. I wish to gauge the difference in our strengths. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full energy. Back on planet Namek, Vegeta had acknowledged Jiang strength, even dubbing him the legendary Super Saiyan. However, he was uncertain just how formidable Jiang truly was. Now, having been resurrected and significantly empowered, he sought to measure the gap between them. Jiang nodded, having little else to occupy his time, and agreed to the challenge. Chapter 52, The Youth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. Rumble, rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Fortunately, they were mindful enough not to inflict significant damage upon Earth, aside from leveling a single mountain peak. Jiang came to a halt, commenting, Vegeta, you are utterly lacking. Your strength is merely a tenth of my usual capability. What? Vegeta gasped, his composure instantly shattered. He was aware of the disparity, yet he had not anticipated it to be so vast. At that moment, Jiang added, if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, my power would multiply by 50. Super Saiyan, transform. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart pierced by Jiang words like a dagger, stirring chaos within him. Faced with such a staggering difference, his pride lay in tatters. He found himself frozen in place, oblivious to Jiang departure. Time passed, and eventually, Vegeta regained his senses. Gazing at the sky, he inhaled deeply, a renewed sense of pride befitting a Saiyan prince surging within him. What did it matter if the gap was so immense? We are both warriors of the Saiyan race. I am still the prince of Saiyans. If Jiang can do it, if Kakarot can do it, then surely I can as well. Vegeta murmured to himself, his aura sharpening like a relentless sword. Time flew by, and before long, a year had elapsed since their return from Namek. On this day, within Jiang abode, the door to the gravity training room swung open, revealing a man clad only in shorts, his upper body bare. The man was strikingly handsome, with eyes that sparkled like stars. Sweat glistened on his sculpted muscles, exuding a unique aesthetic allure. This man was none other than Jiang. He took a white towel to wipe the sweat from his brow before settling into a chair in the yard, finishing the water from a thermos on the table in one gulp. This was no ordinary water. It was infused with goji berries, red dates, epimedium, cinnamorium, and other beneficial ingredients for men, affectionately dubbed man's elixir. After consuming this, he felt invigorated for his workouts. Jiang prepared another cup and sat back to rest. After days of intense training, he could feel his strength elevating to a new level. He pondered how Goku was faring over there. Previously, on Namek, he had sent Goku to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Once he mastered it, Jiang would be able to sign in and acquire that ability. This clearly indicated that Jiang had meticulously calculated his plans, audible even to the adjacent universe. Meanwhile, in West City, a young boy stood outside Bulma's parents' house. Lost in nostalgia and contemplation, Mrs. Brief emerged from the house and noticed him. Young man, are you here for something? She inquired. The boy hesitated, then replied, I'm looking for Bulma. Is she home? Are you a friend of Bulma's? Mrs. Brief's eyes lit up as she assessed the boy, realizing that Bulma's friends were indeed quite handsome. Oh, dear boy, don't seek Bulma any longer. Come shopping with me instead. She's already living with her boyfriend. What? The boy scratched his head, looking somewhat flustered. Ma'am, I'm not interested in shopping. Could you please tell me where Bulma is? I have something important to discuss. Mrs. Brief, sensing his urgency, relented and provided him with Bulma's address. With a wistful gaze, the boy left hurriedly, as if fleeing the scene. Chapter 53, A Spar. Within Jiang Ling's home, as a diligent individual who maintained a rigorous training regimen and possessed formidable strength, his energy was remarkably high. Yet, he could not succumb to the allure of indulgence. He was not one to be easily distracted. Each day, he immersed himself in the gravity training room, exhausting himself before retreating to rest. It had been a month since he last interacted with Bulma in the evenings. Initially, Bulma felt a tinge of melancholy, but she soon adjusted, becoming engrossed in her technological research, navigating the vast ocean of science. They had previously spent their days in passionate embraces, just as they had begun to savor the sweetness of their relationship. It wasn't that Jiang Ling had lost his vigor. On the contrary, his energy was overflowing. Nor was it that their feelings had diminished. They were simply too fatigued from their busy days to engage at night, collapsing into deep slumber the moment they hit the bed. There was even a time when Jiang Ling, eager for interaction, had disrobed, and just as he lay down, he fell asleep instantly. Who could he complain to? As his strength grew, so did the fervor of his internal energy. Jiang Ling recognized that this was the result of prolonged physical training. He resolved that this could not continue, otherwise he would inevitably reach a breaking point. With determination ignited in his heart, he decided, today, he would forego training and seek out Bulma. He envisioned a tumultuous encounter, as if turning the heavens and earth upside down. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned his gaze skyward, where a figure appeared, silhouetted against the sun, its features indiscernible. Who goes there? Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed, the excitement he felt moments ago evaporating. The figure before him concealed its energy. Had it not been for his keen perception, he might not have noticed. The mysterious individual descended before Jiang Ling, who finally discerned their appearance. A youthful boy stood before him, with light purple hair styled in a middle part. His expression was resolute, and he wore a blue jacket adorned with a Capsule Corporation emblem. A large sword slung across his back. Jiang Ling recognized this enigmatic boy immediately. Trunks, the future warrior from another timeline. In a way, he could be considered Jiang Ling's son. Jiang Ling smiled. Ah, my son has arrived. Trunks looked perplexed, staring at Jiang Ling, unsure of what nonsense he was spouting. According to his mother, his biological father was a man named Vegeta, and he had seen pictures. It was clear that this was not the person before him. Moreover, who addressed someone as their son upon first meeting? Firstly, I am not your son. Secondly, I have come to seek assistance from Miss Bulma, Trunks replied earnestly. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, offering no explanation. He invited Trunks to sit on a chair in the yard, and then went to summon Bulma from her research lab. What brings you here? Bulma, clad in a white lab coat, looked at Trunks with curiosity. She did not recognize this sudden visitor, especially since his attire bore her company's logo. Could he perhaps be a fan? Was this what it meant to have a fan pursue you? Logically, if one were to idolize someone, it would be more reasonable to look up to Jiang Ling, an internationally acclaimed star. Bulma suddenly entertained this bizarre thought. Regarding Trunks with a hint of peculiarity, Trunks gazed at this youthful version of his mother, deeply moved. Having arrived in this timeline via a time machine, he had initially intended to confront Frieza and Cooler, yet after waiting for some time, he had not witnessed their invasion of Earth. Subsequently, he followed the temporal trajectory and coordinates provided by his mother to the location where Sun Wukong returned to Earth, yet he did not encounter Sun Wukong. Thus, in a state of desperation, Trunks had no choice but to venture to West City, arriving at the address given by his grandmother in search of his past mother, Bulma. After a moment of silence, Trunks resolved to divulge a portion of his circumstances to Bulma. He did not wish for this timeline to repeat the tragic fate of the future. Clearing his throat, he addressed her earnestly. Miss Bulma, please listen attentively to what I am about to reveal, as it pertains to the future of Earth. Bulma began to suspect that Trunks might be suffering from some form of mental instability. It was not entirely unfounded. After all, when a stranger suddenly appears before you claiming to know the future of the Earth, any rational person would likely suspect that they were dealing with a lunatic. Trunks discerned her skepticism and explained, My name is Trunks, and I have traveled here from the future via time machine. I understand your doubts, but what I say is the truth. I am aware of certain events in your life, such as your quest for the Dragon Ball since childhood, the many adventures you have endured, and your acquaintances with Sun Wukong, Yamcha, Pu'er, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, Did you tell him this? Is this some sort of role-playing game narrative? Don't be absurd. I'm not interested in games, as you well know. Jiang Ling replied with a shrug, indicating that he had no part in this. Receiving his answer, Bulma was both astonished and perplexed. These were matters that only her friends could know. How could this stranger named Trunks be aware of them? Could he truly be someone from the future? Trunks continued, I also know that a year ago, you traveled to Namek and defeated Frieza, after which Namek exploded. Stop. Bulma interjected. I don't know how you know about our journey to Namek, but you are mistaken about one thing. What is that? Namek did not explode. What? Trunks was taken aback. This contradicted what his mother had told him. Had history been altered? Contemplating this, Trunks glanced at Jiang Ling, who had remained silent until now. He had never heard of this handsome young man from his mother's accounts. Could he be the one who changed history? A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, Jiang Ling broke the stillness. Bulma, trust him. Everything he says is true. But do you believe me? I do. Then that is settled. Jiang Ling and Bulma gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their heads drawing ever closer. Coughing lightly, Trunks felt a flush of embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that his young mother would display such openness in front of a stranger. Jiang Ling, feeling interrupted, shot Trunks a glare and remarked, Trunks, not only do I know you come from the future, but I also know you are a Saiyan. Am I correct? How did you figure that out? Trunks was astonished. Don't concern yourself with how I deduced it. Let us spar. All right, Trunks acquiesced. They then ascended to a distant location suitable for combat, with Bulma observing from afar. Standing opposite each other, their gazes locked, Jiang Ling declared, Come on, give it your all. Trunks shook his head. If I unleash my full power, you might not withstand it. It was not arrogance. He was aware that in this era, only Sun Wukong possessed the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan and contend with him. The power levels of others were negligible. No worries, just unleash your full strength. Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Trunks nodded. Since you insist, I shall meet your challenge. Then, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A golden-hued flame surged forth from Trunks' body. His hair, previously parted, now stood upright, shifting from a light purple to a brilliant gold. His eyes transformed into a light green in that instant. Surrounded by a golden aura, Trunks cast a cold gaze at Jiang Ling. A smirk crept across Jiang Ling's lips as he began to grasp Trunks' power. How about a wager? If you lose, you call me Dad. If I lose, I'll acknowledge you as my father. Chapter 54, Tomorrow. Why would I wager with you? Trunks responded, bewildered. Very well, if you prefer not to bet. You will eventually call me that. Jiang Ling shrugged. Before Trunks could react, Jiang Ling shouted, his golden flames enveloping him, burning fiercely. Sporting golden hair and brows, with light green eyes, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The aura Jiang Ling emitted was on par with Trunks', even surpassing it significantly. You Trunks' eyes widened in shock. If memory served him correctly, only Sun Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan at this point in time. Following him were years later Gohan, and then himself. 3 Super Saiyans in total. Why had everything changed here? Although Sun Wukong was absent, Jiang Ling, the boyfriend of this young mother, had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he was even stronger. Unable to contain his curiosity, Trunks asked, Who exactly are you? Didn't I tell you? I'm Jiang Ling, Bulma's boyfriend, and you could also say I'm your father, albeit without a biological connection. Your biological father, in this timeline, will no longer be with Bulma. As for how I know, I am from another timeline, much like your own situation. Trunks stood awestruck, muttering to himself. So that's how it is. The changes in this timeline are all due to you. You are correct, so can I be called Dad now? Jiang Ling said with a half-smile. He relished the idea of being called Dad. Both of them released their Super Saiyan transformations. Ultimately, Trunks was still just a youth. Having absorbed this overwhelming information, he lost all desire to spar. You can keep dreaming. Ha ha ha, whether you admit it or not, I already consider you my son. Jiang Ling laughed heartily. Trunks contemplated for a moment, retrieving a small vial from his jacket pocket and tossing it to Jiang Ling. Since you know me, you should also know why I am here. Jiang Ling caught the vial effortlessly. He recognized that it contained the heart disease antidote, the very purpose for which Trunks had traveled from the future. In the future timeline, Sun Wukong is destined to succumb to a heart disease 1 year hence, leaving Vegeta devoid of motivation and unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. The warriors of Earth faced the relentless onslaught of the androids, one by one falling in battle, until only Trunks remains to bear the burden. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I understand. It boils down to 2 matters, providing Sun Wukong with a miraculous remedy for his heart condition, and alerting everyone to the android's arrival 3 years from now. Fear not, for I am here, and no grave issues shall arise. Then I shall rest easy, Trunks replied, preparing to turn away. Jiang Ling halted him. Wait. Please take me along when you return. I wish to glimpse the future world. Are you certain? Trunks hesitated. Your strength is formidable. Yet the gap in power against the androids is still vast. That is of no concern. We shall journey to the future together. Very well, I shall await your summons. As their conversation concluded, Bulma soared towards them, exclaiming, Are you two going to fight or not? Transforming into Super Saiyans, yet refraining from battle, only to revert back. You can fly? Trunks exclaimed, taken aback. Bulma tilted her head, as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. Jiang Ling taught me. What's so surprising about that? Trunks felt a wave of nostalgia. This world had transformed beyond recognition. It was wondrous indeed. Even young mothers could now soar through the skies. What else could possibly be impossible? Jiang Ling glanced at Bulma, then at Trunks, and mused, "Trunks, come find me tomorrow. I need to prepare this evening." Understood. Trunks departed without further thought. Bulma, watching his retreating figure, suddenly recalled something. "Jiang Ling, you mentioned he's from the future, decades ahead?" Jiang Ling considered, approximately 19 years hence. His ability to transform into a Super Saiyan indicates he too is a Saiyan. Currently, on Earth, there are only you, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta among the Saiyans. Gohan can be ruled out. He is still quite young, and it would be improbable for him to have a son of such stature in 19 years. So, whose child is Trunks? Bulma gazed intently into Jiang Ling's eyes, her intense curiosity compelling her to seek the answer. Jiang Ling smiled, offering no concealment, as there was no need for it. "He is your child, Bulma." "My child? So he is our son?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight upon learning of the handsome visage their future child would possess. Truly, a testament to her genes. In the next moment, Jiang Ling shook his head. "Not ours." "What?" Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling with shock. "That is impossible. We could never part." Tears streamed down her face as the thought of a future without Jiang Ling overwhelmed her. She truly cherished him and wished for no separation. Jiang Ling's heart softened as he embraced Bulma gently, reassuring her, "Silly girl, we shall be together forever. How could we part?" But Bulma struggled to articulate her concerns regarding the future, yet the words eluded her. Jiang Ling spoke soothingly, "I comprehend your apprehensions, rest assured. In alternate timelines, my presence is absent, which is why we are not together. I possess a unique nature. I exist solely in this timeline. Thus, separation in the future is an impossibility." "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed. However, I wish for the version of me in other timelines to be with you as well." Jiang Ling was taken aback by Bulma's unexpected thought. Yet upon seeing her delicate, pitiful expression, his heart ached. "Bulma, let us return home, for I wish to comfort you." "That sounds perfect," she replied. Upon arriving home, passion ignited between them, and they surrendered to their desires, immersing themselves in the exquisite taste of forbidden fruit. The next morning, Trunks arrived at Jiang Ling's residence. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of guilt for not allowing him to stay overnight. After all, he was his son. How could a father not host his child? Yet Jiang Ling bore his own burdens. The events of the previous night had not been suitable for hosting. The house was in utter disarray. Jiang Ling, brimming with vitality, met Trunks in the courtyard. "Your mother is too fatigued to see you off." Trunks, puzzled but silent, inquired, "Shall we leave directly? Is there anything else unprepared?" "None." Seeing Jiang Ling shake his head, Trunks produced a capsule, pressed a button, and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding pop, a bullet-shaped machine materialized before them. The lower half was the body, while a transparent glass chamber above housed the cockpit. It was the time machine. Its design closely resembled that seen in the comics. Jiang Ling and Trunks entered the cockpit, the door sealed, and the machine ascended slowly. Once at a certain altitude, it vanished with a whoosh. Bulma stood by the window, watching their departure, wishing them a smooth journey. Afterward, she turned to survey the chaos in her home, feeling a headache coming on. The previous night had been too intense. Today would be spent tidying up, cleaning, mopping, washing linens and clothes, and discarding torn garments. Inside the time tunnel, the machine sped towards its destination. Within the time machine, Jiang Ling gazed curiously at the passing scenery. Trunks could not help but caution him. "Enjoy the view, but do not open the hatch." Jiang Ling nodded in understanding. He then instructed the system to absorb the power of time and space. Ding, absorption complete. Time gate function activated. Excellent. Jiang Ling observed the system interface. The previously gray time gate function had transformed into vibrant color. The time gate currently facilitated the exchange between two timelines. More timelines would likely be added in the future. The two gates represented Jiang Ling's current timeline and the future timeline, meaning that traveling between them would be as simple as a click, allowing for seamless movement without requiring any energy replenishment. Soon, the time machine carried them to the future world, hovering in the sky before descending gently. Jiang Ling surveyed the ruins below and then glanced up at the oppressive sky, a sense of heaviness settling in his heart. As they disembarked from the machine, Jiang Ling remarked, "I did not expect your world to feel so suffocating." Trunks paused, glancing at the sky before understanding Jiang Ling's sentiment. "No need to worry. It is merely about to rain." Jiang Ling chuckled softly. "Ah, I see. I thought your timeline had deteriorated to such an extent that even the weather had changed." Trunks, in silence, pointed towards the ruins. This place was once vibrantly prosperous, now laid waste by the androids. Most cities across the globe have been ravaged by two androids. Their relentless destruction and formidable combat prowess left us with no recourse. Back then, I fought alongside Gohan in that very city against the androids. Ultimately, Gohan was no match for them and met a tragic end. Trunks shook his head. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us visit my home first. All right, replied the other. The two ascended into the sky, swiftly soaring in a specific direction. The androids are incapable of sensing energy signatures, allowing them to fly freely above without fear of detection. Had the androids possessed a means to gauge combat power, they would have been vanquished long ago. Before long, they arrived at another city, utterly devastated and in ruins. West City. Upon reaching the heart of it, they stood before what was once Bulma's residence. After the androids wreaked havoc, Bulma relocated underground with Trunks. Nevertheless, she did not abandon her scientific pursuits, dedicating herself to research in the hopes of one day harnessing the power of science to save the world. You might wonder why she didn't seek the Dragon Balls to wish for the Earth's restoration. The reason is that in this future, Piccolo has perished, and the Supreme Kai is no more. With his absence, there was no one left to safeguard the Dragon Balls, which have turned to stone. As for Namek, it was obliterated, and Bulma, on her own, has no knowledge of its new coordinates. Trunks led Jiang Ling to a house, pushing aside an old washing machine to reveal a hidden passage below. This is where my mother and I live, and it's my home now, Trunks explained, stepping inside. Jiang Ling nodded and followed closely behind. Upon entering the basement, the dimly lit walls greeted them. Trunks navigated through the twisting corridor until they finally reached a robust iron door. After inputting a code, they stepped inside. The interior was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the gloom outside. The furniture and decor suggested this place had been established long ago, predating the android's assault. It appeared to have once been a research facility, now a refuge from the chaos above. The floor was tidy, indicating regular cleaning. Trunks called out, "Mom, I'm back." "Oh, you're back? You must be exhausted," came a voice from the kitchen. A beautiful woman with long blue hair emerged, her figure ample, her complexion fair. Despite the harshness of their environment, she maintained an appearance that belied her age, looking as though she were in her 30s, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Jiang Ling was momentarily entranced. Chapter 56, A Pleasant Abode. In the living room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, mingling with the warmth rising from the cups. After Trunks introduced them, Jiang Ling and future Bulma exchanged pleasantries. Observing Bulma's graceful demeanor as she prepared tea, Jiang Ling felt a sense of dissonance. This was hardly surprising. The same face, one youthful and the other exuding maturity, created a peculiar contrast. Memories of the previous night's encounter with Bulma's dreamy gaze flickered in his mind. "So, you've come from a different timeline?" Future Bulma asked with a smile. Jiang Ling took a sip of tea and replied earnestly, "Yes. I traveled here with Trunks using a time machine, hoping to witness the androids' might." "You plan to battle the androids?" Bulma's surprise was evident as she scrutinized Jiang Ling, gently implying her reluctance to let him face such danger. Trunks interjected with a smile, "Mom, Jiang Ling is also a Saiyan and can transform into a Super Saiyan. In fact, he is somewhat stronger than I am." "Oh, is that so? Then why haven't I met you before?" Bulma's attention was drawn to Jiang Ling's tale, astonished. She was familiar with Earth's warriors, and the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar Saiyan, one stronger than Trunks, left her bewildered. "The development of my timeline differs from yours," Jiang Ling explained. "In my world, Namek has not been destroyed, and all the Earth's warriors know me. Even the younger you is familiar with me, and we share a close bond." "How close?" Future Bulma inquired, curiosity piqued. Trunks, listening nearby, wore a peculiar expression. Jiang Ling chuckled, "Close enough to share a bed as a couple." "Bulma." Jiang Ling proceeded to recount many events from his timeline, leaving Bulma's mind in a whirlwind. After some time, she finally regained her composure. "So, in your world, I didn't end up with Vegeta?" "Indeed," Jiang Ling confirmed. With Namek intact and Frieza defeated, he never sought revenge on Earth. Bulma exhaled a long sigh. Accepting this revelation, she scrutinized Jiang Ling closely, a playful smile spreading across her face. "You're quite handsome and strong, certainly my type." Jiang Ling scratched his head, unsure what to say to such an unabashed compliment. Trunks chimed in, "Mom, Jiang Ling and the younger you would make a lovely pair. Have you no manners? Jiang Ling is of my generation. You should address him as Uncle Jiang Ling." Bulma shot him a disapproving glare. Trunks glanced at the smiling Jiang Ling and, with some reluctance, said, "Uncle Jiang Ling." "Oh, good boy." At noon, Bulma prepared a meal. In this post-apocalyptic world, having such food was a mark of relative prosperity. Trunks ventured outside to gather supplies, livestock, and vegetable seeds, returning to the underground base where Bulma converted a room to plant the seeds, even setting up grow lights to ensure ample sunlight. The livestock were kept in another room. In this manner, they had managed a relatively comfortable existence. Unlike those huddled in shelters outside, living on meager rations, Jiang Ling learned that Trunks, with his formidable strength and a philosophy of aiding the world, often extended support to those in shelters. However, the resources he provided sufficed for only 1 or 2 people, proving insufficient for the numerous inhabitants of the larger shelters. To truly save them, The most effective solution would be to defeat the androids and restore peace to Earth. After the meal, Jiang Ling accompanied Bulma to her dedicated laboratory, filled with various machines, including the time machine itself. What are you working on now? Jiang Ling asked, eyeing the blueprints scattered on the table. Oh, this? Bulma glanced at the designs. This is my previous research. I believe Dr. Gero must have installed control devices on the androids. So I'm attempting to develop something to counteract that. Jiang Ling nodded, aware that such devices indeed existed on the androids. He could retrieve the blueprints from Dr. Gero's lab and have Bulma create a countermeasure, potentially leading to peace. Yet, Jiang Ling hesitated. He wished for Trunks to grow stronger and confront the androids himself, ensuring he would not fall into danger in the future. After all, this is a future timeline, and he is the last remaining warrior on Earth. They exchanged a few more words before Jiang Ling bid farewell and departed. Bulma gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Jiang Ling arrived at Trunks' room. Trunks, do you wish to defeat the androids? Yes, I dream of it. Trunks lay on his bed, his eyes gleaming with hatred. Good, Jiang Ling nodded. If I help you defeat the androids, will you call me Dad? That seems like a fair deal. Trunks. Jiang Ling led Trunks out of the base, and they soared through the air. The sky was overcast, and a light drizzle fell upon them, which they paid no heed to. As they passed through the ruins of a city, a blinding light suddenly flared, followed by a thunderous roar. The momentary brilliance illuminated the desolation of the entire city. The gentle rain fell, trickling down the remnants of roofs and walls, pooling on the ground, flowing to unknown destinations. Is this what all cities on Earth have become? Yes. Nearly all cities have been destroyed. The androids emerge periodically to play their twisted games, slaughtering innocent civilians or obliterating buildings and mountains, Trunks said through gritted teeth. The androids in this timeline are beyond salvation, Jiang Ling concluded. Without lingering, they took to the skies once more. Before long, they arrived at a platform suspended in the heavens. The platform was in ruins, marked by the scars of battle, evidence of a fierce conflict that had occurred long ago. What are we doing here? There's nothing special about this place. My mother told me that many years ago, Uncle Piccolo perished here, the Guardian also fell, and Mr. Popo vanished without a trace, leaving this place abandoned. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously. There is a remarkable location hidden here, and it's understandable that your mother, Bulma, is unaware of it. What place? Chapter 57, Shadows. What place? Follow me, and you shall find out. Jiang Ling stepped into the sacred world of the Kais, with Trunks trailing behind. Inside the sacred world were numerous rooms, and Jiang Ling opened each one, seemingly in search of something. Unable to contain himself, Trunks remarked, though we've never searched here before, after so many years of neglect, any supplies must have rotted away. Jiang Ling chuckled, realizing that Trunks was mistaken, and clarified, I'm not here to find supplies. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, I found it. Jiang Ling hurried forward, pointing at a sign hanging by the door of one of the rooms. Trunks read the sign slowly, Room of Spirit and Time? What does it mean? Jiang Ling rolled his eyes. You need to read it backwards. Room of Spirit and Time? Is that what you were looking for? To be precise, I came for this room. The Room of Spirit and Time is a peculiar place. 1 year spent inside equates to only a day outside, Jiang Ling explained slowly. So, if I train for 10 or 8 years inside, I could emerge ready to defeat the androids. Trunks exclaimed with excitement. Not quite so simple. Each person may only train for 2 years in their lifetime within. After that, unless your strength allows you to break through the space, you will be trapped inside forever. Jiang Ling's words doused Trunks' enthusiasm, leaving him feeling despondent. Only 2 years. Training for 2 years won't be enough to defeat the androids, Trunks murmured. The shadows of his past encounters with the androids haunting him. The vast disparity in strength weighed heavily on him. He had been toyed with and tormented by the androids countless times, treated as mere entertainment. This was why he had survived so many encounters without perishing. Now, hearing that he had only 2 years to train, he instinctively felt it was an impossible task. Observing Trunks' lack of confidence, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and delivered a punch to Trunks' cheek, sending him sprawling against the wall of the adjacent room. What was that for? Trunks exclaimed. What was that for? I should be asking you the same. Isn't 2 extra years of training enough? How can you claim it's impossible without even trying? Jiang Ling's expression darkened. Trunks rose to his feet, somewhat disheveled. But the androids are too powerful. No buts. Jiang Ling retorted sharply. Think about why you've persevered all these years. What is it for? To restore peace to the world, to protect my mother, the Earth Defense Force, humanity, and most importantly, to avenge Gohan. As he spoke, the light in Trunks' eyes intensified, his lost confidence rekindled. I will defeat the androids. Excellent. Jiang Ling clapped Trunks on the shoulder, praising him. Just like my son. That's right. Wait. You're trying to trick me. Trunks glared at Jiang Ling fiercely. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth, secretly pleased. He relished the role of being a father. It may be an unusual penchant, but it was devoid of malice. Perhaps most boys shared the same sentiment, harboring a desire to be a father, especially to their friends. Some boys, however, were a bit eccentric, enjoying moments of intimacy with their girlfriends while having them call them daddy. Yet, this seemed quite normal, as such words would spur the boys on, invigorating them like a surge of adrenaline. Gazing at the sign for the room of spirit and time, Jiang Ling opened the door and stepped inside, with Trunks quickly following. The light flickered, and they found themselves in the room of spirit and time. The space was a room furnished with a bed and neatly arranged tables and chairs, appearing quite comfortable. However, the room had only 3 walls, with the 4th wall open to a vast expanse of white. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Any normal individual would surely succumb to madness if they remained here for too long. Exiting the room, they stepped into the expansive white space, feeling their bodies grow heavy. The gravity here was 10 times that of the outside world. This thought flashed through their minds. This gravity won't bind us. However, getting accustomed to 10 times the gravity will be beneficial for our bodies, Jiang Ling remarked. Trunks nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he recalled something. Wait, we're supposed to stay here for 2 years, right? Yes, exactly. But it seems we didn't bring any food. Shouldn't we go back and gather enough supplies for 2 years? Jiang Ling shook his head with a smile. I suspect you and Bulma don't have much food either. If we were to take 2 years' worth of provisions all at once, you'd be eating dirt afterward. Then what should we do? We can't just starve to death. Don't worry. Do you know why I came to this timeline with you and why I plan to depart the next day? No, Trunks shook his head. How can you be so dim-witted? It seems quite foolish. I've already hinted at it. Did you go for a feast? Jiang Ling sighed. Jiang Ling sighed and shook his head, saying, No, I went to stock up on food and other supplies. Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief. So you're saying that even before stepping onto the time machine, you were already planning to bring me to the hyperbolic time chamber? I suppose you're not that foolish. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. Wow, Trunks exclaimed. How do you know so much? It's terrifying. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a 45-degree glance towards the sky, exuding an air of a wise sage. The two adjusted to the gravity and commenced some fundamental training. Basic training is essential. It fortifies the body's foundation. Without a solid base, no matter how great one's power, it will not endure. It is akin to premature ejaculation. What good is it to rise if it lacks longevity? They both understood that progress must be incremental. Meals must be consumed bite by bite. For hasty eating could lead to choking. After completing the foundational training, half a day had already passed, and Jiang Ling's stomach was protesting vehemently. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced towards Trunks, who was not in much better shape. The energy expenditure during training is always considerable, so feeling hungry is entirely natural. Let us take a break and eat, Trunks. With that, Jiang Ling produced barbecue supplies, an assortment of meats including dinosaur, tiger, and bear, as well as various vegetables like eggplant, green beans, cabbage, chives, and mushrooms. Finally, he retrieved 2 bottles of chilled beer, intending for a modest drink before resuming their training. Chapter 58, A Man and a Woman. The smoky aroma of the barbecue wafted through the pristine white expanse. Jiang Ling and Trunks grilled enough meat and vegetables for a dozen people and began to feast. Jiang Ling particularly relished oysters, grilled kidneys, and chives, as they were to his taste. You should eat more of this, Trunks. It's beneficial for your health. Is it? Trunks queried, puzzled, as no one had ever taught him such things. Jiang Ling chuckled. Indeed, you'll understand the benefits once you have a girlfriend. I already have a girlfriend. So soon? Aren't you a bit young? I'm not young. Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. I'm of age 19. Boys are particularly sensitive about being called young, whether regarding their age or other matters. 19, huh? You don't look it, Jiang Ling remarked, a twinge of envy stirring within him. While others at 19 were securing girlfriends, he was still playing games in bed, lamenting his own circumstances. Comparison can be disheartening. Yet, Jiang Ling's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed on. So, have you two done anything? What do you mean by done anything? You know, that thing. What thing? Jiang Ling pondered briefly, clapping his hands a few times. Just that. Trunks shook his head. I don't understand what you're talking about. Observing Trunks' bewilderment, Jiang Ling fell silent. It seemed that in this world, Bulma had not educated Trunks in such matters. Perhaps she was too occupied with scientific pursuits, or perhaps under the pressure of the androids. Such education had been overlooked. Suddenly, Jiang Ling felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier. His initial purpose for arriving in this future timeline was to help Trunks become stronger to defeat the androids and to enhance himself in the hyperbolic time chamber. However, having come to understand everything here, he resolved to take action. The fact that Trunks was oblivious to such matters was the most disheartening of all. Trunks, let us drop this topic and have a drink. Jiang Ling gestured towards Trunks' untouched glass of beer. Ah, Trunks scratched his head. I've never had alcohol. My girlfriend told me not to drink. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. A real man listens to his girlfriend? Where's your masculinity? Just have a drink. If we get caught, we'll just admit our mistake. If it comes to that, you can let her scold you a bit. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ling had unconsciously assumed a fatherly authority. All right then. Trunks, fired up by Jiang Ling's words, seized the glass and downed it in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. Trunks belched and collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Jiang Ling. So there was a reason his girlfriend advised against drinking. Nevertheless, a man must possess a certain tolerance for alcohol. It appears that not only must he train Trunks' strength, but he must also cultivate his capacity for drink. Jiang Ling glanced at Trunks sprawled on the table, shaking his head. He tidied up and set off to train alone. Meanwhile, in the external world, within a certain villa, a man and a woman were engaged in a video game, wielding controllers to maneuver characters in combat on the screen. The man was tall and lean, with short black hair and a cool, aloof demeanor. The woman was statuesque, with blonde hair and blue eyes, strikingly beautiful yet cold. Smash! The blonde beauty suddenly threw her controller onto the floor, visibly displeased. I'm done. This is boring. The dark-haired man smirked. Android 18. A loss is a loss. Don't be a sore loser. What is wrong with being a sore loser? Android 18 shot back with a glare. Don't forget, I'm still your sister. Uffed. Android 17 scoffed, clearly unfazed. Android 18 reclined on the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ceiling, her fair legs draped over the couch, swinging idly as boredom began to set in. By the way, that sword-wielding kid, didn't he show up when we bombed the city the other day? Android 17 slightly raised his head. What? Missing him? Playing with feelings now? Uffed. Android 18 dismissed the notion with a sneer. With his meager power, he is all bark and no bite. Why would I be interested in such a weakling? He merely adds a modicum of amusement to our dull lives. Whether he is around or not, it's the same, just a tad more boring. Hearing this, Android 17 set down his controller and chuckled. You know, Android 18, you really should find a man to play with, otherwise, you'll miss out on a lot of fun. A man? Android 18 laughed coldly. Which man would I ever find appealing? Even for a fling, they wouldn't be able to withstand my power. You have a point. Android 17 chuckled, shaking his head as he stood and headed towards the door. Where are you going? Android 18 casually inquired. Bored, going to catch a few women to pass the time. As his voice trailed off, he had already soared into the distance. The room was left with only Android 18, who pondered for a moment and murmured, boring days are a bit dreary. Well, I'll go check the city for some people to kill. If not, a game of cat and mouse will suffice. They can run ahead, while I leisurely chase from behind. Whoever lags behind gets killed directly. Hee, sounds quite amusing. Android 18 licked her moist lips, finding nothing amiss with such thoughts, as if it were a matter of course in her mind. Inspired, Android 18 sprang up from the sofa, leaping through the window, the glass tearing her clothing and exposing her fair skin, yet she paid it no mind as she shot towards the nearest city. The hyperbolic time chamber. Time flowed on. Unbeknownst to them, evening had quietly descended. Jiang Ling had just returned to his room after a workout. At that moment, Trunks happened to awaken, rubbing his head, appearing somewhat pained. Oh, little Trunks, you're awake? Jiang Ling chuckled. Trunks managed a wry smile. Please, Jiang Ling, no need to mock me. I've told you. I can't drink alcohol. It causes trouble. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression suddenly turned serious as he replied, if you can't drink, that's all the more reason to practice your tolerance. You wouldn't want to be incapacitated by just a sip and fall prey to devious women, would you? And don't forget what your mother said. Address me as uncle. Trunks' face darkened as if he had tasted something bitter. Uncle. Ah, good boy. Jiang Ling responded cheerfully. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a capsule that, when thrown to the ground, revealed a table laden with steaming, delectable dishes. These were meals he had procured from a restaurant in their original timeline, preserved within the capsule. Although the capsules did not maintain warmth or freshness for long, they would not spoil when stored in Jiang Ling's space, where time stood still, ensuring that when retrieved, the food remained as hot and inviting as when it was first prepared. The reason he did not simply store the food directly in the system space was to maintain a facade. Capsules are common portable items. While the system space was unique to Jiang Ling, if he were to suddenly produce a spaceship from thin air, it would surely raise questions. In the spirit of the story, Chapter 59 reveals a novel application for Super Saiyans. Within the Spirit Time Room, a singular structure stood conspicuously amidst a kaleidoscope of whiteness. Inside, Jiang Ling and Trunks devoured the steaming dishes voraciously, and before long, only a multitude of empty plates remained. The plates were spotless, cleaner than if they had been licked by a dog. Burp. Trunks let out a satisfied belch, exclaiming, that was delightful. Since he could remember, such a gratifying meal had been a rare occurrence. Jiang Ling, rubbing his belly and reclining in his chair, chuckled at Trunks' comment. If you enjoy eating, indulge a little more. After all, your mother is Bulma. Who else should I help if not you? Trunks simply retorted, shut up, taking a moment to muster a single succinct word. Jiang Ling paid no mind, relishing the aftermath of their meal, basking in the tranquility that followed a day of rigorous exercise. This brief interlude of leisure was perhaps the most satisfying part of the day. Trunks, it's getting late. You should rest and sleep early. We can train again tomorrow, Jiang Ling said languidly. Trunks, puzzled, asked, how do you know it's evening? There's no concept of time here. Glancing outside at the vast white expanse, Jiang Ling gestured towards a clock mounted on the wall. See, there's a clock right there. Ah, I see, Trunks replied sheepishly, scratching his head. He hadn't noticed. Especially after having slept for half the day. Jiang Ling exhaled slowly, reflecting on the peculiarities of the Dragon Ball power system, which, despite its ability to obliterate stars, still required sleep. After spending some time here, he had come to understand that the energy known as ki could not be autonomously absorbed. It required the transformation of physical energy into ki. The enhancement of ki's potency necessitated physical training, which in turn would exhaust the body, thereby demanding ample rest. This was the crux of the matter. Trunks felt invigorated and was not keen on sleeping, having rested the entire afternoon. Jiang Ling glanced at the solitary bed in the room, pondering how two grown men could share it. He knew that some close male friends wouldn't mind sharing a bed, but he personally preferred solitude, perhaps with a woman beside him, holding her fullness as he drifted to sleep. After a moment's thought, he produced another capsule, releasing a compact house into the vast whiteness outside. The capsule could accommodate a portable dwelling, giving rise to the concept of housing capsules. For larger residences, one would need to construct them, much like Jiang Ling's expansive villa, which could be tailored to one's design, a rather enticing proposition. Where will you sleep, Trunks? Jiang Ling inquired. Trunks surveyed the open room, and then the highly private capsule house that Jiang Ling had summoned. He promptly opted for the capsule house. Jiang Ling was indifferent. He was a rather laid-back person. He could sleep anywhere, even on a bed placed outside. The capsule house, once settled, would subject its occupants to tenfold gravity while they slept, which was advantageous. Once accustomed, it would greatly enhance their strength. At that moment, Jiang Ling suddenly recalled something and felt a surge of inspiration. A capsule materialized in his hand. Trunks, here's some study material for you. Make sure to learn well. After tossing the capsule to a bewildered Trunks, he sent him back to the capsule house. Jiang Ling then sprawled on the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Inside the house, Trunks contemplated the learning materials he had extracted from the capsule. Before him lay several books. Upon seeing the covers, Trunks' face flushed a deep crimson. Feeling self-conscious, he glanced around before cautiously opening a book. Instantly captivated, he became engrossed in the contents, diving into the ocean of knowledge. The information, previously unknown yet particularly intriguing to young men, gradually drew Trunks into earnest study, perhaps more diligently than he ever had in his childhood. The following morning, Jiang Ling awoke slowly, stretching luxuriously. This sleep had been exceptionally restorative. He felt as though it had been ages since he experienced such comfort. Perhaps due to the rarity of sleeping alone, which allowed for a more profound relaxation. He stepped outside, only to spot Trunks emerging from the house, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Goodness, did you not sleep at all last night? Jiang Ling exclaimed, taken aback. Trunks offered an embarrassed smile, but said nothing further. Understanding the situation, Jiang Ling recognized that boys often learn such knowledge from books and videos, then put it into practice to discover truth, and he was no exception. Trunks had now taken the first step. The next would be to apply what he had learned. Keep it up, Jiang Ling encouraged, giving Trunks a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Time always flies during training. Before they knew it, a year and a half had passed. On this day, Jiang Ling halted their sparring session. Trunks, we won't be battling any longer. Your strength has improved significantly. You are now capable of handling the androids. However, there remains one issue. The androids possess infinite energy, while our transformation into Super Saiyans causes our power to leak like a funnel. Trunks nodded earnestly, exactly. Which is why our endurance as Super Saiyans is insufficient. Hearing this somewhat ambiguous statement, Jiang Ling cleared his throat, his expression slightly souring. It's your endurance that's lacking. I'm still rather strong. Continuing, he stated, I have developed a method concerning the Super Saiyan transformation, which I believe could resolve this issue. What method? Trunks inquired. In an instant, Jiang Ling transformed into a Super Saiyan, surrounded by a golden flame that radiated an imposing aura. Subsequently, the golden flames were absorbed back, rendering him unremarkable, with no trace of fire escaping. Trunks widened his eyes, and had he not seen Jiang Ling's golden hair, he might have doubted whether he had exited the Super Saiyan state. What is this situation? Jiang Ling smiled gently. I call this the Super Saiyan full power. Previously, when I threw a punch, a considerable amount of power was wasted. However, now, the energy within me remains contained. allowing me to utilize my strength entirely. This is the essence of Super Saiyan full power. Trunks gasped in astonishment. This is incredible. Could you possibly teach me? Certainly. I shall impart this knowledge to you without reservation, for you are Bulma's son, Ling replied. In the ensuing 6 months, Trunks was required to maintain his Super Saiyan form throughout his daily life, including eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom, to better control the power of the Super Saiyan. This seems exceedingly difficult. How could one possibly achieve that? But that is not the end of it. Transforming into a Super Saiyan alters one's mindset, rendering one cold and merciless, filled with rage, and thus, you must learn to control these emotions and remain as you usually are. Trunks furrowed his brow. Isn't that an impossible task? Where is the impossibility? I can even suppress my own fury and emotions while in the Super Saiyan state, and enjoy watching movies. Ling chuckled, his golden hair shimmering while his expression remained calm and carefree. After a moment, he continued. When you can immerse yourself in pleasurable pursuits while in the Super Saiyan state, then you will know you have successfully mastered the Super Saiyan full power. Trunks. Chapter 60, The Emergence. Over the course of the following 6 months, Trunks maintained his Super Saiyan form in all aspects of daily life. Initially, during meals, he struggled to control himself, pulverizing food into dust, leaving plates, chopsticks, tables, and chairs in ruins. While using the restroom, as soon as he sat down, guess what happened? It exploded. His bed collapsed while he slept, and even nightmares caused the house to crumble. This led to considerable distress for Trunks. To avoid damaging property, he resorted to sleeping outdoors, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mattress, constantly suppressing the negative emotions brought on by his Super Saiyan transformation. This situation persisted for a month before improvements began to manifest. Ling, how did you conceive of this full power concept? It's simply brilliant and incredibly practical. Trunks suddenly asked during a casual conversation. It was merely a coincidence, Ling replied, his expression peculiar. Surely, he could not disclose that it had occurred during an intimate moment with Bulma, nor could he claim it was spontaneous. At the time, he had removed his clothing and suddenly desired to transform into a Super Saiyan to impress Bulma with his formidable presence. As anticipated, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, and thus, Ling found himself tempted. While in the Super Saiyan state, one is typically consumed by rage and devoid of desire. Perhaps it was due to Ling's more playful nature or his generally mild temperament. Under Bulma's teasing, his anger dissipated, and desire unexpectedly took precedence. Ling could never bring himself to voice such matters aloud, especially in front of Trunks. Even with a thick skin, he could not share such details. He could only laugh it off and change the subject. The fury and rage of a Super Saiyan are instinctual reactions that are difficult to control. Ling's experience was merely an accident, one that could not be replicated. Trunks felt considerable frustration over this, losing interest in his studies and missing out on a significant source of joy in life. One morning, as Trunks awoke on the ground, he felt an inexplicable impulse to review his study materials. Trunks was taken aback, leaping up in excitement. What did this signify? It indicated that the rage and fury of the Super Saiyan had been tempered. Other emotions had begun to prevail. He had successfully achieved Super Saiyan full power. As time flew by like an arrow, days passed swiftly. Time, like an elusive mistress, never allows one to grasp it firmly in hand. At the sacred world of the Kais, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber was finally opened after 2 days, this time from the inside. 2 figures emerged from the chamber, Ling and Trunks, who had spent 2 years within. Uncle Ling, I thought I would surpass your height, yet after 2 years, I have not grown a single inch. It seems you may find it difficult to grow taller. I believe it is determined by genetics, Ling remarked. They emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber without any discomfort, transitioning from darkness to light, as if shifting between 2 worlds. Their appearances reflected golden hair and eyebrows, with light green eyes, yet they lacked the aura typically associated with Super Saiyans, resembling ordinary individuals instead. Super Saiyan full power. They had maintained this state for an extended period, integrating it seamlessly into their daily lives. Trunks inhaled deeply, relishing the familiar scent of earth, a nostalgic feeling washing over him. Ling arrived at the sacred world of the Kais and gazed down at the vast earth below, feeling as if he were in a different era. Although only 2 days had passed outside, he and Trunks had genuinely spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Ling leapt from the platform's edge without employing the instant transmission technique, the wind howling fiercely in his ears. The sacred world of the Kais hovered above Krillin Tower. Under normal circumstances, it remained positioned directly above the tower, but in special situations, the Supreme Kai could move it to hover over any location on Earth. Ling landed at Krillin Tower, using instant transmission to ascend into the structure, with Trunks following closely behind. As Ling surveyed the surroundings, he noted the dilapidated state of the area, much like the sacred world of the Kais, overgrown with moss. Judging by the signs, It had evidently been uninhabited for quite some time. I wonder where Yajirobe and Master Krillin have gone, Jiang Ling murmured. Trunks interjected, I know about Yajirobe. He has been assisting the Earth Defense Force. As for Master Krillin, I am not sure. Oh, it seems he is rather resilient, Jiang Ling expressed, slightly surprised. Yet soon at ease. Indeed, given Yajirobe's notorious fear of death, it was no surprise he had survived to this day. Despite his cowardice, he never hesitated to act when it mattered, which was why he was involved with the Earth Defense Force. Could you tell me more about the Earth Defense Force? Certainly. This organization was formed to protect Earth and resist the onslaught of the androids. Its strength far exceeds that of ordinary humans, boasting powerful advanced weaponry and some of the strongest fighters currently on Earth. Trunks Tennyson added, the strength here is only relative to ordinary individuals. But when faced with artificial beings, one would simply be annihilated. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging that he had not previously delved deeply into the future world, only now realizing how many aspects he had overlooked. Did you meet your girlfriend there as well? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. If memory served him right, Trunks' girlfriend was Xiao Wu, who was actually older than Bulma, but her body had been transformed to a smaller size by the dragon, and, consequently, her psychological age had also regressed, making her the same age as Trunks at present. Trunks exclaimed in surprise, how do you know? She is a key member of the team. I happen to get acquainted with this group, and have grown familiar over time. That's great, keep it up, Jiang Ling said, patting Trunks on the shoulder with a paternal smile. Not wishing to linger on this topic, he felt that the romantic lives of the younger generation should be determined by themselves, and as an elder, it was best not to interfere. Jiang Ling searched briefly in Corinta but, as expected, found no senza beans. He had been mentally prepared for this and felt little disappointment. Let us go home and take a look. It's been 2 years since I last saw my mother. I really do miss her, Trunks smiled. Throughout his life, he had never been away from Bulma for such an extended period, and his heart ached with longing to return home swiftly. Trunks understood that only 2 days had passed in the outside world, yet he yearned for the home that held his mother. Perhaps this was the sentiment of a traveler longing for home after their first journey away. Chapter 61, Xiao Wu. The headquarters of the Earth Defense Force was located in a concealed refuge. At that moment, a portly man clad in samurai attire, wielding a katana and sporting a scruffy beard, was speaking to a young girl dressed in a military coat. Xiao Wu, according to intelligence, the Redwood Refuge was attacked by artificial beings yesterday, with barely a tenth of the refugees surviving. Currently, the artificial beings are wreaking havoc in the ruins of City B. Damn it. The girl referred to as Xiao Wu slammed her palm on the table. In the days since Trunks had been away, the artificial beings had grown increasingly frenzied. She worried about Trunks and realized that this situation could not persist. Coincidentally, the weapon research team had developed a few highly destructive bullets. Xiao Wu meticulously wiped her specialized sniper rifle, her eyes shimmering with determination. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe immediately intervened. No, that's far too dangerous. You know how powerful the artificial beings are. Our current technological weapons cannot contend with them. Xiao Wu shook her head, her gaze resolute as she replied, in the end, we must try. If we can inflict harm on the artificial beings, it would validate the potential of technological weaponry. If not, at least I can buy some time. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, I have safety measures in place and have pre-selected advantageous terrain for escape. If I fail, the chances of survival are significantly high. Yajirobe, there's no need to persuade me. I've made up my mind. Sigh, fine, I'll accompany you, Yajirobe conceded, recognizing the firmness in her voice. By the way, when you said significantly high, how does that compare to Trunks? Xiao Wu's expression shifted as she transformed into a furious tigress, brandishing a large cleaver and chasing after Yajirobe. You dare to tease me. In the ruins of a city, a man and a woman were continuously unleashing energy blasts, bombarding the remnants of the city amidst billowing dust and smoke. I'm still faster. Number 18, you've lost again. Humph, what's the big deal? The blonde beauty. Number 18 maintained a cold demeanor, curling her lip. With a flick of her wrist, she sent an energy blast that obliterated a half-tilted skyscraper in the distance. TSK. You say that, but your actions betray your temper, Number 17 remarked, arms crossed, a smirk on his face. Mind your own business. I do as I please. Number 18 retorted, rolling her eyes and launching several more energy blasts, causing clouds of dust to erupt from the ruins. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from afar. Bang, bang. 2 specially designed bullets struck the unsuspecting Number 17 and Number 18, exploding upon impact. The force of the blast forced them to stagger back a few steps. Clink, clink. The spent bullet casings fell to the ground. The areas struck on the artificial beings merely showed torn fabric and shallow marks on their skin. Instantly, Number 17 and Number 18 exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. In unison, they darted towards the origin of the gunfire. This unexpected ambush, though not particularly damaging, felt deeply insulting. They sensed they had been wronged. Ambushers shall not escape unscathed. The artificial beings moved with astonishing speed, reaching a nearby forest in mere moments. A petite girl in a military coat, shouldering a sniper rifle, appeared before them. So, you are the one behind the ambush? Very well. I will capture you and make you suffer, number 18 said with a sinister smile. No, 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 18, leave her to me. I will make her enjoy every moment before passing her on to you. Her figure and face are quite rare, number 17 said with a dark grin, his handsome visage contrasting sharply with his demeanor. Unfazed, Xiaowu stared defiantly at these harbingers of suffering, unyielding in her stance. The latest and most powerful weapons of humanity cannot contend with you, and I acknowledge my defeat. However, I will never submit to you. As soon as her words fell, Xiaowu abruptly hurled an unknown object at the feet of the artificial beings and swiftly retreated. In the next moment, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their vision. Cough, cough. Number 17 sputtered, tears streaming down his face as he realized number 18 was not faring any better. Damn it, this smoke bomb has tear gas effects. I can't even open my eyes. Curse that wretched girl. The two malevolent artificial beings cursed vehemently, temporarily blinded and forced to rely on instinct to unleash energy blasts in a frenzied manner. The entire forest erupted in chaos as explosions rang out. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had already descended into an underground tunnel, being carried on Yachirobe's shoulder as he dashed with remarkable speed, akin to the wind itself. It must be said that Yachirobe's speed attributes were undoubtedly maxed out. At that moment, the entire tunnel began to tremble violently. Uncle Yachirobe, you truly are the fastest man, Xiaowu exclaimed with a smile. Of course. Damn it, the artificial beings have commenced bombing. I don't wish to be buried alive in this tunnel, Yachirobe grumbled, increasing his speed even further. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Jiang, Ling, and Trunks had returned. Bulma, we're back. Mom, I'm home. Bulma, sipping tea in the living room, looked up at the sound and smiled. Welcome back. Yes, I'm back. Trunks grinned widely, his eyes glistening with moisture. I missed you, Mom. You silly boy, you've only been away for 2 days, and you're already like this. It seems you still lack independence, Bulma said gently, her smile warm and affectionate. Since the tragic demise of her companions at the hands of the androids, she has gradually become more gentle, having not lost her temper in quite some time. Unlike her youthful days, when she adorned herself in fashionable attire, flaunting a beautiful visage accompanied by a fiery temper akin to that of a vixen. Oh, you seem to have lost weight. Bulma, ever perceptive as the mother of Trunks, immediately noticed the subtle changes in her son. It's a long story, let us sit down and discuss it at a leisurely pace, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. The group settled down to enjoy tea, the fragrant aroma wafting through the living room as Jiang Ling recounted their experiences in the hyperbolic time chamber. Has it really been 2 years? Bulma said in astonishment, soon followed by a tinge of regret. Alas, it's unfortunate that the android incident occurred so abruptly, and the Earth warriors fell so swiftly. Moreover, Goku passed away from heart disease at an early age. I suppose the Supreme Kai didn't have the opportunity to mention the time chamber. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely what I believe. Furthermore, even had our Earth warriors trained for 2 years back then, it would have been nearly impossible to bridge the gap with the androids. The Supreme Kai's restrictions allow only 2 days in the chamber for each individual during their lifetime, given the overall strength of the Earth warriors at that time. Defeating the androids after 2 years of training was an unattainable feat. Let us not dwell on that, Bulma interjected, shaking her head, not wishing to revisit such painful memories. After sharing some amusing anecdotes from their lives, Bulma glanced at Trunks, exclaiming softly, by the way, Trunks, you've grown 2 years older. Yet it seems you haven't grown taller. Trunks replied, I'm not sure why. Uncle Jiang Ling says it's a genetic issue. Upon contemplating the genetic factors, Bulma realized it could only pertain to Trunks' father, Vegeta, and her own genes. That makes sense, she mused. Given that I share a similar height with Vegeta, I feel quite satisfied to have given birth to such a tall young man like Trunks. Reflecting on Vegeta, her memories grew hazy, considering it had only been a year or two. Chapter 62, Late Night Conversations. Upon hearing Vegeta's name spoken by Bulma, Jiang Ling paid little heed. After all, if one were to truly consider it, he had intercepted Vegeta. What reason was there to harbor resentment? The pressure from the malevolent androids had plunged Earth into a state of despair, leaving little room for entertainment. Following dinner, everyone retired to their rooms for rest. Jiang Ling lay on the large bed in the guest room, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. In the time chamber, there had been no distractions, only the singular focus on training. Exhausted from training, slumber came easily without any such thoughts. However, returning to a relaxed environment and seeing Bulma, who bore a striking resemblance to his girlfriend yet exuded a distinctly gentle aura, compounded by 2 years of restraint, left Jiang Ling's mind swirling with images of both his girlfriend and the future Bulma. This was hardly his fault. It was merely the result of a man's primal instincts. Yet it was undeniably distressing. If he wished to alleviate this predicament, enlisting the assistance of the fifth girl would suffice. Jiang Ling had never had a girlfriend before, but he was not unfamiliar with such feelings. Surely, every man experiences similar situations. After some contemplation, he decided to rise. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the door, startling him and extinguishing his interest. Who is it? It's me, Bulma. He approached the door, revealing Bulma clad in a nightgown. The loose fabric did little to conceal her well-maintained physique and smooth, fair skin. The hem of her nightgown barely reached her knees, exposing her fair, long legs. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback as he welcomed Bulma inside. Bulma, what brings you here at such a late hour? He inquired, while his gaze keenly discerned that Bulma was, in fact, not wearing anything beneath her gown. His breath quickened involuntarily. Bulma, upon noticing Jiang Ling's bare torso, defined muscles, and strikingly handsome face, felt a flutter in her heart. She quickly shook her head, letting out a sigh as she revealed her purpose. Jiang Ling, perhaps it was our conversation about the past that has had me reminiscing about my former companions. I came to ask if you happen to have any photographs of them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling suppressed any lingering thoughts of desire and retrieved his phone, opening the photo gallery to show her. Yes, here, take a look. He regarded future Bulma with a sympathetic demeanor, understanding the weight of her past experiences. As future Bulma perused the album, she found it filled predominantly with pictures of Jiang Ling and his girlfriend, alongside solo portraits of her. A wistful expression filled her eyes as she turned the pages, brimming with envy and an indescribable emotion. When she stumbled upon photos of others, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Goku, Gohan, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Piccolo. These were the faces from Namek. How nostalgic, she murmured. Jiang Ling, observing her reaction, let out a soft sigh and gently patted future Bulma's back. After a while, she wiped her tears and returned the phone to him. Thank you. Jiang Ling, I feel much better now. No need for thanks. Feel free to come to me whenever you need, Jiang Ling replied, waving his hand dismissively. All right. Bulma rose and departed. Jiang Ling watched her leave, sitting on the bed for a moment, still unable to quell the unrest within him. He stood up and headed to the bathroom for a cold shower. The cool water cascading over him created a gentle steam, calming the fervor and turbulence within his veins. Returning to his bed, he turned on the air conditioning, wrapped himself in a blanket, and surrendered to sleep. The long night passed, the moonlight casting its glow over the ruins of the city like a whispering breeze. The following day, Jiang Ling slowly awoke to find it was already midday. After sitting on the bed for a moment to ease into wakefulness, he grappled with the all-too-common plight faced by every normal man, awakening with an undeniable physical response despite lacking desire. It was more manageable if one had a girlfriend or wife nearby to assist. However, Jiang Ling was alone. He could only wait for the physiological reaction to subside naturally, allowing his morning irritability to dissipate. After a while, Jiang Ling emerged from his room, stretching his body. He had enjoyed a truly refreshing sleep. A glance around revealed the house was empty, with a meal quietly resting on the dining table, still steaming from recent preparation. Jiang Ling searched for Bulma and eventually found her in the tech lab, clad in a scientist's white coat, engrossed in tinkering with some apparatus. Her earnest profile radiated an alluring charm. Hello, Bulma, Jiang Ling greeted with a smile. Future Bulma looked up, her face lighting up with a smile. You're awake? I didn't want to disturb you last night, so I let you sleep in. I've just finished preparing the meal. You can eat right away. Thank you, Bulma. I slept very well, Jiang Ling replied with a grin before continuing. By the way, where's Trunks? He left early this morning and didn't mention where he was going. Bulma was not entirely certain and did not inquire further. After all, her child was growing up and deserved his own space. She reminisced about her own youthful adventures at the age of 16, when she had ventured out alone and even brought home a boyfriend. This thought prompted Bulma to exclaim, if only Trunks could bring a girlfriend home. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously and replied, with Trunks sneaking around so secretively, he might already have one. Is that so? That would be wonderful. I truly hope to become a grandmother soon. Bulma's eyes sparkled. Jiang Ling remarked, he doesn't even know what to say. The androids are still not eliminated. Yet you're already dreaming of being a grandmother. However, from a different perspective, perhaps this is every mother's wish? Chapter 63. Grasping opportunities within the refuge of the Earth Defense Force, Trunks wore an expression of anger. Beside him stood the cheerful Xiao Wu, who smiled at his frustration. You are being reckless. The androids are not something you can handle. It's fortunate nothing happened this time, but what if it had? Trunks, still fuming, was calmed slightly by her presence. Xiao Wu leaned against him, giggling as she reassured him. All right, don't be mad. I promise it won't happen again. Noticing how deeply he had sunk into her warmth, Trunks took a deep breath, adjusting his posture to hide his embarrassment. I haven't been around for a few days. How have things been with the androids? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's smile faded, and she spoke with gravity. The androids have become increasingly brazen. She then recounted the recent events. Trunks listened intently, contemplating. Keep track of when the androids appear and inform me. I am ready to confront them. Huh. Xiao Wu was taken aback by Trunks' composed demeanor. Previously, he would have expressed outrage upon hearing of the android's audacity, yet this time he remained remarkably calm. Xiao Wu's heart fluttered. Oh dear. The composed Trunks is even more charming. What should I do? Help. Trunks is so handsome and mature. Her gaze became dreamy, her emotions intensifying. Out of a girl's modesty, she licked her lips and hinted, "Tr Trunks, my lips feel a bit dry." Huh. Trunks scratched his head, puzzled by her sudden statement. If your lips are dry, just drink some water. Seeing his obliviousness, Xiao Wu hinted again, "Can't you help me?" Trunks tilted his head in confusion before reluctantly standing up to fetch her a cup of warm water. Here's your water. Remember to drink plenty. It's good for your health. Who taught you that? Xiao Wu questioned, bemused by Trunks' straightforwardness. It was that Uncle Jiang Ling I mentioned. He is a kind person and has taught me much about how to navigate life. Trunks chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself. Xiao Wu fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "You should learn less from him." Just as Trunks was about to retort, a knock echoed from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Wu, are you in there? It's Bidalai. Xiao Wu quickly moved away from Trunks. I'm here, Bidalai. Please come in. The door opened to reveal a tall and beautiful young woman who exuded an air of determination, Bidalai, the daughter of Mr. Satan, a high-ranking member of the Earth Defense Force. She was not to be underestimated. If anyone mistook Bidalai's femininity as a sign of weakness, they would be gravely mistaken. Notably, in this timeline, Mr. Satan had won the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and in the same year, the android crisis erupted, leading to his demise. Fortunately, Bidalai had trained from a young age, developing formidable skills to protect herself in tumultuous times. After years of struggle, she ultimately joined forces with Xiao Wu and others to establish the Earth Defense Force. Trunks, you're here too. Am I interrupting something between you and Xiao Wu? Bidalai teased, a playful smile on her lips. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. Although she had faced numerous battles, she remained innocent regarding romantic matters. Bidalai, please don't tease me. Trunks stood up awkwardly, scratching his head and chuckling. Bidalai, you're here. I just returned and hadn't had the chance to greet you. I understand, Bidalai giggled, then added, by the way, Gohan isn't around, so you can drop the sister-in-law title. Sure thing, sister-in-law, Trunks replied, maintaining his playful tone. In this timeline, Gohan and Bidalai had met under unexpected circumstances and formed a romantic bond, only for Gohan to sacrifice himself in battle. Bidalai, seeing Trunks insist on calling her sister-in-law, could only smile in resignation. She turned her attention to Xiao Wu, setting aside her teasing demeanor. We were unable to contact the North City Refuge for some time. We sent someone to investigate, and we just received news. Oh, what was the reason? Xiao Wu inquired, her expression turning serious. Bidalai's demeanor shifted as she responded. The North City Refuge is entirely deserted, with thousands of people missing, leaving only clothes strewn about and evidence of gunfire. Xiao Wu and Trunks gasped in unison, exchanging glances, both thinking the same thing. What kind of crisis had they encountered that forced them to flee, leaving their clothes behind? Trunks couldn't help but voice his thoughts. What happened? Bidalai shook her head. When I first received this news, I thought the same, but subsequent investigations negated that idea. The investigators found only signs of battle, with no evidence of a retreat. It appears that they did not flee from the androids, but rather faced an unknown enemy, likely a monstrous creature that devours flesh. Xiao Wu suppressed her shock and asked, "Does such a creature exist in this world?" "I don't know," Bidalai replied, shaking her head. Trunks' expression darkened as he said, "There are indeed such beings. My mother has spoken of many powerful enemies with strange abilities. For instance, the infamous demon King Piccolo, who could regenerate limbs and even lay eggs to reproduce." Xiao Wu and Bidalai nodded in acknowledgement, clearly aware of this history, which had once caused great turmoil on Earth. This powerful foe nearly dominated the planet, but was ultimately defeated by a formidable child known as Son Goku. It was a pity that if Mr. Goku were still alive, one could only imagine how much stronger he would have become. Xiao Wu and Bidalai thought to themselves, each being the girlfriend of a strong warrior, well aware of Goku's legendary status. We should inform our subordinates and other refuges about this situation, so they remain vigilant and notify us if anything arises. Trunks decisively made a decision. He continued, "As for the malevolent androids, I will resolve the issue alongside Jiang Ling." "What? You believe you can defeat the androids?" The two women gazed at him in astonishment. Trunks waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "It's a collaboration between Jiang Ling and myself. We have a semblance of confidence." though the true measure of our strength can only be discerned in confrontation. Chapter 64. The research facility. After Bitalai's departure, Trunks and Xiaowu lingered in silence, both preoccupied with their own thoughts and neglecting any romantic inclinations. Eventually, Trunks concocted an excuse to leave, returning home. Upon arriving, he immediately sought out Jiang Ling and recounted the events that had transpired, detailing the monstrous entity that devours flesh and blood. Jiang Ling instantly deduced the identity of the creature, Cell. Considering the timeline, Cell should still have a few years left before his completion. How could he have emerged prematurely? Could it be an alternate version of Cell? While it was a possibility, Jiang Ling felt it was unlikely, merely an instinctive feeling. Cell was a creature birthed from Dr. Gero's genetic experiments, which amalgamated the DNA of Earth's warriors, including Frisia and Cooler, among others. Determined to uncover the truth, Jiang Ling resolved to investigate the research facility. However, he was uncertain of its location. During his initial viewing of Dragon Ball, he had paid little attention to geographical details, only recalling places like Kame House, Buncha Mountain, and West City. He had a faint recollection of Dr. Gero's lab, knowing only that it was situated in a remote area on the outskirts. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ling decided to consult Bulma. Bulma, are you familiar with Dr. Gero? He inquired. Bulma mused, her memory retrieving the name. Oh, him. Yes, I know, he's a genius in biological genetics, though he took a misguided path. Our fields differ. He focuses on genetic technology while I delve into mechanical science. Jiang Ling pressed further. Do you know the location of his research facility? The facility? I believe it's near North City. Though it's been so long since I last thought about it. Bulma scratched her head, her brow furrowing. Hearing the name of the city, Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. Indeed. That must be the place. No need to deliberate further. It must be there. Trunks, let us depart. He called out to Trunks and began to move outside. Trunks followed, inquiring, where are we headed? Are we going to confront the androids? But the androids lack any energy signatures, and I am unaware of their current location. I must await intel from the self-defense forces. It's not the evil androids we are after. Jiang Ling shook his head, his expression unusually serious. We are going to investigate a site that may be the origin of that flesh-devouring monster. After a brief yet swift flight, Jiang Ling and Trunks arrived above the ruins of North City. Gazing down at the dilapidated remnants, their faces remained expressionless. After all, this was the city where the androids had first made their debut over a decade ago. Over the years, vines, weeds, and trees had overrun the ruins, leaving behind a testament to time's passage. The scene evoked a sense of profound change, as if the landscape itself had transformed, leaving behind only echoes of the past. Trunks, we should split up and search the area. The research facility is likely hidden within one of the mountains, Jiang Ling suggested. Understood. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two men diverged, each pursuing a different direction. Their pace slowed considerably, for they needed to search meticulously. Flying too quickly would risk overlooking vital clues. Jiang Ling navigated through the mountains, his focus razor-sharp as he scanned for signs of the facility. An hour passed when suddenly, a surge of energy erupted nearby. Jiang Ling halted and turned towards the source of the sensation. It was Trunks' energy. The timing of this outburst indicated that he must have discovered the research facility and was using this method to signal Jiang Ling. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling accelerated towards Trunks' location. Moments later, he arrived to find Trunks standing before a partially collapsed mountainside, gesturing towards some exposed metallic debris. This must be the place, Trunks declared. Jiang Ling examined the area and confirmed it as Dr. Gero's research facility. The two immediately set to work clearing the site. Neither of them were ordinary individuals, and their efforts progressed swiftly. They unearthed various damaged instruments, along with several white, human-sized capsules. Among the debris lay two broken androids, one grotesquely overweight and the other emaciated, both bearing gaping wounds from explosions. Jiang Ling recognized them as the creations of Dr. Gero, the 16th and 19th androids. It appeared that in this timeline, Dr. Gero had unleashed the 17th and 18th androids only to be ambushed, failing to activate the emergency stop mechanism. Jiang Ling, there's an unopened capsule here, Trunks suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Ling turned his gaze towards him, spotting a white capsule labeled 16. Let us not open it just yet. We should take it back with us, Jiang Ling replied. He had previously wondered why the 16th android had not appeared in this timeline. It turned out he had simply not been released. As they continued their methodical search, Jiang Ling had yet to find the information he sought. Suddenly, as he shifted a large stone, an entrance was revealed. His eyes widened in realization. I found it. Trunks, come over. We need to descend. A basement? Trunks approached, questioning. Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed, leading the way down the staircase. A wave of stale, musty air enveloped them. The interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Jiang Ling concentrated, summoning a small orb of light that illuminated the entire basement. Inside, they discovered a computer and several instruments. The screen displayed a series of words accompanied by a few exclamation marks, indicating, "Experiment terminated prematurely, experiment incomplete." Jiang Ling's attention shifted to the instruments. Among them was a large incubator, its glass casing shattered from within, shards littering the ground. Observing the remnants, Jiang Ling noted dried fluid stains. Piecing together the clues from the computer, he envisioned a scenario. Within the incubator, a fully developed cell, for reasons unknown, had broken free from the glass enclosure, causing the nutrient liquid to spill forth as he exited and subsequently vanished without a trace. The computer's display indicated that the incubation period had not reached the predetermined time, suggesting that cell had grown impatient. Jiang Ling pondered this revelation. Trunks approached, inquiring, "Jiang Ling, have you made any discoveries?" Yes, Jiang Ling shared his deductions with Trunks, including details about the monstrous being known as Cell. "Goodness," Trunks said, his expression grave. "What a terrifying creature, capable of evolution. It's no wonder the inhabitants of North City have vanished. They must have been absorbed." Chapter 65. Android 16. The threat of the androids remained unresolved, and now a new peril had emerged. When Jiang Ling first arrived in this future timeline, he refrained from confronting Cell, as the original narrative suggested that Cell would not emerge for several more years. To his surprise, the arrival had come earlier than anticipated. This unexpected turn of events left Jiang Ling somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, it posed no significant issue. He remained well within his grasp of the situation. Conversely, Trunks harbored a different sentiment, feeling an increased weight upon his shoulders that rendered him nearly breathless. Jiang Ling patted him on the shoulder, chuckling, "Do not succumb to pressure. At this stage, Cell is still quite feeble and poses little threat. He requires much more flesh to consume for his evolution. Most importantly, Earth lacks the abundance of beings for him to devour." Upon hearing Jiang Ling's comforting words, Trunks exhaled deeply, feeling a measure of relaxation wash over him. Let us hope that is the case. Casting a glance around the basement, Jiang Ling noticed a collection of papers atop a table. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they contained information regarding the emergency shutdown devices for Androids 17 and 18. Trunks inquired, "What is this?" Jiang Ling explained, "This document is invaluable. It details a mechanism that can halt the activities of the androids instantaneously, essentially rendering them immobile." Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is a remarkable find. If we can create this, we need not confront the androids directly." Jiang Ling rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do not place too much faith in such devices. What if they fail? We must be prepared to eradicate the malevolent androids ourselves. The shutdown device can serve as a contingency plan." "You are right," Trunks agreed, regaining his composure. "After all, personal strength is paramount. While technology may assist in this instance, what about when we encounter a formidable foe next time? The same principle applies in life. If someone can aid you now, will they be available in the future? It is not prudent to rely on others indefinitely. Thus, it is best to resolve matters independently whenever possible." Jiang Ling gathered the documents, intending to return them to Bulma for fabrication. The schematics appeared intricate, yet he had unwavering faith in Bulma's genius, as the original story had demonstrated her capabilities. After a thorough search, he also unearthed additional research materials pertaining to genetics, deeming them potentially useful, and collected them. He also appropriated several valuable machines and discreetly took away the capsule containing Android 16. Subsequently, he and Trunks exited the research facility. As they surveyed the now largely defunct establishment, Jiang Ling concentrated energy into a singular energy sphere and hurled it toward the structure. With a resounding explosion, the laboratory and the mountain were reduced to mere ashes, utterly flattened. This display of energy manipulation underscored Jiang Ling's remarkable control. He had leveled the mountain without inflicting harm upon Earth. "Let us return home," Jiang Ling stated. "Indeed," Trunks acknowledged. Upon arriving at their base, Jiang Ling presented the schematics and various instruments to Bulma. After reviewing the blueprints, Bulma exhaled in relief. "The emergency shutdown device I was developing is quite similar to this. It appears my efforts were on the right track. With this blueprint, we will soon have a working model." Jiang Ling nodded, and then revealed the capsule containing Android 16. "Inside this capsule lies an android." "What?" Both Bulma and Trunks gasped in astonishment. They were instinctively sensitive to the term android, associating it with malevolence. After all, without androids, Earth would not be in this predicament. "This android must be destroyed," Trunks exclaimed immediately. Bulma paused to consider her response, opting to await Jiang Ling's input. She harbored an inexplicable trust in him, believing he had his reasons for this course of action, perhaps due to his connection to her counterpart in another timeline. Jiang Ling smiled gently and said, "Allow me to explain. This android is different. He is neither evil nor malevolent. He is a good android." "Jiang Ling, you cannot be serious. Every android is inherently evil. This one cannot be an exception," Trunks argued vehemently, Though lacking substantial reasoning, his instinctive aversion to androids was palpable. Bulma shot him a glare and promptly seized Trunks by the ear, admonishing, "How many times must I tell you to address him as uncle? Uncle, uncle, please stop pulling my ear." Trunks protested. "I am your mother, what of it?" Bulma retorted. "As long as it pleases you." Trunks capitulated under Bulma's authority. Jiang Ling found their dynamic amusing, pondering how Bulma's disposition could yield a son like Trunks. Perhaps it was a matter of generational difference. Their personalities were entirely dissimilar. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ling interrupted their affectionate banter. "Listen to me. This Android 16 is not evil." At this proclamation, the room fell silent. Bulma spoke first. "Very well. Jiang Ling, I trust you." Trunks recalled Jiang Ling's various deeds, including leading him to the hyperbolic time chamber, teaching him the Super Saiyan full power, providing him with learning materials, and sharing all pertinent knowledge about Cell. Given these factors, it was entirely reasonable to place his trust in Jiang Ling. "I trust you as well," Trunks affirmed earnestly. A smile crept across Jiang Ling's lips as he elucidated Android 16 specifics. He is a pure robotic android. Apart from his humanoid appearance, he is composed entirely of machinery. Bulma, given his robotic nature, you should be able to intervene, yes? For instance, by implanting a control program within his central processing unit? This way, should any complications arise, you can intervene. At this suggestion, Bulma's eyes lit up. "This is my area of expertise. Absolutely, no problem." With that, she wheeled the capsule into her laboratory. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Trunks retreated to the living room to rest. At that moment, Trunks received a message from the Earth Defense Force. After reading it, his expression turned grave. "There is a surviving town where Cell has wreaked havoc, claiming the lives of tens of thousands. I must eliminate Cell at once," he declared, moving toward the exit, only to be halted by Jiang Ling. "Do you sense Cell's energy?" Jiang Ling inquired. "No," Trunks shook his head. "Then where do you intend to go?" "Cell is cunning. He can conceal his energy signature. If he hides within a forest, how will you locate him?" "But I am filled with rage. So many innocent lives." Jiang Ling reassured him, "Fear not. Once all is said and done, they can be resurrected." Trunks was taken aback. "Resurrected? But isn't it said that the Dragon Balls no longer exist on Earth?" His mother mentioned that there are Dragon Balls on New Namek, but their location remains unknown, and they have searched for over a decade without success. In this timeline, the events preceding the androids unfolded similarly to the original narrative. Namek had been destroyed by Frisia, and its inhabitants had relocated to a new Namek. Bulma was unaware of its whereabouts. Otherwise, she would have revived the Earth warriors long ago. As for Goku, he had succumbed to heart disease, and according to reports, he could not be revived. "There is indeed a method, though it may prove challenging," Jiang Ling admitted, uncertain of his ability to resurrect Goku. "Once the crisis has passed, I will consult King Kai, and then we can have your mother construct a spaceship to travel there," Jiang Ling suggested with a smile. "So, Gohan can also be revived?" Trunks inquired excitedly. "In theory, yes. That is splendid news," Trunks exclaimed, exuberantly leaping into the air, only to crash into the ceiling, exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." With a gentle smile gracing his face, Jiang Ling observed the exuberance of Trunks, akin to watching a junior, his expression growing increasingly benevolent. Chapter 66, Battle. After a brief interlude, Bulma approached, announcing her completion of the task. Jiang Ling remarked, "Let us awaken Android 16 first, even if he possesses malevolent tendencies. Should you lose control, Trunks and I will be here to ensure no harm befalls you." Bulma nodded, holding a controller specifically designed for 16 while cautiously opening the white capsule. A robust man with an orange pineapple hairstyle emerged before them. It was indeed Android 16. Bulma pressed the activation button, and 16 slowly opened his eyes, sitting up and surveying the group. "Hello, Ms. Bulma. Greetings to you both, gentlemen." The database of Android 16 contained information about Bulma, yet he found no data on Jiang Ling and Trunks. Bulma and Trunks breathed a sigh of relief at 16's amicable demeanor. Jiang Ling secretly nodded, finding 16's appearance rather ordinary, save for his unconventional hairstyle. "Greetings, Android 16. You may call me Jiang Ling. This is Trunks, Bulma's son." "Jiang Ling, Trunks, hello. May I inquire as to where this place is?" "This is our underground base. First, I must ascertain whether you harbor any malice." 16 shook his head. "I possess no ill will. I cherish nature and small creatures, and I do not delight in taking lives. However, my programming requires me to eliminate one individual, Son Goku." Bulma interjected, "Son Goku has already perished. Is that so? What then shall I do? Since this programming has been imposed upon you, I can assist in removing it." "Thank you very much, Ms. Bulma. My pleasure." At that moment, Trunks spoke up, "You claim you possess no malevolence, but how can I be certain you are not deceiving us?" "I do not comprehend the concept of lying," 16 replied. "I can grant you access to my core code, which will reveal the truth." Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances, feeling reassured. Jiang Ling smiled and asked, "May I request your assistance?" "Speak," 16 replied. "On Earth, there exist malevolent androids, namely 17 and 18, created by Dr. Gero. They wreak havoc, resulting in a drastic decline in the populations of both humans and animals, and nature has suffered varying degrees of degradation. Would you be able to provide the locations of 17 and 18? 16's expression shifted slightly. "Yes, that is feasible. From my database, their energy signatures are quite unique, and it is normal that your technological devices cannot detect them." Hearing this, Trunks inquired curiously, "They are androids like you. Why would you assist us in locating them?" 16 shook his head. "I have never encountered them, and I harbor no emotional connection to them. Moreover, I have no affinity for evil." "Very well then, Android 16, Trunks. Let us set forth," Jiang Ling declared. 16 nodded. "Understood. Let us depart." Trunks' eyes shone with fierce determination as they soared through the skies. Jiang Ling, Trunks, and 16 speeding toward the location 16 had detected. Along the journey, 16 gazed down at the ravaged forests and flora beneath them, a flicker of compassion crossing his features. What a pity. Nature is so beautiful, yet it has been so thoroughly desecrated. Jiang Ling glanced at him and reassured, "Once we eliminate the malevolent androids, I will ensure nature returns to its former glory." Before long, they arrived outside a villa. "According to the energy readings from my internal radar, they should be inside," 16 stated. No sooner had he spoken than Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging dramatically. Flash rush, a shockwave shot forth, obliterating the villa in an explosive display. Jiang Ling nodded in approval. The technique was indeed formidable, one he too had mastered through diligent training. Suddenly, two figures burst forth from the wreckage of the villa, confronting Jiang Ling and his companions, the notorious evil android duo, 17 and 18. Remarkably, they bore no signs of injury. "Oh, I wonder who it could be. Is that the timid turtle Trunks? Have you finally mustered the courage to emerge after all this time?" 17 taunted. "And you've brought reinforcements. But you lot are merely here to serve as fodder. You stand no chance against me." 18 cast a glance over, her gaze settling upon Jiang Ling. "This man catches my eye, 17. Please refrain from killing him." 17 shrugged. "Very well, if that's what you desire, sister." Perhaps having basked in their invincibility for too long, they exhibited an utter lack of tension, appearing remarkably relaxed. "Humph. Androids." Trunks' eyes burned with a fierce resolve laced with animosity. "Today marks your end." 17 crossed his arms, mockingly replying, "You said the same thing last time. And we all know how that turned out. No need to elaborate." Heh. He then glanced at the demolished villa and continued, "But since you've destroyed our home, I suppose we ought to teach you a lesson." Trunks unsheathed his massive sword, assuming a combat stance. Meanwhile, 16 interjected, "Jiang Ling, Trunks, I do not relish fighting. You may proceed." "Indeed, I had no intention of involving you," Jiang Ling replied with a smile. He stepped forward, stretching his limbs before selecting 17 as his opponent, as he found it difficult to strike against a woman. With a resounding boom, a brilliant golden aura erupted forth. Chapter 67, Swordplay. Two streams of golden energy intertwined, radiating with resplendent brilliance, surrounding Jiang Ling and Trunks like twin deities of war. 16 watched in astonishment, a spark of fear igniting in his eyes. He understood their strength, yet he never anticipated such terrifying energy. Is this truly the extent of human power? 16 thought, incredulous, but the radar within him confirmed the reality. 18, unconcerned with her opponent Trunks, perceived him as easily manageable. She tucked her hair behind her ear, licked her luscious red lips, and fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Ling. "Handsome, if you surrender now and serve me obediently, I may consider sparing you from future troubles. Otherwise, you shall endure considerable pain. My brother is not known for his mercy." The moment 18 laid eyes on Jiang Ling, she was captivated by his strikingly handsome appearance, wishing to adore him in her own way. Perhaps it was love at first sight, or perhaps a fleeting infatuation. She had never experienced such a powerful sensation before. In any case, 18 was eager to wield her little whip against Jiang Ling. Should Jiang Ling become aware of her intentions, he might muse that different environments indeed cultivate varied tastes. "Defeat me first if you wish for my servitude," Jiang Ling replied, casting her an indifferent glance. 18 shrugged his shoulders, exasperated, and remarked, "Given the circumstances, 17, you understand the sentiment. Let's ensure we avoid any severe injuries." 17, seemingly indifferent, replied, "Very well. I shall be cautious." Just as he finished speaking, he cast a disdainful glance at his opponent, Jiang Ling, and scoffed. "You are the third person I have encountered with dyed hair. But what does it matter? In the end, you will still be at our mercy. Out of respect for my sister, I shall grant you the courtesy of initiating the first strike." "Oh." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Ling's lips. In the next instant, the golden aura enveloping him vanished, and he immediately entered full power mode. In a flash, he appeared before 17 at an astonishing speed. Boom. Jiang Ling unleashed a punch that struck 17 with tremendous force. Caught off guard by such a powerful blow to his abdomen, 17's eyes widened as he involuntarily expelled his stomach contents. He was sent flying, carving a deep and wide trench into the ground before finally colliding with a mountain, where he came to a halt. Is that all? Jiang Ling remarked, unimpressed. Not as formidable as I anticipated. Not far away, 18 gasped, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? 17 has been defeated with a single punch. Realizing this, 18 shouted, 17, have you been frolicking too much these past few days? Are you weakened? Boom. 17 shattered the massive rock, pinning him down, and shot her a fierce glare. Who is weakened? I am in no way diminished. I was merely unprepared. He truly believed himself to be the strongest, convinced that no one could best him. The prior assault had merely been a surprise attack. With renewed vigor, 17 launched himself toward Jiang Ling. Come at me. Jiang Ling chuckled, standing his ground to meet the challenge head-on. Boom. Jiang Ling remained steadfast, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. Then he unleashed a series of punches. 1, 2, 3. Each strike landing squarely on 17, flesh meeting flesh. 17 was instantly thrown into a defensive position, unable to retaliate. Despite numerous attempts to counter, Jiang Ling effortlessly subdued him. 17, I shall assist you. 18. Not one to lack perception, immediately sought to help her brother upon witnessing his plight. She understood the principle of mutual destruction. However, just as she was about to intervene, tien positioned himself in her path. The opponent is mine. Step aside. 18, anxious for her brother's safety, dismissed tien as a mere nuisance and executed a swift kick towards him, confident that this blow would render him powerless. Boom. Tien effortlessly blocked the kick with his arm. You underestimate me. 18 frowned. How is this possible? How can tien withstand such an attack unscathed? Seemingly reading her thoughts, tien replied, I am no longer the person I once was. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training. With that, he retracted his golden aura, elevating his power to a new level. Gripping his great sword, he swung it fiercely. 18's pupils contracted, her senses heightened with an overwhelming sense of danger. Instantly, she raised both hands to brace for the impact, a faint blue shield manifesting to envelop her form. Boom. 18's curvaceous silhouette was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The protective blue shield dissipated, and it was evident that even with the shield, she had sustained significant damage. With a gasp, she coughed up blood from her luscious crimson lips. What? What is happening? How can you be this powerful? There is nothing impossible. You see, in moments when I felt my training nearing its limits, I would recall the visage of my beloved Gohan. It was his memory that fortified my resolve, urging me to persevere. Tien clenched his heart, his eyes ablaze with hatred. You have slain my dearest Gohan. 18 was immediately overpowered by Tien's fierce aura, hastily pleading, Tien, do not approach. In light of my previous restraint, I urge you to reconsider. Tien let out a grim laugh. Restraint? You believe I am unaware? You treated me merely as a plaything to alleviate your boredom. If I spare you, what will become of the countless humans you have slain? What of the innocent creatures you have destroyed? What of the warriors who perished in your wake? Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, who had been occupied with 17, took note of the unfolding scene. He paused, astonished. He had not anticipated that Tien had accumulated such pressure over the years. Perhaps it could be termed hatred or negative emotion. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to darkness. Jiang Ling mused, though he could not empathize as Tien might. He harbored a deep disdain for the malevolent actions of the artificial beings. Consequently, he intensified his assault on 17, leaving him in a state of despair. Tien's impassioned words left 18 momentarily paralyzed. She had never considered or cared about such matters. She could not comprehend why Tien held such concern for these insignificant creatures. They are merely ants. A mere ant? Tien shook his head. Those who walk different paths cannot understand one another. Words are futile. The wicked artificial beings will never grasp their suffering. With this realization, Tien's gaze sharpened, and he charged forward, wielding his great sword. Let me demonstrate the techniques Jiang Ling has imparted to me. Dragon's Severing Strike. A phantom dragon seemed to materialize alongside him as he executed the move. Chapter 68, Destructive Orb. 18 bore a gash from Tien's sword. Tien pivoted, thrusting his sword upward, launching 18 into the sky without a hint of mercy. Phantom Sword Dance. Tien unleashed a flurry of rapid sword strikes, energy cascading from the blade and crashing against 18 without yielding any chance for retaliation. Enough! 18 cried out, her body battered and bruised. With a sudden surge of energy, she erupted forth, forcing Tien to retreat and interrupt his onslaught. Suspended in midair, 18 surveyed her once smooth, unblemished skin now marred by wounds, her eyes ablaze with fury. Countless energy orbs materialized in her hands, aimed directly at Tien. Yet, she retained her composure. She understood that if Tien evaded her energy blasts, The resulting explosions would devastate the Earth, even if it did not annihilate it entirely. 18 was certain that tien would not allow that to happen. Indeed, in the next moment, Tien-Ink's expression turned grave. He did not flinch or evade, allowing the energy blast to strike him directly. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris erupted around them. Tien-Inks, Jiang Ling called out, his heart heavy with concern. He delivered a powerful knee strike that sent 17 sprawling, fixing his gaze firmly on Tien-Inks. I am unharmed. The voice of Trunks resonated, and only then did Jiang Ling exhale a sigh of relief. He continued to face off against number 17. At this moment, number 17 was battered and bruised, stripped of his former elegance and charm. Damn it, I will kill you, he exclaimed. Oh, your body is utterly soft, yet your tongue remains sharp. Jiang Ling replied with a smile. This statement struck a nerve, humiliating number 17. As a man, he could endure any insult, but to be called soft? Number 17 stood there, his face contorted with rage, as he gathered an enormous energy ball in his hands. Annihilation bomb. Kneel before me, or I shall obliterate the earth. Number 17 laughed maniacally. Jiang Ling retorted, impressive. Resorting to threats when you cannot win, are we? Though, I must admit, this threat does carry weight. Jiang Ling landed on the ground, but did not kneel, for a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Do not act impulsively, should you destroy the earth. You will perish as well, Jiang Ling advised gently. It was best if he could dissuade number 17 from such thoughts. If not, he would return to his own timeline through the system before the earth met its doom. Fleeing? No. After returning to my own timeline, I would wait a while before coming back, heading straight to New Namek to restore the earth. However, I would prefer not to resort to such a cumbersome plan unless absolutely necessary. Do not act impulsively? You are about to beat me to death. And you tell me not to be impulsive? Look at my face. I was once handsome, and now? Battered and bruised. Who knows when I will return to normal? Number 17 exclaimed furiously. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle, but upon seeing number 17's disfigured countenance, he stifled his laughter, saying, that was not my intention. I can assist you in your recovery. With a serious expression, Jiang Ling swiftly moved before number 17, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to unleash a series of punches directly to his face. Here's your beauty restoration punch. Thud, thud, thud. After the flurry of strikes, number 17's face swelled even more. I will not spare you. As those words left his lips, he was sent flying by Jiang Ling's kick, crashing into the distant woods and smashing through countless trees. Jiang Ling paid him no further heed and looked up at the colossal annihilation bomb that number 17 had conjured, now slowly descending. Jiang Ling's expression turned grave as he released his full power, his hands poised at his waist. Kaioken. A crimson aura engulfed him as he combined the Kaioken with Super Saiyan. His visage grew fierce, clearly pained, as the overwhelming energies took a toll on his body. Yet, there was no other option. Kamehameha wave. A red shockwave surged from his hands, hurtling towards the annihilation bomb in the sky. Boom. Jiang Ling's eyes reflected the shadow of the bomb, growing larger as it continued its descent. I will assist you. Meanwhile, as the dust settled, Trunks, battered and bruised, disregarded Android 18's threats and unleashed a devastating burst of energy. Boom. The two of them struggled to keep the annihilation bomb from descending upon the earth. The situation reached a stalemate. At that moment, the voice of Android 16, who had been observing the battle, rang out. I shall join the fray. Crack. His wrist detached, revealing a dark barrel aimed at the annihilation bomb, unleashing a terrifying blast of energy. Boom. The three combined forces propelled the annihilation bomb upward, sending it further and further away until it was launched into outer space. Boom. The explosion's shockwave still reverberated across the earth, but it was manageable, just a tremor. Volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. Chapter 69. Mutation. After neutralizing the threat of the annihilation bomb, Jiang Ling and Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, number 17 had been sent crashing into the woods by Jiang Ling, his whereabouts unknown. Meanwhile, Android 18, taking advantage of the brief respite, tended to her wounds, staunching the flow of blood. Trunks, are you all right? Jiang Ling inquired with concern. Trunks had endured a relentless barrage of energy blasts from Android 18. Even as a Super Saiyan at full power, it was no easy feat to withstand such an onslaught. His clothing was tattered, and the number of injuries he bore rivaled that of Android 18. He took a moment to steady his breath and replied, I'll manage. I can hold on. Jiang Ling suggested, if it becomes too much, let me take over while you rest. Trunks shook his head, resolute. No, I must settle this myself. For Gohan's sake. Well said. Jiang Ling applauded with a thumbs up, truly appreciating Trunks' determination. He then settled heavily onto the ground, as the recent combination of Kaioken and Super Saiyan had left him utterly exhausted, stripping him of his combat capabilities. In truth, he still possessed a senzu bean, which could restore his strength for battle. However, given that number 17 was likely gravely injured and out of sight, and only android 18 remained. It would be prudent to allow Trunks to handle the situation. Thus, Jiang Ling resolved not to waste the sins of Bean and chose to observe from the sidelines. Jiang Ling glanced around, producing a table and chairs. He then retrieved a teapot, tea leaves, boiling water, and some snacks, and began to brew tea right there. He called over the stunned android 16 to join him for tea. His leisurely demeanor was a stark contrast to the battlefield surrounding him. Trunks, you continue. I shall enjoy some tea. The fragrant steam wafted upwards as Jiang Ling savored his tea. Trunks took a deep breath, steadying himself, and turned his gaze towards android 18. Speaking in a low tone, let us continue, android 18. Android 18's delicate features darkened with frustration. She had not anticipated that after enduring so many energy blasts, Trunks would still be standing. Truly, one must reevaluate their perceptions after a mere 3 days. I do not know how you have grown so strong so quickly, she remarked. Trunks scoffed. That is none of your concern. Just know that this time next year will be your day of reckoning. Such bravado. A cold glint flashed in android 18's eyes as she shouted, 17, where are you? If you're alive, come out and help me deal with Trunks. She could see that Jiang Ling was no longer capable of fighting. If number 17 emerged to join forces, victory would be within reach. After waiting for a moment with no response from number 17, anxiety gripped android 18's heart. 17, answer me. Lapis, respond. She even called out number 17's name. Yet there was still no reply. Trunks chuckled softly, sensing that number 17 was in dire straits. Impossible. My brother is far too powerful to be in danger. Android 18's agitation grew, her energy flaring as her brother's prolonged silence drove her to the brink of madness. Her eyes began to redden. This is bad. We must end this quickly. Trunks felt a chill run down his spine as he drew his sword and charged forward. Android 18's long legs propelled her forward with a whoosh, executing a kick simultaneously. Extreme Demon Sword Technique. Martial God Kick. The two figures brushed past each other, landing heavily upon the ground. With a gasp, they both expelled blood simultaneously. Seizing the fleeting moment, they did not hesitate, launching their attacks once more. Energy surged forth again. Trunks swung his great sword, unleashing a multitude of energy blades. Android 18, seemingly in a frenzy, hurled energy blasts as though they were of no consequence. She cared not whether they struck true, for her reserves were limitless. The energy blades and blasts collided, producing a cacophonous explosion that echoed throughout the heavens. Reaching even the farthest corners of the earth, the unleashed destructive energy radiated outward, obliterating rocks, flora, and fauna alike. Seeing that she could not gain the upper hand over Trunks, 18 teetered on the brink of despair. A primal scream erupted from her. As the energy within her surged uncontrollably, the ground beneath her cracked, fissures spreading wide. This is bad. She intended to self-destruct. Jiang Ling set down his teacup and shouted urgently. Trunks, his expression stern, advanced rather than retreating, brandishing his sword and declaring, Extreme Demon Sword Technique, Storm Style. In an instant, his form vanished, replaced by a multitude of swords. They encircled 18, suspended in midair, forming a formidable sword array. A palpable pressure descended upon 18, forcibly halting her imminent self-destruction. What is happening? A look of disbelief crossed 18's face as reason returned to her. Gazing at the myriad of flying swords surrounding her, a sense of unprecedented peril washed over her. Wait, Trunks, don't attack, please spare me. Not far off, Jiang Ling interjected at the opportune moment. Trunks, do not show mercy, do not falter in your resolve. Simultaneously, Trunks' voice reverberated from all directions into 18's ears. I shall not spare you. You must be held accountable for the countless lives of this planet. As soon as the words left his lips, Trunks' figure reappeared amidst the multitude of swords. With a singular motion, he unleashed a flurry of sword lights, each gleaming with lethal intent, hurtling towards 18. In the fleeting moments, one could still catch glimpses of Trunks weaving through the sword array. The piercing scream of 18, intertwined with the clamor of the swords, resonated throughout the world, lingering long after the echoes faded. When the dust finally settled, 18 lay motionless on the ground, her attire tattered and her life extinguished. The surrounding earth still shimmered with residual sword energy. Trunks sheathed his sword, resting it against his back, and approached Jiang Ling, lifting his teacup to savor the hot tea. With a pained expression, Jiang Ling cautioned, take your time, savor it. This is exquisite tea. Android 16 mirrored his concern. Trunks, I never anticipated your prowess. However, the collateral damage to the flora has been excessive. Trunks sighed. So, you failed to notice my earlier display of valor, did you? All right. I shall be more mindful in the future. Pausing momentarily, he lifted his gaze to the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if he could perceive Gohan's visage. He murmured softly, Gohan, I have finally avenged you. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. No one dared to break it. After a prolonged period, Jiang Ling spoke. By the way, we still do not know the fate of 17. 16, could you assist me in scanning? Trunks turned his attention to 16 as well. 16 nodded, directing his gaze towards the forest where 17 had fallen. A stream of data flickered in his eyes, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. I cannot detect 17's energy, nor is there a body. However, I have identified an unknown life form, one not recognized among the current species of Earth. Jiang Ling's interest piqued. Elaborate further. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A figure appeared before 18's lifeless form. Hee. Thank you for delivering 17 to me and defeating 18. Otherwise, I would have had to evolve, and who knows how long that would have taken. Jiang Ling's expression shifted as he gathered energy into a blast and launched it forth. The figure did not flinch or evade. Its tail expanded, directly absorbing 18's corpse. The energy blast struck it with a resounding impact, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Chapter 70, Deluded Fantasies. Jiang Ling's countenance grew grave as he intently surveyed the dust cloud. It appeared that another battle loomed ahead. What is happening? Who is that? Trunks inquired hastily. 16 also turned to Jiang Ling, eager for answers. Jiang Ling began to explain slowly. To be precise, that cannot be classified as human. It is the creature I previously mentioned, Cell. Cell, a creation of Dr. Jero, amalgamating the genes of Earth's warriors along with those of Frisia and the Jinyu Force, was forged into the ultimate weapon. However, due to prolonged cultivation, the project was abandoned in favor of the androids. The Cell before us has undoubtedly evolved. He was previously weak, masking his energy and remaining undetected, and now, having absorbed 17 while he was gravely injured, he has also consumed 18. I surmise that he has completed his evolution into his perfect form, and his power is formidable. At this revelation, both Trunks and 16 gasped in shock. Jiang Ling's strength was already considerable, and to be referred to as terrifying by him underscored Cell's dreadfulness. More formidable than the evil androids? Trunks questioned. Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat. He then turned to Trunks and asked, "Can you still fight?" Trunks assessed his condition and shook his head with a pained smile. I expended a significant portion of my energy battling 18. I am down to merely 10% of my strength, which is hardly sufficient. His expression darkened with despair, having just triumphed over the evil androids. Earth had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, only to be met with a tremendous crisis. Moreover, neither Jiang Ling nor he could engage in battle. The flicker of hope extinguished before it could even ignite fully, leaving a sense of profound hopelessness. Jiang Ling rose, placing a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. Do not lose heart. You have me by your side. A broad smile broke across Jiang Ling's face, his lighthearted demeanor alleviating some of the surrounding despair. But Jiang Ling, you lack combat capability. Who said that? Jiang Ling retorted, his eyes narrowing, and then corrected. You should call me Uncle Jiang Ling, Uncle Jiang Ling. Oh. Haha. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, explaining, I possess a senza bean that can restore energy. Such a marvelous item. Indeed. But do you have confidence in using it? Not at all. Jiang Ling's candid response snuffed out the flickering flame of hope in Trunks once more. Stepping forward, 16 declared solemnly. I too wish to partake in the battle. My earlier absence was due to my certainty in defeating the evil androids. I refrained from intervening as I recognized your vendetta, allowing you to seek your revenge. Furthermore, should I witness any of you in peril, I will act to protect you. For I cannot bear to see nature and wildlife suffer further devastation. However, this time, Cell's power exceeds my imagination, and I am not entirely confident. Nonetheless, I must fight to protect the Earth, the environment, and the little creatures. Can you do that? Trunks stated earnestly. I can fight, trust me. Jiang Ling nodded. Indeed. Despite being a mere android, number 16 possesses formidable strength, as evidenced when we defended against the destruction blast together. Jiang Ling spoke no falsehoods. In the original narrative, no. 16's power surpassed that of the other androids. However, he is no match for the fully formed Cell. At this moment, as the dust surrounding Cell settled, Jiang Ling and the others turned their gaze towards him. There stood Cell, a towering figure of 2 meters, completely unscathed. The earlier energy blast had inflicted no damage upon him, an epitome of empty threats. In that instant, Cell's handsome visage was striking. If one were to disregard the fact that he was a monster, his appearance could rival Jiang Ling's own charm, destined for stardom. Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with No. 16, both stepping forward to confront Cell directly. Trunks, you may sip your tea. This monster is my responsibility, Jiang Ling declared. All right, Trunks replied. A gentle breeze swept across, stirring the yellow sand in a cacophony. Jiang Ling produced a senza bean and consumed it, instantly recovering from the injuries accumulated from the Kaioken stacked with Super Saiyan transformations, restoring his stamina, energy, and physical condition to peak form. Huh, Jiang Ling shouted, as a blazing golden aura ignited around him, only to be absorbed back into his body. vanishing from sight. This was Super Saiyan at full power, his most formidable transformation to date. To ascend beyond this would require the next level, Super Saiyan 2, which Jiang Ling had yet to achieve. Number 16 also readied himself for battle. The duo, a man and a robot, shared a silent understanding as they turned towards Cell. Witnessing this display, Cell smirked confidently. Is this all you've got? You are far too weak. I am now the strongest perfect being in history, and I disdain the idea of fighting you. After a brief pause, he continued with a grin. Since you assisted me in evolving into my perfect form, I shall grant you an opportunity. In 7 days, I will host a tournament of the world's greatest martial artists. You may invite the fighters from Earth to challenge me. You have 7 days to grow stronger. Should you fail to defeat me, I will annihilate all of humanity and spawn a legion of little cells, transforming the Earth into my paradise. Cell, harboring the genes of numerous martial artists, naturally conceived the idea of hosting a martial arts tournament. What deluded fantasies! Before Jiang Ling could respond, Trunks shouted from a distance. Previous androids had at least refrained from exterminating all humanity, yet this Cell sought to eradicate everyone immediately. Who could possibly tolerate this? Jiang Ling chuckled. No need for that. Let's settle this today. I will take action. If I cannot prevail, waiting another 7 days will be futile. Number 16 grinned. I share the same sentiment. There is no better time than the present. Let us resolve this today. Chapter 71, The Ambush. Sensing Cell's aura, Jiang Ling smiled slightly. He had been somewhat severe in his earlier remarks to Trunks. In truth, his strength was on par with that of Cell's perfect form. Even if he fell short, it would be by a negligible margin. In battle, the outcome remained uncertain. Moreover, with number 16 providing support, Jiang Ling felt more assured. He glanced at number 16, who appeared solemn, and nodded. Number 16, I will take the lead. You provide assistance. Number 16 gazed intently at Jiang Ling, deciding to trust him unconditionally. All right, I understand I cannot surpass you. Hope lies with you. Jiang Ling smiled. Do not say that. The pressure is immense. While he spoke these words, he felt no sense of anxiety. Tension during battle is a grave misstep. While some may excel under pressure, for the majority, anxiety in combat signifies a loss. Jiang Ling was well aware of this, quickly adjusting his state of mind. Cell, overhearing their brazen declarations and laughter, realized they were dismissing him entirely. I extend you a gracious opportunity to defeat me, yet you show no appreciation for it. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Cell sneered. It was not that he looked down upon Jiang Ling and number 16, rather, as a fully evolved being. He possessed absolute confidence, believing there were no rivals left in this world. Little did he know, Jiang Ling perceived this as not merely confidence, but overconfidence bordering on arrogance. Jiang Ling instantly entered a combat stance and vanished from sight, a cloud of dust erupting in his wake. His figure reappeared directly before Cell, his long legs slicing through the air with a forceful strike aimed at Cell. Cell stepped back, crossing his arms defensively. Boom! The violent clash generated a fierce gale, fracturing the ground around them in a web-like pattern. Goodness, Jiang Ling is incredibly powerful. Trunks stood rooted, nearly swept away by the force. Meanwhile, the tea and furniture had been sent flying, lost to the chaos. A teapot, caught in the whirlwind, inadvertently spilled its contents onto Trunks, leaving an inexplicable yellow stain on his attire. Number 16 remained focused, standing firm like a mountain. His mechanical hands had detached, a terrifying energy blast coalescing within. Data flickered in his eyes as he adjusted his aim, preparing to strike at the right moment. Following their exchange, both Jiang Ling and Cell staggered back a few paces. Jiang Ling, unfazed, wore an expression of calm assurance. This was all anticipated. A flicker of surprise crossed Cell's eyes. Although he had merely blocked the previous strike without exerting full power, the fact that Jiang Ling's blow had forced him to retreat was unexpected. How is your strength so formidable? Cell could not help but inquire. Jiang Ling smiled slightly. What do you think? I think you're bluffing. Cell lunged forward like a cannonball, the sound of rupturing air accompanying his full power punch. Jiang Ling did not evade. Instead, he crouched slightly and retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The explosion reverberated, leaving both combatants momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling's other hand transformed into a claw. Lunging forward, Black Tiger strikes the heart. Had Cell possessed a vital point, Jiang Ling might have employed a more lethal technique. In battle, it is a matter of life and death. The means do not matter, as long as victory is achieved. Indeed, Cell's tail stealthily crept from beneath him, aiming directly at Jiang Ling. To safeguard his vital areas, Jiang Ling had no choice but to roll backward, evading Cell's ambush. Chapter 72, The Turning Point. Jiang Ling steadied himself, fixing his gaze intently upon Cell. Through the brief skirmish moments ago, Jiang Ling realized that without enhancing his strength, swiftly defeating Cell would be virtually impossible. What should he do? Cell had devoured both Android 17 and Android 18, possessing boundless energy. It was clear that a decisive victory over Cell in a short span was unfeasible. As time passed, his stamina would wane until it was utterly depleted. Thus, this battle must be resolved swiftly, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. To achieve a rapid conclusion, he needed to weaken Cell's power. A flash of inspiration illuminated Jiang Ling's mind, and his eyes brightened. Why not force Cell back into a less powerful form? It is well known that Cell possesses several stages: the larval form, the mature form, and the perfect form. Currently, he was in his perfect state. If Jiang Ling could revert him to his mature form, that would suffice. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. Glancing at the overconfident Cell, Jiang Ling teleported directly to his front, unleashing a powerful punch that struck Cell squarely in the abdomen. The impact echoed as Cell's towering frame arched in response, pain causing his mouth to widen and his eyes to bulge. Overconfident, he had not anticipated Jiang Ling's sudden assault. Taken by surprise, he endured a heavy blow. Cell mused that had his defenses been slightly weaker, this strike might have punctured his abdomen. However, he reacted swiftly, enduring the pain and thrusting his knee. Yet Jiang Ling was already prepared. He evaded to the side and countered with an elbow strike, delivering another fierce blow to Cell's midsection. This left Cell struggling to respond, and one misstep could turn the tide against him. A relentless barrage of attacks followed, each one executed flawlessly. Cell found himself bewildered, unable to seize an opportunity to counterattack. Jiang Ling propelled Cell into the air with a powerful kick, shouting, "Android 16. Lacking telepathy, and even if he could not communicate with a robot in such a manner, so he called out loudly instead. "All right." Android 16, who had been poised for action, responded, locking his gaze onto the airborne Cell. In that moment, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, forming a massive beam that struck the helpless Cell. Cell's visage twisted in agony, his cries reverberating through the sky. From a distance, Trunks watched anxiously. Did it work? Jiang Ling shook his head. It's not that simple. Cell's laughter, tinged with pain, echoed. Ha ha. I can still endure this. Is that so? Jiang Ling smirked slightly, channeling the completed Kamehameha wave from his hands, which intertwined with Android 16's beam, enveloping Cell completely. Ah! Cell's laughter transformed into a cry of despair, a sound that would bring sorrow to any listener. After the energy onslaught, Cell plummeted to the ground, motionless. Trunks, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "We did it." Yet Android 16's expression remained grave. Jiang Ling shook his head. No, Cell is not dead yet. He understood that Cell would not perish so easily. There lay Cell on the ground, one arm severed, his body riddled with wounds, slowly writhing. Android 16, together, Jiang Ling commanded, rushing to Cell's side. He would not allow Cell the luxury of recovery. With ferocious intent, he rained down blows upon Cell's abdomen. Android 16 joined the fray, his heavy fist striking alongside Jiang Ling's. Android 16, you're falling behind. Synchronize with my rhythm. You strike once, I'll strike twice. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of thunderous impacts and flesh meeting flesh, creating a rhythmic symphony of combat. Oh! Cell jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Jiang Ling and Android 16 exchanged glances and retreated a few steps. With a pained expression, Cell clutched his abdomen, mouth agape, and with a heave, expelled a person. It was Android 17. Simultaneously, Cell rapidly regressed, his once handsome visage transforming into that of an ugly, sausage-mouthed creature. His energy significantly diminished. Observing this transformation, Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. Success. His earlier intention had been to force Cell to expel the androids. Chapter 73, Fireworks. Cell rose, his expression twisted in rage. The wounds upon his body writhed as they began to heal. His severed right arm regenerated. What is happening? How can Cell's severed arm regenerate? Trunks couldn't help but voice his thoughts, recalling Gohan's severed arm and wishing for the same ability. Cell possesses Piccolo's genes. Piccolo, your mother must have informed you that Namekians possess the ability to regenerate lost limbs, Jiang Ling explained, stepping forward. He swiftly kicked Android 17 away to prevent Cell from absorbing him again. Cell's eyes widened in fury, yearning to devour Android 17 once more to restore his strength. But Jiang Ling thwarted his intentions. He could easily envision that battling with his current power would lead to a disastrous outcome. I've endured for so long. Finally grasping the chance to dominate the world and rule the earth, and you dare to obstruct me. Cell seethed with fury. His rage surged uncontrollably, his features contorting grotesquely as the energy within him became tumultuous. His body began to expand. He was about to undertake a desperate act. Before he perished, he intended to drag everyone down with him. Jiang Ling's expression hardened as he faced the looming threat of Cell and delivered a punch that pierced through his abdomen. Now in his regressed sausage-mouth form, Cell lacked the strength he once possessed. For Jiang Ling, striking through his abdomen was child's play. With a grunt, Cell spat forth a stream of green blood, the force of Jiang Ling's blow interrupting his self-detonation. The backlash followed, and Cell expelled another individual, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Android 18. With Android 18 gone, Cell's strength plummeted, his form shrinking further until even the sausage mouth disappeared. Jiang Ling regarded Cell with a bemused expression. Gone was Cell's previous ferocity. His eyes darted left and right, searching for an escape. Previously, he had contemplated self-destruction as a means to take everyone with him. But now, he lacked even the means for such an act. Would Jiang Ling allow him an opportunity to flee? Without hesitation, he formed his hands into a flower-like stance at his waist, condensing a highly concentrated energy sphere. The blue-white light was blinding. Kamehameha, Jiang Ling called out. The terrifying wave of energy enveloped Cell. In an instant, Cell was unable to utter a single cry of despair before being reduced to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Jiang Ling stood firm, his expression devoid of relaxation. He knew Cell possessed a core. As long as the core remained intact, he could resurrect infinitely. He meticulously examined the remnants until he confirmed that even the core had been reduced to ash, leaving no remnants. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the lightning cell did not emerge. Otherwise, the assembled crowd would stand no chance. At that point, Jiang Ling would have to retreat to his own timeline to evade the storm, only to return here to Namek to resurrect Goku with the Dragon Balls. Jiang Ling, how did it go? Is Cell dead? Trunks approached, his face brimming with anticipation. Android 16 also turned to Jiang Ling, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiang Ling turned around and smiled. It is over. Yes, Trunks exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Peace had finally returned to Earth. Android 16 let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Ling waved his hand modestly, pointing to the malevolent androids, 17 and 18. That Cell had spat out earlier. Trunks, why don't you finish them off? Trunks paused. Oh, they're not dead yet? 17 is alive, but 18 should be dead. Considering you dealt the final blow and confirmed it, Jiang Ling replied. Trunks' expression grew serious as he seized one evil android in each hand and hurled them into the sky with great force. Subsequently, a blast of energy shot from his hands, striking the androids midair. A deafening explosion resonated across the horizon. A brilliant firework erupted in the sky, illuminating the faces of the onlookers. Lingering for what felt like an eternity, the two evil androids vanished completely from Earth, paying the price for their heinous crimes. Chapter 74, Trunks' Heavy Burden. Having vanquished the androids and Cell, the group did not rush to leave. Instead, they opted to rest for a moment, their taut nerves finally relaxing after the recent battle. No one was inclined to move. Android 16, being a pure machine, was an exception. He merely awaited their next actions. Jiang Ling took stock of the skills he had acquired during the battle against Cell. A Delrat version instant transmission. Upon seeing this skill, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. What a divine technique. He had initially intended to learn it from Goku, but unexpectedly, he had obtained it now. In the original narrative, Cell possessed the ability to teleport, likely inherited from Goku's genes. However, Jiang Ling found himself puzzled. Why didn't Cell use this skill to escape earlier? Perhaps he simply forgot. Or his diminished power rendered him incapable. It could also be that he was overwhelmed by the plethora of skills he possessed, unable to synthesize them in a short time frame. Jiang Ling shook his head, realizing that with Cell's demise, these questions would remain unanswered. If he were to seek an answer, he would have to inquire with Cell in the afterlife, but his curiosity wasn't peaked enough to warrant such a venture. The Adelrat version instant transmission essentially functioned like Goku's instant transmission, enabling one to sense the ki of others and teleport directly to their side. The distance of the teleportation correlates positively with one's own strength and the potency of the other's ki. The stronger one is, the farther they can sense ki. And conversely, the more formidable the opponent's ki, the easier it is to detect. Aside from the Adelrat version instant transmission, there exists another form of teleportation in this world, known as the Kaioshin's instant transmission. The two versions differ significantly. The Kaioshin's instant transmission allows for teleportation to any location at will, without the need to sense ki. However, this lack of necessity means one cannot teleport directly beside another person. For example, if Bulma were at home taking a bath, Jiang Ling could utilize the Adelrat version instant transmission to appear right beside her, while employing the Kaioshin's version would only allow him to arrive at her house or outside the door. Each skill possesses its unique advantages, and Jiang Ling hoped to master both. Previously, in the Room of Spirit and Time, Jiang Ling had acquired two skills through Trunks' Sword Technique and Sword Slash. One was a sword technique, and the other a technique to unleash yellow energy slashes with a sword. Yet, he did not wield a sword. Even the few sword techniques Trunks had used against the androids were taught to him. Returning to the present, Jiang Ling observed Trunks lying on the ground, appearing somewhat drained, and inquired, "Trunks, are you feeling that exhausted?" "Who said that?" Trunks shot back, his eyes widening. You look utterly spent lying on the ground. Of course I'm exhausted. I just fought a battle, and my strength hasn't fully recovered yet. This isn't weakness. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully. I understand. He then produced a bottle of homemade liquor infused with various herbal ingredients such as epimedium, morinda root, and seahorse, meticulously crafted for restorative purposes. Trunks, here. This restorative liquor is for you. Restorative liquor? What does it restore? Trunks asked, puzzled. You needn't worry. It's simply good for your health. Jiang Ling replied with a mysterious smile. He wasn't wrong. It was indeed beneficial for Trunks' well-being. This was also in consideration of Bulma's future, after all. She had mentioned wanting grandchildren. Trunks took a tentative sip and found the liquor somewhat potent and bitter, but otherwise acceptable, so he put it away for later. His alcohol tolerance had been cultivated during their time in the room of spirit and time. He was no longer the lightweight he once was. Suddenly, Jiang Ling felt a pang of hunger. The surroundings were picturesque, with the ground marred by battle scars, trees askew, and a significant portion of the flora devastated, a perfect setting for a picnic. One must not only appreciate beauty but also understand the artistry behind it. Jiang Ling retrieved various grilling equipment along with an assortment of meats and vegetables for barbecuing. Are you guys hungry? Would you like some barbecue? Trunks rubbed his stomach and nodded. I'm hungry. I need to replenish my strength. I'm not hungry. Do you really think I would be? Android 16 interjected. However, I can eat normal food. Then help with the grilling. It will be ready soon, Jiang Ling instructed. Android 16 appeared slightly puzzled. Do I really have to help? Jiang Ling replied. What do you think? Would you have the heart to let us toil alone? Ultimately, Android 16 and Trunks joined the barbecue effort. Before long, the aromas of grilled meat and vegetables wafted through the air. While preparing the barbecue seasoning, Jiang Ling contemplated, and a peculiar smile crept onto his face as he added a pinch of powdered epimedium to the mix. Inwardly, he mused, Trunks, the responsibility of procreating Saiyans in this future timeline rests upon your shoulders. Jiang Ling cast a meaningful glance at Trunks. This task was indeed a heavy one. He hoped that Trunks and Mai would contribute, not excessively, just enough to form a soccer team. Soon, the meats and vegetables were grilled to perfection, sprinkled with the special barbecue seasoning, igniting Trunks' appetite. Jiang Ling then produced several crates of beer, exclaiming, barbecue and beer, the perfect pairing. Chapter 75, A Melody. The enticing aroma of the barbecue filled the air as Jiang Ling and Trunks feasted heartily, their mouths smeared with grease. The Saiyans' eating speed could only be described as a whirlwind. Before long, the table laden with delectable dishes was completely cleared. Having found its way into the stomachs of the two, they reclined upon the grass, letting out a sigh of contentment. Nothing could rival the fleeting pleasure of being satiated after a hearty meal. Is this feeling truly comfortable? Number 16 inquired, puzzled. Though he had indulged in barbecued delicacies and imbibed spirits, being a robot, he was devoid of such sensations. Indeed, Jiang Ling replied, resting his hands behind his head. Gazing contentedly at the sky, a gentle breeze caressed him, causing his hair to dance lightly in the wind. Enveloped by the soothing whispers of the breeze, Jiang Ling soon drifted into a deep slumber. Trunks, with an unprecedented relaxation adorning his features, followed suit into the realm of dreams. In a life devoid of the pressure from adversaries, tranquility was unparalleled. As the sun gradually descended, the last rays of the setting sun fell upon number 16. He sat quietly on a stone, enjoying the evening breeze while contemplating the sunset. Unbeknownst to them, the three remained in this serene locale until nightfall. Jiang Ling awoke, stretching languorously. That was a truly refreshing sleep. He surveyed his surroundings and gently nudged Trunks to rouse him. Time to wake up, Trunks. Even the moon has risen. Trunks rubbed his eyes, still in a dreamy haze. What's the matter? I was in such a deep slumber. You should first inform the Earth Defense Force about the eradication of the evil androids, Jiang Ling remarked. All right. I must notify them so they can relay the message to humanity across the globe. Trunks slapped his thigh, momentarily forgetting this crucial task. After exchanging a brief farewell, he soared swiftly in a designated direction. Watching Trunks depart, Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head. This child, so hasty and impulsive, bears little resemblance to me. Number 16 interjected, you two share no blood relation. There's no basis for comparison. Let us not delve into that. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, shifting the topic. What do you plan to do next, number 16? I suppose I shall focus on safeguarding the Earth's natural environment and its fauna, he replied. Jiang Ling pondered briefly before suggesting, perhaps you should accompany Trunks to the Earth Defense Force. It would enhance your ability to protect nature. Upon hearing this, number 16's eyes brightened. Jiang Ling's words rang true. The Earth Defense Force was currently the most formidable organization, and joining them would indeed bolster his efforts in preservation. Then I shall pursue Trunks immediately. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, watching as number 16 ventured in the direction Trunks had taken. Closing his eyes, he sought a familiar presence. After a considerable pause, a slight furrow appeared on Jiang Ling's brow. It seems my strength is still insufficient. Locating the aura of an ordinary person proves somewhat challenging. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ling extended 2 fingers to his forehead. A faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, this technique yields results. His focus sharpened significantly, allowing him to swiftly detect Bulma's presence. With a sudden impulse, his form vanished in an instant. Within the refuge of the Earth Defense Force, jubilant cheers reverberated throughout the shelter. Everyone was exuberantly celebrating the downfall of the malevolent androids that had plagued them for over a decade. There was no more uplifting news than this. Immediately, someone utilized the radio to broadcast the announcement to shelters worldwide. Others initiated a bonfire celebration, a festivity that had been absent for years. After organizing matters with number 16, Trunks approached Mai and Videl, who were both smiling as they observed the revelry. Upon seeing Trunks, they greeted him warmly. "Trunks, you've worked tirelessly," Videl remarked. Mai stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Trunks' muscular one, exclaiming, "You're incredible, Trunks. You actually defeated the androids." Trunks found himself momentarily lost in the softness enveloping his left arm, taking a deep breath before responding with a smile. This victory isn't solely mine. Jiang Ling and number 16 were the true heroes. I don't care. To me, you are the best. Mai's face radiated joy, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons as they sparkled with admiration directed at Trunks. Observing this exchange, Videl smirked knowingly and said, "I understand. You two carry on. I'll go lend a hand." Without waiting for a reply, she strolled towards the bonfire, leaving the two behind, and the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. "Oh, Videl is being quite mysterious, isn't she? Don't you think so, Mai?" Trunks chuckled, attempting to shift the conversation. "Trunks, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Could you assist me back to my room?" Mai gazed at him, her eyes brimming with warmth. Trunks felt the softness of her arm draw closer, igniting a fervent warmth within him. "Then let us return to your room." Trunks was not so naive as to miss the implications of the moment. Ensuring no one was observing, he scooped Mai into his arms and swiftly slipped into the room, setting Mai down on the bed. He noticed her flushed cheeks and heated form, causing his breath to quicken as uncertainty flooded his mind. Although he had studied extensively, when faced with such a pivotal moment, his mind went blank. The stirrings of his body repeatedly challenged his reason. As Mai observed Trunks' hesitation, she recalled Videl's whispered secrets, her cheeks blossoming like a ripe apple. Biting her lip, she resolved to take action, unfastening the buttons of her attire one by one, moving closer to Trunks and kissing him. In an instant, Trunks' rationality shattered. He suppressed his strength to that of an ordinary person and succumbed to primal instincts, engaging in a fervent embrace. The room resonated with a harmonious melody of passion. Chapter 76, The Method of Resurrection. West City. The night had deepened into silence. A gust of wind swept through the ruins, weaving through the remnants of shattered walls, emitting a mournful howl. After the devastation wrought by the evil androids, humanity had long since vanished. The dead were gone, and the survivors had fled to the shelters. West City had transformed into a desolate ghost town, a mere shell of its former self, devoid of life. Atop a building that had withstood the ravages of war, Jiang Ling and Bulma surveyed the city's ruins. Bulma exhaled deeply, brushing her blue hair aside. At last it is over. Alas, humanity has suffered grievously at the hands of the androids, and the survivors are few. I wonder if our population is even at 1% of what it once was. Even with the Dragon Balls, we cannot resurrect those who perished. After all, they have been gone for too long. Bulma expressed her concerns aloud. Jiang Ling approached her from behind, gently massaging her shoulders in a comforting gesture. "Let the numbers dwindle, give it time, and life will find a way to restore itself." Bulma nodded, her gaze fixed on the ruins of West City below, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, with the threat now eradicated, it was time for the remaining humans to unite and embark on the monumental task of rebuilding the city. Reconstruction after disaster was an essential undertaking. Previously, amidst the rampant chaos wrought by the androids, humanity had been forced to retreat into shelters. Many young people's childhoods were spent within those confines, listening to the elder generation recount tales of life in the outside world. Now, with the menace of the androids vanquished, it was imperative to vacate the shelters and return to the sunlight. After all, who wouldn't wish to live beneath the warm embrace of the sun? Bulma's spirits soared, and she brimmed with optimism for the future. Suddenly, she felt a robust masculine presence behind her, stirring an unexpected flutter within her. As the saying goes, a full belly ignites desire. With the formidable threat of the androids lifted, her heart felt unburdened, and long-suppressed thoughts began to surface naturally. Bulma bit her lip, turned around, and lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Ling's face. As she inhaled the long-missed scent of masculinity, her body softened, and she collapsed into Jiang Ling's embrace. In that moment, she was beyond caring. Hormones surged, and since he was her man, she tilted her head, Her eyes glazed with longing as she gazed at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling froze, momentarily at a loss. As he looked down at Bulma's delicate features, his blood surged with excitement. Having spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not been with his girlfriend, Bulma, for so long. Now, in the solitude of the night, with only the two of them together, the atmosphere was charged with palpable desire. The Bulma before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend, yet her aura was utterly distinct. His girlfriend was vivacious and spirited, while this future Bulma exuded an alluring charm, with fair skin, a curvaceous figure, and a gentle smile. She radiated a warm and inviting demeanor, and despite the passage of years, she showed no signs of aging. Instead, she retained her grace and allure. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, leaning closer to Bulma's ear, his warm breath caressing her earlobe. A delightful shiver coursed through her, and her cheeks flushed a tempting shade. In a low, husky voice, he murmured, "Bulma." As he spoke, he pulled away the fabric covering him, naturally shifting closer. Bulma did not resist, but responded with fervor, gradually approaching the crux of their encounter. Here, she glanced around, feeling a twinge of shyness. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. "Is that a problem? I think it's perfectly fine. After all, we're on the rooftop, and there's hardly anyone around." But she hesitated. "No buts." With that, Jiang Ling decisively captured Bulma's lips in a fervent kiss. In that instant, Bulma's mind went blank. She could think of nothing. Her body felt weak and heated, as if she were floating aimlessly. The silvery moonlight cascaded down upon them, enveloping them in its ethereal glow, akin to a fleeting bloom in the wind. An hour later, Jiang Ling leaned against the wall, feeling invigorated, while Bulma nestled contentedly in his arms, tracing circles on his chest. Both were thoroughly satisfied. "Jiang Ling, if Trunks finds out about this, he might not take it well," Bulma mused. "We were both impulsive just now, not thinking at all. Forget him, he's grown up now, and it's time for you to pursue your own life," Jiang Ling replied with a chuckle. "Indeed," Bulma nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. "By the way, I wonder what Trunks is doing. Will he come looking for me if he doesn't see me when he gets home?" Hearing this, a smirk crept onto Jiang Ling's lips. "That kid is probably busy doing what we just did," he remarked. "Really?" Bulma's eyes brightened, feeling a sense of pride that her own pig had finally learned to woo the cabbage. Then she sighed. "I wish my old friends were here to share this news with." Jiang Ling smiled and said, "The warriors of the old earth can be revived, after all." "What?" Bulma gasped, gripping Jiang Ling's sturdy arm tightly and gazing up at him, anxious. "Are you saying my old friends can come back to life?" "You're not mistaken, are you?" "Indeed," Jiang Ling replied, his gaze drifting to the enchanting Bulma before him, his blood stirring once more. Bulma blushed at his gaze. "Ugh, you're so." Jiang Ling proudly raised his chin. "Hey, my physical prowess is quite remarkable." After a brief pause, he cast aside his errant thoughts and stated earnestly, "I should be able to locate planet Namek. I promised Trunks I would revive Gohan. However, I need to consult someone first. Please wait for me here." "Okay, hurry back," Bulma urged. Jiang Ling stood, donned a fresh set of clothes, and placed his fingers to his forehead, sensing the presence of North Kai's planet. In an instant, his figure vanished from Bulma's sight. On North Kai's planet, 2 figures clad in martial arts attire were engaged in a sparring match, observed by North Kai and his 2 pets. Gohan's strength is increasing rapidly. If he continues to train diligently, he may soon catch up to Goku, North Kai commented. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Gohan paused in their training. Goku chuckled. Yes, Gohan has always had great potential. While alive, he was preoccupied with battling the androids and had no time to train. Now that he has passed, he finally has the time. Gohan scratched his head, feeling bashful. It's not as exaggerated as that. Just then, he realized it was nearly mealtime. "North Kai, what are we having for dinner today?" Goku inquired, patting his belly with a grin. At this, North Kai's expression darkened. "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever do is eat. You've practically driven me to bankruptcy over the past decade." Just as he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared beside North Kai. Goku and Gohan instantly assumed a defensive stance. "Who goes there?" Chapter 77, A Probe. On Kai's planet, Jiang Ling greeted cheerfully. "Hey there, North Kai." "Oh, Goku and Gohan are here too." Surprised to see the trio, Jiang Ling noted that this future Goku appeared much more composed than the one he knew, though his appearance had not aged, likely due to the circumstances of his death. Gohan stood nearby, exuding an air of decisiveness. Both father and son sported halos above their heads. At Jiang Ling's words, Goku and the others were taken aback. "Who is this person? How does he know my name? He seems familiar, but I don't think I know him." As they were left in a state of confusion, Gohan suddenly noticed Jiang Ling's tail. "Wait, you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan?" Jiang Ling paused momentarily, then smiled as he provided a rough explanation of his circumstances. Though he was vague about many details, it is rather cumbersome to explain, so he chose to remain silent. He merely mentioned that he had come from another timeline and recounted his endeavors alongside Trunks to vanquish the androids in Cell. It appears that Lad has matured to such an extent. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Gohan. With a look of contentment, Gohan nodded. Goku inquired, "Is Trunks the son of Bulma?" Gohan smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, I mentioned this to you previously." Goku turned to Jiang Ling, his expression earnest, and said, "Thank you for protecting the Earth." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling nodded. Goku remained the same Goku, even after his passing for over a decade. He could not relinquish his attachment to the Earth. "Jiang Ling, I must also express my gratitude to you for aiding Trunks' growth." Gohan stepped forward and declared. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It was my duty." He surveyed the future Gohan, whose robust physique bore scars from battles fought. He appeared more vigorous and masculine than Gohan in Dragon Ball Super. The two Gohans, shaped by their respective environments, had walked divergent paths. A choice that was ultimately theirs alone. If only, Jiang Ling personally hoped, Gohan could excel in both scholarship and martial prowess, capable of being a learned professor while also defending the Earth against adversaries. The North Kai interjected, "Jiang Ling, you claim to be from another timeline. Do you, perchance, recognize me?" "Of course," Jiang Ling replied with a smile, and in an instant, he unleashed the Kaioken technique, a crimson aura erupting forth. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager for a sparring match. For years, he had lacked a worthy opponent and had trained alone. Even with Gohan's presence, his power had been insufficient to challenge him. Now, witnessing Jiang Ling's strength, Goku felt a stirring within him. "Jiang Ling, let us engage in a spar," he proposed. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before declining, reasoning that there would be ample opportunities in the future. The North Kai swallowed hard. The ability to execute the Kaioken was indeed indicative of familiarity. Nevertheless, traversing timelines was no trivial matter. After some contemplation, the North Kai advised, "It would be prudent to keep your time-traveling endeavors to yourself." Jiang Ling nodded. "Thank you for the counsel. I have my own plans." Upon arriving here, he sought the North Kai's assistance. "Please assist me in locating the new Namek." The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned, memories of the battle on Namek flooding back from over a decade prior. Goku reminisced, "Ah, how nostalgic. It was then that I transformed into a Super Saiyan." Indeed, when Namek was destroyed, the Namekians had to reside on Earth for a time, ultimately relocating to a new planet with the aid of the Dragon Balls. This is why we are oblivious to the whereabouts of the new Namek. After the androids claimed the lives of many, Aunt Bulma frantically sought the new Namek, yet technology was limited, and she could not find it. Gohan murmured, recalling the past. Then suddenly realized, "Jiang Ling, are you seeking the new Namek to resurrect those who perished at the hands of the androids?" Jiang Ling shook his head. No. You must understand, those souls have been departed for far too long, lacking physical forms, and having reincarnated long ago, resurrection is impossible. Therefore, I aim to resurrect you." Jiang Ling had some understanding of the rules regarding the afterlife. For those like Goku, who had contributed to the planet, the afterlife would preserve their bodies and souls, allowing them the choice to remain or reincarnate. "That makes sense," Gohan mused, pausing before continuing. "However, if memory serves, the Dragon Balls on Namek can only grant one wish to resurrect a single individual, and only those who have died within the past year, correct?" "We shall see," Jiang Ling replied, uncertain if the current Namekian Dragon Balls could revive those who had died several years ago. He turned to the North Kai. "Please investigate this for me." Understood. The North Kai focused intently, his antennae twitching as he began searching the cosmos, sweat beading on his brow. The others remained silent, awaiting the outcome of the North Kai's inquiry. After a while, the North Kai exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his face. "I have located it at coordinates J5616 B54464. Just indicate the direction," Jiang Ling urged. The North Kai gestured, and Jiang Ling concentrated, soon sensing the location. He patted the North Kai on the shoulder, smiling. "Thank you. If you ever visit Earth, I'll treat you to the zoo and take you to experience the unique rhythms of the two kinds of chickens." The North Kai looked puzzled. Without further delay, Jiang Ling bid farewell to the North Kai, Goku, and Gohan before vanishing with a flicker of instant transmission. Watching Jiang Ling disappear, Goku remarked, "If the Dragon Balls can indeed resurrect us, that would be splendid. It's a pity that Vegeta had committed too many sins." King Yama, considering his sacrifice for Earth, did not consign him to hell, but sent him directly to reincarnation. Reflecting on his father's words, Gohan thought of his girlfriend, Videl, and felt a surge of hope regarding the resurrection. "Yes, let us hope for that. By the way, I must inform Uncle Piccolo and Yamcha about the restoration of peace on Earth. They will surely be overjoyed." Gohan's eyes brightened as he set off towards the afterlife's designated area for Piccolo and the others. Chapter 78, Preparations Before Departure. In King Yama's office, the large figure of Yama sat behind his desk, clad in a sharply tailored suit, diligently attending to his affairs. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, Jiang Ling. Having arrived via instant transmission. King Yama, how have you been lately? Quite well, and you are? King Yama paused, taken aback by Jiang Ling's familiarity. As if they were acquainted, though he could not place him. It's me. Jiang Ling extended his hand, his fist ignited with crimson flames. You may call me Fire Fist Jiang Ling. I studied under the North Kai, and we are of the same kin. Recognizing the Kaioken technique, King Yama smiled. A family member. What brings you here? Nothing of great importance. Jiang Ling waved dismissively, casually inquiring. I was simply wondering if a soul by the name of Cell has come here recently. Cell? King Yama contemplated before nodding. Indeed. He has committed heinous acts and is now in hell. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Cell's presence confirmed his demise. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal later. Jiang Ling grinned and vanished once more using instant transmission. King Yama scratched his head in confusion, muttering to himself. I don't eat, though. On Earth, within Bulma's underground base in West City, steam rose in the bathroom. I adore bathing. It invigorates the body. Bulma hummed a tune, standing beneath the showerhead, appearing in high spirits. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's figure appeared beside her, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood Bulma. Her delicate form glistening with moisture, clad in nothing but her natural beauty. Her figure was extraordinarily alluring, fair and exquisite, with curves that captivated the eye. As steam rose, it painted a tantalizing picture. Upon realizing the unexpected presence of another, Bulma instinctively let out a sharp cry. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ling stepped forward, covering her lips with his hand, their faces mere inches apart. It's me. Bulma uttered a few muffled sounds, nodding in response. Their eyes locked. The warm water continued to cascade from the showerhead, drenching both of them. The atmosphere grew charged with an unmistakable tension. Bulma became acutely aware of her predicament. A blush blooming on her cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach, ripe for the picking. Gulp. Jiang Ling gazed at the flushed, bashful Bulma, swallowing hard as his breath quickened. They could both feel the heat of each other's emotions. Bulma, forget it. This bath lasted an hour. Exhausted, Bulma slumped against Jiang Ling. He gently wiped the droplets from her body and carried her to bed for rest. Bulma, utterly fatigued, fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Jiang Ling tenderly pressed a kiss to her forehead, then lay down beside her, embracing her as they both sank into a deep slumber. The following noon, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes, sitting up and stretching his body. What a delightful feeling. It had been ages since he had felt this joyous. After 2 rounds yesterday, he awoke invigorated. Jiang Ling, in high spirits, turned to find Bulma absent from the bed. Following the sound, he made his way to the kitchen. There, he beheld Bulma, busy at the stove preparing breakfast. Her flowing blue hair and graceful figure, accentuated by an apron, exuded a gentle elegance. Unable to resist, Jiang Ling approached, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, holding her close. You're up? Don't disturb me. I'm making breakfast, Bulma murmured, a blush spreading across her cheeks, quite enticing. Hee. Is that not allowed? Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Please, I was utterly exhausted yesterday. Bulma playfully scolded, resembling a blossoming flower, her mature charm on full display. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing his desires. He had matters to attend to today. He couldn't allow this to delay him. If Bulma became too fatigued, it would set them back another day. Bulma, after we finish eating, let us head out. Where to? Bulma, who had been prepared for battle, paused at his words. Have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday? Jiang Ling whispered in her ear. Yesterday. Bulma pondered, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She turned to him, her gaze bright with excitement. Did you find planet Namek? Why didn't you tell me when you returned last night? Jiang Ling blinked. I intended to take you with me, but as soon as I got back, you tempted me, so. How could you? Bulma's face turned crimson as she pinched Jiang Ling's side playfully. You were the one who couldn't resist. Don't blame me. Jiang Ling laughed heartily, giving her rear a playful smack, the sound echoing in the kitchen. Seizing the moment while she was still stunned, he slipped away. Jiang Ling, your hands are becoming increasingly audacious. Bulma's indignant voice called out behind him. Breakfast was simple, bread, ham, and eggs, yet Jiang Ling found it rather bland. Having grown weary of such fare, it seemed he needed to find a time to prepare a more appealing breakfast, perhaps soy milk and fried dough sticks. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ling wiped his mouth and said, Are you ready? We're off to New Namek. Wait. Let me contact Trunks and see if he wants to join us. That boy hasn't called all night. He must have forgotten his mother while with his girlfriend. Youngsters often lack restraint. Jiang Ling, please remind him. Bulma took out her specially designed phone and directly contacted Trunks. Hello, Trunks, are you coming back soon? Trunks' voice came through the phone. I already had breakfast at the Self-Defense Forces base, so I won't be back for lunch. You should eat with Uncle Jiang Ling. Upon hearing his voice, a motherly smile crossed Bulma's face. You dear boy, are you with your girlfriend? Uncle Jiang Ling has already told me. When will you bring her home to meet your mother? Let me ask her. All right, I'll have your Uncle Jiang Ling say a few words to you. With that, Bulma handed the phone to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took the phone, cleared his throat, and said, Trunks, young men should know moderation. When you return, I'll prepare some supplements for you. Aim to bring a grandchild for your mother. Trunks, Bulma. Chapter 79, Arrival at New Namek. Bulma reflected and felt reassured, given Trunks' physique. He could manage 3 times a day without issue for an entire month. Moreover, she was quite eager to meet her grandchild. This thought reminded her of the time machine. What marvels lay in the future? Jiang Ling's voice interrupted Bulma's reverie. Are you ready? Bulma nodded, yes. Jiang Ling wrapped his arm around her slender waist, while his other hand formed a peace sign against his forehead, focusing his attention to quickly sense New Namek. Found it. Jiang Ling felt a rush, and their figures suddenly vanished from the underground base. New Namek. A few Namekians were cultivating fields, preparing to plant saplings. After the calamity wrought by technology centuries ago, the Elder had chosen to focus on preserving nature rather than advancing technology. Now, with a new Elder in charge, this tradition continued. Swish. 2 figures appeared unexpectedly, catching the attention of the Namekians. Who are you? Outsiders, please present your identification. They called, warily raising their farming tools. Jiang Ling smiled, speaking in fluent Namekian. His words conveyed that they were not foes but humans from Earth, requesting to see the current Elder, Muley, who would understand their arrival. The Namekians, surprised by Jiang Ling's impeccable Namekian, exchanged doubtful glances. They had never heard of an alien speaking their language so fluently. Observing their youthful faces, Jiang Ling chuckled and continued in Namekian, You must be among the Namekians born in the last decade. I assure you, Earth and Bulma are well. Go seek your Elder. He will clarify everything. Several Namekians exchanged glances and nodded slightly. One individual soared directly towards the village, while the others remained behind, vigilantly observing the 2 extraterrestrials, Jiang Ling and Bulma. Jiang Ling acknowledged them with a nod, noting the youthful generation of Namekians exhibited commendable alertness. Likely a result of the Elder's deliberate training in that regard. Bulma gazed at the appearance of the Namekians, her eyes glistening with moisture as memories of the former Kami and Piccolo flooded back to her. They bore a striking resemblance. Soon, the Elder arrived, accompanied by a throng of Namekians, densely packed. Bulma recognized them as those who had once resided on Earth for a time. Bulma, it's been a while. How have you been? They exclaimed, their voices overlapping in a chorus of greetings. The younger Namekians realized with a start that the previous generation was acquainted with these 2 outsiders. Bulma, teary-eyed yet smiling, responded to each warmly. It's been so long. Bulma, I never expected to see you again, Elder Muley said with a smile. The previous Elder had passed away after coming to Earth following the destruction of planet Namek, and now Muley had assumed the mantle. Bulma was well aware of this. I never thought I would search for you for over a decade without success. I assumed I would never see you again in my lifetime. As she spoke, her expression grew somber. Muley sensed the shift in mood and suggested, It seems something has transpired. Let us converse inside. By the way, is this gentleman beside you your partner? Muley noted Bulma's arm linked with Jiang Ling's. Bulma glanced at Jiang Ling and replied, I suppose so. Jiang Ling wrapped his arm firmly around her slender waist, asserting, Suppose so? It should be is. Upon hearing this, warmth spread through Bulma's heart. She relished his assertive demeanor, which instilled a profound sense of security. Inside Muley's home, they settled on the sofa, cradling cups of steaming tea as the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Muley had dismissed the others. Otherwise, the space would have been too cramped for such a gathering. After listening to Bulma recount Earth's recent tribulations, Muley sighed, bitterness lacing his words. I had no idea so much had transpired after our departure. It's all our fault for relocating to this planet. If only we had chosen to remain on Earth. Bulma took a sip of her tea and shook her head. You needn't blame yourselves. The Namekian race must evolve, necessitating migration to other planets. Besides, Earth has attained peace now, albeit a bit late. Muley expressed relief. As long as Earth is at peace, I can rest easy. By the way, you came here for the Dragon Balls, right? I'll have Dandy bring them. Yes, I do need the Dragon Balls. Dandy? Why didn't I see him earlier? Bulma inquired curiously. Dandy was the child rescued by Krillin and Gohan during the battle on Namek, with whom she shared a close bond, and who had played a significant role in the fight. Muley chuckled. Dandy is usually busy training. I didn't inform him earlier. He then used telepathy to summon Dandy to bring the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Bulma remembered something and asked, Elder, can the Dragon Balls revive those who perished over a decade ago? Muley furrowed his brow and shrugged. I'm not certain. They cannot revive ordinary people. I see. Bulma sighed. Jiang Ling comforted her from the side. It's all right. We can ask Shenron shortly. If it's not possible, I'll think of another solution. That's all we can do, Bulma replied. At that moment, a young, robust Namekian entered, carrying 7 Dragon Balls behind him. Elder, I've brought the Dragon Balls. Do you need to make a wish? Muley chuckled. Not just yet. Take a look who's here. Dandy turned and, upon seeing Bulma on the sofa, paused in surprise. Aunt Bulma, what brings you to Namek? It's been ages. Bulma's eyes lit up at the sight of Dandy, now a strapping young man. Is that really you, Dandy? I can't believe the little boy who loved cartoons has grown into such a fine young man. Dandy, slightly bashful, scratched his head. Oh. It's been over a decade. Naturally, I've grown. He then scanned the room and asked with curiosity, Aunt Bulma, where are Krillin and Gohan? Is this your son? Ling interjected. Bulma rolled her eyes and playfully tugged at Dandy's ear, exclaiming, call me Bulma, not Aunt. And do I really look that old? Do I appear to be his mother? Dandy quickly replied, I didn't mean it like that. I just haven't met Ling before, so I asked. He spoke the truth. He hadn't meant any offense. To him, Bulma seemed ageless, resembling a vibrant 30-year-old woman. However, as a hermaphroditic Namekian, he simply wasn't interested in Earth women. Bulma shot him a glare, releasing her grip on his ear. Fine, I'll let it slide for now. As for Krillin and Gohan, her tone grew somber at this point. Muley also communicated telepathically with Dandy, who instantly understood the tribulations Earth had faced over the last decade. After a moment of silence, he reminisced about the fleeting moments spent with Gohan and Krillin during his childhood. Those memories were his fondest, not to mention the myriad of cartoons on Earth. Now, they were forever separated by fate. Sighing, Dandy offered words of comfort. Aunt Bulma, I'm aware of what has transpired. Please accept my condolences. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, forcing a smile, but we still have Shenron. There is still hope. Indeed, there is hope. Without further ado, let us make a wish, Ling declared, waving his hand. The group made their way outside, as the house needed to accommodate everyone. Summoning Shenron requires the Namekian language, so I'll handle it, Dandy said, unaware that Ling knew the Namekian tongue and intended to summon the dragon himself. Ling shook his head. No need. It would complicate things if I had to communicate my wish to you. Before Dandy could respond, Ling chanted in the Namekian language, calling forth the Namekian dragon, Purunga. The bright daylight suddenly dimmed as the 7 Dragon Balls shone with golden light, coalescing into an enormous dragon, distinctly different from the Earth's Shenron. Purunga's most striking feature was its robust arms. Even having witnessed it several times before, Bulma found herself awestruck by the immense dragon, murmuring to herself. Ling, noticing her reaction, flashed a charming smile. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered in a tone meant solely for their ears, Do you have my big one? Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shot him a reproachful glare, exclaiming, What are you saying? No teasing allowed. Hurry and make your wish. Shenron is waiting. Ling chuckled heartily, refraining from further teasing Bulma. Meanwhile, Muley and Dandy were perplexed by their exchange, especially as they were still reeling from Ling's fluent command of Namekian. What on earth? Can any random extraterrestrial now speak Namekian? The voice of Shenron resonated softly. Gathered warriors of the 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you 3 wishes, whatever they may be. Ling inquired, Whatever wishes? Indeed, came the reply. A smirk crept across Ling's lips. Then grant me 10 wishes. Shenron responded, Apologies, that is beyond my capability. Ling pouted, If you can't do it, then don't make grand claims. Shenron was momentarily at a loss for words, clearing his throat to redirect the conversation. Do you have any other wishes? Ling blinked innocently and smiled. Well, Shenron, before making my wish, I have a request. Could you speak in the universal language? I do not know Namekian. This request shouldn't count against my wishes, right? Shenron, momentarily bewildered by Ling's fluent Namekian, felt his CPU nearly overheat. After a brief silence, Shenron nodded slowly. Since you require me to use the universal language, I shall comply. It will not consume a wish. The language of Earthlings also utilizes the universal language. And upon hearing Shenron speak in it, Bulma gazed intently at Ling, her eyes brimming with emotion as she murmured. Ling requested Shenron to speak in a language I can understand. I'm so touched, I could cry. In that moment, Bulma experienced the warmth of being cherished. Unaware of Bulma's thoughts, Ling merely found the universal language more familiar, while Namekian struck him as cumbersome. Do you have any wishes that require fulfillment? The Namekian dragon inquired. Ling pondered for a moment before asking, Can you resurrect a large number of people at once? Shenron replied, Yes. Huh. Bulma's face registered confusion. I remember, initially, you could only revive 1 person per wish. Muley, the elder, interjected with a smile, Since I assumed the role of elder, I have upgraded the Dragon Balls. Now, like the Earth Dragon, I can resurrect many with a single wish. Ling nodded with a grin. You've done well. This makes things much more convenient. Turning back to Shenron, he queried again, Can you resurrect humans who have been dead for over 10 years? The Namekian dragon thought to himself, What is this? So many questions. Why is he taking so long to make a wish? I'm going to lose my mind. After a sigh, Shenron answered, as long as their souls remain in the afterlife, they can be revived. If their souls have descended into hell or reincarnated, they cannot be brought back. I see. That simplifies things. Jiang Ling's eyes brightened as he addressed Shenron. Then please revive all the humans and animals on Earth who were slain by the androids. This wish was made after careful consideration. Whether it was Android 17 or 18, or even Cell, they all belonged to the android category. By making this wish, he could not only revive those killed by Android 17 and 18, but also those slain by Cell. Most importantly, he could resurrect the valiant warriors of Earth who had perished in battle. It was a win-win situation. Upon hearing the wish, Shenron let out a sigh of relief. Finally, a wish had been made. He wasted no time, immediately checking the details. Since ordinary humans only remain in the afterlife for a year, he could only revive those killed by the androids within that time frame, and creating physical bodies would require an additional wish. Most of the humans killed by the androids over the past decade had already reincarnated, so he could only revive those who had contributed to Earth and thus retained their souls and bodies, such as Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien. Confirming the consumption of 2 wishes to fulfill this? Shenron asked. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively. Shenron's eyes glowed red, and he proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted." At this, a smile crept across Jiang Ling's face. Bulma leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! Everyone is back." She rushed forward and planted a fervent kiss on Jiang Ling's cheek. Ahem. Jiang Ling coughed, glancing skyward. There are others present. However, Bulma paid no mind, exclaiming, "Oh, they are androgynous. They wouldn't understand such things." Chapter 81. Everyone listens to me on King Kai's planet. Goku, who had been training alone, suddenly paused, gazing into the distance with a smile. "I can feel it, Gohan. Krillin, Piccolo, they're back. It seems they've been revived." "Really? Let me check," North Kai said, scanning the energy signatures. "Indeed, they have returned. That fellow Jiang Ling truly brought them back." Goku smiled appreciatively. "This is wonderful. With their revival, they can continue to protect Earth." Gohan, that lad, always stares at his fiance's photo while training. Now he can finally return to her. I hope Krillin finds a wife now that he is back. As Goku spoke, he suddenly remembered Chi-Chi, who had always stood by him without complaint during his life. Ah, poor Chi-Chi. North Kai, overhearing, huffed, "What are you lamenting for? Just revive and make it up to her." Goku scratched his head sheepishly. "I died of heart disease, which should be classified as a death by illness. It seems Shenron cannot revive those who died of such causes. Let's find out," North Kai mused, promptly sending a communication request to Jiang Ling on New Namek. Across various locations on Earth, humans who had been killed by the androids within the past year began to resurrect. Some returned in shelters, others in ruins, and some in the wilderness. All shared a common sentiment of confusion. Wasn't I dead? Why am I here? I'm alive again. Questions flooded their minds. Despite the incredulity, they knew they had indeed returned to life and quickly sprang to their feet, rushing to reunite with friends and family. In the skies, the revived Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Dend exchanged smiles as they observed the jubilant humans below. At the Self-Defense Force base, Videl watched from afar as Trunks and Mai shared an affectionate moment, her eyes reflecting both blessings and envy. If only Gohan were here, Videl murmured to herself. Previously, Mai had advised her to not dwell on a past romance and to move on, but she found it hard to escape the shadows of her heart. Perhaps I shall remain alone until old age. If only Gohan and I had a child together. As Bidalai murmured to herself. She recalled the time she had expressed her desire for a child to Gohan. However, Gohan had responded with utmost rationality, citing the threat of the androids, the burdens of parenthood, and the depletion of resources. Thus, he had always implemented safety measures. Now that peace had been restored, Gohan was no longer by her side, and it felt as if it were too late. At that moment, a pair of strong hands encircled Bidalai's slender waist from behind, accompanied by a gentle voice whispering in her ear, "My dear wife, would you be willing to bear a child with me now?" Bidalai initially intended to struggle, but upon hearing that familiar voice, her heart quivered, and disbelief washed over her features. Slowly turning her head, she was met with a robust chest, adorned with scars that she recognized all too well. Lifting her gaze, she was greeted by Gohan's smiling face. Bidalai bit her lip, and in an instant, tears streamed down her cheeks. The pent-up grievances of years were finally unleashed, and her tears flowed uncontrollably as her fists pounded against Gohan's chest. "Why did you take so long to return? I missed you so much." Gohan, with tears in his eyes, chuckled softly as he comforted Bidalai by patting her back. "I missed you too. I'm back now. Not far away." Trunks and Mai had also noticed the scene unfolding. "Gohan!" Trunks exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him, but he was halted by Mai. "Why are you stopping me? Gohan has come back to life." Mai rolled her eyes and replied, "Are you foolish? They're having their moment. Don't disrupt their reunion. She then whispered something to Trunks. Upon hearing her words, Trunks' eyes lit up, and he called out to Gohan and Bidalai as instructed. Gohan, Bidalai, your room is still the same. Bidalai, still weeping, felt her face flush at the remark, and with her tear-filled eyes, she appeared utterly adorable. Gohan chuckled lightly. That Trunks has grown up. Then, gazing upon Bidalai's rosy cheeks, he spoke tenderly. My dear, you mentioned wanting a child, did you not? Yes, Bidalai replied shyly, lowering her head. Suddenly recalling something, she added, since you just returned, you should go see Aunt Chi-Chi. Gohan shook his head, scooping Bidalai into a princess carry and dashing towards the familiar room. Haha. I already visited Mom after my resurrection. She said you've been coming to see her, urging me to bring you home quickly. Bursting into the room and shutting the door. Their voices echoed within. Oh my, Gohan, how shameless of you. Bidalai protested. Dear wife, it's been ages since I've had dorayaki. On planet Namek. King Kai sent his congratulations while conversing with Jiang Ling and Bulma. Jiang Ling, you're incredible. Gohan and the others have returned. It's no trouble at all, Jiang Ling said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Son Goku's voice then came through. Jiang Ling, thank you. It's all thanks to you. Bulma. Long time no see. Bulma, hearing that familiar yet distant voice, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Goku, it has indeed been a long time. How have you been? Haha, not too bad. King Kai provides meals, and I don't have to work. Bulma chuckled softly, reminiscing about their adventurous childhood. Her eyes filled with memories. At that moment, Goku continued. Oh, by the way, Bulma, I forgot to mention that Vegeta hasn't been revived. His sins were too great. And even though he died protecting Earth, he cannot absolve himself. He spent 5 years in hell before being reincarnated. Bulma paused, recalling Trunks' father, Vegeta. She had only spent a year or two with him before his demise. After all these years, she had nearly forgotten his appearance and harbored no feelings for him. Given their brief time together, if Goku hadn't mentioned it, she might have completely overlooked him. Feeling a pang in her heart, Bulma quickly glanced at Jiang Ling, explaining. Jiang Ling, I have no feelings for Vegeta. You must believe me. Over the days they had spent together, Jiang Ling had already made his way into her heart. She feared Jiang Ling would be upset upon hearing Vegeta's name and worried he might leave her. Seeing her distress, Jiang Ling leaned closer to Bulma's ear and whispered, I might mind. How will you make it up to me? Huh, what do you mean by that? Jiang Ling grinned, wrapping one arm around Bulma's delicate waist. His eyes sparkling. Bulma, taken aback, instinctively replied, what do you want me to make up for? Jiang Ling, having achieved his goal, smirked and softly said in her ear, from now on, you'll do everything I say, especially in matters of intimacy. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face flushed a deep crimson, and she cast a shy glance at Jiang Ling. She playfully chided, you only think about that. Is that not acceptable? Fine, I'll do as you say, Bulma whispered. Hearing this response, Jiang Ling stood a little taller, and as they whispered sweet nothings to each other, King Kai and Goku exchanged glances, puzzled by their conversation. Ahem. King Kai cleared his throat, prompting Jiang Ling and Bulma to realize they were still on the call. Bulma waved her hand dismissively and said, let Vegeta be reincarnated. It doesn't concern me. But weren't you with Vegeta? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Bulma, with a peculiar expression, replied, are you foolish? People can lose feelings in just a few days apart. Vegeta has been dead for over a decade. Do you really expect me to remember him for a lifetime? Besides, there was never much feeling to begin with. That's true. Wait. Speaking of which, what about Chi-Chi? Goku suddenly recalled, probing for information. Chapter 82. Goku's Resurrection. Bulma rolled her eyes. Your Chi-Chi is not like me. She's always been love-struck. After marrying you, she focused solely on homemaking. Enjoy that. She spoke the truth. Goku felt a sense of satisfaction. Any man would feel the same in his position. Ahem, Bulma. About that, King Kai interjected. The only one who hasn't been revived is Son Goku. He died of a heart disease. Could you check if he can be revived? Over the years, Goku had trained on King Kai's planet, consuming all his supplies. Now witnessing everyone else's revival, King Kai wished to send this misfortune away. Goku's voice came through. Jiang Ling, Bulma, please ask the dragon. If he cannot be revived, it's no issue. Hearing Goku's words, Bulma immediately agreed, seeing it as a way to compensate for Goku's untimely demise. After all, Goku had suddenly succumbed to heart disease, leaving no time to gather the Dragon Balls, and thus passed away. Their acquaintances had mourned for a long time, and Chi-Chi, in particular, aged considerably overnight. Even Vegeta had lost his motivation to train. The emergence of the androids rendered the strength of many inadequate to cope. Vegeta failed to ascend to the Super Saiyan form and was overwhelmed by the relentless might of the androids. Jiang Ling, upon hearing Bulma's words, nodded in acknowledgement, casting his gaze towards the long-neglected Namekian dragon. My apologies, Dragon. I was on an important call, he said with a chuckle. The dragon, now devoid of its former majesty, looked on with a hint of melancholy. You may now make your third wish, it intoned. Ling nodded. Can you bring Goku back to life? He succumbed to a heart disease. The dragon paused momentarily to assess the situation. Typically, a death from heart disease would preclude resurrection. However, Goku had been poisoned. Thus his demise had been artificially induced, allowing for the possibility of revival. Bulma gasped in astonishment, while King Kai and Goku exchanged solemn glances, realizing that what they had presumed to be a natural illness was, in fact, the result of foul play. Ling murmured softly, "Revive Goku," directing his request towards the dragon. Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes glimmered with a scarlet light. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again, it proclaimed. Before its form dissolved into golden luminescence, returning to the Dragon Balls of Namek, illuminating the previously dim sky. The Dragon Balls transformed into solid, stone-like orbs. Unlike those on Earth, the Dragon Balls here would remain in place after a wish was made and would require a cooling period before they could be utilized again. With a flash, Goku materialized outside his home on Mount Paozu, gazing at the entrance with a mixture of nostalgia and trepidation. Years of experience had imbued him with a newfound composure, yet the moment felt overwhelming. After a brief pause, he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a voice from within. Goku's heart raced. He recognized that voice, one that had accompanied him through countless days and nights over a decade ago. Moments later, the door creaked open to reveal a woman clad in a qipao. Her hair was a blend of black and white, and though time had etched a few wrinkles upon her once youthful visage, it was unmistakably Chi-Chi. Chapter 83. Homecoming. Chi-Chi stood in stunned silence, gazing at the man before her, the very face she had longed for endlessly. Surely, I must be dreaming. Goku and Gohan have returned to life. It certainly feels like a scene from a dream. If this is indeed a dream, I wish never to awaken, she murmured, lost in reverie. Goku stepped forward, enveloping her in his sturdy embrace. Seeing the signs of age on her lovely face filled him with a profound sense of sorrow. Chi-Chi, this is no dream. I have truly come back to life, he reassured her, his familiar voice resonating in her ears. As she felt the warmth of his embrace, tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking his chest. Whether it was a dream or reality mattered little. The mere chance to reunite filled her with immense joy. Goku, please don't leave me again, she implored. I will never leave you again, Chi-Chi, he promised. Their eyes locked, the atmosphere thickening with unspoken emotions, their faces drawing ever closer. Poised to share a kiss when a sudden sound interrupted the moment. Grr. Goku grinned sheepishly, I'm hungry. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes, her cheeks tinged with crimson. All right, I'll cook for you, she replied, tying on an apron. Come help me in the kitchen. I don't know how to cook, Goku confessed, scratching his head. Just come along. Chi-Chi shot back, a hint of urgency in her tone, fearing that he might vanish again. Goku chuckled, all right. I'll help wash the vegetables. Just don't make a mess. If they're not clean, you'll get sick. And call Gohan back for dinner. Don't disturb him. He'll be bringing home a girlfriend in a few days. Their voices filled the kitchen, an endless stream of conversation flowing between them. In the heavenly palace, a Namekian appeared at the center of the grand hall, donned in heavenly attire, wielding a staff, and bearing an aged appearance. This individual was the Supreme Kai. He surveyed the dilapidated hall with a melancholic gaze. I never anticipated being revived. However, I am quite advanced in years and lack the vigor to continue. I wonder if Piccolo would be willing to take on the role of Supreme Kai, he mused quietly. At that moment, a vortex materialized beside him, and a figure emerged, dark-skinned, with a sausage-like mouth, dressed in attire reminiscent of Indian fashion. The Supreme Kai's face lit up with a smile upon recognizing the figure. Mr. Popo. This figure was indeed Mr. Popo, who had fallen into slumber after the Supreme Kai's death, awaiting a successor that never arrived. Now that the Supreme Kai had returned, he too awakened. It's been so long, oh dear, Mr. Popo exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at his misty eyes. Look at you, still shedding tears after all this time. The Supreme Kai chuckled. Perhaps I'm just overly sentimental. Seeing you revived brings back memories, Mr. Popo replied with a grin. On Namek, after fulfilling his wish, Ling turned to Elder Mori. Elder, I have a request, he began. Although the Supreme Kai of Earth has returned, his time is running short, and there is no successor in sight. Elder Mori nodded knowingly. So, you wish to see if anyone here is willing to take up the mantle of Earth as Supreme Kai? Ling affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Dandy stepped forward. Allow me to take on the role. Elder Mori smiled at this. With your lineage as a Dragon Clan member, you are indeed qualified for this position. The Dragon Clan is a term reserved for geniuses among the Namekian race, capable of creating Dragon Balls and exhibiting versatility, traits found in a rare few. Namekians are categorized into combatants, intellects, and healers, but those of the Dragon Clan possess all these attributes and transcend the ordinary. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This way, Krillin and Gohan can always reach you. After exchanging pleasantries with the other Namekians, Bulma prepared to depart, with farewells exchanged with Elder Murray, Jiang Ling. Along with Bulma and Dandy, utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. They materialized at the Supreme Kai's palace, where they found him and Mr. Popo. After explaining their intentions, the Supreme Kai, eager to step down, readily agreed. Dandy remained behind to learn the duties of the Supreme Kai. Jiang Ling and Bulma then returned home. Upon arrival, Bulma began rummaging through boxes in search of something. What are you looking for? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. The Dragon Balls. After I gathered them, I misplaced them somewhere. What purpose does one seek the Dragon Balls? Currently, there seems to be no wish at hand. You fail to comprehend. I yearn to wish for youth. Jiang Ling scratched his head, expressing, I find you to be quite splendid as you are. Bulma replied with a smile, one can always improve. Becoming youthful would invigorate my vitality and delay the onset of aging. Jiang Ling pondered this for a moment, deeming it quite necessary, and added another wish, to enhance his physique slightly. You old lecher. Bulma chided playfully, yet did not refuse. Upon gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma exited the base and made her wish, transforming her body into that of a 30-year-old. Coupled with her unique charm, she appeared mature and alluring. Exceedingly enticing to Jiang Ling. Noticing his reaction, Bulma's cheeks flushed. Bulma, could you assist me with something? Not now, let us discuss it later. We are outside, she replied. You promised to heed my counsel in the future, Jiang Ling remarked with a smirk, a teasing glint in his eyes. Bulma hesitated, biting her lip, glancing around to ensure they were alone. Enjoy your moment, she said with a playful glare before kneeling down. Jiang Ming experienced a bittersweet sensation. As Bulma grew increasingly adept, the pain subsided, leaving only joy. Once matters settled, Jiang Ling observed Earth regaining its vitality, with cities gradually undergoing reconstruction. He felt it was time to return to his own timeline. In truth, he could have returned long ago, yet hesitated, for there was another Bulma waiting for him. He wondered how she would react upon discovering his entanglements with the future Bulma, which caused him a headache. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Having lingered here for so long, not returning would be illogical. After confiding his concerns to Bulma, she chuckled softly. Then take me with you. I shall speak on our behalf. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling smacked his thigh. Of course. After all, a woman knows another woman best. Especially when they are the same person. Chapter 84, King Cold. Parallel Universe. Jiang Ling's original timeline. A base on a planet in the cosmos. Numerous spacecraft took off and landed here, creating a bustling scene. Inside the base, King Cold sat upon his throne, reviewing the information presented by his subordinates. His brow slightly furrowed as he contemplated in silence. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, producing an erratic sound. An invisible tension emanated from King Cold, enveloping the room. The 2 attendants behind him bowed their heads, daring not to breathe, fearful of incurring the wrath of the capricious King Cold. After a prolonged silence, he set aside the documents as if reaching a resolute decision, connecting with Slug via communication. Yes, one subordinate promptly acknowledged. Soon, Slug appeared on the large screen before King Cold. Although he bore a resemblance to a Namekian, he was not one. It would not be inaccurate to classify him as such, for Slug carried the bloodline of the Namekian race. He was a descendant of those who escaped the great disaster on Namek long ago, yet he did not grow up there, thus could arguably be considered not a Namekian. Slug appeared aged, with sagging skin that lacked the firmness of his youth. Well, King Cold, you actually took the initiative to contact me, Slug scoffed. His legion was a sworn enemy of Cold's, each occupying their own territories, frequently clashing in a relentless rivalry. Humph, King Cold retorted coldly, let us dispense with idle chatter. I have a matter of importance to discuss. Oh, the illustrious King Cold has business with me? Now I'm intrigued. Slug straightened his posture, evidently piqued with curiosity. King Cold inquired, Slug, as a Namekian, do you still speak the Namekian language? Indeed, my bloodline bestows upon me the ability without the need for study. Why do you ask? Are you aware of the events on Namek? I am not. Although I possess Namekian blood, I did not grow up on that planet. And I have no interest in its affairs. Slug shook his head, his expression darkening. What exactly do you wish to discuss? You are not merely seeking to amuse yourself. Are you? If so, prepare for war. No, no, no. King Cold calmly waved his hand, then proceeded to discuss the matter of the Dragon Balls, proposing cooperation. He required but a single wish. Upon hearing about the existence of the Dragon Balls, Slug concealed his elation, though internally he rejoiced. His body had grown increasingly frail, and his power diminished. Recently, he sensed the ambitions of those beneath him, stirring anxiety within. The news of the Dragon Balls was a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought, Slug narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin forming. Are you not concerned I might secretly send my men to Namek? You may attempt it, should you do so. King Cold replied nonchalantly, I will preemptively destroy the Dragon Balls and engage you in war. If you prefer to avoid a full-scale conflict with me, then do as you wish. Slug, upon hearing this, wiped the smile from his face. Given the scale of their two legions, a full-blown war would result in mutual devastation. Despite his malevolent nature, he was not a fool. To obtain two wishes with mere words was the most prudent choice for anyone possessing common sense. Very well. I agree to this arrangement, but I trust you will not go back on your word. After ending the call, one of King Cold's subordinates inquired, My lord, do you truly intend to grant him such a significant advantage? Surely, we could simply capture any Namekian who speaks the language and have them make the wish. King Cold cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate, snorting disdainfully. According to the intelligence received from my son Frisia's legion, Namekians would rather die than grant you a wish. Even if they were to submit, there would be a considerable chance of insincerity and betrayal. Thus, I find greater assurance in collaborating with Slug. At least in a mutually beneficial exchange, there is less risk of unforeseen complications. Chapter 85. Return to the main timeline. Earth. Goku had yet to return from Yardrat. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling remained in the future timeline. Earth lay tranquil, devoid of significant events. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta were diligently training throughout the planet. Prior to Jiang Ling's departure to the future, he had forewarned them of the impending arrival of the androids 3 years hence, and recounted the dire circumstances that would ensue. Consequently, the Z fighters of Earth immersed themselves in rigorous training. Swish! In the skies above West City, two figures suddenly materialized, one with black hair and the other with blue. It was none other than Jiang Ling and Future Bulma. Jiang Ling utilized the system to return from the future timeline. This was not merely time travel. It could be described as a leap between two parallel timelines. Below them sprawled West City, its skyline dotted with countless towering edifices, bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. A scene of lively activity. A modern city has been established. The future Bulma gazes upon the scene with a profound sense of nostalgia. Just moments ago, in the future timeline, this place lay in ruins, where people were only beginning to rebuild. Now, she finds herself transported back to a time before the catastrophe, witnessing the harmonious lives of the inhabitants. The future Bulma feels a disorienting sense of unreality, her spirit somewhat adrift. Jiang Ling observes her expression and immediately comprehends her thoughts. With a gentle smile, he reassures her, Bulma, this is indeed real, not an illusion. It has been quite a while since you last saw Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, hasn't it? Come, let us go visit them. Future Bulma is momentarily taken aback, her anxiety rising as she smooths her impeccably pressed attire. Is that appropriate? I fear they might perceive something unusual. Jiang Ling merely shrugs, unperturbed. What does it matter? You appear younger now, they won't suspect a thing. It's settled. With that, Jiang Ling wraps his arm around Future Bulma's slender waist and soars directly to the center of West City, landing in the garden of Dr. Brief's home. Future Bulma glances around, taking in the surroundings that mirror her memories from over a decade ago. It feels as if everything has restarted, as though she has traversed time itself. Jiang Ling stands quietly by her side, allowing her to absorb the moment. At that instant, Mrs. Brief approaches, humming a cheerful tune, watering can in hand, seemingly intent on tending to her flowers. From afar, she spots Future Bulma and Jiang Ling. Oh, Jiang Ling, what brings you here today? Jiang Ling grins, scratching his head. Hello, Mrs. Brief. I occasionally accompany Bulma on her visits. Don't you think so, Bulma? Future Bulma, momentarily startled, quickly responds, Yes. It's been a long time since I last came. I thought I would drop by today. Mrs. Brief raises an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in her voice. But Bulma, didn't you just visit yesterday? Did I? Haha, Future Bulma laughs awkwardly, nearly revealing too much. Mrs. Brief scrutinizes Future Bulma before glancing at Jiang Ling. Stifling a laugh, being around your boyfriend has certainly made you softer. Jiang Ling and Future Bulma exchange knowing glances, both stifling their amusement. Truly, Mrs. Brief possesses the keen insight of a mother, discerning the subtle changes without exposing them. Otherwise, explaining would be quite troublesome, and Jiang Ling despises complications. Subsequently, Jiang Ling accompanies Future Bulma to see Dr. Brief, casually presenting him with a copy of a magazine. Oh, this issue seems to be from next month, remarks Dr. Brief. Jiang Ling, you truly are a star, managing to procure a magazine before its release. Jiang Ling replies, Indeed. I didn't notice the date when I acquired it in the future timeline. Thankfully, Dr. Brief's imagination is boundless. After a brief visit, Jiang Ling and Future Bulma take their leave, eliciting smiles of understanding from the Briefs, who muse that young people should seize the moment and return with a grandchild or two. Jiang Ling brings Future Bulma to his villa, a tranquil haven with sparse population and lush greenery, where the occasional chirping of insects fills the air. This serene environment was precisely why Jiang Ling chose to settle here. The garden is meticulously maintained, exuding an air of orderliness. So this is your home. It appears quite lovely, future Bulma remarks, relishing the peaceful ambience. Jiang Ling beams, casually settling onto a stone chair. What do you mean, my home? Bulma resides here too. This is our home. At that moment, Bulma emerges from the villa, stylishly dressed and impeccably coiffed. Her face lights up upon seeing Jiang Ling. You're back? I've missed you so much. She rushes towards him, but halts abruptly upon noticing future Bulma standing in the yard. The two distinct Bulmas lock eyes, their contrasting auras palpable, as if they are separated by the very fabric of time. This fateful encounter seems to suspend time itself. Chapter 86, The Two Bulmas. In the garden, Jiang Ling lounges lazily on a deck chair, warm sunlight filtering through the trees, casting irregular patterns upon him. After their initial meeting, future Bulma easily engages with Bulma, discussing everything from fashion to fitness, shopping to scientific advancements. Nothing is off limits. As their conversation flows, they eventually retreat into the villa, future Bulma casting a reassuring glance at Jiang Ling before they enter. Left outside, Jiang Ling finds himself unable to partake in their dialogue, opting instead to relax in the garden while ordering takeout. Before he knows it, an hour has passed, and the two Bulmas emerge from the villa. Future Bulma radiating joy while Bulma regards Jiang Ling with a mix of irritation, reproach, peculiarity, and an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Well, Jiang Ling, you certainly know how to have fun. Bulma strides over, hands on her hips, playfully tugging at Jiang Ling's ear, her eyes narrowing in mock annoyance, her youthful spirit unmistakable. Whatever future Bulma shared with her did not anger Bulma regarding Jiang Ling. However, she still seeks clarity from him. Ow, that hurts. Jiang Ling quickly concedes, I'm sorry. Bulma, it was my fault. That is more like it. So how will you make it up to me? Bulma releases his ear, crossing her arms and feigning anger, though her gaze frequently drifts toward the bedroom. Make it up? What do you mean? Jiang Ling blinks in confusion. Bulma's brow furrows. What? You don't want to make it up? Of course I want to. Hearing this, Bulma's expression brightens, clearly plotting her next move to punish Jiang Ling. You shall go wash up and head to the bedroom. Jiang Ling responds. When one errs, one must acknowledge it. Punishment must be duly administered. Bulma drags Jiang Ling into the villa's bedroom, where he is subjected to a rigorous punishment. Ultimately, however, it is Bulma who can no longer withstand the exertion, collapsing in exhaustion and granting Jiang Ling respite. With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, she weakly nudges him with her delicate foot, declaring, Tonight, you're sleeping outside. I'm sharing a bed with my future self. Consider this your punishment. Very well, Jiang Ling sighs, raising his hands in surrender, and calls for future Bulma to join him in the bedroom, allowing the two of them to share a night together while he retreats to the side and lies down. The absence of a companion by his side brings him an unexpected sense of relief. With no worries on his mind, he finds himself sleeping soundly, relishing the luxury of having the entire bed to himself. In the bedroom, the two Bulmas share intimate whispers. Outside, the moonlight cascades gently, illuminating the unopened takeout in the garden, merging harmoniously with the surroundings, creating a vivid tableau. The next day, Jiang Ling awakens naturally, refreshed. After a brief morning routine, he heads to the kitchen. As expected, future Bulma is already preparing breakfast, a faint smile gracing Jiang Ling's lips. He found himself utterly defenseless against the future Bulma, clad in an apron and busy in the kitchen. Taking a step closer, he pressed his body against her back, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and resting his palms gently on her flat abdomen. He whispered, Are you Bulma or the future Bulma? The future Bulma rolled her eyes and pouted. I can't believe you can't tell I'm from the future. Oh, Jiang Ling replied, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. I simply refuse to believe it. Let me take a closer look. The future Bulma squirmed a bit. Stop it. Bulma is still here. You didn't see her earlier, did you? It's because she was utterly exhausted last night. After teasing Bulma, Jiang Ling refrained from pursuing the matter further and casually made his way to the living room to await breakfast. After a short while, breakfast was ready, a reheated takeaway from the previous night, complemented by eggs and milk. In the words of the future Bulma, it was to replenish Jiang Ling's protein intake. Jiang Ling wasn't pleased. Do I even need that? It seems you have yet to grasp the extent of my capabilities. The future Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a sidelong glance. Stop being so cheeky. Protein supplementation is beneficial for someone like you, who engages in such intense physical training. That's true, Jiang Ling nodded, devouring the leftovers from the previous night. At that moment, Bulma also rose from her slumber. Her strength had significantly increased after consuming the mutated senzu beans, and her recovery was exceptional. Though she appeared utterly drained the night before, she was now almost fully rejuvenated. The future Bulma was not accustomed to such high-intensity battles, leading Jiang Ling to view Bulma and the future Bulma as two distinctly different combat styles, given their contrasting strengths. You're up? The future Bulma exclaimed, surprised, as she was well aware of the grueling battle Bulma had endured the previous day. You seemed so exhausted yesterday. I thought you wouldn't be able to rise, and wanted you to get some extra rest. Bulma stretched, her delicate nightgown accentuating her alluring figure. As she relaxed, she smiled and said, I owe my recovery to the mutated sins of beings Jiang Ling cultivates. In addition to my regular training, my strength is quite decent. Otherwise, with his level of intensity, who could possibly endure it unless he were a bit gentler, like he is with you? Upon hearing this, the future Bulma felt a slight blush creep across her cheeks, inwardly agreeing with Bulma's assessment. They both understood well the extent of Jiang Ling's prowess. Ahem. Enough chatting, come eat, Jiang Ling interjected, feeling somewhat uneasy as they discussed his capabilities. What's so wrong with that? They chimed in unison, one crossing her arms while the other placed her hands on her hips, both glaring at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, feeling the pressure, waved his hands dismissively, indicating it was nothing serious. The two Bulmas ceased their discussion and began to enjoy their breakfast, continuing to chat as they ate. Jiang Ling seized the opportunity to suggest, now that the future Bulma might be staying for an extended period, it would be best to come up with different names for each of you, as calling both of you Bulma would be quite confusing. The two Bulmas exchanged glances, finding merit in the suggestion. It wouldn't do to have both respond simultaneously to the same name. That would be chaotic. What should we call ourselves then? Jiang Ling, you propose something. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling looked at the future Bulma and suggested, since you hail from the future, how about we call you Big Bulma? It would be easier to distinguish. Big Bulma glanced at her more petite counterpart, her expression somewhat peculiar. You're not suggesting that based on cup size, are you? Bulma. Hearing this, couldn't he help but compare, wow? You might be onto something. Jiang Ling, do you really prefer the larger ones? Bulma's voice floated teasingly. Jiang Ling shot up, immediately denying, no, that is not it. Don't twist my words. In truth, he thought to himself, I like them all. Ugh. Both Bulmas simultaneously scoffed. How shameless. If your female fans find out about this, you'll lose a massive following and be labeled a disgrace. Jiang Ling chuckled. Let them unfollow. As long as I have you too, that's all that matters. His words were sweet to the point of being saccharine. Yet both Bulmas seemed to eat it up. You sure know how to charm, one teased. Huh, that's just the truth. How could that be considered flattery? Time flowed gently by, and before long, 2 months had passed. During this period, Jiang Ling successfully convinced both Bulmas to experience the joy of double the companionship. However, it soon became apparent that, despite being the same person, they were quite resistant to the idea of a triad. They preferred one-on-one interactions. Thus, when both desired his attention, Jiang Ling found himself darting between 2 rooms. What? Legal issues? Jiang Ling scoffed, as the strongest being on Earth, if I wished. Annihilating the planet would be but a moment's work, not to mention altering the laws. Over this time, Big Bulma, like Bulma, had increased her strength through the mutated sins of beings she cultivated, dedicating time to training, and her power was rising rapidly. Though the beans were beneficial, the quantity she had was negligible for Jiang Ling's needs. He would fare better with authentic sins of beings at his disposal. Throughout these 2 months, Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Big Bulma did not merely confine themselves to their home. The two Bulmas often ventured out shopping, acquiring new attire, and conducting research at home, while Jiang Ling would roam about, seeking out Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others to assess their training progress. It was undeniable that, in the face of the android threat, their growth had been rather swift. The fastest among them were Piccolo and Vegeta. To Jiang Ling's astonishment, Piccolo had unlocked his potential, surpassing Vegeta in strength. This was something he had never anticipated, having always harbored a sense of regret regarding Piccolo's fate in the original narrative. Jiang Ling felt a profound sense of satisfaction witnessing him thrive and no longer relegated to the role of a mere supporting character to the Saiyans. As for Vegeta, it was unclear whether it was due to fewer brushes with death or the absence of a gravity chamber for training. But his strength had significantly lagged compared to the original storyline. Achieving Super Saiyan status before the androids emerged was still a long road ahead for him. Meanwhile, others like Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the rest had made considerable progress, likely a consequence of the increased gravity on Earth. Jiang Ling found this outcome quite gratifying, as he desired a flourishing variety of talents rather than the original narrative's focus on only 2 protagonists. Chapter 88, Bored to Death. In outer space, a massive spaceship sped towards Earth. How long until we arrive? Returning to the king, there's still half an hour. Very well. The imposing King Cold gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. Frisia stood silently beside the throne. Compared to King Cold's robust physique, Frisia appeared more diminutive, exuding a streamlined elegance rather than the ruggedness of raw muscle. Frisia, why not simply strike this barren planet with a single blow? Must you go through such elaborate measures to make an appearance? King Cold, with a hand clenched against his chin, wore a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, Frisia's expression turned malevolent. No, I shall not annihilate Earth just yet. I intend to make Jiang Ling's existence a living hell. I will personally eradicate each Earthling before his eyes, allowing him to experience the depths of despair and helplessness. The memory of that final moment on Namek ignited within Frisia an insatiable desire for vengeance against Jiang Ling. To kill him outright would not suffice to quell Frisia's wrath. This time, he brought his father, King Cold, along as a contingency. Should his revenge falter, his father could save him. Although his strength had substantially increased post-resurrection, facing Jiang Ling still left him with uncertainties. Thus, he had deliberately involved his father, King Cold. In Frisia's estimation, only Jiang Ling, this Super Saiyan, posed a genuine threat. The others were but mere insects. Excellent. Truly, my son, pursue your vengeance. I shall support your endeavor to eliminate that Super Saiyan. King Cold boomed with laughter. Suddenly, a more diabolical idea struck Frisia. Why not incapacitate Jiang Ling and then enslave the Earthlings? I shall force them into a life worse than death. Son, proceed as you see fit. Your father stands ready to back you. King Cold chuckled, exuding confidence, as if nothing posed an obstacle in his eyes. On Earth, in a picturesque outdoor setting, Jiang Ling sat upon the grass, while Bulma and Bra were playfully soaring through the sky. Initially, they had no desire to learn the art of flight, preferring the convenience of hovercars and the thrill of piloting flying ships. Why waste time mastering flight techniques? However, Jiang Ling held a different perspective. He regarded such technology as mere tools for transportation. In dire circumstances, one must rely on oneself. Thus, he insisted they learn to fly. Moreover, as his companions, it was unacceptable for them to lack this skill. Observing the two women now capable of effortless flight, Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, an ominous aura emanated from outer space. Jiang Ling looked up, his brow furrowing. Frisia? And another presence, King Cold? This was perplexing. He had thoroughly obliterated Frisia. How could he possibly return to Earth? It mirrored the original narrative, where he arrived with his father seeking retribution. It is worth noting that in the original tale, due to the imminent explosion of Namek, Goku had hastily departed without confirming Frisia's demise. After Namek's destruction, Frisia had been resurrected by King Cold. Thus, the subsequent invasion of Earth by Frisia and King Cold transpired. Yet now, Jiang Ling had undeniably vanquished Frisia on Namek and even constructed a grave. The planet had not exploded. So much had changed. How could Frisia still arrive with his father seeking revenge? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, a sudden realization striking him. The only means of resurrecting Frisia would be the Dragon Balls. Recently, there had been no signs of wishes made with Earth's Dragon Balls. Could it be that he was resurrected using the Namekian Dragon Balls? The Great Elder and the others were in grave danger. Jiang Ling's expression darkened. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering a plotline alteration. Reward, telepathic communication skill, and 20 senzu beans. Jiang Ling merely glanced at it, dismissing it. He was in no mood for idle chatter with the system. What trivial romantic tales could be discussed? His sole focus was to eliminate Frisia and King Cold. Bulma and Bra, sensing Frisia's malevolent presence, landed on the ground. Observing Jiang Ling's countenance, they cautiously inquired, Jiang Ling, what is happening? This aura is terrifying. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, forcing a grim smile. This is the aura of Frisia. He has been resurrected. But fret not. Should he dare to revive, we shall simply eliminate him again. I will assist. Bulma declared earnestly. Count me in. Bra chimed in. Jiang Ling shook his head. You lack combat experience. It's best you stay behind. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Remain at home and prepare for my return. Bulma and Bra discerned Jiang Ling's troubled mood, yet sought to lighten the atmosphere with playful banter instead. Exchanging glances, they nodded in unison. Be careful. All right. We will await your return. A warmth enveloped Jiang Ling's heart. With such understanding partners, what more could he desire? I shall take my leave now. Remember to keep safe at home. Jiang Ling turned, his expression gradually hardening, infused with a hint of murderous intent. Although his time spent with the inhabitants of Namek was brief, their genuine kindness had led him to regard them as dear friends. To dare lay hands on his friends was to court death. Chapter 89, Pets. King Kai's planet. The North Kai, idly reclining on the ground, magnifying glass in hand, counted the blades of grass on his planet, one by one. 1, 433, 223. 11, 451, 415. Zzzt. Finally, he completed his count, discovering an increase of 1. 234 blades since last time. What a remarkable feat. He decided to reward himself. As the North Kai stood, stretching in preparation for his self-reward, suddenly, with a swish, Jiang Ling appeared before him. What a surprise. The North Kai leaped 3 feet into the air, startled. Upon recognizing Jiang Ling, he exhaled in relief. Ahem. Jiang Ling. What brings you here? Have you missed me? Ah, such is my charm. The North Kai attempted a lame joke to ease the prior awkwardness. Jiang Ling blinked. A smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips. Lord Kai, one who harbors no guilt fears not the knocking of ghosts. You were certainly contemplating something nefarious to elicit such fright. Ahem, where did you get that idea? The North Kai coughed, wiping his brow as he skillfully shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on that. You must have an agenda for visiting, yes? The moment Jiang Ling appeared, the North Kai sensed a shift in his demeanor. After all, the North Kai had lived for countless years and could discern such changes. Previously, Jiang Ling's demeanor was relaxed and amicable. Today, he was distinctly different. Indeed, Jiang Ling set aside the banter, adopting a serious expression and directly stating his purpose. Lord Kai, I have come to request your assistance in investigating what transpired on Namek. Namek? Yes, that is not within my jurisdiction, but I can attempt to probe. The North Kai recalled the events of 2 years prior when Jiang Ling transformed into a Super Saiyan during their battle on Namek. As he spoke, the antennae atop his head began to twitch. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock. Sweat cascaded down from his forehead. What happened? Jiang Ling inquired. The North Realm King swallowed hard and replied solemnly. There's trouble on Namek. The Elder has been imprisoned, most others have been slaughtered, and the remaining ones are enslaved. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling took a deep breath. He had already sensed the truth before arriving. But hearing the North Realm King articulate it ignited a surge of fury within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a desperate effort to suppress his rage. He was afraid that if he lost control, it would endanger innocent lives, like that of the North Realm King. Thank you, my lord, Jiang Ling said. I must take my leave. Huh. Oh, all right. The North Realm King could distinctly sense the anger simmering within Jiang Ling. With a swift motion, Jiang Ling teleported directly back to Earth, appearing next to Piccolo. Upon sensing Frisia's malevolent energy, Piccolo had already deduced the spaceship's landing site and arrived at the scene. Seeing Jiang Ling beside him, he was not surprised. You've arrived? Your teleportation is quite effective, Piccolo remarked, his expression unchanging. Clearly, he had surmised the situation. Jiang Ling nodded and said, You are aware of the situation on Namek? Piccolo's face darkened as he gazed skyward. I can guess a bit. Frisia's revival likely bodes ill for my kin. Among the Earth warriors, Piccolo was recognized for his sharp intellect, and Jiang Ling was not surprised by his deduction. I just visited the North Realm King and confirmed the news. Namek is indeed as you feared. Those damn bastards. Piccolo cursed upon receiving the news. During his time on Namek, he had learned much from the Elder, and although he had grown up on Earth, he still felt a sense of belonging to the Namekian race. Namek was akin to his second home. Jiang Ling took out his phone and opened a messaging app called WeChat, developed by Bulma's Capsule Corporation. It had taken the world by storm upon its release. He opened a group chat and tagged all members. Jiang Ling sent a voice message. Why are you all so slow? The enemy is nearly at our doorstep. Whoosh. The voice message was sent, and several replies popped up. Gohan, Uncle Jiang Ling, I'm on my way. Tien, Kaiatsu, and I are almost there. Krillin, I'm en route. Yamcha video. Jiang Ling, puzzled, clicked on the video. The footage revealed a vibrant scene with flashing lights and pulsating music. Yamcha was seen with a girl, while several tattooed thugs approached. No money and still trying to party? Trying to order a princess? You're not leaving without settling your bill today. The video abruptly cut off. Yamcha then sent a message. Brother Jiang Ling, I can't leave. I need to help my little buddies out a bit. Please, on account of our friendship. Jiang Ling thought, what in the world is Yamcha doing? He is my global superstar S manager, yet he has no money. He grumbled. Piccolo glanced over and pondered. Is it possible that you haven't been active for quite some time? Meaning you haven't taken on any roles or released any albums lately. With Piccolo's reminder, Jiang Ling realized the truth. It had indeed been a while since he last worked. Should he consider giving Yamcha a salary boost? No. That wouldn't he do. At this rate, no amount of salary would suffice. Shaking his head, he chose to put aside such trivial matters for now and transferred 5,000 for Yamcha to settle his tab. Yamcha sent another message, asking for 500,000 zeni on top of that. What a spendthrift. Jiang Ling cursed as he sent a red envelope. He then turned off his phone. Just then, Vegeta arrived. He approached Jiang Ling and asked, what is going on? Wasn't he Frisia dead? During his 2 years on Earth, Frisia had been relatively subdued. Jiang Ling often visited him to prevent any nefarious deeds, and over time, they had become somewhat familiar. However, Vegeta's current ambition was to surpass Goku, and then Jiang Ling, with no intention of destruction in mind. To Jiang Ling, it seemed that Vegeta's primary rival should be Piccolo, as Piccolo had surpassed 1 million in battle power, while Vegeta barely reached 1 million. Jiang Ling contemplated observing for another 6 months before arranging a gravity training room for Vegeta. Now that Namex Dragon Balls had revived Frieza, King Cold would also be coming to Earth. Hiss, King Cold. Vegeta took a few steps back. As a former member of Frieza's army, he was privy to certain information. King Cold, Frieza's father, possessed strength surpassing Frieza's. With both of them coming together, Vegeta suppressed his shock and turned to Jiang Ling. Are you confident? I am. But I want to intervene, Jiang Ling replied, acutely aware that Goku's spaceship was also heading towards Earth, which was why he decided against intervening. What? You want to intervene? The Earth will be obliterated. Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Jiang Ling shrugged. I could handle it solo. Why are you all here? Piccolo contemplated and replied, we want to see if we can assist. Strength in numbers, after all. Vegeta scoffed. I'd rather not see you perish at someone else's hands. Jiang Ling chuckled, shaking his head. Vegeta was being stubborn. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for Earth, participating in the battle was a positive step. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed before Jiang Ling, Gohan, Tien, and Krillin. Jiang Ling nodded at them. Suddenly, he noticed an animal following Gohan. Is that a dragon? Jiang Ling gasped. This creature, known only to exist in the animated versions of the original story, was an original creation of the animation team. How could it be here? Jiang Ling was perplexed. Gohan explained, this is my pet from childhood. He insisted on following me. All right, just be cautious during the battle and don't get caught in the crossfire. Jiang Ling advised. I will. Gohan responded eagerly. Not wanting to dwell on the puzzling anomaly, Jiang Ling decided to let it be. After all, having a companion like the dragon during his childhood was beneficial for Gohan's growth. Chapter 90. The third Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, he called out, they're here. I'll give a count. Let us bring that spaceship down. The others momentarily paused. Then their expressions lit up in realization. Of course. How had they not thought of that? Without delay, they began to gather their attacks. Kamehameha Wave. Ki Blast. Special Beam Cannon. Super Magic Flash. Magic Flash. Hey, Uncle Piccolo, has your Magic Flash upgraded? Humph, need you even ask? Your Magic Flash is misaligned. Adjust it. Oh, okay. At that moment, within Frieza's spaceship, a subordinate hurriedly entered the chamber of Frieza and King Cold. This is bad. This is bad. King Cold, Lord Frieza. What is the matter? Why the rush? King Cold furrowed his brows and barked. Frieza also reprimanded. What is the panic? No matter how grave the situation, your kings are here to face it. Straighten your tongue and speak slowly. But, no buts. All right. The subordinate took a deep breath and continued. According to the control room, several attacks are approaching us, and once evaded, they will automatically pursue, as if they are homing. Pausing for a moment, the subordinate added. The calculations indicate that the spaceship's defensive shield cannot withstand this assault. Upon hearing this, Frieza dismissively waved his hand. How long until they strike the ship? Such trivial energy attacks, I can handle them myself. Let me check. The subordinate raised his hand to glance at the clock. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That will suffice. Frieza grinned. The subordinate's voice continued. 4, 3, 2, 1. Frieza? King Cold. In the next instant, darkness enveloped them. Boom. The spaceship exploded. On Earth, witnessing the explosion of the spaceship, Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, Tien, and Gohan simultaneously withdrew their hands. Wiping imaginary sweat, Gohan sighed. What a laborious task it has been for me. Jiang Ling. The others gazed at the fireworks of destruction, their lips curling into faint smiles. Clearly, their spirits were high. Being able to strike a blow against a formidable foe, especially one as terrifying as Frieza, how could they not feel elated? As for whether they could defeat them later, that was a concern for another time. Let them relish the moment first. At this time, from the ground, numerous black dots appeared in the sky, heading towards the group. Those were the fortunate, surviving minions. 2 ominous auras erupted. With a swift motion, Frieza and King Cold materialized before them, their faces shadowed with anger. The minions landing around them, fixating their gaze upon Jiang Ling and the others. Good. Very good. You have successfully provoked the wrath of this king. King Cold spoke darkly. Frieza, is the Super Saiyan you mentioned amongst these people? Frieza's eyes locked onto Jiang Ling, his gaze igniting with a tremendous hatred. Father, it's him. I will never forget. King Cold grimaced, then allow me to take the lead. No, father. Frieza shook his head. I will go first. If I cannot defeat him, then you may intervene. Very well. King Cold's expression darkened, yet he respected Frieza's decision and refrained from acting. Jiang Ling stepped forward, beckoning with his hand. Have you said enough? If you wish to fight, let us engage directly. No need for unnecessary chatter. Frieza's rage simmered, yet he suppressed it. He had not forgotten his plan, to watch Jiang Ling endure the torment of witnessing the Earthlings perish. Minions, go forth and slaughter the Earthlings. The minions received the command and scattered in all directions to seek out and massacre humans. Observing this, Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes. Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Gohan. I entrust you with their elimination. Understood. The group replied in unison, launching into battle against the minions. However, a few formidable foes remained among the minions. Loyal subordinates of King Cold, making them quite challenging to deal with. Jiang Ling turned to Frieza, a faint smile gracing his lips. Frieza, I have no desire to fight you. Oh, it seems you are aware of my current strength and are intimidated. Therefore, you should kneel and submit. Frieza chuckled sinisterly. No, you are not worth my effort. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. He directly contacted Son Goku, who was still en route to Earth. Goku, Frieza has come to Earth. This time, I will not intervene. It's up to you. Whoosh. The message was dispatched. Soon, he received Goku's response. Huh, really? I'll be there immediately. My power has improved significantly. I can transform into a Super Saiyan and teleport. My strength surpasses what it once was. Leave Frieza to me. I will seek revenge. You just wait a moment while I locate the energy signatures of our comrades and teleport over. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Now, they just needed to wait a while. Frieza, I will let my subordinate take the stage. If you defeat him, I will join the fight. Oh, which one? Is it him? Or her? Frieza pointed at several individuals engaged in battle. Jiang Ling shook his head. Frieza pointed to Gohan and the Quick Dragon. Is it them? Jiang Ling still shook his head. Frieza, seeing his response, felt Jiang Ling was deliberately mocking him. Anger surged within him. He pointed directly at the Quick Dragon. The Quick Dragon, engaged in slaying minions, suddenly felt an invisible force binding it, rendering it unable to struggle. Awoo! Awoo! It emitted a distress signal. Gohan, sensing this, urgently shouted, Frieza, let him go. Frieza smirked maliciously, relishing the spectacle of life and death. With an outstretched palm, he clenched fiercely. Aya! Boom! The Quick Dragon exploded into fragments. Quick Dragon! Gohan's voice erupted in a heart-wrenching scream. Damn! Jiang Ling cursed under his breath. The events had unfolded too swiftly for him to react, and the Quick Dragon was gone. Damn you, Frieza! Gohan's eyes blazed crimson. His aura surging uncontrollably. I will kill you. His furious declaration reverberated through the air. The others turned their attention towards him. Ah! Gohan's energy erupted. The flames surrounding him fluctuated between translucent and transparent. Jiang Ling was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Quick Dragon held such significance in Gohan's heart. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Jiang Ling. It was Son Goku, having teleported over. Huh, Gohan is. Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. Indeed. He is about to become the third Super Saiyan. Chapter 91, Vegeta's Resolve. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. This scene was etched into his memory. The first time he witnessed it was on Namek, at the moment of his demise. Jiang Ling's transformation into a Super Saiyan had left a profound shadow in his heart. Now, he saw that same shadow reflected in the others. Son, why are your legs trembling? King Cold inquired, his brow furrowing. Father, that boy is about to transform into a Super Saiyan. What is there to fear? His battle power is so low. How strong could he possibly become through transformation? Pull yourself together. Indeed. Frieza thought to himself, instantly regaining his confidence. Who was he? The mighty emperor of the universe. How could he be intimidated by this mere Super Saiyan? Moreover, his strength has evolved significantly since his time on Namek. He has indeed devoted himself to rigorous training for several days. At this moment, Gohan's aura surged to an unprecedented intensity. Oh, my rapid dragon. This stirred the hearts of all present. With a thunderous boom, a formidable clap of thunder resonated. In that very instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. Swish! Gohan's once disheveled hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue. His light green eyes sparkled with an unyielding ferocity. The golden aura blazed fiercely around him. Frieza, I shall send you to hell. Gohan cast a cold, steely gaze at Frieza, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. Not far away, Piccolo observed Gohan's transformation. Feeling the overwhelming power that had increased 50-fold, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the true essence of a Super Saiyan? How terrifying. Back on Namek, he had not witnessed Jiang Ling's transformation while remaining by the elder's side, but he could still sense the formidable energy. At this moment, Gohan's aura bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Ling's. Piccolo was certain that this was what Jiang Ling referred to as the Super Saiyan. Vegeta also watched Gohan, and upon witnessing his successful transformation into a Super Saiyan, a deep-seated bitterness flickered in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, not even noticing the blood drawn by his own nails. How infuriating. Kakarot's half-breed son has outpaced me in becoming a Super Saiyan. I am a Saiyan royal, blessed with the blood of elite warriors. Vegeta's emotions were a tumultuous blend of resentment, envy, jealousy, and self-loathing. The first Super Saiyan was snatched away by Jiang, and now the second eludes him as well. With this thought, he silently vowed to himself, I shall become the third Super Saiyan. Not far away. Jiang overheard this and addressed Vegeta. No, no, no. Vegeta, you are mistaken. Goku is the second Super Saiyan, and Gohan is the third. You will only rank as the fourth. What? Vegeta finally noticed the returning Goku. Kakarot, when did you return? You too are a Super Saiyan. Goku scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Yes, I learned instant transmission on Yardrat. Since I was too far from Earth, I took a spaceship halfway. But Jiang telepathically informed me that something was amiss on Earth, so I instantly teleported back. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, I encountered an enemy while training on Yardrat and broke through during the battle. Listening to Goku's account, Jiang cast him a surprised glance and nodded slightly. Goku's temperament has always been commendable. His breakthrough to Super Saiyan was both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. However, Jiang had not anticipated this particular method of achieving it. Vegeta's hands were tightly clenched, his arms bulging with veins as he unleashed his fury, attacking the nearby enemy with reckless abandon. He growled, I will surpass all of you. Jiang could only shake his head slightly. Meanwhile, Gohan, enveloped in a golden aura, exuded an air of arrogance. Indeed, it was arrogance. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan could hardly rein in his emotions. Under the weight of a Super Saiyan's negative emotions, his anger and pride manifested vividly. Frieza, you shall pay the price. The figure of Super Saiyan Gohan vanished in an instant, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The next moment, he materialized before Frieza and struck with a ferocious blow to his temple. Boom! Frieza, anticipating the assault, raised his arm in defense. Yet, Gohan's furious strike was not easily thwarted. Frieza felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, rendering it numb. Following this, a heavy kick landed. Caught off guard, Frieza failed to defend himself and was struck squarely in the chest by Gohan's boot. Thud! His chest caved in, propelling him backward like a cannonball, crashing into the rocks. Humph, is that all you've got? Gohan sneered coldly, but this is merely the beginning. I will ensure you pay for the Rapid Dragon's demise. Gathering energy into an orb, he hurled it toward Frieza's trajectory. With both hands, the energy blasts rained down as if they were free of cost, striking with relentless fury. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Dust swirled, obscuring the battlefield. Jiang observed this scene, glancing at Vegeta with a bemused expression. Isn't that Vegeta's signature technique? The prince's fighting style? I never expected Gohan to possess it as well. Jiang had not foreseen this development. However, based on the situation, it was evident that this level of assault would not be sufficient to incapacitate Frieza. Indeed, amidst the dust, a figure shot toward Gohan. The latter paused and retaliated with a punch. The collision of Frieza's and Gohan's fists unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, forcing those engaged in battle nearby to cease their skirmishes. Upon observing the scene, Jiang shook his head slightly, then turned to Goku, who was attentively watching the fight. They are already gasping for breath. This is quite pathetic. Goku, you should provide Gohan with some sustenance. Goku nodded thoughtfully at this remark. At that moment, Piccolo, having finished his opponent, approached. All done. Yes. Piccolo nodded. Very well, let us proceed together. Jiang remarked, casting one last glance at the combatants Gohan and Frieza, who were entangled in a dizzying dance of aerial maneuvers, unleashing a flurry of attacks that erupted with deafening sounds and violent waves. Jiang turned to Goku and instructed, Goku, I leave this to you. Remember, show no mercy. I shall accompany Piccolo first. Goku, puzzled, inquired, where are you going? To Namek. Right, be swift and return. Goku did not press for further details. Feeling that the spectacle had nearly reached its conclusion, it was time to take action. He turned his gaze coldly toward King Cold. Frieza's gang had repeatedly invaded other planets, and in Goku's eyes, they were beyond redemption. This time, Goku would not hold back. Boom! A terrifying aura surged into the sky. The white clouds above transformed into golden clouds under the intense golden light, creating a breathtaking sight. With golden hair, golden brows, and light green eyes, Goku's expression turned icy, the golden flame engulfing him as he shot toward King Cold. Nearby, Vegeta, who had just dispatched his opponent, felt his teeth nearly shatter at the sight. Chapter 92. He really. Namek. The sky was dark, the atmosphere oppressive. The environment seemed to constrict like a hand around the throat, rendering one breathless. In one particular location, the Namekians, clad in tattered garments, laboriously transported stones, their spirits visibly drained. Nearby, several menacing aliens brandished whips, harshly berating the Namekians to hasten their pace. Any sign of sluggishness would result in merciless lashings. These wretches. It seems they derive pleasure from inflicting pain. Indeed, one might say our current occupation is rather exhilarating. TSK, arriving on Namek was fortuitous. Were it not for the Namekian's hermaphroditic nature, I would be tempted to indulge. My friend, your assertion is flawed. Does their hermaphroditism preclude any form of amusement? You have a point. Perhaps I shall give it a try another day. As the two overseers jested, one of them struck a Namekian with a whip. The anguished cries elicited a perverse satisfaction upon their faces. My dear brother, the king's arrival on Namek was fortuitous. Not only has he regained his youth, but he has also solidified his standing within the ranks of the legion, one overseer murmured. The other retorted, is that something you should be voicing? Yet, you are correct. There were those who coveted the king's position due to his aging appearance. But now they have quieted. The two engaged in whispered gossip, growing increasingly animated. Suddenly, two figures emerged at a distance. Who goes there? One overseer barked. In an instant, the newcomers were revealed, a human and a Namekian. TSK, judging by their pristine appearance, they must be recent arrivals on Namek. No matter how they came, their presence here signifies they shall become our playthings. Haha, that human looks enticing. I want him. No problem, brother Jia, came the reply. Hearing their banter, Jiang Ling and Piccolo furrowed their brows in unison before surveying their surroundings. Upon witnessing the dire plight of the Namekians, their anger ignited. Piccolo swiftly advanced. The overseers scarcely noticed as he approached them. With a swift motion, Piccolo delivered a lethal chop, severing the head of one overseer from his body. Blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Run, quickly. The overseer named Jia gasped, collapsing to the ground as he scrambled backward. The others fared no better. Escape? Piccolo sneered, his eyes gleaming with fury as he unleashed energy beams that reduced the remaining overseers to ashes. Ultimately, only Jia remained alive, crawling desperately away. Piccolo flicked his fingertip. Bang! A scream erupted from Jia as his right foot exploded. With an expression of icy indifference, Piccolo flicked his fingers again, causing Jia's remaining left foot and hands to burst apart, blood spilling profusely. Silence enveloped the area, punctuated only by Jia's agonized cries, creating an eerie atmosphere amidst the gloom. Die, Piccolo uttered coldly. A laser beam shot from his fingertip, obliterating Jia's body in a shower of gore, nourishing the soil beneath. Upon witnessing the overseer's demise, the enslaved Namekians approached, one of them asking, Who are you? Jiang Ling and Piccolo exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing deeper. Despite the darkness, the Namekians should have been able to recognize them, yet now, they seemed unable to do so. We are Jiang Ling and Piccolo. Upon hearing this, the Namekians visibly relaxed, erupting into joyous cheers. How wonderful! Oh, Jiang Ling, Piccolo, your arrival is truly a blessing. Thank you, thank you. After allowing their excitement to subside, Jiang Ling and Piccolo observed their emaciated forms before inquiring about the situation. Upon learning the details, they understood. Namekians typically do not require sustenance, provided there is sunlight. Their antennae utilize sunlight to synthesize starch, fulfilling their daily needs. However, the absence of sunlight had led to a decline in their vitality and eyesight. Prolonged deprivation would inevitably result in death by exhaustion, starvation, or violence. The current plight of Namek had begun a month prior when several ships descended upon the planet. They swiftly slaughtered and enslaved the villagers, capturing the Elder and his guardian warrior, Neru, while seizing 7 Dragon Balls. Through an unknown method, they summoned the dragon and resurrected Frisia. One of the ships departed shortly thereafter, and the subsequent wishes plunged Namek into darkness while rejuvenating their leader. Upon grasping these developments, Jiang Ling's thoughts immediately turned to a certain individual, most likely the orchestrator of this calamity, Slug, the villain from the Dragon Ball movie, an evil Namekian. It is well known that the plots of the movies do not align with the original Dragon Ball canon, but exist in parallel dimensions. Thus, Slug's appearance was not surprising to Jiang Ling. After all, if Gohan's rapid transformation could manifest, why not another character like Slug? You have suffered greatly, Piccolo solemnly declared. We have arrived too late. Do not speak like that. This calamity befalling Namek is not your fault. We are immensely grateful for your assistance, a Namekian responded. Jiang Ling listened quietly, refraining from comment. Truthfully, the tribulations faced by Namek were intrinsically linked to Earth. The root cause traced back to a conflict initiated on Earth. If blame must be assigned, it would rest squarely on Vegeta's shoulders. Had he not invaded Namek, Jiang Ling mused, he would certainly confront Vegeta upon his return. Glancing at the stones the Namekians had been forced to transport, Jiang Ling inquired, Why are you compelled to move these stones? One Namekian replied, It seems their leader intends to establish a stronghold on Namek, erecting a castle. Thus, we have been tasked with this labor. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, I understand. Please rest assured. Piccolo and I shall take care of the situation. Yes, trust us. Soon, sunlight shall grace you once more. Piccolo reassured a Namekian with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "We are eternally grateful," the Namekian replied, their gratitude evident. Jiang, Ling, and Piccolo turned and soared towards the direction of the castle, the air rippling in their wake as they sped off at astonishing velocity. Jiang Ling has previously saved our Namek. Now he returns to assist once more, alongside Piccolo, a true member of our Namekian kin. Upon hearing of our plight, he arrived without hesitation. "I am moved to tears,"